Chapter 1. Yi Family's Yi-Yun. The Yi family, renowned for its criminal haul, stands as the core of the Yi clan's authority in addressing internal matters, symbolizing the pinnacle of power among the four great clans of the Empire of the Fiery Dragon. The grandiosity of its towering structures exudes an air of solemnity, and the weighty atmosphere emanating from within seems to render even the act of breathing a challenge. The criminal hall of the Yi family is one of the sacred sanctuaries of the Yi clan, where no clansman dares to create a ruckus on ordinary days. However, today, an unexpected sound of contemptuous laughter reverberates through the hall. I have no fault thus. There is no reason for me to admit wrongdoing. In the main hall, a youth clad in a black long robe, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, stands resolutely at the center. Despite his youthful features, his countenance is marked by an unwavering determination. At this moment, the boy's ink-black pupils flicker with anger as he fixates on a young man seated in the prominent position of the hall, who responds with a cold smirk. The young man in the main seat, adorned in an elegant white satin robe, possesses a strikingly handsome visage that captures the attention of many young women present. Yet, at this moment, his refined features are overshadowed by a chilling demeanor. In response to the boy's words, his gaze turns frigid, and his voice grows increasingly icy. "Do you dare defy my orders?" The chilling tone seems to lower the temperature of the entire room. The boy in the black robe is named Yi-Yun, while the young and handsome man is known as Yi Han-Tion. Both are well known within the Yi clan, albeit for vastly different reasons. Yi-Yun is infamous as the clan's notorious waste, having remained stagnant at the body refinement stage while his peers have already reached the vitality realm. Over the years, he has shown no signs of progress, and within the vast Yi clan, his reputation as a failure is well established. Conversely, Yi Han-Tion shines as the clan's most brilliant genius, having ascended to the formidable strength realm in a mere few years. He is lauded for his exceptional talent, earning the favor of the clan and recently appointed as the acting clan leader. The disparity between Yi-Yun and Yi Han-Tion is akin to a chasm. Now, in the wake of Yi Han-Tion's appointment, Yi-Yun audaciously defies him, a blatant act of rebellion that the prideful Yi Han-Tion cannot tolerate. Consequently, his expression darkens, and his eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixate on Yi-Yun. "I will ask you once more. Will you comply?" Yi Han-Tion states coldly. With those words, Yi Han-Tion rises from his seat, unleashing the oppressive aura of the strength realm, which crashes down upon Yi-Yun like a torrential flood, akin to a mountain pressing down on him. With a creaking sound, the sudden pressure forces Yi-Yun's body to bend, and he grits his teeth, his eyes reddened as he struggles to endure the weight. The bones in his body emit sounds akin to being crushed under a heavy load. Yi-Yun gasps for air, stammering through clenched teeth. "This matter is their fault. Why should I be punished?" "Good, very good," Yi Han-Tion replies with a chilling smile. As he raises his long arm, his fingers flick, and 5 beams of light slice through the air. Thud! Thud! 5 dull thuds echo as 5 wounds appear on Yi-Yun's limbs and chest. The pain in his legs nearly causes him to collapse, yet he resolutely holds his ground. Despite the agony, Yi-Yun's gaze remains fixed on Yi Han-Tion. "Do you or do you not acknowledge your mistake?" Yi Han-Tion repeats icily. "I am innocent. There is no reason for me to admit fault." Yi-Yun grits his teeth, slowly uttering each word. Yi-Yun's defiance intensifies the murderous glint in Yi Han-Tion's eyes. He steps forward with determination, his oppressive aura growing stronger, causing the marble floor beneath Yi-Yun to shatter with a resounding bang. Yi-Yun channels his inner energy to resist the mounting pressure, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, while blood begins to seep from the corner of his mouth. "No, that martial art was given to Yi-Yun by me. He has no dealings with outsiders." At that moment, a beautiful girl suddenly rushes to Yi-Yun's side, speaking urgently to Yi Han-Tion. The girl, named Yi-Yin, is another prodigy of the Yi clan, slightly less accomplished than Yi Han-Tion, but still highly regarded, having been appointed as an acting clan leader alongside him. Having grown up alongside Yi-Yun, their bond resembles that of siblings. Witnessing Yi-Yun's predicament stirs a deep pain within Yi-Yin, prompting her to speak out. "You? Yi Hantian's gaze softened slightly upon seeing Yi Yan's arrival, raising an eyebrow. That advanced martial art was given to Yi Yan. He bears no responsibility. Yi Yan insists, supporting Yi Yan. Yi Yan, what are you doing? Come back immediately. A voice from a main seat calls out urgently. Yi Yan, although you're the acting clan leader, you understand the consequences of taking martial arts without permission. Even your position could be revoked. Think carefully. Yi Hantian states coolly, hands clasped behind his back. Indeed it is. It is I, Yi Yan begins to admit, but is interrupted by Yi Yun, who slowly straightens his back and surveys the hall with a calm demeanor before speaking softly. Little Yin, you. Yi Yan urges anxiously. Yin Jia, it's all right, I cannot implicate you. I will bear the consequences of this entirely. Yi Yun asserts firmly, lowering his voice to reassure her. Seeing the resolve in Yi Yun's eyes brings tears to Yi Yan's own. She turns to plead, for my sake, please let this go, just this once. Yi Yan's words cause Yi Hantian's brow to furrow. With so many elders present, he cannot act too tyrannically. After a moment's contemplation, he stands with hands behind his back and addresses Yi Yun coolly. Do not say, I do not offer you a chance. If you can step out of this criminal hall under my pressure, this matter shall be forgiven. As his words fall, the oppressive aura that had dissipated returns like a mountain crashing down upon Yi Yun once more, rendering his feet heavy. Yi Di, observing Yi Hantian's unexpectedly lenient stance towards Yi Yun, contemplates speaking up, but quickly remembers that Yi Yun is only at the body refinement 9th stage, while Yi Hantian has already attained the strength realm. The disparity of two major realms makes the task of walking out of this hall seem nearly impossible, prompting him to fold his arms and observe coldly. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yun chooses to endure, recognizing it as the most rational course of action. The sound of trembling legs and heavy footsteps resonates within the hall, each step echoing in the hearts of all present. With each advance, Yi Yun coughs up blood, the immense pressure forcing crimson droplets from his pores, leaving a trail of bloodied footprints on the ground, a sight that is both alarming and poignant. As Yi Yun, now resembling a bloodied figure, continues to move forward, the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on everyone in the hall. Yi Yan, seated in the main position, is already on the brink of tears, having fought back the urge to call out to Yi Yun multiple times, knowing full well his steadfast nature. Covered in blood, Yi Yun perseveres, inching towards the threshold of the hall. The moment his foot touches the threshold, the overwhelming pressure vanishes abruptly. With a splutter, Yi Yun expels another mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his mouth. He does not look back, dragging a trail of crimson behind him. Just as his figure begins to fade from sight, a voice emerges, hoarse and low, akin to a wounded beast, reverberating through the hall. Yi Hantian, 2 years hence, at the clan assembly, I, Yi Yun, shall repay today's grievances 100-fold. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yun's declaration would be met with derision. One a prodigy of the Yi family, the other a well-known failure, their confrontation appearing to be the delusions of a dreamer. Yet, gazing upon the trail of bloodied footprints, an inexplicable silence envelopes the crowd. Yi Yun, dragging his bloodied form, steps away from the hall, gradually losing focus as the world around him becomes increasingly blurred. Time and again, he fights the urge to close his eyes, but his resolve falters upon seeing 2 figures at his doorstep. Finally, he collapses, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing Yi Yun, bloodied and motionless on the ground, both Yi Mu and Yi Shui are overcome with tears, rushing to lift him and carry him inside. In his unconscious state, Yi Yun finds himself ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, a solitary figure in a vast void. He desperately gropes and crawls through the darkness, yet is met only with an unyielding blackness. Despair envelopes him as he curls into himself, burying his head in his knees, the color draining from his eyes, leaving them hollow. In this helplessness, memories flood back fragments of the past, including the day he first arrived here. Yuner, please wake up. Do not frighten your mother. If anything happens to you, how shall I live? Brother Yin, please wake up. Don't ignore Shuer. Boo-hoo. In a hazy state, Chunming faintly heard 2 voices filled with sorrow and he struggled to open his eyelids, which felt as heavy as lead. What greeted his eyes was a completely unfamiliar environment. Where am I? What is this place? My head aches terribly. Yuner, brother Yun, you have finally awakened. The two voices conveyed a sense of joy that resonated in Chun Ming's ears. Yuner, who is Yuner? Where am I? Chun Ming turned his head to survey the owners of the voices. The sight before him rendered Chun Ming momentarily speechless. What a striking visage! He beheld a seemingly mature woman clad in a simple blue-green dress, yet her elegance could not be concealed. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly arranged with a hairpin, framing a delicate face with willow-like brows. Her mature and radiant beauty, untouched by makeup, was breathtakingly vivid. She exuded an air of grace and beauty. Beside her stood a girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15, dressed in a yellow gown. With an oval face and willow-like brows, her crystalline eyes brimmed with tears, evoking a sense of sympathy. Her youthful face, adorned with a look reminiscent of weeping pear blossoms, highlighted her charm, suggesting she would grow into an enchanting beauty. Yuner, brother Yun, the two voices, filled with concern, jolted Chun Ming back to reality. Yuner, who is Yuner? What is this place? Who are you? Chun Ming's questions caused the expressions of the two women to shift dramatically. The woman beside him spoke with a hint of panic. Yuner, do you not recognize us? I am your mother. This is your sister, Xiao Shui. Please do not frighten us. Mother, Xiao Shui. Chun Ming echoed, as if a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Chun Ming's head, flooding his mind with unfamiliar images and memories. After a moment, the pain gradually subsided, and the newfound knowledge illuminated why they called him Yuner. It turned out that the original owner of this body was named Yi Yun. In his previous life, Chun Ming was merely a child from a poor family who, through sheer determination, managed to gain admission to a prestigious university. Elated, he went out to celebrate with friends, only to be tragically struck by a pickup truck on his way home. His soul then reincarnated into the body of Yi Yun. The original Yi Yun had gotten into a scuffle after someone insulted his mother and, unfortunately, sustained a fatal blow during the altercation, leading to Chun Ming's possession of his body. Having digested the influx of memories, Chun Ming gazed at the tear-streaked faces before him, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to reveal the truth. The original Yi Yun was no more. The news would be too devastating for them, as he understood the struggles these two women had endured. The woman of striking beauty before him was Yi Yun's mother, named Lin Wanru, while the girl was his sister, Yi Zutha, not by blood, as Yi Shui had been found by Lin Wanru on a snowy night and named accordingly. Yi Yun's father had passed away shortly after his birth, leaving Lin Wanru to raise her children through hardship alone, a burden that went without saying. Their family had once known happiness, but after Yi Yun's father, Yi Chong, died, some relatives began to treat Lin Wanru and her children with malice, driving them to this remote place and maliciously withholding their monthly allowance. They bore this injustice in silence, placing their hopes solely on Yi Yun, who was their beacon of survival. Thus, Chun Ming resolved to conceal Yi Yun's death. With determination, Chun Ming addressed Lin Wanru and Yi Shui, saying, "Mother Shui, I am all right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru and Yi Shui could not contain their joy, though concern still lingered in their expressions as they urged Yi Yun to remain in bed. "Really, Yuna? Just stay in bed. I will fetch some nourishing supplements for you." Gazing at the worried expressions of Lin Wanru and Yi Shui, Chun Ming felt a warm current flow through his hirtan, experience the former Chun Ming had never known. Born in a destitute village, his biological parents abandoned him due to poverty, leaving him to be taken in by his aunt, who, out of compassion, raised him single-handedly, sacrificing her own prospects for his education. Fortunately, Chun Ming excelled, gaining admission to a prestigious university, with hopes of repaying his aunt's kindness, only for fate to intervene. Though the term mother felt foreign to him initially, it rolled off his tongue with unexpected ease, devoid of awkwardness. Family, this is my family. In my previous life, I lacked the love of parents. Though I am without a father in this life, I still have a mother and a sister. I will protect my family at all costs. Anyone who wishes to harm them must first tread over my corpse. Chen Ming vowed inwardly, clenching his fists. Yet, all of this depended on possessing strength. Having absorbed Yi Yun's memories, Chen Ming realized that the continent on which Yi Yun resided was not the same as his previous world. This realm did not operate on reason or law. This continent was known as the Fantasy Continent, a realm that revered martial prowess, inhabited by martial artists capable of extraordinary feats. Here, the might of one's fist dictated the rules. Only with strength could one survive and safeguard their loved ones. With power, one could traverse this world freely. Without it, one would remain subjugated beneath others. Today's events served as a prime example. Yi Yun had inadvertently crossed paths with the second branch's Yi Qing, a faction that had long been at odds with Yi Yun's family. This animosity stemmed from the fact that Yi Yun's father, Yi Chong, was a recognized genius, achieving the fusion realm by the age of 30, while Yi Qing's father, Yi Chong, harbored a grudge against him. Since Yi Chong's death, Yi Yun and his family had faced relentless persecution, especially from Yi Chong and his kin. Today, Yi Qing encountered Yi Yun and could not resist mocking him, viewing Yi Yun's endurance of humiliation as cowardice. Meanwhile, despite Yi Yun's diligent training, he remained at the 7th stage of body refining, while Yi Qing had already reached the 8th stage, emboldening the latter's arrogance. Yi Yun's long-standing patience had reached its breaking point, and today he could no longer contain his fury, feeling a flame of rage swelling within him. Overwhelmed by anger, Yi Yun lost his rationality, which led him to confront Yi Qing. Unfortunately, with only basic martial skills and a significant difference in level, he was no match for Yi Qing, who struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Reflecting on this, Chen Ming sighed deeply. Without power, one was akin to a dog, forced to wag its tail beneath the shadows of others, surviving amidst their derision. No, the current Yi Yun is no longer the same. I must grow stronger. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world, becoming an existence that others look up to. The heavens and earth shall bow to me, he vowed, fists clenched, as Chen Mingyo, Yi Yun resolved to rise. Chapter 2. The Malicious Servant. Just as Yi Yun contemplated methods to enhance his strength, a cacophony of voices outside jolted him back to reality. Hong Xiu, how dare you take the ginseng intended for my son without permission? I needed to prepare medicine for Yuner. Lin Wanru scolded a rather attractive maid. What? Those ginsengs are a waste on your worthless son, the woman named Hong Xiu retorted, devoid of the expected deference of a servant, her tone laced with disdain. You, Lin Wanru stammered, her anger rendering her speechless as she pointed at Hong Xiu. Seeing this, Yi Shui quickly supported Lin Wanru and angrily pointed at Hong Xiu, saying, How can you treat us like this? Ever since you came here, we have never mistreated you. Now, with Brother Yin injured and lying in bed, in desperate need of those ginsengs, you have pawned them off. In response to Yi Shui's accusations, Hong Xiu showed no remorse. Instead, she escalated her defiance, shouting at Lin Wanru and Yi Shui, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be stuck in this miserable place. It's just a few ginsengs. They rightfully belong to me. The conversation outside reached Yi Yun's ears word for word, darkening his expression as he rose from the bed and quietly made his way outside. Seeing Yi Yun emerge, Lin Wanru hurried to his side, filled with concern. Yuna, why are you up? You should rest in bed. Mother, I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Yi Yun gently reassured her, patting her hand. Oh, look who it is. Our dear young Master Yun. I see you're all right. In that case, those ginsengs are of no use to you. A mocking voice chimed in unexpectedly. In the face of Hong Xiu's mocking words, Yi Yun chose silence. Gently patting Lin Wanru's hand, Yi Yun took measured steps toward Hong Xiu. The previously sullen expression on Yun's face transformed into a calm demeanor. As Yi Yun approached the woman before her, a flicker of disdain gleamed in her eyes. Hong Xiu discerned the contempt in Yun's gaze, igniting a sudden fury within her. Her once delicate features twisted into a ghastly visage as she erupted. What right do you, a mere waste, have to mock me? Isn't your father a genius? I wonder how he would feel knowing his son is such a failure. At this point, you're even inferior to a servant. Ha ha! Hong Xiu's derisive laughter pierced the air, causing the faces of Yi Yun and Lin Wanru to pale, their expressions tinged with sorrow. In response, Yi Yun performed an action that left both Lin Wanru and Yeshua, as well as Hongxiu, in disbelief. With a sudden motion, Yi Yun raised her slender arm and struck Hongxiu's relatively fair face with a fierce slap. The sharp sound resonated through the tranquil courtyard. Hongxiu, stunned, covered her face, the stinging sensation a clear indication that this was no mere illusion. "Ah, you waste! How dare you strike me? I'll make you pay." Clutching the red mark on her cheek, Hongxiu lunged at Yi Yun in a frenzy. Crack! Another resounding slap landed on Hongxiu's face, as Yi Yun regarded the woman before her with a frigid gaze. The burning sensation on both sides of Hongxiu's face sent her spiraling into a state of agitation. Yet this time she refrained from recklessly charging at Yi Yun. Instead, she glared at Yi Yun with an intense venom, vowing, "You will regret this. I will not let you off so easily." As Hongxiu departed, Yi Yun made no attempt to stop her. She was no longer the Yi Yun of old, let the storm rage on. She was eager to discover what Hongxiu relied upon. "Yuner, I fear that Hongxiu will not let this go lightly. I wonder what sort of trouble she will bring upon us." Both Yun's mother and sister expressed their concern as they observed Hongxiu's retreating figure. "Mother, with such vile servants, the more polite we are, the more audacious they become. Such individuals will not relent without a lesson. Moreover, this time I intend to show them that we are not to be trifled with," Yi Yun declared resolutely to Lin Wanru. But, Lin Wanru attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Yi Yun. "Mother, have faith. I shall take care of everything. From this day forth, I will not allow anyone to bully you. This home is under my protection." Upon hearing Yun's words, Lin Wanru was momentarily taken aback. The phrase "I will take care of everything" stirred a wave of excitement within her. She realized her son had truly matured. Gazing at Yi Yun, who basked in the sunlight, his determined face momentarily conjured the image of Yi Chong before her. For reasons unknown, Lin Wanru's previously restless heart began to find solace. After a while, approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Hongxiu returned, accompanied by a man clad in ornate clothing. As they drew closer, Yi Yun recognized that the one Hongxiu relied upon was none other than the one who had harmed her Yi Qing. "Well then, it seems we shall settle both old and new scores," Yi Yun mused inwardly. Yi Qing's arrival would have instilled fear in the former Yi Yun, but now, the situation had changed. However, Yi Qing thought otherwise. To him, dealing with the timid Yi Yun was child's play. He dismissed Yun's previous defiance as a futile endeavor, confident that unless Yi Yun had truly lost his mind, he would not dare confront him again. With an air of arrogance, Yi Qing shouted at Yi Yun, "Yun, considering our kinship, if you bow to Hongxiu 3 times, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." "Oh." Yi Yun deliberately elongated her response, gazing at Yi Qing with mockery. Yun's demeanor incited Yi Qing's ire. What audacity! How dare this waste look at him with such contempt? "Brat, your insolence has angered me. Even if you beg for mercy now, I shall not show you any leniency," he declared, as a surge of energy began to pool in his hands. Observing Yi Qing's actions, Hongxiu's eyes sparkled with malice and delight as she envisioned Yi Yun crumpling beneath Yi Qing's feet. She had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Yi Qing, indulging in all manner of seduction, and had even agreed to fulfill some of Yi Qing's more peculiar requests in bed to ensure his support against Yi Yun. As the tension thickened in the courtyard, Yi Yun also summoned her own energy, preparing for the impending confrontation. Chapter 3. Night Qing. Within the once tranquil courtyard, an abrupt and jarring sound shattered the silence. Night Qing, with his hands enveloped in a robust aura, lunged towards Night Yun. He observed the rapidly expanding fist in his field of vision. Night Yun remained calm. For reasons unknown, Night Qing's speed appeared to him as slow as that of a tortoise. Despite the disparity in their cultivation levels, Night Yun had believed that a mutually destructive confrontation was still within the realm of possibility. Thus, having been reborn, he possessed a newfound ruthlessness, yet it seemed that such measures were unnecessary in this instance. With a deft maneuver, Night Yun effortlessly evaded Night Qing's punch, taken aback by Night Yun's swift reaction. Night Ching let out a cold chuckle. Ah, so you have made some progress. However, if this is merely your alliance, then today shall mark your end. Night Yun remained silent, opting instead to respond with his own fist, launching a powerful strike at Night Ching. Night Ching scoffed, swiftly dodging Night Yun's blow. Yet, Night Yun had already anticipated this move. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance, his fist imbued with elemental energy, sealing off Night Ching's escape. Night Yun's assault surged forth like a tempest, relentlessly raining down blows upon Night Ching. Caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of Night Yun's onslaught, Night Ching stumbled, narrowly avoiding a punch aimed at his chest with a desperate dog-like scramble. This action left him feeling deeply humiliated, forced into such a state by what he deemed a worthless opponent. Should word of this escape, how could he continue to face the Night family? Glaring at Night Yun, Night Ching's mind was consumed with the desire to eliminate him and assuage his own resentment. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me to go join your deceased father. He spat. With that, Night Ching bent his legs slightly, his hands crossing as visible energy coalesced around them. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows that cut through the air with tremendous force. Shattered Stone Palm, a fourth-tier martial art, capable of shattering gold and stone with the power of elemental energy. Night Yun recognized this technique, but chose to summon all his own elemental energy, enveloping his fists as he charged headlong at Night Ching. Haha, foolish boy, you seek your own death by daring to clash with me. Night Ching's face contorted into a grimace as he envisioned Night Yun collapsing at his feet. Yet, before his smile could fully form, it abruptly froze. Night Yun's arm twisted at an uncanny angle, evading Night Ching's attack, and with a fierce impact, his fist struck Night Ching squarely in the chest. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through Night Ching's body, launching him into the air like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from his mouth. Impossible. How could I lose to a worthless wretch like you? Night Ching's incredulity erupted into a frenzied roar, his lips stained with crimson as he struggled to rise, only to succumb to darkness. Nearby, Hong Xiao was paralyzed with fear, never having anticipated Night Ching's defeat. She hurriedly supported the unconscious Night Ching and fled the courtyard in haste, while Night Yun made no move to impede her. After all, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. As he watched the pair flee, Night Yun exhaled slowly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Night Shui, brimming with joy, rushed to Night Yun's side, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, you are so amazing. Now who would dare to bully us?" Night Yun chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Night Shui's hair, earning an indignant glare from her. Lin Wanru, standing nearby, beamed at Night Yun, and in that moment he caught a glimpse of Night Chong's spirit, gazing at the radiant smiles of the two women. Night Yun silently vowed to protect them forever. That night, the Night family gathered around the table for dinner. Though the meal consisted of only 3 simple dishes and a soup, the 3 of them shared a warm camaraderie. Savoring it as if it were a feast fit for royalty, a gentle warmth enveloped the modest room. As Night Yun beheld the 2 enchanting women before him, his heart swelled with tenderness. This was the essence of home. "What's wrong, Brother Yun?" Night Shui inquired, noticing Night Yun's dazed expression. "Oh, it's nothing, but I was just thinking how lovely our little Shui is. Whoever marries you will truly be blessed in their past life." Night Yun replied with a light-hearted smile. "How rude, Brother Yun. I don't plan on marrying anyone. I want to stay by Mother S side forever," Night Shui retorted playfully, snuggling into Lin Wanru's embrace. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Night Yun. Lin Wanru, catching sight of the tender moment, teased, "Indeed, I wonder which lucky fellow will be fortunate enough to marry our clever and adorable little Shui." "Don't you think so, Shui?" Realizing her thoughts had been exposed by her mother, Night Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hid her face in Lin Wanru's embrace, though she furtively glanced at Night Yun. As the main subject of their conversation, Night Yun simply smiled foolishly at the mother-daughter bond, while Night Shui pouted her rosy lips in discontent, muttering, wooden head, such a dense block of wood." Lin Wanru sighed in exasperation. How was it that he was so oblivious, much like his father? Yet, she refrained from offering guidance, believing that every generation must navigate its own path. After finishing dinner, Night Yin made his way to his room. Just as in his previous memories, the room contained only a bed and a set of wooden furniture, with an old teapot resting on the table. The surroundings appeared stark and barren, yet Night Yin felt no discontent. He had never been one to be coddled. In his past life, he had endured countless hardships, and this modest existence felt more familiar to him than a life of luxury. As he prepared to meditate, a peculiar protrusion on the eastern wall caught his attention. Recalling the memories of the original Night Yin, he realized he had no knowledge of what lay within that spot. Driven by curiosity, he approached it, noticing a brick that seemed conspicuously raised, as if deliberately hollowed out and replaced. He carefully pulled at the brick, revealing a brocade box nestled within. Chapter 4. The Legacy of Night Chong. Night Yin gingerly extracted the brocade box. Fearful of causing any damage, an instinctive feeling told him that its contents held special significance for him. Gently brushing away the dust, he opened the box to find a scroll resting within. With utmost care, Night Yin lifted the scroll and unfurled it, his eyes widening in shock as he read the words inscribed upon it. His heart raced with exhilaration as the gravity of the text struck him profoundly. Although he was alone in the room, he couldn't help but glance around, ensuring he was unobserved before taking a deep breath and eagerly delving into the contents. The bold characters seemed to dance before his eyes, prompting him to lick his lips in anticipation. Elemental martial art. Great Phoenix covers the sky palm. Night Yin swallowed hard, a wave of euphoria crashing over him. Were it not for the fear of being overheard, he would have laughed uproariously at the heavens. The sheer significance of the phrase elemental martial art sent waves of excitement through him. In this realm, martial arts were categorized from the 1st to the 9th tier, with Night Ching employing the 4th tier Shattered Stone Palm earlier. Above a 9th tier lay elemental martial arts. Just a mention of it could evoke a tempest of envy in the Night family. One of the 4 great clans of the Empire, only a handful of elemental martial arts texts existed, underscoring their immense rarity. If one were to bring an elemental martial art into the world, it could incite a bloodbath, for countless souls would relinquish everything they owned to possess even a single volume. Mastery of such a technique would significantly enhance one's influence in this brutal world. Night Yin steeled himself, taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. After safely stowing the scroll, he pondered why such a priceless artifact lay hidden in his room. As he searched through the original Night Yin's memories, he found only emptiness, as if that knowledge had been lost. Resolved to let it be, Night Yin accepted this as a treasured legacy left for him by Night Chong. After securing the scroll, Night Yin inspected the brocade box for any additional contents. However, it was evidently empty. Just as he prepared to divert his gaze, he inadvertently spotted a gleaming, dark object lying beneath the black fabric lining the box. What is this? Initially, the dark color of the bottom cloth had obscured it from his view. Upon closer examination, Night Yin discovered it to be a ring. The ring was entirely black, appearing remarkably unadorned. After toying with it for a while, Yin noticed no discernible difference. Fortunately, he decided to keep it in hand and went to bed with a heart full of excitement. Throughout the night, Yi Yun's hands were tightly clasped against his chest, fearful that the scroll might vanish. The following day, Yi Yun rose early, a habit ingrained from his previous life where he frequently woke to exercise. After a brief warm-up in his room, he began his morning ablutions. Having exchanged greetings with his mother and sister, Yi Yun felt an irresistible urge to commence his training. The plight of the 3 of them had forced them into this desolate, dilapidated place, yet it providentially offered Yi Yun a secluded spot for cultivation, away from prying eyes. The backyard's rear mountain, which remained deserted throughout the day, proving to be an ideal training ground, following the pathway etched in his memory. Yi Yun reached the base of the rear mountain, but he recalled that halfway up, there was a platform accessible by only one narrow trail, with a sheer cliff looming on the other side. Thus, he chose that location for his practice. Yi Yun adeptly climbed to the mountain's midpoint, traversing the narrow path until he reached the platform. Occasionally, birds flitted overhead, while the mountain breeze rustled gently, and the air was crisp and invigorating. A truly splendid place for cultivation. Once he had settled his mind, Yi Yun sat cross-legged. Currently, He was at the seventh stage of body tempering, where the primary task was to absorb qi and begin to forge a foundation for his future martial path. This phase was notoriously challenging, often requiring considerable time and effort, with little assistance from others. That it was a process that revealed one's innate talent. Those with higher potential completed this stage more swiftly, while those with lesser talent took considerably longer. That Yi Yun's hands gradually came together, fingers lightly touching as he intertwined them. Accompanied by the formation of a hand seal, the surrounding qi surged toward him, permeating his limbs and bones, gently tempering his body. His complexion began to flush with vitality as he delved into the monotonous yet essential practice. He entered a meditative state. Wisps of qi began to flow slowly toward the ring he wore, which had previously appeared ancient and dark, but now shimmered with a newfound brilliance. However, Yi Yun remained oblivious to this transformation. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in his training, and by midday, he finally emerged from his trance. Exhaling slowly, he stretched his neck, feeling a series of crackling sounds echo through his body. After a brief moment of movement, Yi Yun produced the martial scroll left to him by Yi Chong. The great phoenix covers the sky palm. The intricate text seemed to possess an air of complexity, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yi Yun found himself grasping it with relative ease. After dedicating a cup of tea's worth of time, he completed the scroll. That a wry smile crept across his face as he read. The great phoenix covers the sky palm. When mastered, can shroud the heavens, rendering sun and moon devoid of light. Indeed, the martial arts were formidable, living up to their reputation. However, it was a source of immense frustration for Yi Yun that he could not cultivate it with his current abilities. He needed to reach the realm of qi to even begin. It felt like torment, akin to a stunning beauty, alluringly bare, awaiting your affection. While you, the eunuch, could do nothing. Of course, Yi Yun was no eunuch, but the situation was hardly different at all. Forget it. That I shall focus on my training first. Once I reach the qi realm, I will see how you fare then, he mused, tucking the scroll away and lazily stretching before retracing his steps home. That a day passed without incident, and the next morning, as usual, Yi Yun made his way to the rear mountain to continue his training. After 2 days of relentless practice, he sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th stage of body tempering. This wasn't due to extraordinary talent, but rather because he had been teetering on the brink of a breakthrough for some time. If it were so easy to ascend levels, masters would be commonplace in this realm rather than a rarity. By midday, Yi Yun returned home, only to be taken aback by the presence of an unexpected guest. That Yi Shui was animatedly sharing amusing stories with the newcomer, whose laughter rang like music by the sound of her voice. She appeared to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. Yunner, you're back. Upon seeing Yi Yun, his mother inquired with concern while preparing a basin of water for him to wash his face. Yi Yun's perplexed gaze swept over the newcomer, a sense of familiarity tugging at the edges of his memory, yet he could not place her. When the visitor turned and affectionately called out, "Brother Yun," realization dawned upon him. She was Yi Yin, the granddaughter of the second elder. She appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years older than Yi Yun, yet bore a maturity that contrasted with his youthful innocence. Dressed in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her perfect figure, she possessed legs that seemed to stretch on endlessly and a beauty reminiscent of a painted figure. Indeed, Yi Yun's physique could easily eclipse that of most women. However, it was not her appearance that captivated others, but rather the grace she exuded and her kind heart. Her gentle demeanor and radiant smile could melt the heart of any man. Seeing Yi Yun's joyful expression brought a smile to Yi Yun's face. She was the only one in the Yi family who treated him with such warmth. Not only was she stunning, but her talent in cultivation was remarkable, having reached the 9th stage of qi at just 20, mere steps away from attaining the elusive realm of strength that many spent their lives striving for. Most importantly, Yi Yun was known for her kind heart, earning her the admiration and respect of the younger generation, including Yi Yun. "Yin Jie, you've come," Yi Yun exclaimed, his joy evident. "Yes, Brother Yin. I had just emerged from seclusion and heard you were injured by Yi Qing. So I came to check on you. To my surprise, not only did you defeat him, but it seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough." Yi Yun assessed him with an appraising gaze, genuinely pleased with his progress, as she regarded him as her little brother. Yi Yun chuckled sheepishly, revealing a side of himself akin to a boy when interacting with Yi Yin after exchanging pleasantries with Yi Shui. Yi Yin adopted a more serious expression. "Brother Yun, you must be cautious. After defeating Yi Qing, he is sure to seek revenge. Please take care and don't act recklessly, if things become too difficult. Come find me, all right?" "Yes, I understand." Yin Jie, I thought Wai Yun felt warmth wash over him at her concern, yet internally he thought differently. Humph. If Yi Qing knows what is good for him, he'll steer clear of me. Otherwise, next time will not be so simple oh. Here, take this for your training. It's good to have something for self-defense, Yi Yin said, retrieving a scroll from behind her and handing it to Yi Yin. Yi Yin accepted it and saw it was a martial technique. He was deeply moved by her gesture, knowing she must have risked family repercussions to give it to him, as the Yi family had strict rules against casually sharing their martial arts. Indeed, Yi Yin needed this technique, so he did not decline but expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Having taken care of everything, I can finally breathe easy," Yi Yin said, readying to leave. "You two take care, da. Sister, you're leaving so soon? Why not stay a little longer? I have so much more to discuss with you," Yi Shui exclaimed, eager to keep her company. Wai Yun, though silent, shared the same sentiment in his eyes. Wai Yin affectionately ruffled Yi Shui's hair. "Speaking softly, it's not that I don't want to stay, but the family hasn't given me the time. Otherwise, I would love to spend more time with you. Don't be sad. I will definitely come and visit again." With that, she bid farewell to Yi Yun and his sister and departed. As Yi Yin left, a twinge of sadness gripped Yi Yun. Yet he understood that as a prodigy of the Yi family, she could not afford to linger for long. Later that night, after dinner, Yi Yun returned to his room. The words of Yi Yin echoed in his mind, reminding him that while he was unafraid of trouble, he must also protect his loved ones from harm. Thus, it became imperative for him to enhance his strength swiftly. He unfurled the scroll Yi Yin had given him, which read, "Collapse forced at 8th rank martial technique." Upon seeing the inscription, his gratitude for Yi Yin deepened. Martial arts were categorized from 1 to 9 ranks. Ranks 1 to 3 were considered low, 4 to 6 were mid-level, and 7 to 9 were high. These exquisite martial arts are scarce even within the Yi family, often reserved for a select few individuals of exceptional talent. Wai Yin must have taken great risks to acquire them for herself. Yi Yin could only harbor gratitude in his heart, silently vowing to repay Yi Yin whenever the opportunity arose. After carefully examining the scroll-less description, Yi Yin realized that mastering such martial arts was no simple feat. Crushing force. A warrior utilizes their own body as a medium, gathering vital energy in their arms to unleash a powerful explosion. Those who attain great mastery can shatter gold and break bones. Although this martial art possesses astounding power, it demands significant physical prowess. A moment's carelessness could result in self-injury before even striking the enemy. Wai Yun lowered his head and glanced at the few pounds of flesh on his body. Shaking his head with a wry smile, it seemed that before he could practice this martial art, he needed to enhance his physical strength, as he currently felt too frail in the days that followed. Apart from meditating to cultivate his vital energy, Yi Yin embarked on the task of body strengthening. He aimed to master this martial art as soon as possible, adding another lethal weapon to his arsenal. Each day, Yi Yin subjected himself to rigorous training. From the moment he rose in the morning, he would leapfrog along the mountainside, swim tirelessly in the lake, and relentlessly kick at towering trees. After exhausting all his vital energy, he would sit cross-legged to absorb it back. Thus began Yi Yun's monotonous yet fulfilling routine. Although he often felt as exhausted as a dog, his strength grew at a visible pace. A blend of pain and joy. Chapter 6. Ascending to the 8th stage a month later, in the depths of the mountains, amidst the dense forest, a youth darted towards a tree that could be embraced by 2 individuals. With a swift twist of his body, he struck the trunk with a slanted arm. A deep, resonant thud echoed, startling countless birds into flight, while the massive tree came crashing down, observing the fruits of his month-long efforts. A smile graced Yi Yun's lips. Yet, the next moment he felt a spasm in his legs, and his body went limp. Feeling his trembling arms, Yi Yun chuckled wryly and shook his head. With his current strength and physical resilience, he could not fully unleash the power of crushing force. 1 strike was manageable, but 2 would be pushing it Why Yun contemplated his capabilities, only to find the results unsatisfactory in his present condition. He could easily handle ordinary 8th-stage warriors, yet against those possessing advanced martial arts, he felt somewhat inadequate. His strength remained too feeble, with only this martial art as his trump card. Shaking his head with a rueful smile, Yun clenched his fist, sensing the flow of vital energy within him, that he realized he was nearing the 8th stage. Once he attained it, his power would rise once more. After cleansing himself in the lake, Yun began his journey home. For an entire month, he had adhered to this training regimen. Time flew by, and he gradually adapted to this daily routine. Although his life was simple and somewhat dull, having a goal transformed this monotony into fulfillment. Upon returning home, Yun noticed the absence of Yishue, who would typically be assisting their mother and awaiting his return. "Mother, where is Xiao Shui?" Yun asked, wiping his face as he addressed their mother. His mother gestured towards the room, lowering her voice as she replied, "You've been so absorbed in your training for the past month, neglecting to spend time with your sister. Look, she's sulking." After Lin Wanru's reminder, Yun was jolted into awareness. Reflecting on the past month, he realized he had indeed overlooked his family's feelings. A twinge of guilt washed over him. Although Yun's training talent was not exceptional, he cherished his sweet and adorable sister, often making time to be with her. Yet, in his pursuit of strength, he had forgotten to spend quality time with Yishue. This was indeed a dereliction of his duty as an elder brother. Yun resolved to sincerely apologize to her. He also planned to take her out for a stroll once he achieved a breakthrough. As this thought flashed through his mind, he approached the room and found Yishue sitting by the window, looking dejected. Upon seeing her, Yun felt a pang of guilt and gently called out, "Xiao Shui," startled by his voice. Yishue's expression brightened momentarily before she turned away in annoyance, pouting her rosy lips and refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing Yishue's adorable demeanor, Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Yishue turned back with a hint of annoyance, playfully scolding, "You're laughing?" When she turned to face him, Yun stifled his laughter and said, "All right, Xiao Shui, I've been focused on training these past few days and neglected you. Please don't be upset. In a few days, I promise to spend time with you, all right?" Upon hearing this, Yishue's mood lightened, though she remained skeptical. Of course, "I wouldn't lie," Yun declared, thumping his chest. "All right, let us make a pinky promise, and backing out. Those who break promises are little dogs." Yishue, fearful of Yun reneging, eagerly extended her delicate pinky before him. Seeing her childlike antics, Yun was both amused and exasperated. He linked his pinky with hers and sealed the promise. With Yun's assurance, Yishue's spirits lifted, her smile blossoming like a lily in the wind, fresh and delightful. She danced away to assist their mother. A few days later, halfway up the mountainside, Yun sat cross-legged as he formed the necessary seals. A torrent of vital energy surged toward him. Yun sensed that today would be the day he ascended to the 8th stage of body refinement. This feeling was mysterious yet compelling, providing him with an unshakable conviction. The vast amount of vital energy flooded into Yun's body, making him feel like a colossal magnet, continuously drawing in the surrounding energy. He was enveloped in a thick mist of vital energy, as if lost in the clouds. With each breath, he expelled substantial impurities, his face growing flushed as the surging vital energy flowed into him like roaring waves. Swirling within his core, time passed without him noticing, and soon, Yun's body began to tremble slightly. The influx of vital energy accelerated, and with a resounding boom, his body quaked violently. Gradually, the surrounding energy began to settle, and Yun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impurities. His once inky black eyes sparkled with surprise. "I've reached the 8th stage." Feeling the relentless surge of vital energy within him, Yun sprang up, his fists flying with vigor, creating a series of explosive sounds. A month of rigorous training had kept Yun in a state of high intensity. The path of cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. One must strive forward or risk falling behind. However, excessive haste could lead to missteps, which is why Yun had committed to spending quality time with Yishue. That a proper balance of relaxation would only enhance his training. Upon returning home, Yi Yun informed Yi Shui that he would take her out to play the following day, which filled her with joy. Seeing the smile on her face brought joy to Yi Yun as well. He was now fully integrating himself into this family, striving to be a good brother to Yi Shui and a dutiful son to Lin Wanru. His family had become his greatest treasure. Anyone who wished harm upon them would face his unrestrained wrath. Chapter 7. A day out the next morning, before dawn, Yi Shui pulled Yi Yun from his bed. Noticing Yi Yun's sluggish demeanor, she pouted in playful frustration. "Hurry up, Brother Yun. You're such a lazy pig. You promised me, yet you're still sleeping." Yi Yun, still groggy, yawned and glanced out the window where dawn was just breaking. Suppressing his urge to complain that it was still early, yet she called it sleeping late. However, he knew better than to voice that thought, as it might lead to further torment from his dear sister. Women can be utterly unreasonable at times. After washing up, and under their mother's guidance, they set out. Today, Yi Shui donned a flowing white dress that radiated youthful exuberance, her cheerful face brimming with joy as she linked arms with Yi Yun, eagerly taking in the sights around her. The streets were alive with vendors calling out their wares, a symphony of lively shouts filling the air. The bustling street was thronged with traffic, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was Yi Yun's first authentic experience of the local culture in this new world. Gazing at the vibrant scene of the bustling street, Yi Yun could not help but meander alongside Yi Shui. Suddenly, an inconspicuous stall by the roadside caught Yi Yun's attention. To be precise, it was a black iron piece displayed by the vendor that intrigued him. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Yi Yun approached the stall, where the stall owner, a middle-aged man with an honest demeanor, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. "Come, come, young man, feel free to browse. Perhaps buy something for your beloved. Look at this young lady. She resembles a figure from a traditional painting. So beautiful. You should get her something." The vendor's words caused Yi Shui, standing beside, to blush deeply. However, noticing that Yi Yun remained oblivious to this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Shui's eyes as she pouted slightly. Feigning casual interest, Yi Yun scanned the items on the stall and, after inquiring about a few, casually picked up the iron piece, asking, "What is this, my good sir?" Upon seeing the object in Yi Yun's hand, the stall owner replied dismissively, "Oh, I stumbled upon this by chance. It's merely a piece of scrap metal." Clearly, the owner did not recognize the unusual significance of the iron piece, which was understandable, given his ordinary background. Subsequently, Yi Yun pretended to examine a string of bracelets, idly playing with it in his hands before addressing the vendor. "I'll take this one to here as your payment. No need to offer change. I'll just casually pick a few things, all right?" The vendor, ecstatic at the prospect of finally making a sale after a long day, without any customers, eagerly agreed, especially since the items were of little value to him. Thus, Yi Yun mixed the iron piece with a few other trinkets and departed from the stall under the vendor's delighted gaze. With the iron piece in hand, Yi Yun felt his spirits lift. However, he was soon preoccupied with thoughts of what to do with the bracelet. Just then, he noticed that Yi Shui, walking beside him, had fallen silent, prompting his attention as Yi Shui was lost in her own melancholy. She was startled when Yi Yun playfully dangled the bracelet in front of her, grinning. "Shui, here, this is for you. Do you want it? If not, I'll just toss it away." Under Yi Yun's astonished gaze, Yi Shui swiftly snatched the necklace from him, exclaiming, "Of course I want it." "Humph, consider this your compensation to me." That moment, Yi Shui's heart swelled with happiness, though it was merely a trinket from a roadside stall. The true significance lay in the identity of the giver. If it were not from someone she cherished, even the most precious treasure would seem insipid. Just as Yi Shui joyfully accepted the bracelet from Yi Yun, a voice laced with derision cut through the air. "What a country bumpkin! What is a worthless bracelet worth, especially from a roadside vendor? Come here, little beauty, I have exquisite pearl necklaces." A dapper young man, adorned in fine clothing and twirling a folding fan, approached. He was strikingly handsome, yet his sunken cheeks and darkened eyes betrayed a life of indulgence in drink and vice. The youth's gaze gleamed with avarice as he eyed Yi Shui, reveling in the thought of encountering such a captivating beauty. "Goodness, today has truly been rewarding. I never expected to meet such a stunning girl, far surpassing any I've encountered before. I must have her today." At that thought, he felt an unsettling stir of desire within him. Yi Shui, noticing the newcomer, furrowed her brow and coldly replied, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." With that, she attempted to take Yi Yun's hand and leave. Seeing her disregard him ignited a flicker of malice in the youth's eyes. He turned to Yi Yun, sneering, "Listen here, kid, I suggest you know your place. Do you even know who I am?" The young man directed his words at Yi Yun instead of Yi Shui, convinced that her rejection stemmed solely from this country bumpkin. "Who are you? I truly have no idea," Yi Yun replied lazily. "Listen carefully. I am the second young master of the Li family, Li Chenglong," the youth proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride, fully believing that his status would instill fear in Yi Yun, compelling him to plead for mercy. As Li Chenglong's words echoed, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. And he reveled in the attention. Yi Yun, however, was taken aback by the revelation. The Li family, like the Yi family, was one of the four great families of the Yanlong Empire. The title of the second young master of the Li family was indeed notable. Yet, while others might tremble at the name, it held no sway over Yi Yun. Remaining unfazed, he replied coolly, "Oh, so you're the second young master of the Li family at Li Chenglong," having waited for a response that never came. Found Yi Yun's indifference infuriating. He was accustomed to being treated like royalty, yet this country bumpkin dared to disregard him. That a surge of anger flushed his face as he shouted, "You've brought this upon yourself." With that, he unleashed his formidable energy towards Yi Yun, clearly forgetting that Yi Yun's indifference to his status stemmed from something much more substantial. Strength. Chapter 8. Confrontation with Li Chenglong in the open square. The crowd hastily formed a circle, eager to avoid any collateral damage. Yi Yun extended his hands to confront Li Chenglong's advancing attack, deftly sidestepping and seizing his fist. With a powerful tug, Li Chenglong was propelled forward, landing in a most undignified manner. The crowd erupted in laughter at Li Chenglong's humiliation. Enraged at losing face, he bellowed at the onlookers, "Who dares to laugh?" At his furious outburst, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Li Chenglong's gaze turned menacing as he focused on Yi Yun, his expression twisted with rage. "Kid, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. You'll witness martial arts that someone like you can never attain." Tiger's roar fist. A sixth-rank martial as the words left his mouth, Li Chenglong's fist ignited with a crimson hue, a faint image of a roaring tiger materializing above it. With his current strength at the 8th stage of body refining, he might not fully unleash the power of the 6th-rank martial art. Yet its might was not to be underestimated. In response, Yi Yun began to channel his own energy, bending his legs slightly before launching himself towards Li Chenglong, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. Tiger's roar fist, crushing force. The violent clash sent a cloud of dust into the air, followed by a resounding thud as a figure was sent reeling backward, spitting blood. It was none other than Li Chenglong. "Impossible! How could you possess such advanced martial arts? This is inconceivable. You're just a country bumpkin." A disheveled Li Chenglong stared at Yi Yun in disbelief. Yi Yun shook off his slightly numb arm. Relishing the power of the crushing force, he cast a cold glance back at Li Chenglong, uninterested in further engagement. With that, he took Yi Shui's hand and made his way through the crowd, ignoring Li Chenglong's frenzied cries for his name. "Kid, I demand to know your name," Li Chenglong shouted. "The Yi family, Yi Yun," came Yi Yun's indifferent reply. He saw no need to conceal his identity. With so many witnesses present, the Li family would undoubtedly uncover it, so he opted for straightforwardness. The mention of Yi Yun's name. The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs. How is this possible? Yi Yun supposed to be a waste. After years of cultivation, he was still at the 7th stage of body refining, but today he seems to have reached the 8th stage. Indeed, is this truly the same wasteful young master? Could it be that he was just pretending to be a fool all along? After all, his father is Yi Chong, a former genius of the Yi family. It is entirely possible that Li Chenglong gazed at the departing silhouette of Yi Yun, his eyes filled with resentment. "Yi Yun, just you wait. I shall remember you well." Following the earlier disruption caused by Li Chenglong, both Yi Yun and Yi Shui lost their desire to continue their outing. After meandering aimlessly for a brief period, they returned to their home. On the way back, Yi Shue's enthusiasm waned considerably. After all, such a rare opportunity had been marred. Who knew when they would have the chance to go out again? After the previous incident, Yi Yun's thoughts became more perceptive, and she noticed Yi Shue's unease. Immediately, she consoled her, Xiao Shui, don't let that kind of person upset you, that it's not worth it. This time will not count. I promise to accompany you next time for a proper outing, all right? Upon hearing this, Yi Shue's delicate face brightened instantly. Really? That's what you said? We must pinky swear. No backing out. Indeed, no backing out. Those who deceive are akin to little dogs. Yi Yun replied, affectionately patting Yi Shue's head, eliciting a hearty laugh from herself despite Yi Shue's discontented gaze. After returning home, Yi Yun eagerly took out the iron piece she had acquired that day. Carefully wiping away the dirt, she began to channel her elemental energy into it. However, after waiting for a while, the iron piece showed no signs of change. Could it be that my instincts were erroneous? And this is merely an ordinary piece of iron. Undeterred, Yi Yun continued to intensify the flow of her elemental energy into the iron. Just as her heart sank into despair, the iron piece finally began to respond. Seeing this, Yi Yun suppressed her exhilaration and increased the energy input further. As her energy surged, the iron piece's radiance grew ever brighter. Ultimately, just as Yi Yun felt her energy waning, the iron piece blazed with a brilliant light. Gradually lifting from her palm to hover in midair, words began to emerge from within the iron, cascading forth and forming a luminous screen that Yi Yun couldn't help but raise her head to read intently. 9th rank martial art. Huang Yin de Ha Ha. I've struck gold. Upon seeing those initial characters, Yi Yun could hardly contain her joy that the 9th rank martial art would fetch at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of gold coins at an auction. This outing was truly worth it. After reveling in her excitement for a moment, Yi Yun hastily focused on memorizing the contents. Should it suddenly dissipate, she would have no time to weep. Sure enough, once Yi Yun had committed everything to memory, the luminous screen began to fade gradually. When it completely vanished, the iron piece fell from the air, disintegrating into powder. The following day, deep within the back mountain of the Yi family, a youth shouted loudly, his hands forming a peculiar seal. With his left hand clenched tightly and his right palm facing outward, a unique handprint materialized in the void, hurtling towards a large stone. With a resounding crash, the massive stone shattered into pieces. The youth appeared quite satisfied with the outcome, grinning broadly, only to suddenly collapse to the ground. Damn, this 9th rank martial art packs quite a punch. Its power is formidable. At this rate, it's approaching the realm of Yuan martial arts, perhaps even teetering on the brink of semi-Yuan martial status. However, the aftereffects are more intense than when I use the collapse technique. If I can manage 2 uses a day with the collapse technique, this semi-Yuan martial art leaves me utterly drained after just 1 use. After employing Huang Yin, Yi Yun felt her entire elemental energy instantly depleted, rendering her powerless on the ground. With a wry smile, she struggled to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate to restore her energy. After roughly an hour, she finally regained enough strength to rise and head home. Upon returning, Yi Yun discovered her mother conversing joyfully with a visitor. The newcomer, clad in a gray long robe, was tall and possessed a ruggedly handsome face that bore the marks of time, lending him an air of maturity. This individual was none other than Yi Yan's father, Yi Xian. The Yi Xian family had always been exceptionally kind to Yi Yun and her sisters, so upon seeing him, Yi Yun was delighted. Ah, you're back, little one. Yi Xian greeted with a smile as he noticed Yi Yun's return. Just as he was about to speak further, his gaze sharpened, and after a moment, he patted Yi Yun on the shoulder, saying, well done, lad. You've quietly reached the 8th tier. Impressive. Ha, just doing my best. Yi Yun replied with a grin at why Yi Xian felt a sense of pride in Yi Yun's progress, having grown up alongside Yi Yun's father. He had always looked after the family, and since Yi Zhong's passing, he had tirelessly supported the 3 women that be by the way. Uncle Yi, what brings you here today? Yi Yun inquired at Yi Yun's prompting. Yi Xian recalled his purpose for visiting, chuckling as he tapped his forehead. Today, I'm here to inform you that our clan leader will hold a clan meeting tomorrow. You must remember to attend. Otherwise, I fear some may seek to use it as an excuse to disadvantage you. Ah, understood. I'll be sure to remember. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yi, I also learned about the events of the day before yesterday from Yenner. You handled things well. For certain individuals, you must take a stand. Mere tolerance will only embolden them. I believe your elder brother Yizhong will be pleased with your current demeanor. From now on, the responsibility of caring for your mother and sister will fall to you. Yi Xian said solemnly as he patted Yi Yun's shoulder. Yes, Uncle Yi, I won't bring shame to my father, Yi Yun affirmed with a firm nod. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Uncle Yi, take care. Yi Yun bid farewell as Yi Xian departed. After seeing him off, Yi Yun couldn't help but ponder the purpose of the upcoming clan meeting. It was known that the Yi family seldom convened such meetings. Based on Yi Yun's recollection, there had been very few in the past. After mulling it over for some time, he found no answers and decided to wait for tomorrow to reveal all. Chapter 9. The clan meeting early the next morning, Yi Yun rose at dawn. Before his strength had fully developed, he certainly could not afford to give those with ulterior motives an opportunity. The venue for the Yi family clan meeting was known as the Assembly Hall. Upon arriving, Yi Yun was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered before him. He hadn't anticipated such a substantial turnout. This indeed reflected the vastness of the Yi family. However, the majority of these individuals were from the collateral branches of the family. The true direct descendants were relatively few. The distinction between direct and collateral branches became evident at this moment, as the latter had no right to enter the hall and could only stand outside. Though Yi Yun did not receive much attention from others, being a direct descendant allowed him to find a secluded spot in a corner and take a seat. As soon as Yi Yun entered, he felt a piercing, sinister gaze lingering on him. Sensing this, he turned to locate its source and discovered that it was Yi Qing, whom he had bested a few days prior. Beside Yi Qing stood an older youth who, upon noticing Yi Yun's gaze, seemed to whisper something to Yi Qing before turning to Yi Yun with a strange smile. Why Yi Yun regarded this with indifference. It was best if it did not provoke his ire. Otherwise, after what felt like an eternity, a group of individuals slowly entered from the main seating area. The foremost figure donned a purple robe, exuding an imposing presence with each stride, radiating an air of authority as he took his seat at the head of the table. Yi Yun recognized this man as the current clan leader, Yi Tianlong, whose cultivation was rumored to have reached the Yuan fusion realm. Flanking him were Yi Xian and another middle-aged man named Yi Hu, who presided over the family's disciplinary hall. Known for his integrity and impartiality, Yi Hu had garnered respect for his management of the family's affairs. Behind Yi Tianlong and the others stood Yi Yin, who captivated the attention of numerous young men in the clan. Her presence among them signified her high regard. Yi Yin also noticed a young man standing beside Yi Yin, clad in a white long robe, adorned with a blue-green belt. His handsome features had the young women around him smitten. And most importantly, Yi Yin found it impossible to gauge his cultivation level, suggesting he might be another prodigy akin to Yi Yin. Before long, Yi Tianlong seemed to sense that most had arrived. He rose, gesturing for silence as the crowd quieted down. Today, I have summoned you all to announce an important matter. This announcement pertains to the next acting clan leader. Yi Tianlong's voice, amplified by elemental energy, resonated throughout the hall, and the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement upon hearing this momentous news. The acting clan leader of the Yi family was no trifling matter. It was one of the 4 prominent families of the Yanlong Empire. After 2 years of assessment, the acting leader would officially assume the role of clan leader. This was indeed a significant announcement for everyone present. Even Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news. The appointment of the acting patriarch of the Yi family was significant enough to draw the attention of all factions within the Yanlong Empire. 2 days prior, Yi Yun had contemplated several possibilities. Yet he never imagined the revelation would be of such monumental importance. Once the commotion among the crowd subsided, Yi Tianlong slowly proclaimed, I hereby announce that the next acting patriarch will be our family's prodigy, Yi Hantian, alongside Yi Yin. For the next 2 years, all matters concerning the Yi family will be managed by Yi Hantian and Yi Yin, while I shall retreat to the family sanctuary for cultivation. I hope that the elders and all members of the family will assist Hantian and Yi Yin. As his words resonated through the hall, Yi Yin and Yi Hantian gradually stepped forward from behind Yi Tianlong, standing at the forefront. The unexpected announcement plunged the entire hall into a moment of silence. But this quietude did not last long. Mere moments later, an eruption of synchronized cheers filled the air. Observing Yi Yin, who stood before the crowd accepting the congratulations of her kin, Yi Yin felt a swell of joy for her. After the fervor of the crowd diminished, it appeared that Yi Tianlong had more to announce. As expected, he cleared his throat and continued. Furthermore, I must convey that the acting patriarch, Yi Hantian, successfully broke through to become a formidable force 3 days ago, thus strengthening our clan's power. I hope the youth of our family can take him as a role model and diligently pursue their training. The moment Yi Tianlong finished speaking, it was as if a stone had stirred 1,000 waves. Even Yi Yun was astonished to learn that Yi Hantian had already reached the level of a Gangxi realm expert. To attain such a status at a mere age of 20 was a dream coveted by many. It was astonishing that someone just 2 or 3 years his senior had achieved this. The talent displayed by Yi Hantian, as one of the prodigies from one of the 4 great families of the Yanlong Empire, was indeed commendable, but why Yi Yun felt an intense envy, yet it also ignited a fierce determination within him. He was confident that one day he too could reach such heights, or perhaps even surpass them. With the conclusion of these 2 significant announcements, the remaining matters seemed rather mundane in comparison, and the clan assembly began to draw to a close. The once vast crowd gradually receded like the ebbing tide, yet discussions regarding the day's events could still be overheard among them. As Ian rose to return with the flow of people, he was suddenly confronted by 2 figures that darkened his vision. The individuals blocking his path were none other than Yi Qing and his cohorts, who harbored ill intentions toward Yi Yun. What do you want? Yi Qing, you truly have no fear of death. Yi Yun frowned and regarded Yi Qing with a mocking expression. Seeing Yi Yun's audacity in the face of impending danger ignited a blaze of fury within Yi Qing. The wound on his chest from days prior still throbbed painfully. He swore to exact revenge, which was why he had summoned his cousin, Yi Hui, who was now a peak 9th-tier martial artist. Though he had yet to break through to the Yuanqi realm, Yi Hui was more than capable of dealing with Yi Yun. He respectfully addressed Yi Hui beside him. Cousin, show this brat some color. Just break one of his legs, That's simple enough, Yi Hui replied with a sinister grin, rubbing his palms together as he advanced toward Yi Yun. Kid, will you willingly allow me to break a leg? Or should I take matters into my own hands? I suggest you surrender quietly to avoid unnecessary pain. Alas, it seems there is no other option left. I must fight. Yi Yun sighed, shaking his head. His expression suddenly hardened, a glint of coldness lighting up his eyes. Chapter 10. Confrontation with the 9th tier in the open space. Yi Yun's gaze remained calm as he regarded Yi Hui. Tranquil as still water. Kid, this is your own doing. Let me show you just how great the disparity is between a 9th tier expert and an 8th tier one. With that, Yi Hui launched a punch enveloped in his Yuan power straight at Yi Yun. Unflinching, Yi Yun met the attack head-on. He was eager to gauge the difference between himself and a 9th-tier martial artist. As their fists collided, a deep, muffled sound echoed through the air, and a powerful force surged through Yi Yun's arm, causing him to involuntarily stumble back 2 steps, shaking his tingling arm. Indeed, there was a palpable difference between a 9th-tier expert and an 8th-tier martial artist, Yi Yun mused inwardly. However, Yi Hui remained unaware of Yi Yun's thoughts. Observing Yi Yun only retreating 2 steps after their clash, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Hui's eyes. He had expected Yi Yun to be sprawled on the ground, not standing there unscathed. Kid, it appears you possess some strength. No wonder you managed to defeat Yi Qing. I underestimated you. But this is where it ends. With another punch, Yi Hui surged forward again, the force behind his strike unmistakably formidable. As the punch flew through the air, it created a whistling sound. Yi Yun responded with another punch, and this time their strength was evenly matched. The outcome shifted the gravity of the situation in Yi Hui's eyes. Had he been careless earlier, Yi Yun's ability to withstand his earlier attack might have been excusable, but to absorb a fully powered strike now indicated that Yi Yun was no mere 8th-tier martial artist. Yet, if he were to realize that the power behind those 2 punches stemmed solely from Yi Yun's physical prowess, it remained uncertain whether he would have the courage to continue battling Yi Yun. Clearly, this was knowledge he did not possess. The 2 punches met, and they broke apart once more. However, instead of closing the distance, Yi Hui suddenly retreated a few steps. Yi Yun's eyes flickered with confusion at this unexpected maneuver. Nonetheless, he did not dare to let his guard down. The next moment, Yi Hui's actions clarified his earlier retreat. In a flash, he closed the distance between them, executing a whip-like kick infused with a piercing force aimed at Yi Yun. The sudden danger caused Yi Yun's pupils to constrict. He swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding the attack. A resounding crash echoed as the ground where he had stood was splintered by Yi Hui's strike. Yi Yun silently praised his quick reflexes. Had it not been for his extraordinary response time, he might have found himself on the ground at that moment. Seeing Yi Yun evade his attack only inflated Yi Hui's arrogance. He was aware that his previous move was a 7th-tier martial skill, purchased at great expense by his father. Despite this realization, he couldn't help but sneer, "Let us see how many of my attacks you can dodge." With a chilling remark, Yi Hui stamped his foot heavily on the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, unleashing a series of powerful kicks that enveloped Yi Yun. Bang, bang. Yi Yun crossed his fists, anchoring his feet firmly to the ground, as the force of Yi Hui's kicks erupted beneath him, forcing him to retreat and carve deep grooves into the earth. Seeing this, Yi Hui let out another cold laugh, not granting Yi Yun a moment's respite as he charged forward, delivering relentless kicks imbued with immense power. In an instant, Yi Yun found himself on the defensive, appearing somewhat beleaguered. With a sudden roll, he narrowly avoided another of Yi Hui's attacks. Breathing heavily, Yi Yun gazed at the snarling face of Yi Hui across from him, exhaling slowly before his expression turned steely. With a powerful push of his legs against the ground, he shot forward like a streak of light, his yuan power surging as he aimed for Yi Yun's abrupt assault caught Yi Hui off guard. But he quickly responded with a ferocious grin, standing firm to meet Yi Yun's charge. The low, muffled sound of their clash resounded once more. Gradually, Yi Hui sensed something amiss. Initially, Yi Yun had appeared somewhat flustered in the face of his attacks. Yet now he seemed to maneuver with ease. For reasons unknown, Yi Hui felt a twinge of unease that it was impossible. It couldn't be. Yi Hui vigorously shook his head, attempting to cast aside these implausible thoughts. In an effort to validate his beliefs, Yi Hui intensified his attacks. They exchanged blows. Yi Yun adeptly evaded Yi Hui's strikes time and time again. From a state of initial distress, he transitioned to one of effortless grace, and the smile that graced his lips gradually widened. The yuan power within him surged forth like a torrent, coalescing into a dazzling display of energy in his hands. The radiant light emanating from Yi Yun's hands caused Yi Hui's pupils to constrict sharply, an unsettling sensation rising within him. As the yuan power erupted, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, attempting to thwart the assault of Yi Yun. His eyes glinted like those of a vulture. In that fleeting moment, a spark of brilliance flashed in Yi Yun's gaze, and the radiant essence of his energy coalesced instantaneously, striking fiercely against Yi Hui's chest. A dull thud resonated through the air as overwhelming force crashed against Yi Hui's torso. In an instant, Yi Hui's complexion turned ashen, his body propelled backward, and he expelled a torrent of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. He gazed at the prostrate and unresponsive Yi Hui. Yi Qing felt a genuine wave of fear wash over him, an icy dread enveloping his heart. Observing Yi Yun approach him with an impassive expression, Yi Qing began to tremble uncontrollably, hastily kneeling and pleading, "Yi Yun, I truly erred this time. I shall not dare again, for the sake of our shared lineage. I implore you to show mercy and spare me just this once. I swear I will vanish from your sight forever and will no longer disturb you." Yi Yun, I vow we will not coexist. In response to Yi Qing's entreaties, Yi Yun showed no signs of compassion, that he believed that such a person, even if granted another chance, would remain unrepentant, rather than risk future danger to his own family. It was prudent to eliminate the thread in its infancy. Thus, Yi Yun resolutely severed Yi Qing's cultivation. Little did he know, this decision would later lead to boundless troubles for him. Under the silver moon hanging high in the night sky, with stars shimmering abundantly, Yi Yun sat cross-legged on his bed. With each breath he took, waves of energy surged into his body. This moment, Yi Yun was endeavoring to break through to the ninth stage of body tempering. It is said that practical combat is the finest form of training. Through his battles with Li Chenglong and Yi Hui, Yi Yun sensed that the bottleneck of the ninth stage had begun to loosen. Therefore, he resolved to attempt the breakthrough. Endless streams of energy flooded into Yi Yun's body, surging toward his energy sea. His voracious absorption drew the surrounding energy, creating a small vortex of essence within his room. Sensing the overflow of energy within his sea, Yi Yun began to mobilize all his power to assault the ninth stage's threshold. Should he succeed, he would be but a step away from the realm of Qi. However, though it was merely a step, countless individuals had faltered at this juncture, unable to break through for a lifetime. But that was a matter for another time. Such concerns could wait until after Yi Yun had surpassed the ninth stage. Yi Yun continued to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. Yet as the energy began to dwindle, he remained motionless at this moment. He found himself in a position that threatened to drive him to despair. Acutely aware that he was on the brink of breaking through the ninth stage, only to discover that the surrounding energy was insufficient to support his advancement. With his face flushed, he desperately sought to draw in every meager drop of energy, hoping that this paltry supply might fortuitously assist him in his breakthrough, though it was evidently a futile hope. Just as he contemplated retreating from this endeavor, a surge of pure energy suddenly flowed into his body. Yi Yun, without a moment's hesitation, guided this influx of energy and resumed his assault on the bottleneck. After what felt like an eternity, his body quaked violently before gradually settling, and he exhaled a heavy breath. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He raised his fist triumphantly into the air, feeling as if he were brimming with inexhaustible strength. "Ha! I have finally reached the ninth stage of body tempering." After a while, once he had calmed the exuberance of his earlier triumph, Yi Yun turned his thoughts to the source of the energy that had aided his breakthrough, yet after searching his entire being, he found no trace of its origin. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, abandoning the inquiry. Chapter 11. Humiliation. After a brief meditation, Yi Yun noticed that dawn had begun to break outside his window. After a simple morning routine and washing up, he joined his mother and family for breakfast. Although it consisted merely of plain millet porridge and a few vegetarian dishes, the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Just as they were relishing their breakfast, a figure barged in. Yi Yun's brow furrowed involuntarily. The newcomer was a young man who, upon seeing Yi Yun's family still at the table, spoke in a mocking tone. "How can you still be eating at a time like this, unaware that death is at your doorstep? The acting clan leader summons you to the criminal hall." The young man's words caused Lin Wanru and Yi Shui to exchange alarmed glances. The criminal hall, as its name implies, is where the clan punishes those who have committed offenses. Entering such a place could spell dire consequences. In a panic, Lin Wanru turned to the young man and asked, "What crime has Yi Yun committed that requires him to go to the criminal hall?" "I do not know," the young man replied coldly to Yi Yun. "You should just comply and come with me." Yi Yun disregarded the young man's words, gently patting Lin Wanru's hand and reassuring her, "Mother, it's nothing. I will return shortly. You and Schwer wait for me at home. I will be fine." With that, he followed the young man outside. On the way, Yi Yun pondered whether this summons was due to yesterday's incident involving Yi Qing. Otherwise, he could think of no other reason. Sure enough, upon arriving at the criminal hall, he noticed it was already filled with people. Yi Yun immediately sensed the venomous glare of Yi Qing directed at him, and beside him sat a middle-aged man whose eyes burned with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a ferocious beast ready to tear Yi Yun apart. This man was Yi Qing's father, Yi Di, seeing the son of his adversary, who had crippled his own child's cultivation. How could he not be enraged? Next to Yi Di sat the clan's prodigy, the acting clan leader Yi Han-tian, and the talented Yi Yan. Unlike Yi Han-tian's icy demeanor, Yi Yan's expression was filled with concern. Upon Yi Yan's arrival, Yi Di addressed Yi Han-tian and Yi Yan. "Now that Yi Yun has arrived, I implore you both to seek justice for my son. Yi Yun has heinously crippled my son's cultivation for no reason. This is a grave crime that I request the two clan leaders to deal with this matter justly." Seated at the head of the table, Yi Han-tian regarded Yi Yun with indifference, asking, "Is this true?" In response, Yi Yun merely scoffed derisively at Yi Di, retorting, "What a grand accusation! Why don't you elucidate the entire story, including the context? Afraid to speak, are you? Allow me to clarify. Your worthless son seduced a vile woman, who, despite being a servant, abused my family instead of fulfilling her duties. Your son, in turn, defended this wretched woman. The first time, I spared his life. However, the second time, he conspired with a peak ninth-stage warrior to retaliate against me. Had I not retained some strength, I might have been the one left crippled. I offered your son a chance, but he squandered it. Old fool, and now you dare to accuse me." Yi Yun's words rang out like a heavy hammer, echoing throughout the criminal hall. Enveloped in the aura of his energy, such sharp retorts instantly incited a commotion among the gathered assembly. They were taken aback by Yi Yun's audacity, daring to address Yi Di in such a manner. Observing Yi Di's reddening face, many quietly marveled at Yi Yun's newfound strength. Was this truly the same timid individual they once knew? Preposterous. My son was entirely unaware of this entire affair, and although he may have erred, it was merely a moment of deception. Yi Yun's ruthless actions in crippling my son's cultivation are unforgivable. Such a person must be expelled from the Yi clan, lest he become a future threat. Yi Di seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yun. Ridiculous. If Yi Qing could conspire with a ninth-stage warrior against me, he would surely do the same to others. Clan rules stipulate that clan members must not engage in conflict. It is you two, father and son, who should be expelled from the clan. Yi Yun countered, unwavering in the face of Yi Di's fury. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, many turned their gazes toward him. Rumors about Yi Di had circulated for some time, and now, the crowd found themselves torn between belief and skepticism regarding Yi Yun's claims. Even Yi Han Tian and several elders of the clan cast their eyes toward him. Pure nonsense. This is a figment of your imagination. Yi Di felt a flicker of panic within. Though he quickly regained his composure, he shot Yi Yun a disdainful glance before turning back to Yi Han Tian and the elders, saying, "I suspect Yi Yun is colluding with outsiders, attempting to steal the secrets of the Yi clan. The evidence lies in the fact that he must possess high-grade martial arts. How could he, alone, acquire such skills without external assistance?" As soon as the words fell, a wave of uproar surged once more within the courtroom. The astute might discern that Yi Di intentionally shifted the topic. Yet no one paid heed to the previous matter, for compared to the illicit liaison with outsiders, those earlier incidents seemed trivial. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun could not help but chuckle softly. What a farce. Why would I conspire with outsiders? The martial arts I possess were acquired inadvertently by myself. What evidence do you have? He continued to argue, clearly indicating that it was not he who feared to speak the truth. He then turned to the family head and the two clan leaders, seeking their judgment. Yi Di, demonstrating a degree of cleverness, chose not to contest Yi Yun verbally. Instead, he merely regarded Yi Han Tian. For the final decision lay in Yi Han Tian's hands. He felt quite assured, having already established rapport with Yi Han Tian by gifting him a rare medicinal herb and frequently currying favor with him. Yi Cheng, I wonder how your son will fare this time. Yi Di scoffed inwardly that Yi Yun was acutely aware that his word would ultimately carry little weight. The true authority rested with Yi Han Tian. He hoped that this prodigy of the Yi family would act with impartiality. However, Yi Han Tian's words plunged Yi Yun's heart into despair. Very well, Yi Yun, you shall surrender that martial art as a contribution to the family, and then apologize to Yi Qing. Let us consider this matter resolved. I can also arrange for you to enter the family's martial arts pavilion, where you may select 2 techniques suited to you. What do you say? On the surface, Yi Han Tian's proposal appeared advantageous to Yi Yun. Yet in reality, it favored Yi Di. Yi Yun had committed no wrongdoing, yet now he was compelled to admit fault. Such words felt like daggers, slicing into Yi Yun's heart repeatedly. Though the wounds were not deep, the pain penetrated to his very marrow. He could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Was this the nature of a prestigious family? In that moment, Yi Yun realized that in the eyes of these high-ranking individuals, he was merely an inconspicuous blade of grass, dispensable and insignificant. An inexplicable sense of desolation washed over Yi Yun. And suddenly, he erupted into a fit of manic laughter, as if recalling some absurd jest. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and Yi Yun's laughter caused Yi Han Tian to furrow his brow. Though he remained silent, awaiting Yun's response to him, Yun was merely a worthless individual, and he believed he had already shown considerable leniency. After what seemed an eternity, as if he had laughed enough, Yun finally ceased, yet his next words once again rendered the crowd silent, their breaths held in anticipation. With a cold gaze fixed upon Yi Han Tian's handsome visage, he sneered, "What a remarkable display of magnanimity." Yi Yun's words took Yi Han Tian aback, but his expression soon turned icy. "Oh, you dare to defy my command." The frigid tone seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room. The murderous intent in his gaze bore down upon Yi Yun. "I shall ask you once more, will you comply?" As he spoke, Yi Han Tian rose from his seat, unleashing the oppressive force of his realm, which crashed down upon Yi Yun like a torrential flood, imposing the weight of a mountain upon his frame. With a creak, the sudden pressure forced Yi Yun's body to bend, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth against the strain. His bones creaking under the tremendous weight, Yi Yun struggled to draw breath, fragmented words escaping his lips. "This matter is their fault. Why must I bear the punishment?" "Very well," Yi Han Tian replied, his countenance suddenly chilling, his long arm raised, fingers flicking lightly, summoning 5 beams of light that tore through the air toward Yi Yun. With dull thuds, 5 wounds erupted on Yi Yun's limbs and chest, the pain in his legs nearly toppling him, yet he resolutely held his ground. Enduring the agony, Yi Yun's gaze remained fixed on Yi Han Tian. "Will you admit your fault or not?" Yi Han Tian reiterated coldly. "I have done nothing wrong. I see no reason to concede," Yi Yun replied through clenched teeth, his words emerging slowly, laden with defiance that Yi Yun's response only intensified the murderous glint in Yi Han Tian's eyes. With a powerful stride, Yi Han Tian stepped forward, his oppressive aura swelling further, causing the marble floor beneath Yi Yun to shatter with a resounding crack that "Yu" as the night clouds cried out. The once dark world began to peel away in layers, allowing brilliant light to pour in. Night Cloud slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a beautiful, weary face still glistening with tears. Upon witnessing Night Cloud's awakening, the joyful Night Snow hurriedly roused the fatigued Night Mother, who had been exhausted after days of worry. Noticing the weariness on their faces and the bloodshot eyes of Night Mother and Night Snow, Night Cloud was filled with guilt and said to them, "Mother Xiaoshu, I am truly sorry for causing you to worry." Hearing Night Cloud's words, Night Mother joyfully wiped away her tears. To her, as long as Night Cloud was safe, everything was well. After comforting Night Snow and Night Mother, Night Cloud returned to her room. From Night Snow, she learned that she had been unconscious for 2 days, gazing at the scars on her body. Night Cloud could not help but clench her fists. "I will never let such an incident happen again. Dahaha. It seems you are in need of assistance." A sudden, aged voice echoed, just as Night Cloud etched her vow deep within her heart. "Who are you? Show yourself and cease this charade." The unexpected voice sent chills down Night Cloud's spine, and her hawk-like gaze swept across every corner of the room, yet she found no trace of anyone. "Haha, stop searching. You won't find me. I reside within your ring." Just as Night Cloud believed it to be a mere illusion, the voice resounded once more without bounds. Night Cloud's pupils contracted as her focus zeroed in on the ancient dark ring adorning her finger. "Is it you who speaks? Who exactly are you?" As Night Cloud's words fell, a figure began to slowly emerge from her ring. A middle-aged man appeared, and his aged voice echoed again. "Haha, young scion of the Night family, you need not concern yourself with my identity. You only need to tell me if you wish to grow stronger." Startled, Night Cloud's body jolted, her eyes fixated on the floating figure. The voice grew hoarse and deep. "Can you help me defeat Night Han Tian within 2 years?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before affirming, "I can. The condition is, become my disciple." Agreed. Their agreement was swiftly reached in just a few exchanges. Night Cloud understood that if she were to cultivate on her own, it would be impossible to reach the strength of Gongli within 2 years. Thus, she could only place her trust in this ring's spirit. The following morning, deep within the Night family's rear mountain, Night Cloud gazed eagerly at the middle-aged man floating before her and implored, "What method do you have to help me reach the Gongli level within 2 years?" Hey, little one, remember I am now your master. Stop with the you, my real name is Gutong. Come now, call me master and let me hear it. Despite Gutong's leisurely demeanor, Night Cloud, feeling helpless, complied and called him master, which finally prompted Gutong to commence his teachings. That I must be clear. Under normal cultivation speeds, it is utterly impossible for you to reach the Gongli level and defeat that genius from your Night family in just 2 years. You must understand, while you progress, so do others. Moreover, he possesses advantages you cannot. He has the backing of your Night family, allowing him to utilize the finest cultivation conditions without restraint. That it is entirely possible that his progress will outstrip yours. Gutong's earlier smile faded as he spoke solemnly. Night Cloud nodded in understanding. She recognized the challenge of defeating Night Han within 2 years, but I will defeat him after 2 years. Hearing Night Cloud's resolute declaration, Gutong suddenly smiled. Yet, it is not without a solution. Night Cloud's eyes flickered at Gutong's words, but she remained silent, allowing him to continue. To Gutong then stated seriously. The only way is through Xuanwu. Xuanwu, the unfamiliar term, left Night Cloud momentarily stunned, clearly oblivious to its meaning. Indeed, Xuanwu, Gutong noted, observing the confusion in her eyes. Xuanwu are entities born from the very essence of the world at its inception. Possessing boundless power, various types of Xuanwu are scattered across the continent, such as Xian Fire, Xian Water, and Xian Thunder. Do not underestimate Xuanwu. They are among the most ferocious entities in existence. Even the most basic Xuanwu possesses a might beyond your imagination. There was once a king-level warrior who wielded Xian Fire, who managed to confront a Tongxuan-level warrior and safely retreat. Night Cloud swallowed hard upon hearing Gutong's words. The power of Xuanwu was astonishing. Enabling a king-level warrior to face off against a Tongxuan-level warrior, the disparity between ranks grows vast as one ascends, so to challenge across ranks due to Xuanwu was nothing short of remarkable. Noticing Night Cloud's astonishment, Gutong chuckled softly. He recalled that at her age, he had reacted even more dramatically upon hearing such news, nearly leaping 3 feet high. If awakening from the shock brought on by Xuanwu. Night Cloud propped her chin on her hand in contemplation. It's Xuanwu that you intend to use to enhance my strength? Observing Night Cloud's quick deduction, Gutong felt a flicker of admiration. He then replied, to reach the Gongli level within 2 years, Xuanwu is indeed the only method. However, it is still too early to discuss this. We will speak of it again once you reach the Yuanqi level. Understanding the crux of the matter had arrived, Night Cloud licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she inquired, what methods do you possess to help me reach the Yuanqi level? The Yuanqi level is a significant threshold for warriors on the continent. Countless individuals have failed to break through this level. Although Night Cloud believed she could ultimately reach the Yuanqi level through her own efforts, she was uncertain how much time it would consume, and time was precisely what she lacked. Seeing the eagerness in Night Cloud's eyes, Gutong grinned slyly, his smile revealing a hint of cunning. To achieve the Yuanqi level in the shortest time possible. There are just 2 words, taking hits. Taking hits? The phrase startled Night Cloud, leaving her bewildered about how this related to cultivation. Yet, Gutong seemed disinclined to elaborate. He merely raised his sleeve, unleashing a powerful strand of Yuanli that struck Night Cloud squarely on the back. The sudden pain made Night Cloud cry out, "What the heck, old man? What are you doing? It's master, not old man." Gutong snapped back, sending another strike of Yuanli before Night Cloud could retort. Try to feel the flow of Yuanli in your back. Does it feel like it's circulating faster? Listening to Gutong's words, Night Cloud calmed herself and began to sense the flow of Yuanli in her back. Indeed, it was flowing faster than usual. But is this truly the only method, master? Aren't you worried that your disciple might meet an untimely end? Night Cloud said pitifully to Gutong. Gutong shrugged nonchalantly. That's all there is to it. And rest assured, others wouldn't dare use this method. I have control over my strength. Witnessing Gutong's demeanor, Night Cloud muttered under her breath, "Master, you are ruthless." Yet she picked up a withered branch from the ground and placed it in her mouth. Bring it on. Seeing Night Cloud's resolve, Gutong's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He raised his hand again, and with a swift strike, another wave of Yuanli met Night Cloud's back, eliciting a muffled grunt. Thus, Night Cloud began her journey toward becoming a formidable warrior. Chapter 13. Spirit Array Master within the rear mountains of the Night family. As Gu Tong's Yuanli strikes continued, Night Cloud finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, her hands bracing against the earth as she gasped for breath. Gu Tong observed Night Cloud lying on the ground with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had not underestimated her character, but he had thought she could only endure a maximum of 10 strikes of Yuanli. To his astonishment, she had withstood 14. Night Cloud's resilience ignited a flicker of hope within Gu Tong. He believed that one day this young girl would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Kneeling on the ground, Night Cloud felt as if her body were no longer her own, every part of her feeling disassembled. She attempted to lie down, but the pain from her back made her wince. Before she could catch her breath, Gu Tong began to chuckle, and Night Cloud felt like a delicate flower, battered by his relentless training. "Little one, you fell so easily. Quickly, get up. We still have more training ahead. You must understand, back in my day, having persevered much like you, I must say, the current youth truly astonishes me." Witnessing Gu Tong amidst a flurry of spittle, Yi Yun could not help but inquire of his master. "How many strikes of Yuan Force did you initially endure?" Gu Tong, caught off guard by Yi Yun's question, found the seemingly simple Yuan Force strikes to be quite a challenge in reality. Truth be told, when Gu Tong first began his training, he could only withstand 8 strikes of Yuan Force. Yet to preserve his master's honor, he boldly proclaimed, "In my heyday, I managed to endure a full 15 strikes of Yuan Force." Though his confidence seemed somewhat lacking, observing Gu Tong's demeanor, Yi Yun felt a tinge of skepticism. As Gu Tong noticed Yi Yun's doubtful gaze, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and promptly exclaimed, "Hurry up and rise. Do you wish to forego your training?" In the pursuit of strength, Yi Yun gritted his teeth and shakily stood upright. The Gu Tong then extended his long fingers, flicking them lightly. And Yi Yun beheld glimmers of light dispersing around him. With Gu Tong's actions, Yi Yun sensed the Yuan Force swirling around him, its concentration significantly surpassing that of the surrounding area. Yi Yun, puzzled, turned to Gu Tong and asked, "Master, what is happening?" Gu Tong replied, "I will explain later. For now, sit cross-legged and recuperate to avoid any lingering issues." Yielding to Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun suppressed his curiosity and began his meditation. As the dense Yuan Force enveloped him, the scars on his back gradually faded under its nurturing essence, returning to a state of pristine condition. Once Yi Yun completed his meditation, Gu Tong slowly began. "The reason for the heightened concentration of Yuan Force around you is due to my arrangement of a Spirit Array." Spirit Array, a novel term for Yi Yun, who had been marginalized by the Yi family and had never encountered such ancient tomes. Thus, he had never had the opportunity to learn about Spirit Arrays, nor was there anyone in the Yi family knowledgeable in them. Indeed, the Spirit Array is a unique technique belonging to Spirit Array Masters. On this continent, beyond warriors, there exists another profession, that of the Spirit Array Master. Unlike warriors, the training requirements for Spirit Array Masters are far more stringent. If approximately 1 in 10 among 1,000,000 can become a warrior, then only about 1 in 10,000 can attain the status of a Spirit Array Master. Gu Tong elaborated, leaving Yi Yun in awe. The stringent requirement for this path ignited a yearning within Yi Yun to understand what it truly meant to be a Spirit Array Master. After Yi Yun absorbed this information, Gu Tong continued, "Spirit Array Masters employ methods distinct from those of warriors. While warriors cultivate Yuan Force, Spirit Array Masters harness the strength of their souls. The scarcity of Spirit Array Masters is due to the innate strength of one's soul. As only those with sufficiently robust souls can pursue this path, those lacking in soul strength who attempt to train will ultimately suffer the fate of becoming imbeciles." Pausing for a moment, Gu Tong resumed, "Aside from their peculiar attack methods, Spirit Array Masters are esteemed for their ability to establish arrays that serve both offensive and supportive purposes. A highly skilled Spirit Array Master can effortlessly set up a grand array for a sect, which not only accelerates the cultivation of disciples, but also provides defense against external threats. Even a novice Spirit Array Master can create simple formations to enhance their ally strength. Thus, every Spirit Array Master is a coveted figure in the realm, their status exceedingly exalted." Hearing of the revered status of Spirit Array Masters, Yi Yun was filled with admiration and suddenly realized that before him stood such a master. "Master, Are you truly a spirit array master? Gu Tong, delighting in Yi Yun's adoration, puffed out his chest and replied with a hint of pride, Indeed, I am a spirit array master. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Yun exclaimed, Master, do you think I could also become a spirit array master? In truth, Yi Yun already possessed the qualifications, as his dual souls from his past life had met the requirements long ago. However, to amuse the young one, Gu Tong feigned contemplation, scrutinizing Yi Yun before letting out a heavy sigh. Noting Gu Tong's tone, Yi Yun's spirit dampened. Seeing Yi Yun's disheartened expression, Gu Tong stifled a chuckle and continued, Do not be too disheartened. Although you barely meet the qualifications, I shall continue to teach you. For I am a benevolent person. Upon hearing Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun's face brightened with joy, his gaze fixed eagerly on Gu Tong. When will you teach me about spirit arrays? Yi Yun inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation that, no rush. While becoming a spirit array master is not directly correlated to martial prowess, you must first attain the level of a Yuan Force warrior, Gu Tong replied gently. Very well, I shall diligently train, Yi Yun declared. Gu Tong smiled. He added, Prepare yourself. Suddenly, the forest echoed with Yi Yun's anguished cries, startling countless birds into flight. Chapter 14. The trials of training time passes like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, Yi Yun lived a reclusive existence, akin to a diligent farmer, rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. After a full month, Yi Mu gazed with concern at her son, who had lost weight yet appeared more robust. She had urged Yi Yun multiple times to abandon his training, but he merely smiled and shook his head. Yi Mu understood her son's character. The humiliation inflicted by Yi Han Tian had left a profound mark on Yi Yun. His training was primarily aimed at safeguarding himself and Yi Xue from harm. Thus, she silently watched over him, hoping for his safe return each day, her unvoiced worries weighing heavily on her heart. Within the forest of the Yi family's rear mountain, low, muffled grunts occasionally pierced the air as Yi Yun, bare-chested, gritted his teeth and endured the strikes of Yuan Force. Beads of sweat trickled down his youthful face, and his once smooth back was now marred by a network of jagged scars, evoking a sense of compassion in any observer. Each lash compelled Yi Yun to lean forward, revealing the immense power of the strikes. Yet, he resolutely bit down on his lip, refusing to utter a sound. His legs sank deeply into the earth as he chewed on branches, his grit unwavering. He believed that one day he would settle the score to 48, 49, 50. Yi Yun gasped, counting intermittently. Finally, upon reaching 50 strikes, he could endure no longer. The branch fell from his mouth, and he knelt weakly upon the ground. That will suffice for today, Gu Tong announced. Ceasing his strikes, in the brief span of a month, Yi Yun had progressed from barely enduring 14 strikes to now withstanding 50. The pain he endured was directly proportional to his growing strength. His abilities were developing at an impressive rate. Upon hearing Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun could no longer maintain his stance. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The fiery sensation on his back resonated in his mind, prompting him to grit his teeth. However, he knew that rest was not an option just yet. Struggling, he sat cross-legged within Gu Tong's array, gradually restoring his Yuan Force. After an extended period, Yi Yun opened his eyes, feeling the surging Yuan Force within him that a smile crept onto his lips. In just a month, he had progressed from a 9th stage of body refinement to nearing the threshold of Yuan Force. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of miraculous. Yi Yun was confident that he would soon break into the realm of Yuan Force. It is worth noting that the final stage of each level is often the most arduous, requiring an immense quantity of Yuan Force, which is why many remain stuck at the pinnacle of their cultivation for prolonged periods. Such rapid progress illuminated a glimmer of hope in Yi Yun's heart. In 2 years, what once seemed unattainable would be within his grasp. Jiu Tong, observing Yi Yun meditating, felt immense satisfaction. He often marveled at his good fortune for having encountered Yi Yun, allowing him the opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. Jiu Tong was thoroughly pleased with his precious disciple, who possessed the qualities of a formidable warrior, especially a heart dedicated to martial arts. Throughout history, countless prodigies have emerged, Yet many formidable figures have also met their demise on the path of cultivation. While innate talent is certainly significant, what truly matters is possessing an indomitable spirit, a relentless heart striving for the pinnacle. Only by consistently adhering to this spirit can one traverse further along the path of martial arts. Nightcloud, in particular, has excelled beyond his peers, perhaps due to the ostracism he endured from a young age. His dedication to training can only be described as relentless. Yet, this very tenacity leaves Gu Tong at a loss for words. What once was a commendable spirit has now become Nightcloud's greatest burden. Gu Tong wishes he could alleviate it. At times, even he finds it hard to continue. Yet Nightcloud insists that he persevere. The youth's determination strengthens Gu Tong's resolve. He is determined to exert every ounce of his strength to elevate this young man to the pinnacle of the world. Master, when will I be able to break through to the Qi realm? Nightcloud's inquiry jolted Gu Tong from his reverie. Gazing at Nightcloud seated beside him, a smile graced Gu Tong's face as he pondered briefly before responding. According to my initial estimations, it would take you some time to enter the Qi realm. However, I did not anticipate your rapid progress over the past few days. That IT is likely due to the solid foundation you have built, and I believe you may achieve a breakthrough within a week. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curved Nightcloud's lips as he yearned to witness the expressions of his clan members 2 years hence. When they behold his strength, Yi Hanshin, I hope you do not disappoint me 2 years from now. Otherwise, it would be rather dull to AT this moment. The youth brimmed with confidence, his slightly raised lips exuding an air of arrogance. Nightcloud envisioned himself astonishing them in 2 years' time, that a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, producing a soft whisper, while leaves danced gracefully to the ground. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon Nightcloud. He longed to squint his eyes and bask in this moment of tranquility, yet he understood that he could not afford such indulgence. Suddenly, Nightcloud sprang to his feet, picking up a fallen twig to bite down on. Planting his legs firmly in the earth, he addressed Gu Tong in a muffled tone. Master, let us continue. I'm still capable. Gu Tong was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say more, but upon meeting Nightcloud's gaze, he simply shook his head with a wry smile and raised his sleeves once more. Instantly, the forest echoed with muffled grunts. The ordinary practice continued, and gradually, Nightcloud sensed that the moment for his breakthrough to the Qi realm was approaching. Thus, over the past few days, he had not trained with the usual fervor. Instead, he had reduced his training intensity. The faint pain in his meridians from the internal Qi brought a smile to his lips. Yet he refrained from pursuing an immediate breakthrough that he was not yet prepared. To attempt such a feat in his current state would undoubtedly lead to failure and possibly even regression in his cultivation, a risk Nightcloud was unwilling to take. Therefore, he consciously suppressed the urge. Seeing Nightcloud resist the temptation to break through to the Qi realm, Gu Tong nodded in satisfaction, a smile emerging on his calm face as he swayed slightly. Disappearing into his ring, that Nightcloud's training had transformed into a state of tranquility and patience, a first since his arrival in this continent. Each day, he dedicated only an hour to martial arts practice, spending the remaining time accompanying Yeshua on leisurely outings. This comfortable lifestyle had become a welcome change. Gu Tong advised Nightcloud that with his current strength, excellence in martial arts was more valuable than mere elevation in rank. Higher-level martial arts were beyond his capability to practice at present, and rather than clinging to the dream of mastering advanced techniques, he should focus on solidifying his foundation. Heeding Gu Tong's advice, Nightcloud immersed himself in the foundational techniques of the Yi family, mastering each punch and posture to the level of a grandmaster. After several days, he finally adjusted both his mental and physical state to its peak. It was now the perfect moment for him to challenge the Qi realm. Chapter 15. Ascending to the Qi realm on the platform halfway up the back mountain of the Yi family. Nightcloud sat cross-legged amidst swirling clouds and mist. In preparation for this breakthrough, he had taken extensive precautions to prevent any disturbances that might undermine his efforts. Before arriving, he had instructed Yeshua and their mother not to allow anyone to interrupt him, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, he had set numerous obstacles along the path, and even moved a stone to block the entrance to a small cave, laboring for the better part of the day to ensure a distraction-free environment. Taking a deep breath, Nightcloud's expression was serene as he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb chi. With the completion of the seals, his body became akin to a magnet, drawing immense amounts of chi toward him. The chi within him began to boil and surge through his meridians, accompanied by waves of mild pain. The once tranquil air on the small platform now rippled with energy as Nightcloud's breathing steadied. The influx of chi caused the energy within his sea of chi to expand continuously. When the internal chi reached a critical threshold, Gutong's voice rang out sharply. Now is the moment. Use your soul power to compress it continually. Gutong's command resonated within Nightcloud's mind like thunder after a downpour. He promptly inhaled deeply and began to mobilize the soul power from his mind, enveloping the chi within the sea of chi, compressing it mercilessly as if beating a drowning dog. The chi within the sea seemed unwilling to be subdued so easily, launching a counterattack. The ability to successfully condense a seed of chi hinges on one's capacity to compress the energy within the sea. Otherwise, the chi would disperse, leading to a decline in cultivation, an occurrence known as scattering chi. Hence, it is customary for practitioners to have elders from their clan stand guard during this process to prevent failure. However, such practitioners often find themselves at a disadvantage compared to their peers. Time passed in this tug-of-war, and under the formidable pressure of Nightcloud's soul power, the chi within him began to spiral steadily within the sea of chi. Nightcloud remained vigilant and focused on the changes within his body, step by step allowing his soul power to consume the resistant chi. However, just as a wave of triumph began to swell within him, the compressed chi suddenly erupted like spring's awakening after a long winter. The unexpected eruption drained the color from Nightcloud's face, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. For a moment, he nearly lost control, but after steadying himself, a fierce expression crossed his face. He summoned his soul power with fervor, unleashing a tempest of spiritual force to suppress the rebellious chi. Nightcloud's soul power was so impressive that even Gutong was taken aback. After what felt like an eternity of exertion, the resistant chi finally succumbed to his will. The transformation within his body ignited a spark of joy in Nightcloud's heart. He hastily intensified the output of his soul power, pushing for further compression. When the internal chi shrank to the size of a palm, it became solid and motionless. No. Further, Gutong admonished suddenly. The smaller the chi seed, the purer the internal energy, which translates to greater combat prowess against similarly ranked opponents. Nightcloud would face numerous adversaries on his path ahead. Thus, he needed to compress the chi seed relentlessly until it reached its limit. Heeding Gutong's words, Nightcloud gritted his teeth and pressed on with the compression. Not enough. Continue. Gutong's repeated exhortations echoed in Nightcloud's ears countless times. After what felt like an eternity of relentless effort, he finally compressed the chi to its maximum limit, at which point Gutong called for a halt. Nightcloud then summoned the soul power enveloping the chi, forcefully compressing it downward. With a resounding pop, the resistance vanished. Within the sea of chi, a crystal-clear seed of chi floated serenely. Upon witnessing the formation of the chi seed, Nightcloud exhaled heavily, collapsing on the ground, his chest heaving violently as he felt the surge of power within him. A smile spread across his lips, gradually transforming into wild, unrestrained laughter. Yahanshin, you wait for me. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. In 2 years, you shall bow before me. The audacious proclamation echoed across the mountainside. Ji Yutong watched Nightcloud with a sense of relief. Warmth in his eyes, he understood that this youth had borne too much weight and had been stifled for far too long. The tender shoulders of the boy had shouldered burdens that were not meant for him. I could see this moment. Perhaps the boy was finally revealing his true self. The echoes of laughter reverberated through the valley before gradually subsiding. After a while, Nightcloud, feeling the tremors in his legs, hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. He slowly regained his breath, a joyful expression illuminating his youthful face, having nearly exhausted himself in the previous struggle. With a soft exhale, Nightcloud gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to gradually sink into his inner self. As he inhaled and exhaled with each breath, an immense amount of primordial energy surged into the seed of energy within Yi Yun. This energy was markedly different from that which Yi Yun possessed during his body-tempering phase. It appeared to be incomparably pure, while Yi Yun's mind was fixated on the diminutive seed, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although it seemed merely a small seed of energy, the power it contained was undoubtedly more than tenfold that of the primordial energy from his previous body-tempering stage. It was no wonder that the realm of Qi was regarded as the dividing line among martial artists on the continent. Despite being only one stage behind the Qi realm of the 9th level of body tempering, Yin only comprehended the vast gulf between them after entering the Qi realm. The disparity was truly like heaven and earth. With Yi Yun's current strength, even 10 or 8 9th level body tempering practitioners would not stand a chance against him. With his mouth slightly agape, a wave of murky air escaped Yi Yun in a single breath. After expelling this foul air, his complexion appeared significantly more radiant. He twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones eliciting a grin from him. Unable to resist, Yi Yun began practicing martial arts. The swirling primordial energy surged into his limbs with each of his movements, his fists cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. After a considerable time, Yi Yun finally ceased his practice and turned to the ancient master Gu Tong, a broad smile on his face. "Master, I have succeeded." Seeing Yi Yun's expression filled with joy, Gu Tong nodded with satisfaction. "Master, what should I do next?" Yi Yun inquired eagerly, as the enhancement of his abilities had tantalized him, leaving him impatient to embark on the next stage of his training. Gu Tong remained silent for a moment, his floating form settling before Yi Yun. After a brief contemplation, he spoke earnestly. "First, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge regarding the Qi realm. The reason it is deemed the watershed for martial artists on the continent is that all future cultivation for a martial artist is based upon this foundation. Upon entering the Qi realm, a martial artist must select a technique, which will ultimately determine how far they can progress on the martial path. Thus, the quality of this technique dictates a martial artist's fate. Techniques differ from martial arts in their grading. They are categorized as common, human, earth, and heaven grade. Common techniques can open 24 meridians, human grade opens 48, earth grade 72, and heaven grade 108. The rank of a technique indicates the number of meridians one can cultivate. The higher the grade, the more meridians can be opened, which in turn signifies a greater speed of primordial energy absorption and output compared to lower grade techniques. A higher grade technique signifies that when martial artists of the same level engage in combat, those utilizing superior techniques can easily defeat their counterparts. This is precisely why so many individuals on the continent seek high-grade techniques. However, acquiring high-grade techniques is no simple feat. The emergence of each one incites a storm of bloodshed. Unlike martial arts, techniques are significantly rarer. Even an earth-grade technique is comparable to the martial skills of the Yuan martial arts. The scarcity of techniques leads to fierce competition among martial artists, as everyone desires to possess high-grade techniques. Once a martial artist chooses a technique, they are bound to its practice, unable to pursue any other unless they scatter their energy. Moreover, the highest grade technique within the Yi family is merely a human-grade technique. Highlighting the extreme rarity of such techniques, Jiu Tong's words left Yi Yun momentarily stunned. Where could he possibly find a technique? Moreover, the techniques he might acquire could very well be of lower tiers, which left him feeling discontented. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His master had techniques, did he not? Noticing the gleam of ambition in Yi Yun's eyes, Gu Tong chuckled with a hint of exasperation. "You little rascal!" With a flick of his hand, 2 ancient scrolls materialized in Gu Tong's grasp. Yi Yun gazed at the 2 scrolls. Gu Tong's expression shifted, finally settling into a contemplative side. He spoke solemnly to Yi Yun. "I possess 2 techniques. The one in my left hand is an earth-grade technique, the true transformation method. The one on my right is a non-grade technique, the indestructible thunder method. Although the latter lacks a grade, its power is not inferior to any earth-grade technique. Furthermore, this technique is related to the enigmatic materials I previously mentioned. Should you choose the right-hand technique, you will embark on a path fraught with thorns, potentially leading to boundless peril. Of course, I will not interfere with your choice. You may also select the earth-grade technique. I hope you will ponder this carefully." Chapter 16. Departure on a mountainside. The wind howled, emitting a mournful sound. Yet, Gu Tong's words plunged Yi Yun into deep contemplation, After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Master, could you tell me more about this non-grade technique?" Gu Tong rubbed his palms together, bowing his head in silence, as if organizing his thoughts. After some time, he spoke in a low tone. "This technique was entrusted to me by another. One who truly stands at the pinnacle of this world. It is his method of cultivation. And when you reach your potential, you will come to know him. The primary characteristic of this technique is its insatiable hunger for enigmatic materials. Without them, it is as worthless as refuse. However, such materials are not easily found. Even if you manage to procure them, they must be specifically thunderous, enigmatic materials that I, myself, never managed to cultivate it." The numerous stringent conditions left Yi Yun momentarily taken aback. Moreover, even if he found the thunderous materials, they are known for their ferocity. A single misstep could cost one their life. Even that pinnacle figure walked a path filled with countless opportunities and dangers to reach his height. Observing Yi Yun, Gu Tong hesitated before asking, "Now is the time for you to make your choice." That why Yi Yun shivered, his expression shifting as he refrained from answering immediately. Instead, he asked, "Master, is this technique important to you?" Yi Yun's question caught Gu Tong off guard, as if it stirred memories long buried, causing his gaze to wander. Why Yi Yun chose to remain silent, simply sitting beside him. After a long pause, Gu Tong finally emerged from his reverie, patting his head with a tone tinged with melancholy. "Ah, old age makes one useless. I often dwell on the past. This technique could potentially aid me, and perhaps it is significant for everyone. As for you, well..." Before Gu Tong could finish, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Yun's youthful face as he reached out to grasp the right-hand scroll. His gentle words brought a glimmer of moisture to Gu Tong's eyes. "Since it means so much to you, I will choose this one." At the moment his hand touched the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information that flowed directly into Yi Yun's mind. Once he absorbed the knowledge, Yi Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, gradually following the pathways outlined in the technique. During his initial attempt, Yi Yun's movements were somewhat sluggish. Gradually, the 24 meridians within his body began to take shape. The indestructible thunder method was merely a common grade technique, allowing for the opening of at most 24 meridians, indicating that Yi Yun's output of power would undoubtedly lag behind those possessing higher grade techniques. As Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that they sparkled with newfound clarity. Clenching his fists, a flicker of yellow primordial energy danced at his fingertips like a delicate sprite. Although it was only a common grade technique for now, Yi Yun believed that one day he would gather enough enigmatic materials to elevate it to a power surpassing even that of heaven grade techniques. Yet, all of this remained a distant fantasy. Observing the faint yellow energy at his fingertips, Yi Yun could not help but pout. "Master, your disciple feels as helpless as a defenseless child. Should I encounter someone with a superior technique, I would have no choice but to fight with all my might. Perhaps one day, I might even meet my end. So, Master, shouldn't you impart some wisdom to me? Even a couple of volumes of Yuan martial arts, or perhaps teach me the spirit formations right now. What do you think?" Yi Yun batted his eyelashes, looking at Gu Tong with an endearing expression, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Gu Tong, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at Yi Yun's antics, retorted, "Rest assured, your matters are within my control. When the time is right, I will teach you." "Look at you, putting me to shame. It's as if you've never seen martial arts before. To my knowledge, you already possess a volume of Yuan martial arts. Isn't that sufficient? Hee, as the saying goes, the more skills one possesses, the better. More is always better." Yi Yun scratched his head, recalling that he had forgotten about the Yuan martial arts left to him by Yichong. Seeing Yi Yun's expression, Gu Tong rolled his eyes, then seemed to recall something, addressing Yi Yun. "Xiao Yunzi, your upcoming training cannot be conducted within your family. 2 years is neither long nor short. Yet if you remain in this small place, you will never truly cultivate your potential. Only by stepping outside, experiencing the trials of blood and fire, can you expand your horizons and truly grow stronger. Therefore, I long to take you outside to cultivate." Gu Tong's words rendered Yi Yun momentarily silent. Indeed, if I were to remain in this small place, it would extinguish my fighting spirit. Even if I could defeat Yi Han Tian in 2 years, I would merely be a local tyrant in this tiny corner, and what I truly seek is the vast world beyond. I aspire to stand at the pinnacle of this realm that a man, born into this world, should traverse the four corners and gaze proudly upon the universe. Having come to this realization, Yi Yun nodded resolutely. All right, master, when shall we depart? We shall set off once you are adequately prepared. Gu Tong replied with a wink and a smile. In the days that followed, Yi Yun set aside his daily training, living as an ordinary person. During the day, he accompanied Yi Shui on leisurely strolls. And in the evenings, he assisted Yi Mu with household tasks, fulfilling his responsibilities as a brother and son. Observing Yi Mu's gentle and kind demeanor, alongside Yi Shui's youthful and radiant smile, Yi Yun felt a pang of guilt, knowing he would soon venture far away. Yet, for the sake of strength and to better protect them in the future, he had no choice but to endure their sorrow. He could only lament his lack of autonomy. On this night, with countless lights aglow, Yi Yun's family gathered as any ordinary household would for a meal. Throughout the dinner, Yi Shui's laughter echoed, filling the air with joy. Beneath the flickering candlelight, gazing at the tender face of Yi Mu and the delightful countenance of Yi Shui, Yi Yun's heart felt heavy with reluctance. Several times, he nearly spoke but swallowed his words, appearing distracted. Brother Yun, a playful voice pulled Yi Yun from his reverie. What is it? He responded, slightly startled. Honestly, you're lost in thought all day long. What could possibly occupy your mind when I call for you? Yi Shui pouted, clearly displeased. Seeing Yi Shui's adorable, sulky face, Yi Yun smiled gently and affectionately ruffled her hair. Yi Mu, ever perceptive, noticed her son's distraction and inquired with concern. What troubles you, Yunner? You seem preoccupied. Upon witnessing Yi Mu's caring expression, Yi Yun remained silent for a long moment, finally summoning the courage to speak. Mother, I have contemplated this extensively. I desire to attain strength. I wish to protect you both properly. I intend to venture out into the world, which means I may not be able to stay by your side any longer. Oh, Yi Yun's words hung in the air. Both Yi Mu and Yi Shui were momentarily stunned, left speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken emotions. Looking up, Yi Yun noticed tears welling in Yi Shui's eyes. Her delicate face quivered, desperately trying to hold back the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Yi Mu's eyes were also red-rimmed. Though she had known this day would come, she hadn't anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Despite her preparations, the pain of parting was still acute and unbearable. Yi Mu embraced the weeping Yi Shui, gently stroking her hair, and spoke tenderly to Yi Yun. Yunner, go forth. I understand you, just like your father. You should not confine yourself to this small place. Only the world beyond is truly suited for you. Parting is always the most poignant, and Yi Yun was no exception that a man may shed tears, yet only when truly touched by sorrow. That night was destined to be sleepless. The following morning, gazing upon the place he had called home for 17 years, Yi Yun felt a faint sense of reluctance. He quietly closed the door, and as it creaked softly, the last ray of sunlight gradually faded through the crack. Yi Yun's departure did not disturb Yi Mu or Yi Shui. He feared that if he saw them again, he would be unable to summon the strength to step away, casting a lingering glance back. Yi Yun turned away, bathed in the glow of dawn. The young man clad in a blue robe strode forth. Yet unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, two delicate figures stood at the door, leaning against one another, desperately stifling their tears as they watched him depart. Chapter 17. The abyss of beasts under the blazing sun. The intense heat scorched the land. This is the town of Yuchuo, located near the abyss of beasts. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the enthusiasm of the townsfolk was undeterred, and on the bustling streets, pedestrians flowed like a river, distinctly different from those in Qingyang County, as the people here displayed a notably liberal spirit. Men wandered about with bare torsos, fervently hawking their wares, while women donned scanty garments that hinted at their allure. Amidst the throng, a young boy clad in a gray outfit trudged along, his youthful face glistening with sweat. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and pressed onward. Though each step seemed increasingly arduous, 5 days had passed since Yi Yun left the Yi family. He had been traveling northward, carrying a burden of over 50 pounds that Gu Tong had somehow procured for him. For the first 2 days, Yi Yun's pace could be likened to that of tortoise. The weight made each few steps an exhausting endeavor. It was only in the following 3 days that he gradually acclimated. Yet his speed remained far from swift. As Ian shuffled along, he spotted an ancient tree and hurriedly leaned against it, gasping for breath as he collapsed into the shade. The sudden coolness invigorated him, alleviating much of his earlier fatigue. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he swiftly removed his burden that a faint glimmer flickered, and the weight in his hands vanished. Truly, this spatial ring is remarkably useful, Yi Yun remarked with a sense of wonder. This ring had been given to him by Gutong before his departure. In this fantastical realm, such items were created for the convenience of travelers, allowing them to store possessions discreetly. However, these rings were not affordable for the common folk. Even a small one, with a mere 1 or 2 cubic meters of space, could cost tens of thousands of gold coins, while larger ones could reach into the millions. The one Yi Yun possessed was of considerable size. Perhaps priceless. Master, you instructed me to continue northward. Where shall we rest? Yi Yun inquired. The Abyss of Beasts, came Gutong's aged voice from within the ring. The Abyss of Beasts. Master, are you certain? With my current abilities, I may very well be devoured by the beasts within. Yi Yun swallowed hard at the thought. Only by facing such dangers can you grow swiftly, without experiencing the trials of life and death. How can you hope to defeat Yihan Tian? Gutong replied, unperturbed by Yi Yun's lamentations. After a moment of contemplation, he added, for now, refrain from carrying any burdens. This area is rife with dangers. It would be wise to exercise caution. Once you have attained a certain level of strength, we shall embark on a quest for mystical artifacts. The glimmer of excitement illuminated Yi Yun's face at Gutong's words. Master, do you know where such artifact can be found? Indeed. However, for the time being, do not even entertain such thoughts. You must first reach a certain proficiency before we can proceed. Now, focus on your training. Gutong stated firmly, seemingly aware of Yi Yun's eagerness. With a bright smile, Yi Yun patted his backside and continued on his way. The Abyss of Beasts, one of the 4 great perilous regions of the Flame Dragon Empire, is teeming with a variety of ferocious beasts. These creatures, as the second species in this realm aside from humans, embody a blend of ferocity, brutality, and strength. Ordinary warriors who venture alone into the Abyss of Beasts face dire consequences unless they possess formidable skills, as most do not return. Thus, those who enter the Abyss typically do so in groups, leading to the emergence of a profession known as freelance hunters, who survive by hunting lower-tier beasts while flirting with death on a daily basis. These individuals place their lives in the hands of fate. Here, those without the resolve to face death often find their ends swifter. Due to the presence of these freelance hunters, although the Abyss of Beasts is one of the 4 great perilous regions of the Flame Dragon Empire, it remains one of the most bustling areas in the Empire. Currently, Yi Yun found himself at the periphery of the Abyss of Beasts, and he raised his gaze to the tavern before him. A subtle smile gracing his lips. The Blood Rose Tavern, the most popular establishment on the outskirts of the Abyss of Beasts. Upon entering the tavern, the sunlight from outside was instantly cut off. A chilling atmosphere enveloped him, and the silence within was almost suffocating. Each patron sat isolated in their corners, and cold glances shot toward anyone who dared to enter. They are on the hunt for prey. While the Abyss of Demonic Beasts is indeed terrifying, the horror of the Blood Rose Tavern surpasses it. The most elusive of all is the human heart. Within this tavern, it is entirely possible that you may take your last step only to meet a tragic end moments later. Upon entering the tavern, Yi Yun could feel several bloodthirsty and icy gazes fixated upon him, evidently considering him their quarry. Unfazed by these chilling stares, Yi Yun calmly approached the counter where a striking figure clad in crimson awaited. Blood Rose, the tavern's owner, is an extraordinary individual who established the Blood Rose Tavern in the Abyss of Demonic Beasts through sheer will. Initially, her beauty garnered attention throughout the Abyss, but after a 5th-tier martial artist attempted to flirt with her and was swiftly incapacitated, it became apparent that this stunning proprietor was no mere ornament. The reputation of Blood Rose flourished. The strict rule of the tavern forbids any violence within its walls, permitting any actions outside. There was once an 8th-tier martial artist who disregarded this rule and acted recklessly, only to be found gruesomely slain in the depths of the abyss the following day. Thus, this regulation has become one of the 2 ironclad principles in the minds of free hunters. the first being to never enter the inner sanctum of the abyss of demonic beasts, and the second to never engage in violence within the Blood Rose Tavern. Thoughts of the enchanting woman before him flickered through Yi Yun's mind as he slowly approached her, gazing at the woman exuding a deadly allure akin to that of a poppy. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes before fading away, and he softly said, "Give me a task to hunt a first-tier demonic beast. That why Yi Yun's presence here is due to the fact that Blood Rose serves as a mysterious intermediary, responsible for issuing various quests. Each day, numerous free hunters gather to exchange tasks." Hearing Yi Yun's request, a look of surprise briefly flashed in Blood Rose's enchanting eyes, before she languidly exhaled, swirling her wine glass, and remarked, "Oh dear little brother, this is no game. Hurry back. I wouldn't want to see your youthful life wasted in the abyss." Her seductive words incited a wave of laughter throughout the tavern. Reflecting a carefree atmosphere, "I have stated my desire for a task," Yi Yun replied, seemingly undisturbed by the laughter. "Very well, young man, over there is a task available." One patron pointed towards a corner of the tavern. Yi Yun followed the direction, leisurely making his way over, carefully examining the options, then selecting one before turning to leave, his movements swift and decisive. Shortly after Yi Yun's departure, another man followed suit. "Humph, Niu Lao-san. He took the task before me." A cold scoff echoed from the corner, a situation not uncommon in the Blood Rose Tavern. The patrons were well aware of the unspoken rules, while they were clever and typically exercised restraint to avoid fatalities. Blood Rose turned a blind eye to minor transgressions. The crowd awaited Niu Lao-san's return, but after a quarter of an hour, his absence became noticeable. Soon, several curious individuals, including Blood Rose, ventured outside, upon discovering Niu Lao-san lying unconscious on the forest floor. Their expressions turned to horror. This once hunter had become prey, an unbelievable sight given that Niu Lao-san was no novice. He had already entered the realm of vitality. Such strength in this youth, Blood Rose mused. Having never before witnessed someone as young as Yi Yun venture into the abyss of demonic beasts. One intriguing little fellow, she thought, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gazed into the depths. Chapter 18. The two-headed demon dog. The abyss of demonic beasts lies nestled between two mountain ranges of the Flame Dragon Empire, perpetually shrouded in a haze of gray mist, even during the hottest summer days. It remains unyielding. Upon entering the abyss, one is enveloped by an oppressive and frigid aura. The distant roars of demonic beasts echo from the depths, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Yi Yun lay concealed among the grass, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Not far from him, a demonic beast, roughly 2 to 3 meters in size, crouched beside a stream, drinking water. This creature resembled an ordinary mutt, yet possessed 2 grotesque heads. The lowly demon beast, known as the two-headed demon dog in the abyss of demonic beasts. Yi Yun's task was to hunt 5 of these creatures. Yi Yun awaited the opportune moment to strike decisively. His eyes glinted like those of a ravenous wolf, fixated on the two-headed demon dog. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. As the beast lowered its head, he surged forward, channeling his inner strength into his fist. With a powerful blow, he aimed for the creature's head. The force of his punch erupted with a resounding thud. The two-headed demon dog was sent flying, emitting a piercing howl that reverberated through the forest, blood trickling down its massive head. Despite the ambush, the demon dog continued to fight back. With fierce roars, it focused its 4 green eyes on Yi Yun, the impact momentarily distorting its perception, making it see double. Seizing the moment, Yi Yun transformed into a streak of light, reappearing before the two-headed demon dog, delivering another devastating punch to its head. The beast's coarse skin made its head a vulnerable target, which is why Yi Yun aimed there consistently. The sound of his punch cutting through the air was followed by another heavy thud as he struck. A resounding crack echoed as the two-headed demon dog howled again, its body thrashing in a frenzy. Yi Yun's gaze grew cold as he sought to capitalize on the creature's weakness. His inner strength surged forth like a dam bursting, propelling him forward with a slight bend in his arm. He struck fiercely at the remaining head of the two-headed demon dog. With a fierce shout, the power of his blow unleashed, colliding with a thundering sound that reverberated through the forest. The creature's head exploded, showering the area with blood mist. After a violent convulsion, it collapsed, lifeless. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yin let out a sigh of relief. That's the first one down. For Remain, he murmured, as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon. Yi Yun concluded his task within the abyss of demonic beasts, securing the body of the demon dog within his pack before beginning his return. Night in the abyss is particularly perilous, as it is the most active time for the demonic beasts, deterring anyone from lingering after dark. That Yi Yun retraced his steps, gradually slowing his pace until he finally came to a halt. Come out if you desire something. No need to lurk in the shadows, he remarked, casting his gaze toward a certain direction in the forest. This kid has some spirit, as Yi Yun's words faded. Ominous voices emerged from the woods, followed by a figure stepping into view, brandishing a dagger several inches long, greedily eyeing the package in Yi Yun's possession. Hand over what you have, and I might spare your life. Without it, you'll have nothing left, the intruder taunted, licking the blade with a sinister grin. All right, I'll just leave it here. Come and take it. Yi Yun shrugged, tossing the pack containing the two-headed demon dog's body in front of the assailant. How perceptive of you, the martial artist scoffed, bending down to retrieve the package. In that instant, Yi Yun's calm demeanor transformed into a fierce snarl as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the assailant. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the intruder hastily summoned his inner strength to counter Yi Yun's blow. The deep thud resonated through the air as their fists collided, resulting in a muffled grunt from the assailant. The force emanating from the fist propelled his body several paces backward. This strike inflicted considerable injury upon him. Feeling the tumultuous energy swirling within his body, the warrior's gaze darkened. He was originally a second-tier warrior of the Vitality Realm. Yet, in a moment of haste, he had fallen victim to a surprise attack by Yi Yun. Just moments ago, he had allowed his guard to drop, deceived by Yi Yun's youthful visage, only to find himself ensnared in this predicament. One who hunts wild geese may ultimately be pecked by them. You cannot take what belongs to me, Yi Yun remarked with a cold smile, fixating on the warrior. You little wretch, how dare you? Today, I shall cripple you. The warrior sneered, convinced that a second-tier warrior like himself could never be bested by a mere boy. You managed to surprise me before, but do not presume you possess any real skill. The abyss of demonic beasts is no place for a brat like you. With a mocking laugh, the warrior launched himself forward, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, his dagger gleaming with a chilling light as it aimed for Yi Yun's throat. The angle was treacherous, and the strike was utterly ruthless. Such combat experience was not something one could easily glean from being sheltered in a prominent family. This disparity explained why a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse could not compare to a warrior seasoned by the harsh realities of the outside world. As the threat loomed larger in his vision, Yi Yun deftly retreated on one foot, then immediately crouched down, transforming his fingers into a fist and directing a powerful blow toward the warrior's abdomen. The warrior let out a cold chuckle, stamping his foot heavily on the ground, his body shifting sideways as he transformed his dagger from a thrust into a slash, now targeting Yi Yun's neck. With the dagger imbued with surging energy, it glimmered with a frosty sheen as it approached. Observing this, Yi Yun enveloped his fist in a torrent of potent energy, meeting the dagger head-on. With a sharp crack, the warrior's dagger began to shatter into fragments. The warrior's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding Yi Yun's incoming fist. His eyes narrowed, and his demeanor darkened as he regarded Yi Yun. The intensity of Yi Yun's strikes had surpassed his expectations, engendering a sense of unease within him. Chapter 19. Ambushed in the open space, gazing at the fragmented dagger in his hand, the warrior was inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, he exhaled deeply, and the energy within him began to whirl violently, but a swirl of earthy yellow energy enveloped his palm. The warrior offered Yi Yun a chilling smile, filled with murderous intent, before stepping forward, his fist, imbued with formidable energy, hurtling toward Yi Yun. Sensing the immense power behind the warrior's punch, Yi Yun's expression hardened. A second-tier warrior of the Vitality Realm was not to be underestimated. Exhaling a breath of pent-up energy, Yi Yun's gaze turned frigid as he formed a hand seal. As he did so, energy surged within him, Coalescing his fist, a brilliant silver light erupted forth. And with it, Yi Yun's form transformed into a streak of luminescence, racing forward to meet the warrior's attack. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a fierce gale that swept layers of dust into the air, obscuring their figures momentarily. After a tense pause, a sound of spattering echoed as a figure was sent hurtling from the cloud of dust, blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Appearing thoroughly disheveled, this figure was the warrior. Struggling to rise, he looked at Yi Yun with eyes filled with terror. As he saw Yi Yun approach, expressionless, the warrior's features shifted, ultimately culminating in a hasty retreat after uttering a few harsh words. Yi Yun merely watched coldly as the warrior fled, disinterested in pursuing him. Inside the Blood Rose Tavern, "Hey, I say, Niu Lao-san, how could you be bested by that little brat? Look at you, all show and no substance." A diminutive middle-aged man guffawed at Niu Lao-san from across the tavern. Indeed, indeed. Niu Lao-san, you used to boast about your prowess, yet today you've softened." Others chimed in, mocking him. Come on, you all claim to be men. Whoever can take down that kid, I'll treat you to a week at Chunyi Tower. What do you say?" Niu Lao-san scanned the room, sneering that at this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. They all knew Niu Lao-san's nature. One who takes advantage of every opportunity. Now offering such a grand reward indicated that the boy was indeed formidable, that a moment of hesitation swept through the group. While many rolled their eyes in disdain, none dared to respond affirmatively. Niu Lao-san surveyed the room, about to speak when the light at the entrance dimmed, and a figure slowly stepped inside, and upon recognizing the individual, the tavern fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on Yi Yun as he entered, the only sound being the soft rustle of his steps. In a few swift strides, Yi Yun reached the counter, his gaze resting on a beautiful woman there. He placed a large bundle from his back onto the floor, taking up a significant portion of the tavern. Yi Yun spoke coolly, "Be gentle with it." His words drew the attention of everyone in the tavern to the bundle in his grasp. As the Blood Rose opened it, the scent of blood wafted through the air, revealing 5 headless corpses of 2-headed hellhounds. This scene elicited gasps of shock from the crowd. To single-handedly hunt 5 2-headed hellhounds in a day was equivalent to what an entire team would accomplish. Reflecting on Niu Lao-san's earlier remarks, no one in the tavern considered this a jest. "Yes, this is your reward." The Blood Rose nodded after a long pause, her eyes briefly flashing with surprise as a glimmer of light enveloped her arm. Producing a bag of gold coins which she handed to Yi Yun. Weighing the coins in his hand, Yi Yun said nothing further and departed. His exit seemed to ease the atmosphere, allowing the previously tense hunters to resume their discussions. Though the topic had shifted from women to Yi Yun. "What an interesting kid," Blood Rose mused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she watched him leave. In the days that followed, Yi Yun's presence in the tavern became a normal occurrence. Accepting and completing tasks was the routine that defined his daily visits. The patrons observed him consistently accomplishing tasks by evening. Their initial shock and astonishment gradually morphed into a numb acceptance of his presence. However, in recent days, Yi Yun had developed a new habit of sitting quietly at the counter, sipping on his drink. Initially, his arrival had cast a pall over the tavern's atmosphere, but before long, the patrons had adapted to his presence. On one such day, as Yi Yun swirled the contents of his glass, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Lost in thoughts of his distant mother, Blood Rose, emerging from the back room after instructing her companions, approached Yi Yun directly. With fingers as delicate as the finest onion roots, she playfully gestured in front of him, rousing him from his reverie. "Such a young age, yet so sentimental," she remarked, withdrawing her hand with a teasing smile. Blood Rose's real name was Yi Han-yin, and over time, Yi Yun had come to learn this truth. It's just that Sister Yin is too beautiful. I momentarily lost my wits," Yi Yun replied, quickly shedding his earlier gloom, a smile gracing his lips. Hearing his words, a charming blush spread across Yi Han-yin's face. For reasons she could not comprehend, this boy, who seemed considerably younger than her, stirred emotions within her that she found difficult to quell. In her flustered state, she hastily lifted her drink and took a hearty gulp. As Yi Yun attempted to intervene, she had already downed her drink with uncharacteristic exuberance. Slamming the cup back down on the counter, she finally noticed the unusual expression on Yi Yun's face. "What is wrong, little brother Yi?" she asked, wiping her mouth in confusion to Sister Yin. "That was my drink you just had." Yi Yun chuckled awkwardly. A soft cry escaped her lips, and the alluring tavern mistress seemed to have lost her usual composure. Just as she intended to diminish the blush on her cheeks with a drink, it reappeared anew upon her delicate face. Her features, once fragile, now radiated an exceptional charm, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure. Yi Hanyin's casual demeanor drew the attention of many patrons in the tavern, and upon catching sight of the stunning Yi Hanyin at the counter, their gazes ignited with fervor. Yet, as memories of the blood rose surfaced in their minds, that fervor began to wane, for they knew they lacked the fortune to be close to her. Over the years, only Yi Yun had been able to draw near to Yi Hanyin. "Sister Yin, you are driving countless people to madness with your appearance. I fear I might be cut down here," Yi Yun remarked, a flicker of heat passing through his eyes as he gazed at Yi Hanyin's enchanting visage, quickly suppressing that stirring emotion with a wry smile. Upon hearing Yi Yun's bemusement, Yi Hanyin bit her lip, and in a moment that even she found incredible, she allowed a radiant smile to blossom on her captivating face. Leaning in to whisper sweetly into Yi Yun's ear, she breathed softly, "Little brother, you are quite mischievous. Surely you aren't being deliberate." Yi Hanyin's playful gesture caused Yi Yun's smile to falter, the warm words seeming to seep into his heart. Igniting a blaze within, Yi Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even his usual indifference melted away, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from the enchanting woman, offering a resigned smile as he said, "Sister Yin, please don't tease me so." Though Yi Hanyin had initially harbored a hint of shyness, witnessing Yi Yun's reaction dispelled any remnants of that bashfulness. She realized, without knowing when, that she had developed a particular fondness for teasing this younger man. Chapter 20. The Crimson-Winged Demon Butterfly. "Sister Yin, grant me a task," Yi Yun exclaimed, shaking off his heated thoughts with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hanyin retrieved a task sheet from beneath the counter and handed it to Yi Yun, saying, "This is a newly acquired task. Have a look, but do not overexert yourself." Yi Yun took the task from Yi Hanyin and examined it closely. After a brief pause, he exhaled lightly and remarked, "To slay a wounded first-tier Qingyan demon wolf?" Indeed, a first-tier Qingyan demon wolf is roughly equivalent to a practitioner of the 4th or 5th tier of the Yuanqi realm, but it appears to be gravely injured, which is why this task was issued. "Are you certain you can handle it? Please don't push yourself," Yi Hanyin advised, resting her chin on her hand. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Yun's head, which had been bowed, suddenly lifted, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. "I shall accept this task." Yi Hanyin was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile. "You've bested me this time." The setting was a mountain gorge enveloped in darkness, its entrance shrouded in layers of mist that obscured the landscape within. Upon entering the gorge, one could feel the chill of dampness clinging to the air, a result of years without sunlight. This was the destination of Yi Yun's journey, the dark gorge stream. Emerging from the mist, Yi Yun's figure gradually became visible, his gaze scanning the surroundings with the precision of a hawk. After a thorough inspection, he frowned slightly, realizing that his spiritual energy could not extend very far in this place. After lingering for a moment, Yi Yun began to venture deeper into the gorge. Searching for his target, the Qingyan demon wolf, his footsteps were soft against the stones, creating a series of delicate sounds, and soon he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water nearby. The dark gorge stream received its name from its perpetual mist and darkness, and another reason was the stream itself. Within this abyss of demon beasts, no one had ever witnessed the source of the stream. Yet it was often seen stained with blood. Following the stream upstream, Yi Yun soon detected a trace of the metallic scent of blood mingling with the damp air. Beside the stream, he noticed a faint trail of crimson stains. The Qingyan demon wolf must have sought refuge here after sustaining injuries. Yet, the eerie calmness of the dark gorge stream seemed out of place. Yi Yun pondered to himself. According to the information I've gathered, there should be a bird-like demon beast within this gorge. Demon beasts regard their territories with the same sanctity as humans do. Logically, a wounded Qingyan demon wolf intruding upon its domain should not be met with such tranquility. As this thought crossed his mind, A sense of caution arose within him. He felt the flow of energy within him stirring, ready to propel him into a swift escape at the slightest hint of danger. After walking for several minutes, a series of faint, agonized growls reached Yi Yun's ears. He quickened his steps and soon spotted a wolf, larger than a two-headed hellhound. Lying weakly beside the stream, it bore a grievous wound. With some of its entrails visible, a sight that was both shocking and gruesome, as Yi Yun approached. The Qingyan demon wolf issued a low growl, as if to warn him. However, to Yi Yun, that warning seemed feeble and ineffective. At this moment, the Qingyan demon wolf was so weakened that even a common warrior could easily take its life. Observing the creature's injuries more closely, Yi Yun furrowed his brow. The wounds on the Qingyan demon wolf did not appear to have been inflicted by another demon beast, but rather seemed to bear the marks of human hands. Could it be the work of a high-tier warrior? Yi Yun mused silently. After swiftly dispatching the nearly lifeless wolf, Yi Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. Not expecting the task to be so effortlessly accomplished, he had harbored concerns before arriving. Once he had dealt with the remains of the Qingyan demon wolf, his gaze turned toward the depths of the dark gorge stream, internally grappling with whether to investigate further. However, the thought of encountering a high-tier demon beast filled him with trepidation. As Yi Yun wrestled with his dilemma, a sudden low rumble of energy reverberated through the air. Startling him, his expression shifted, for although the sound had been faint, he had unmistakably heard it. Straining to listen, Yi Yun discerned a distant roar of a beast. "Ha! Little Yun, you haven't misheard. There is indeed someone in that gorge. To be precise, it is likely one person and one demon beast engaged in a subtle commotion." Gu Tong's figure gradually materialized, gazing into the distance as he spoke softly. Yi Yun nodded, realizing that the presence of a warrior had disturbed the demon beasts of the dark gorge stream, causing them to clash. Moreover, it was likely that the wounds on the Qingyan demon wolf were inflicted by this very warrior. But what could this warrior seek in the depths of the demon beast abyss? Yi Yun murmured, "Go take a look, but be cautious. You should be fine," Gu Tong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded, his form shifting as he moved stealthily, making not a sound as he advanced deeper into the gorge. Before long, he discovered a low, muffled sound reverberating through the sky, echoing within the gorge. Concealing himself behind a large rock, Yi Yun gazed upward. In the sky above, a gaunt old man stood suspended in midair. His expression cold and stern. Surrounding him, energy surged violently, emanating a formidable force. Suspended in midair, this old man is indeed a formidable practitioner of the Gongli realm. Yi Yun whispered in astonishment, his breath hitching under the weight of the pressure radiating from the elder. Currently, the gap between Yi Yun and a practitioner of the Gongli realm was considerable, as they were separated by an entire tier of power. What on earth is this old man doing? Yi Yun wondered, diverting his gaze from the elder to the demon beast opposing him. Upon closer inspection, Yi Yun's countenance shifted to one of deep astonishment. Is this the demon beast of the dark gorge stream? It is a third-tier creature, the crimson-winged demon butterfly. Gu Tong, observing the creature in the sky, expressed his own surprise. The crimson-winged demon butterfly is categorized as a low-level third-tier demon beast. However, its speed is remarkable, making it a rare entity among its kind. The massive crimson-winged demon butterfly, with a wingspan of several meters, floated above, its form resembling that of a butterfly, adorned with bizarre, blood-red wings. Its large, grotesque head boasted sharp, glistening fangs that shimmered with a chilling glint. The imposing figure of the crimson-winged demon butterfly loomed in the sky like a small mountain, exuding an aura of oppression. A peculiar roar erupted from the mouth of the crimson-winged demon butterfly. And in an instant, Yi Yun witnessed it flap its enormous, crimson wings as it charged toward the gaunt old M. Yi Yun's astonishment. The speed of the crimson-winged demon butterfly was indeed as swift as Gu Tong had described, and its massive form showed no signs of clumsiness. In the blink of an eye, a gaunt old man found himself beneath the looming presence of a creature with crimson wings, with a powerful flap. Sharp blades of wind materialized from thin air, slicing through the space towards the old man. Chapter 21. Spirit spring crystal high above in the sky, the emaciated elder let out a disdainful grunt. With a swift motion, he drew forth a massive blade, approximately 10 feet in length, from the confines of his mustard seed bracelet. The great sword danced with fervor, infused with a torrent of primal energy, its blade glowing with a searing red light. Each swing unleashed fiery arcs that erupted from the sword's tip, colliding with the wind blades that, in an instant, a fierce gust of energy, accompanied by sparks, radiated outward. After successfully fending off the attack of the crimson-winged specter, the elder's expression turned icy. He stepped forward, unleashing the entirety of his energy to engage in combat with the creature. Ripples of energy capable of overwhelming martial artists at the 6th or 7th rank erupted intermittently in the sky. This was the fierce clash of power among those at the barrier of Chi's strength, a sight that left Yi Yun utterly mesmerized. He longed for the ability to wield such formidable power that could effortlessly shift the tides of battle. "Fear not, in no time, you shall reach that level." Gutong observed the yearning in Yi Yun's eyes and smiled gently. In response, Yi Yun merely smiled back, non-committal, redirecting his gaze to the unfolding battle above. The air was punctuated by deep rumblings of energy explosions, mingled with the elder's growls and the furious roars of the crimson-winged specter. As time elapsed, Yi Yun sensed that the crimson-winged specter was struggling against the elder. Initially, it had managed to keep pace with the old man due to its speed, but as time wore on, its swiftness began to wane. Although the elder bore some minor wounds, he remained largely unscathed, consistently suppressing the specter's attacks and inflicting damage in return. The elder's power was likely at the mid-stage of the barrier of Qi, making his victory not surprising. Yet, Yi Yun pondered the elder's true purpose in this place. A question that Gutong echoed with curiosity. Why Yi Yun, too, was perplexed as he gazed skyward. His attention was suddenly captivated by a glimmering sight. Narrowing his eyes, he followed the source, discovering a miniature waterfall cascading between two rocky cliffs. To his astonishment, the stream's source extended here, a detail he had overlooked moments. 8G, the heart of the miniature waterfall, a prominent stone platform jutted out, gently rising, upon which rested a circular object that resembled white jade. It was the spirit spring crystal. Before Yi Yun could fully comprehend the circular white jade, Gutong's astonished voice rang out. "The spirit spring crystal? Master, what is this?" Yi Yun inquired softly, bewildered. The spirit spring crystal is formed by the natural condensation of elemental energy over centuries, or even millennia. It is a rare treasure. Any martial artist who can assimilate this crystal would gain the equivalent of half a year's arduous training. That if you can acquire the Spirit Spring Crystal and combine it with a Gathering Essence array, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly soar, potentially saving you 6 months of grueling effort. Realizing the existence of such a treasure in this location, Yi Yun's heart raced with excitement. This moment, his gaze was fervently fixed on the Spirit Spring Crystal, and his breath quickened. How could Yi Yun not be stirred by such a celestial treasure? Time was his most pressing need, a commodity that others possessed in abundance, but was scarce for him. In 2 years, he must defeat that individual. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulged, reflecting the fiery resolve within. Yet he hesitated to act recklessly. Making a move would mean facing the wrath of a barrier of Qi expert, a perilous gamble. Given that he was merely at the energy realm, attempting to seize the Spirit Spring Crystal from such a formidable opponent would be akin to snatching food from tiger's mouth, if not more perilous. Caught in this internal struggle, Yi Yun's jaw tightened, and his fists cracked ominously. He grappled with the dilemma. Go. This rare opportunity must not be squandered. As he wrestled with his indecision, Gutong's ethereal figure emerged, speaking gently. "Master, but—" Yi Yun paused, about to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by Gutong. "Rest assured, if it comes to a point where you are left with no choice, I shall assist you," Gutong remarked, casting a furtive glance at the elder above, his eyes momentarily flashing with resolve before he smiled again. Though the words were reassuring, Yi Yun could not shake an inexplicable feeling that lingered in his heart when he met Gutong's gentle gaze. "Enough of your hesitation. If you continue to dither, the chance will slip away," Gutong chided playfully, seeking to dispel Yi Yun's doubts. This. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, silencing his thoughts, drawing a deep breath. He steeled himself, expelling the impurities from within. In that instant, he achieved a state of complete tranquility, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. Fixated on the figure above, he awaited the opportune moment. The instant to seize the prize and escape. Yi-Yun stood as still as a statue, as though he had already departed this realm. He remained transfixed on the battle above. It appeared to be reaching its climax. Intensifying with fervor, a furious roar erupted, reverberating through the air as the crimson-winged specter became frenzied, clearly sensing its disadvantage and fighting desperately. In an instant, the specter's relentless assault forced the gaunt elder into a defensive position. With a resounding explosion, a ball of energy burst forth from the specter's mouth, colliding heavily with the blade's energy in the elder's hand. The violent clash sent the elder staggering back several paces. It was in that moment, cloaked in shadows, that a glimmer of determination sparked in Yi-Yun's eyes, and he sprang forth like a panther. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Yun reached the stream's edge. Extending his hand to grasp the spirit spring crystal, as soon as he held the crystal, he felt a surge of pure elemental energy coursing through his being. Delighted, Yi-Yun quickly stowed the spirit spring crystal within his mustard seed bracelet. However, due to the slippery moss on the stream's edge, he inadvertently dislodged some loose stones, which tumbled into the water with a cacophony. The sound sent a wave of dread coursing through Yi-Yun. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. The sensitivity of a barrier of Qi expert was unparalleled, and as expected, the elder's gaze darted towards him with alarming swiftness. As the ethereal crystal of the spiritual spring rested in the hands of Yi-Yun, the old man's countenance shifted dramatically. His gaze, now imbued with a chilling malice, pierced through the air like a tangible weapon. "You little wretch, how dare you? Quickly relinquish the spiritual spring crystal." The old man's voice, laden with murderous intent, reverberated through the heavens, shattering the surrounding mists and causing the atmosphere to tremble, leaving Yi-Yun reeling from the sudden surge of blood and energy. Chapter 22. Life and death at breakneck speed, you little wretch. How dare you? Quickly relinquish the spiritual spring crystal. The old man's voice, steeped in lethal intent, echoed ominously above, parting the mists and shaking the very fabric of the night. "Xiao Yunzi, we must not be discovered. Let's flee," urged Gutong, his voice urgent. To Gutong's words, Yi-Yun unleashed a burst of speed, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. Within the dark ravine, a voice brimming with icy menace erupted in the shadowy depths, lingering ominously in the air. Accompanied by this fierce outcry, a figure shot forth from the depths of the ravine like a streak of light. "You little wretch, I will flay you alive and make you wish for death." The old man's gaze filled with frigid malice, twisted in fury as he observed Yi-Yun daring to flee with the treasure, having risked venturing into the depths of the beastly abyss for this spiritual spring crystal. He was confident that acquiring it would propel him beyond the bottleneck he had faced for years. Yet, just as victory seemed within his grasp, Yi-Yun had appeared unexpectedly, as the flames of rage ignited within him. His teeth ground together audibly, his eyes locked onto Yi-Yun. With a powerful push of his legs against the sky, he propelled himself forward with explosive force. However, just as he was about to launch himself into the fray, a massive figure appeared before him, the red-winged demon butterfly. "Get out of my way," the old man bellowed in fury, unleashing his formidable power. In the midst of his flight, Yi-Yun sensed the overwhelming force surging from behind. Causing his skin to prickle, he summoned every ounce of energy within him without a trace of hesitation. Faster, faster, even faster, he urged himself, racing against time and death. Just as Yi-Yun reached the ravine's exit, a staggering wave of energy erupted from the mountain gorge behind him, rushing forth like a tempest. Casting a hurried glance over his shoulder at the awe-inspiring surge of energy pursuing him, Yi-Yun's expression shifted to one of dread. He inhaled deeply and surged forward with renewed fervor. In the sky, two streaks of light, one ahead and one behind, flashed past each other before vanishing into the ether. The commotion caused by Yi-Yun and the emaciated old man caught the attention of numerous hunters. Upon sensing the powerful aura trailing after Yi-Yun, their faces turned pale with astonishment. An expert of the Chi Force realm. They gasped, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Those familiar with the Blood Rose Tavern stared at Yi Yun in disbelief, pondering what actions could have provoked such relentless pursuit. Such a spectacle was echoed in various locales, soon spreading throughout the beastly abyss. In the depths, the long-awaited night enveloped the abyss, casting an eerie chill over the shadowy expanse. Whoosh! A piercing sound shattered the tranquility of the night, as a figure darted through the darkness, followed closely by a brilliant light streaking across the sky like a shooting star. A formidable wave of energy swept through the area, uprooting plants and trees in its wake. "Umph, little beast, you cannot escape my grasp," the emaciated old man sneered, his eyes filled with a mix of malice and astonishment as he beheld Yi Yun's retreating figure. "Damn it, this kid's energy has yet to wane." He cursed under his breath. After half a day of relentless pursuit, the old man had expected Yi Yun, as a mere martial artist of the Qi realm, to have exhausted his energy long ago. Yet, to his dismay, Yi Yun showed no signs of fatigue, continuing to match him stride for stride. "Curse that little wretch! I will tear you apart," the old man vowed, retrieving a pill from his storage ring and swallowing it. The pill transformed into a surge of pure energy, augmenting his speed as he rocketed toward Yi Yun. "Curse it," Yi Yun muttered, his face paling as he felt the relentless pressure approaching from behind. A faint glow flickered in his chest, the spiritual spring crystal he had fought so hard to obtain. Without it, he would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of a Qi Force realm expert. "This won't do, Xiao Yunzi. We can't continue like this," Gu Tong's voice echoed in Yi Yun's mind during his frantic escape. "Master, what should we do?" Yi Yun replied anxiously. "Head into the forest ahead," Gu Tong instructed. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and swiftly entered the dense woodland. "Humph, little wretch. I will see where you can run," the old man cackled, his figure darting forward in pursuit. In the forest, a thin veil of mist enveloped the surroundings. The old man, moving like lightning, attempted to disperse the fog that obscured his vision. Yet, after a few steps, the mist closed in around him once more. "Damn it!" He cursed again, realizing that he could not fly in this forest, severely limiting his speed. Within the thick foliage, every time the old man nearly caught up to Yi Yun, the latter would strike the surrounding trees, creating obstacles that allowed him to narrowly escape. Each time this occurred, the old man's fury surged, his frustration mounting as he grappled with the reality that a mere Qi realm martial artist was eluding him. This was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the old man's expression hardened once more as he retrieved another pill from his storage ring and charged forward, his speed increasing dramatically as he maneuvered through the trees. He once again caught sight of Yi Yun's blurry figure ahead, who had halted in an open space. Seeing this, the old man's face lit up with joy as he surged forward, his energy flowing beneath him. In an instant, he stood before Yi Yun. "You little wretch, there's no escape now." The old man jeered, his gaze fixed on Yi Yun that moment. Yi Yun slowly lifted his previously tense face, a confident smile gracing his lips. "A mere Qi Force realm martial artist dares to be arrogant before me." Chapter 23. Confronting the Qi Force realm, as Yi Yun's words echoed, a powerful wave of energy erupted like a torrential flood, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the scene. This formidable aura enveloped Yi Yun, lifting his presence to new heights as a fierce wind whipped around him. The gusts billowed his garments, transforming him into a figure of unyielding strength. In that moment, he appeared as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, shedding the earlier disarray. The night sky seemed particularly luminous, the silvery moonlight piercing through the mist to illuminate Yi Yun's visage. A smirk played upon his lips, radiating an air of defiance and pride, reminiscent of a sovereign born to rule. As the old man beheld Yi Yun's sudden surge of power, his expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear igniting within him. In his murky eyes, astonishment mingled with dread as he realized he could not fathom the true nature of Yi Yun's energy. How is this possible? This boy must simply be bluffing, he thought, shaking his head in denial. "Enough of your tricks, boy. Today, I shall rid the world of you." The eruption of primordial energy was overwhelming, surging forth with unrestrained ferocity. With a single step, a deep sonic boom reverberated as the elder propelled himself forward in an instant. Within mere moments, he appeared above Yi Yun, his 5 fingers splayed and his palms converging like claws. Primordial energy swirling violently, the sharp radiance of his claws tearing through the air as they aimed for Yi Yun's heart. Yi Yun let out a disdainful snicker, his palms slowly retreating, and then, with a sudden surge of energy, a formidable ball of power erupted, colliding violently with the elder's claw-like strike. The 2 powerful attacks met with a resounding crash, sending forth a low, thunderous sound that rippled through the air. The sheer force of the collision causing the surrounding atmosphere to explode outward. The elder's pupils constricted in realization as he found his assault halted, unable to advance even an inch against Yi Yun's formidable defense. The intense feedback from his own attack shattered any illusion of a dream, and his expression shifted as he instinctively began to tread the air, grasping forcefully into the void in an instant. A colossal claw of primordial energy, measuring 4 to 5 meters in size, materialized in the air. The ghost Yin Claw elder snorted coldly, his sleeves billowing as he extended his palm, and the gigantic claw surged forward in tandem with his movement, launching itself at Yi Yun. Observing this, Yi Yun's eyes glinted with a fierce light. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb beneath his feet, and unleashed a punch that collided with the elder's claw. The point of impact caused the ground beneath Yi Yun to sink sharply, releasing another burst of ferocious energy. A guttural sound erupted from Yi Yun's throat as he staggered back several steps, a metallic taste flooding his mouth, his blood surging within him. Alas, age was weighing heavily upon him. Suppressing the turbulent energy within, Yi Yun clenched his fists and muttered softly, "Embrace your demise," having forced Yi Yun back with a single claw. The elder felt a surge of confidence, that a cruel smile crept across his lips as he lunged at Yi Yun with the ferocity of a famished tiger. How ironic that I, once formidable, have been reduced to this state. Yet you, a mere practitioner of essence, shall not dare to bully me. After all, a shrimp remains a shrimp. As the frail elder charged forward, Yi Yun wore a sneer of contempt. Just as his words fell, he slowly extended a slender hand from his sleeve, palm open, revealing a miniature whirlwind of primordial energy swirling within. The elder scoffed derisively, a mocking grin spreading across his face. But his amusement faltered as he beheld Yi Yun's actions. Before him, strands of silvery primordial energy began to coalesce into a 1-inch square seal, resembling a stamp, hovering above Yi Yun's palm. This silver seal floated gracefully in the air, soon multiplying into over 20 similar seals that orbited Yi Yun. As the elder's pupils dilated in shock, he gasped out the words, "Spirit Array Master." He had never anticipated encountering a Spirit Array Master in this location. Generally, such individuals held esteemed positions within sects or families, and he was astonished to discover that this young man was one of them. Let us see what kind of Spirit Array you can conjure. While a Spirit Array Master's methods are indeed enigmatic and powerful, you are merely a youthful whelp. Contend with me. You would need at least a 3rd-tier Spirit Array, and I doubt you possess the capability to create one. Even if the boy could, the elder was determined not to grant him that opportunity. A sinister grin flashed across the elder's face as his speed abruptly surged. With a swift motion, he summoned the massive blade that glimmered in the daylight. Gripping it tightly, his aura swelling once more. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful wave of primordial energy, swinging the blade down with tremendous force, a blazing red dragon of energy cleaving through the air toward Yi Yun. Faced with this imminent threat, Yi Yun exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he closed his eyes, lightly tapping his foot against the ground as the fiery blade narrowly missed him. Realizing his attack had been evaded, the elder was momentarily stunned before swiftly lunging forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes aimed at Yi Yun. Yet, in that moment, Yi Yun moved with the grace of a fish in water. Though each of the elder's strikes appeared destined to land, Yi Yun seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading each attack with precision. Observing the increasingly intricate spirit array surrounding him, the elder clenched his teeth and retreated, raising his blade high. Since he could not prevent the array's formation, he resolved to see how it would fare against him. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," Yi Yun announced coldly, coming to a standstill as he opened his eyes. As he formed the hand seals, the primordial energy around him began to stir violently. With a flick of his arms, the seals merged seamlessly into the surrounding air. Activate, Yi Yun commanded, and from the space around him, strands of spiritual energy shot forth, intertwining in the air. Chapter 24. The Blue Lotus Killing Array on the Open Ground. Yi Yun's voice rang out as strands of spiritual energy converged and danced in the air. Simultaneously, the Elder's aura surged to its peak, torrents of primordial energy flooding into the blade. With a decisive step, a fire dragon, several dozen meters long, manifested between the blade's swings, roaring as it transformed into a beam of light hurtling toward Yi Yun. As the final strand of spiritual energy intertwined, the spirit array coalesced, emanating a brilliant radiance that illuminated the surroundings. The primordial energy surged wildly toward the center of the array, and soon, a lotus flower with 3 azure petals took shape in the center. Swiftly, Yi Yun commanded, and the azure lotus erupted into a dazzling tail as it advanced toward the red fire dragon. With a piercing sound, the azure lotus collided with the fire dragon in an instant. A cataclysmic explosion resounded, unleashing a force capable of obliterating a practitioner of the essence realm. The skies were filled with a brilliant clash of blue and red light as the fire dragon and the azure lotus struggled against one another. Yet before long, to the Elder's horror, the fire dragon began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing without a trace, while the azure lotus, having lost a petal, continued its relentless assault toward the Elder. The Elder's pupils constricted in terror as he attempted to flee. But the azure lotus was upon him in an instant, detonating with a thunderous roar. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed 2 azure petals gracefully blooming in the open space. As the azure lotus erupted, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, causing the surrounding debris to shatter and float weightlessly in the air, only to be torn apart by the ensuing energy storm. The ferocious energy tempest continued to surge, gradually dissipating after what felt like an eternity. The original terrain has undergone a profound transformation. The very spot where the Elder once stood has now become a deep pit, gazing into the abyss. One can see the Elder, whose body is now drenched in blood, the crimson fluid gushing forth like a spring. His breath has noticeably weakened, and he stoops, utterly frail. Indeed, a practitioner at the essence-gathering realm is not so easily vanquished. Yi Yun could not help but let out a bitter smile, his gaze now icy as he fixed it upon the Elder. The frail old man, upon noticing this, turned pale with terror, his face reflecting sheer horror. As he met Yi Yun's gaze, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he spat a mouthful of blood mist before swiftly retreating into the distance. Watching the Elder's figure gradually fade away, Yi Yun made no effort to impede his escape. It was only when the Elder vanished from sight that Yi Yun's previously surging aura receded like the tide, his energy waning significantly. With a soft splutter, Yi Yun expelled a mouthful of blood, slowly propping himself up. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "This essence-gathering warrior is indeed formidable. Even an attack from someone like my master couldn't finish him off." Frustrated, Yi Yun turned his attention to Gutong. However, he suddenly froze in place, his pupils dilating in shock as he stammered, "Master." In his mind's eye, Gutong's figure appeared dim and ethereal, as if on the verge of dissipating. Although Gutong had previously seemed somewhat insubstantial, he now appeared drastically more ephemeral than before. "It's all right. After all, I am merely a spiritual entity. This state poses no significant issue," Gutong reassured him with a gentle smile. Prior to this moment, Gutong was aware of his own circumstances, that he understood that manifesting a 3rd-tier spiritual array in his current state would inevitably deplete his spiritual energy, risking his very existence. Yet for Yi Yun's sake, he chose to proceed regardless, feeling no hesitation in his duty to guide this young man toward the pinnacle of the world. Yi Yun beheld Gutong's translucent figure. A wave of emotion washed over him, his eyes reddening. For him, the adage "once a teacher, forever a father" resonated deeply. Previously, Yi Yun had viewed Gutong merely as a mentor, but after these events, he had come to regard him as family. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Yun realized that strength was the crux of it all. Had he possessed greater power, none of this would have transpired. taking a deep breath to suppress the bittersweet emotions swelling within. Yi Yun bowed deeply to Gu Tong, his lips pressed into a thin line, eyes brimming with determination. Witnessing Yi Yun's expression, Gu Tong smiled approvingly. With my remaining life, if I can exchange it for the day you stand atop the world. What could be wrong with that? Inside the Blood Rose Tavern, a stark contrast to its usual dark and oppressive atmosphere prevailed today, as the tavern buzzed with lively chatter. This cacophony had not arisen in a day or two, but it persisted for nearly a week. The topic of conversation among the patrons revolved around a recent encounter between Yi Yun and the frail Essence Gathering Elder. The reverberations of their clash had yet to dissipate and seemed to grow even more fervent, especially after reports emerged of the Elder's inglorious flight from the abyss of beasts. Initially, many scoffed at the news. How could a powerful Essence Gathering warrior be so bested by a mere Qi gathering practitioner? Such claims seemed absurd. However, as more individuals shared their accounts, the story began to take on a semblance of truth, leaving many incredulous. Yet with a week passing without any sign of Yi Yun, the events of that day became a hot topic among the hunters in their leisure. Behind the counter, the Blood Rose propped her chin on her hand, listening to the surrounding discussions, a hint of worry and guilt shadowing her features. She regretted allowing Yi Yun to undertake that mission. Had he not accepted it, he would not have encountered the formidable Essence Gathering warrior. Now, with a week elapsed and no sign of Yi Yun, it seemed that his fate was grim, and she bore the weight of that responsibility. Despite the bleakness of hope, she clung to a sliver of it, yearning for the return of the young man who would sit quietly at the counter. Sipping his drink, she relished teasing him, finding delight in his moments of fluster. She understood that her feelings for Yi Yun were not romantic, but akin to a sister's affection for her brother. Thus, Han Yin waited patiently, resting her chin in her hand, as the sun dipped lower in the sky. She sighed softly, knowing that once again, he would not return today. Gradually rising, she arched her back enticingly, preparing to turn away, when suddenly the clamor around her fell silent. A shadow elongated behind her, and as Han Yin's gaze shifted, her expression transformed, blossoming into the most radiant smile. She hurriedly turned, and upon seeing the familiar figure at the entrance, she could no longer contain herself, her delicate hand covering her lips, her eyes glistening with emotion. All eyes turned toward the young man, and a palpable sense of pressure emanated from him, more profound than before. Yet, what startled them most was the recent news of the Essence Gathering warrior's retreat. If that report had lacked credibility days prior, the very presence of Yi Yun now served as irrefutable proof. As they pondered this, a wave of astonishment enveloped their hearts. Gazing upon Yi Yun's youthful visage, they felt as though they were lost in a dream, ignoring the expressions of those around him. Yi Yun approached the counter and grinned at Han Yin. Sister Yin, I'm back. Glad to hear it. Han Yin replied, her nose twitching slightly as she extended a slender finger to poke Yi Yun's forehead. Feigning irritation, you truly worried me to death. How could you get involved in such dangerous affairs? Rubbing his forehead, Yi Yun chuckled, knowing he had not intended to stir up such trouble, but fate had dealt him a hand he could not refuse. Although he had paid a hefty price, the rewards had matched, yet if given the chance to relive it, he would gladly forfeit those gains. Noticing the sorrow etched on Yi Yun's brow, Han Yin offered him a drink, her voice softening as she asked, "Were your plans going forward?" Yi Yun paused, momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Accepting the cup from her hand, he raised it to his lips and drank deeply, the fiery liquid igniting a warmth within him. Setting the cup down heavily, he sighed, murmuring, "In the coming days, I intend to leave this place to..." Han Yin sighed, realizing that Yi Yun was merely a transient soul here. He sought a broader stage where he truly belonged, not a dragon. After all, must dive into the sea rather than flounder in a small pond. Pouring another drink for Yi Yun, Han Yin gently patted his shoulder, her enchanting face breaking into a captivating smile as she softly encouraged, "Go. I believe that one day you will return as a mighty force. Take care." As Yi Yun downed the drink, he gazed at the beautiful woman before him, her presence exuding the allure of a century-old vintage wine. Stepping closer, he inhaled her intoxicating scent and whispered in her ear, "Sister, please refrain from displaying your charm too freely. I would prefer not to see long lines waiting to catch a glimpse of you before my return." With that, before Han Yin could react, Yi Yun flashed a smile and stepped out the door. Watching him depart, Han Yin's delicate hand brushed against her ear, where she could still feel the warmth of his breath lingering. A peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart. "Little brother, I eagerly await your return to see how much you've grown." Chapter 25. Encountering the spiritual array days later. Within the forest, the pitch-black night sky hung above. A solitary full moon casting its silvery glow upon the earth. In the depths of the dark forest, a faint campfire flickered, dancing lightly and bringing a touch of warmth to the stillness of the night. Beside the fire, a young man leaned against a tree trunk, idly toying with the flames using a stick. The yellowish glow of the fire illuminated his face, which, though still bearing traces of youth, had begun to take on more defined, chiseled features. This young man was Yi Yun, bored. Yi Yun poked at the fire, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Half a year had passed since he had embarked on this journey, and a gentle pang of longing began to creep into his heart. "I wonder how Mother and Xiaoxiu are faring. Are they doing well?" Yi Yun murmured to himself, a deep sense of yearning reflected in his eyes. Regaining his focus, he added a few more twigs to the nearly extinguished fire, rekindling it into a brighter blaze. With a gentle grip, he conjured a flicker of yellow flame in his palm. Having successfully opened all 24 meridians of the indestructible thunder technique over the past 6 months. Moreover, after a week's time, Yi Yun thoroughly absorbed the vast and pure elemental energy emanating from the spirit origin crystal. Thanks to the ancient formation of Yuan Gathering devised by Gu Tong, which propelled Yi Yun into the 4th tier of the elemental realm, drawing him ever closer to the 5th tier. At some unknown moment, Gu Tong floated out from the ring, suspended above the campfire. The scorching flames penetrated Gu Tong's body, creating an oddly surreal spectacle. Ji Yu Tong nodded and smiled, saying, "The hardships endured during this period have not been in vain. At this pace, you shall likely ascend to the 5th tier of the elemental realm within a month. It is also time for you to learn the path of formations." Ji Yu Tong's words jolted Yi Yun's spirit. He was finally about to engage with the mystique of spiritual formations. The formidable power of the 3rd tier formation demonstrated by Gu Tong had left a profound impression in Yi Yun's mind. And now, the prospect of delving into the enigmatic realm thrilled him immensely. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tong spoke again. The so-called spiritual formation is, as the name suggests, a formation that causes elemental energy to resonate in a special manner, thereby invoking the elemental essence of the universe for both offensive and defensive purposes. However, eliciting such resonance is exceedingly complex and challenging. "Now, observe my hand closely." Ji Yu Tong extended his hand, which appeared unusually elongated. Unlike the calloused hands of typical martial artists to accommodate Yi Yun, Gu Tong deliberately slowed his movements while Yi Yun focused on his palm, witnessing the rapid condensation of elemental energy at his fingertips, which ultimately transformed into 5 exquisitely intricate elemental seals. These seals appeared remarkably complex, radiating a unique oscillation, as if the very essence of heaven and earth was subtly swirling around them. This is the formation seal, an indispensable element for arranging spiritual formations. It is akin to the foundation of a building. These formation seals constitute the very basis of the spiritual formation. Formation seals? Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, evidently unfamiliar with the concept. Indeed, these seals are the foundation for arranging spiritual formations. Even if you possess sufficient spiritual energy, without the ability to condense formation seals, you shall never become a formation master. After speaking, Gu Tong produced a scroll from his hand and tossed it to Yi Yun. This contains the methods for condensing formation seals. Contemplate it carefully. This is a task that must be accomplished through your own efforts, for I cannot assist you. Upon receiving the scroll, Yi Yun unfurled it, and a stream of information surged into his mind. He closed his eyes, gradually digesting the information within. Ji Yu Tong, remaining silent, floated nearby, protecting Yi Yun as he concentrated. After a considerable duration, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "Are you prepared?" Gu Tong inquired gravely, fixing his gaze upon Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively, signaling his readiness, and then closed his eyes once more, extending his palm. Currents of elemental energy surged forth from within, gathering in his palm and pulsating like miniature tornadoes. Vaguely, a formation seal began to coalesce, yet it appeared exceedingly unstable, reminiscent of a flickering flame in the wind. Poised to extinguish at any moment, Jiu Tong's heart mirrored the instability of the formation seal, his own emotions fluctuating in tandem. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat began to form on his palms. The night was eerily tranquil, yet Gu Tong's heart was anything but calm. He could not tear his gaze away from Yi Yun, who had become a vessel for all his hopes. Naturally, he wished for Yi Yun's success. For then he could impart his entire understanding of formation techniques to him. As time trickled by, mere seconds felt like centuries to Gu Tong, who was consumed by anxiety in the realm of formations. The fewer times one condenses a formation seal at the onset, the faster the process occurs, signifying greater talent. Conversely, repeated attempts indicate weaker aptitude. Just as Gu Tong's heart raced to its peak, he observed a shift in Yi Yun. Specifically in the movement of his hand, a sharp exclamation erupted as the formation seal within Yi Yun's palm gradually solidified. Has he succeeded? Gu Tong exhaled, feeling a slight relief in his chest. The successful condensation of a formation seal indicated that Yi Yun could indeed become a formation master. Yet Gu Tong's expectations for him were far greater. For a formation master, the initial formation seals they can condense reflect their innate talent and determine their starting point in the realm of formation mastery. One formation seal is merely the minimum requirement for a formation master. Thus, Gu Tong's expectations extended beyond this threshold. Before long, Yi Yun's palm surged with elemental energy once more, and another formation seal began to take shape within his grasp. As the second seal materialized, Gu Tong's tension eased slightly, yet he remained vigilant. In his mind, Yi Yun must condense 3 formation seals to meet his standards. 1 seal is considered ordinary, 2 are average, 3 are excellent, while 4 are regarded as extraordinary as for 5. Such talent is exceedingly rare in this era. Under Gu Tong's watchful gaze, yet another formation seal emerged from Yi Yun's palm. Excellent. Witnessing the 3 transparent formation seals swirling in Yi Yun's hand, Gu Tong's previously taut expression relaxed significantly. However, after a brief interval, Yi Yun had yet to open his eyes. Instead, he furrowed his brow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Gu Tong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Fixated intently on Yi Yun. Under such scrutiny, the perspiration on Yi Yun's brow increased, and the elemental energy in his palm continued to intertwine, yet it remained elusive in achieving a stable form. Gu Tong sighed, feeling a tinge of dismay. Had he been too ambitious? Just then, a breeze swept past, seemingly carrying Gu Tong's words away, and at that moment, Yi Yun's body trembled as the 4th formation seal materialized in his palm. Following the 3rd, the sudden appearance of the 4th formation seal startled Gu Tong, but he was soon overcome with ecstatic joy. Yet before his smile could fully bloom, he witnessed the 5th formation seal unexpectedly emerge alongside the 4th within Yi Yun's palm. Gazing at the 5 formation seals hovering around Yi Yun, Gu Tong found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. If he had to articulate anything, it would be gratitude for having encountered Yi Yun and for the privilege of being his mentor. With a gentle expression, Gu Tong regarded Yi Yun, who slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the formation seals in his hands, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Yun's face. Releasing a deep breath, Yi Yun beamed at Gu Tong, exclaiming, "Master, I have succeeded." Chapter 26. The vermilion bird formation in the heart of the forest, the 5 formation seals floating beside Yi Yun signified Gu Tong's current emotions. Once in a century is deemed a hero. Once in a millennium, a prodigy. Yi Yun's extraordinary talent in spiritual formations had reached such heights that, with proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly surpass Gu Tong in due time. Should anyone acquainted with Gu Tong be present, they would surely gasp in astonishment, for they were well aware of Gu Tong's profound mastery of spiritual formations. The mere thought that he believed Yi Yun could eclipse him underscored the immense expectations he held for Yi Yun. To condense 5 formation seals is a feat so rare that it would be considered remarkable even in ancient times. Jiu Tong gazed at the jubilant Yi Yun with a face full of satisfaction. A faint smile graced his calm visage as he nodded and stated, "Indeed, success is what matters. You have now officially entered the path of a formation master by successfully condensing formation seals. I shall now continue to explain the methods of cultivation for formation masters." Yi Yun nodded, sitting up straight and attentively listening. Aside from formation seals, a spiritual formation also necessitates another essential component: the formation diagram. If the formation seal is likened to the foundation of a building, then the formation diagram serves as the blueprint. Only with a blueprint can a proper structure be erected. The formation diagram and the formation itself must be interwoven to arrange a spiritual formation, which is categorized into 9 tiers. Each formation type varies. For instance, some formations are offensive in nature, while others serve supportive roles. The formation I previously arranged for you is a 3rd-tier formation, the Yuan Gathering Formation. In this realm, the 4th-tier formation master represents a watershed. Upon reaching the 4th tier, one attains the status of a mid-level formation master, and at that point, one can traverse the continent freely, treated as a guest of honor. Besides offensive and supportive formations, there exist some unique formations, such as illusion formations, which certain reclusive families favor to conceal their presence from prying eyes. These illusory formations can also be employed against adversaries. However, should one encounter an opponent of superior strength, the efficacy of these formations seems to diminish significantly. After a brief pause, Gutong continued, "You have now crossed the threshold into the realm of spirit formation masters, and it is high time for you to learn some spirit formations." Ji Yutong's words filled Yi Yun with excitement. With a gentle tap of his finger on Yi Yun's forehead, a fleeting pain coursed through Yi Yun's mind. Followed by an influx of cascading information, Ji Yutong's voice resonated in his ears. "This is a 1st-tier spirit formation, the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation and the Rain God Formation. Your current level. You may not yet be able to execute the Rain God Formation, as it ranks among the pinnacle of 1st-tier formations, rivaling even some 2nd-tier formations. When aided by advantageous terrain, it may even contend with 3rd-tier formations. For the next few days, do not rush to cultivate formations. First, refine your skill in imprinting before advancing to the learning phase. Remember, in combat, it is not the potency of the formation that matters most, but the swiftness with which you can establish it, and no matter how formidable another's formation may be. If you can set up yours faster, you will gain the upper hand. In this world, speed is paramount." Upon hearing Gutong's words, Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the power of spirit formations is formidable, they are rendered useless if the opponent does not provide an opportunity to deploy them. Gutong observed Yi Yun for a moment, nodded approvingly, and then vanished into his ring. Once Gutong departed, Yi Yun closed his eyes in deep concentration, although he had just successfully condensed 5 formation seals. They were evidently insubstantial and frail, inadequate for establishing a proper spirit formation. Under the sparse stars and the silvery moonlight cascading upon Yi Yun's face, he felt a surge of energy as he focused. A faint glow flickered as his hands wove through the air, and he conjured 2 white formation seals. However, these seals shattered with a crack before they could hold for more than a moment. Yi Yun opened his eyes, gazing at the remnants of the fragmented seals in his hand, and let out a wry smile. He had been a bit overconfident, attempting to condense 2 seals simultaneously, only to be met with the harsh reality of his limitations. Sighing, he plunged back into his training with renewed determination. Days passed in this rigorous practice. By day, Yi Yun traveled at a leisurely pace, and by night, he immersed himself in the study of formations. Initially, he feared that focusing on spirit formations might hinder his martial prowess, but as the days went by, he found his manipulation of elemental energy becoming increasingly adept. This realization filled him with joy and propelled him to devote himself even more fervently to the study of spirit formations. Time flew by, and after half a month, Yi Yun not only mastered the condensation of the 5 formation seals, but expanded his repertoire to 10. Meeting the requirements for the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation. One breezy afternoon, Gutong's figure appeared before Yi Yun, who, upon seeing the formation seals, nodded in approval. With Gutong's acknowledgement, Yi Yun finally sighed in relief. After expressing his admiration, Gutong began to instruct Yi Yun on the intricacies of forming formations. Through their interactions, Yi Yun began to grasp the immense difficulty involved in setting up spirit formations. The fundamental and most rigorous requirement is the precise control of one's soul power, guiding the formation's spiritual threads to fulfill the conditions for establishing a spirit formation. However, these spiritual threads are not easily manipulated. Even the simplest formations entail dozens of intricate threads, and any error in a single one could lead to failure. After several days of effort, Yin faced repeated failures due to entangled threads or insufficient control over his soul power, resulting in chaos. Despite his remarkable talent for spirit formations, he experienced numerous setbacks. Ji Yutong observed this with indifference, knowing that anyone who underestimated the challenges of becoming a spirit formation master was gravely mistaken. Yet, after the string of failures, Yi Yun did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he became increasingly resolute, pouring himself into his studies. After countless failures, his attempts at establishing spirit formations gradually matured. Finally, one night, after half a month of relentless training, Yi Yun managed to successfully set up the Vermilion Bird Flame formation on a particularly hot afternoon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting an intense heat that even the lush canopy of the forest could not mitigate. Yet, amidst the woods, Yi Yun remained calm and composed. The afternoon breeze stirred the fallen leaves, bringing a refreshing sensation to that moment. Yi Yun opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as the stale air escaped. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a faintly glowing light. Moments later, 10 translucent white formation seals began to spin around him. With a flick of his arms, the seals vanished in a thin air, seemingly absorbed by the atmosphere. However, if a spirit formation master were present, they would witness the seals merge into the surroundings in a mystical pattern, with beams of light radiating from the seals and intertwining in an enigmatic dance. As the final beam of light completed its complex interweaving, the entire formation erupted in a brilliant glow. The surrounding elemental energy surged violently, and soon, a dazzling crimson light enveloped the area, causing the temperature to rise abruptly. Sensing the changes around him, a spark of delight flickered in Yi Yun's dark pupils. He had succeeded. Though it was merely a first-tier spirit formation, it was enough to fill him with exhilaration. Clap, clap. Gu Tong, witnessing the scene, broke into a smile, his previously taut expression softening. He applauded and praised. Well done. In response, Yi Yun, with a hint of innocence, nodded appreciatively. Clenching his fist, he felt the flow of elemental energy in his palm and realized he had grown fond of the sensation of constructing spirit formations. Chapter 27. Holy Spirit Fruit. Before Yi Yun lay an expansive mountain range, its undulating peaks stretching endlessly like a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth. Between the mountains, verdant forests swayed like shimmering emerald scales. Yi Yun smiled as he gazed at the iron-backed demon wolf that stood at his side to test the efficacy of the Vermilion Bird Spirit formation. He had deliberately sought out this beast. Now, be a good sport. Yi Yun chuckled, flashing a grin at the iron-backed demon wolf. This creature resembled the azure flame demon wolf, yet differed in its renowned toughness and resilience, sensing the malice emanating from the human before it. The demon wolf let out a thunderous roar, its powerful limbs propelling it forward as it lunged at Yi Yun with its gaping maw. Just in time, Yi Yun shouted, his arm whipping forward as a radiant light erupted beneath the demon wolf's feet, enveloping it in a dazzling glow. As the light flickered, threads of spirit energy swiftly converged, weaving intricate paths in the air. Before long, as the final spiritual thread intertwined, the surrounding elemental energy began to surge violently. A torrent of fiery energy erupted from the void, its scorching heat distorting the very air around it. Yi Yun licked his lips, and with a gentle flick of his finger, a blinding light burst forth. Waves of crimson energy surged from the formation, coalescing into a towering pillar of fire that shot forth, crashing into the iron-backed demon wolf. Boom! The overwhelming force, accompanied by a wave of heat, erupted, engulfing the demon wolf, which howled in agony as it was consumed by the flames, leaving behind a faint scent of roasted meat. Indeed, this spirit formation is remarkable. Yi Yun beamed, realizing that mastering spirit formations granted him a potent safeguard. He mused that even a martial artist at the 6th or 7th level of elemental energy would not fare well against such a formation. The power of the spirit formation ignited within Yi in a fervent desire to explore higher-tier formations and their seemingly boundless might. Rest assured, under my guidance, you shall not be far from that day. Gu Tong floated forth, sensing the eagerness in Yi Yun's eyes, and smiled gently. Yi Yun shrugged, neither affirming nor denying the claim, as evening approached. Just as Yi Yun was about to depart, Gu Tong gestured for him to stop. "What is it, master?" Yi Yun inquired, puzzled. Instead of responding verbally, Gu Tong closed his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them, pointing towards a distant location. "Not far from here lies a faint life force. It appears to be a human. Additionally, on this mountainous terrain, there are two factions vying for attention." Oh, Gu Tong's words piqued Yi Yun's curiosity. Following Gu Tong's, Yi Yun gradually made his way in that direction. Before long, he too could faintly discern the weak sounds, which filled him with profound respect for Gu Tong. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Gu Tong's spiritual prowess. Indeed, a glimpse can reveal much about one's capabilities. Pushing aside the grass, Yi Yun discovered a middle-aged man lying feebly on the ground. Upon noticing Yi Yun's arrival, the man clutched Yi Yun's garment desperately, akin to a drowning soul, and gasped, "Please, save Ling Er and the others, and the Holy Spirit fruit." Before he could finish his plea, he collapsed, gasping. Yi Yun checked his pulse, realizing the man had merely fainted. "Master, what should we do?" This was Yi Yun's first encounter with such a situation, leaving him uncertain. The Holy Spirit fruit, indeed. This is a matter we cannot ignore, Gu Tong declared with palpable excitement. The Holy Spirit fruit? Yi Yun was taken aback. Bewildered, what could this object be that stirred such fervor in the usually aloof Gu Tong? His curiosity began to blossom. "I will explain later. Let's first investigate," Gu Tong urged. Complying, Yi Yun nodded and leaped forward, racing towards the indicated location. Upon arrival, Yi Yun observed a standoff between two groups. One faction, outnumbered, was encircled by the other. Concealing himself among the underbrush, Yi Yun decided to assess the situation as he surveyed the battlefield. His brow furrowed. On the open ground below, the surrounded group comprised 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. The strongest among them was a middle-aged man at the 5th stage of the Vitality Realm, already sustaining injuries without assistance. Defeat seemed inevitable. In stark contrast, the opposing faction boasted a 6th-stage powerhouse and a 4th-stage warrior, and no wonder they found themselves in dire straits. They were severely outmatched in numbers. "Master, what should we do?" Yi Yun muttered. The earlier messenger must have belonged to the disadvantaged faction. Should he intervene? "You must act. Little Yun, we need that Holy Spirit fruit. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of elevating your abilities by an entire stage without side effects," Gu Tong urged, excitement lacing his voice. "1 entire stage." Yi Yun gasped, astonished. The Holy Spirit fruit possessed such power? He resolved to take action. On the open ground, the middle-aged man confronted his assailants. "Meng Hai, what do you mean by this? The Holy Spirit fruit was discovered by our dragon hunting guild first. Are you truly seeking a full-scale conflict with us?" "Humph, Rob. Don't delude yourself into thinking anyone will come to your aid. Surrender the Holy Spirit fruit. I may spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Let us see if you can escape today." The man, known as Meng Hai, replied ominously, I would never surrender the Holy Spirit fruit, even in death." The middle-aged man retorted defiant. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Yi Yun evades Meng Hai's ferocious attacks. After a failed strike, Meng Hai swiftly turns around and throws another punch at Yi Yun. Yet again, a fleeting shadow allows Yi Yun to narrowly escape, inciting Meng Hai's ire. "You little brat, don't run." Yi Yun pays no heed to Meng Hai's frantic shouts. A 6th-tier practitioner of the Vitality Realm is not to be underestimated, especially considering that the current level of Meng Hai's vitality far surpasses Yi Yun's capabilities. Therefore, Yi Yun's primary strategy is to prolong the engagement. This scene unfolds in the open space, with Meng Hai's attacks seemingly on the verge of hitting Yi Yun, only for the latter to deftly evade each time, seizing opportunities to counterattack. This provokes Meng Hai's anger further, akin to a beast clawing at the air in frustration. Enraged, Meng Hai intensifies his assaults, each punch creating deep craters in the ground, the sheer force of his strikes leaving onlookers trembling in fear. Several times, he nearly grazes Yi Yun, and should he land a blow, the consequences would be dire. With a light step, Yi Yun deftly sidesteps another of Meng Hai's strikes. However, instead of fleeing, he unleashes his inner vitality with the ferocity of a torrential flood, exuding an intimidating aura that seems to taunt Meng Hai. "You insolent wretch, finally daring to face me head-on." Meng Hai's heart swells with exhilaration. Should Yi Yun accept his challenge, he believes he could easily defeat him, fueled by the confidence of a sixth-tier powerhouse. Yet before his satisfaction can fully bloom, it swiftly turns to chill. Yi Yun's vitality surges dramatically, his aura escalating with palpable intensity, causing his garments to flutter violently and the surrounding leaves to dance aimlessly in the wind. The rolling essence of vitality flows around him like writhing worms, and as Meng Hai witnesses this astonishing display of power, his expression shifts to one of solemnity. Abandoning any prior disdain, he had not anticipated that this seemingly immature youth could unleash such formidable might. Meng Hai's thoughts race, deducing that Yi Yun must belong to a prominent family, as such strength cannot arise from mere chance. This realization deepens his murderous intent. He must eliminate Yi Yun, for if the latter were to escape, it could spell unnecessary trouble for the Poison Wolf gang. Taking a deep breath, Meng Hai's aura surges dramatically, clashing with Yi Yun's formidable presence. The powerful energies collide, creating a palpable tension that causes the onlookers to struggle for breath. As they observe the two combatants, all present involuntarily swallow hard, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Rob initially harbored doubts about Yi Yun due to his youth. How could a warrior so young possess significant cultivation? Yet, in this moment, he is compelled to reconsider, and one could have anticipated the sheer ferocity of Yi Yun's strength. Chapter 29. One against many as the two combatants reach the zenith of their power. The air around them seems to solidify under the weight of their energies that, in perfect synchrony, they launch into action, their fists hurtling toward each other with the force of a breaking wind. The clash accompanied by a deafening sound, in an instant, their fists collide with an explosive impact, the shockwaves sending debris flying and distorting the space around them. As the dust settles, the crowd's anticipation heightens. Who will emerge victorious? Rob clenches his fists, bracing himself for the worst, his vitality surging in response to the intensity of the battle. Finally, as the dust clears, the silhouettes of the two warriors become visible. But the sight that greets the onlookers causes their pupils to dilate in shock. Before them lies a deep crater where the two had clashed, and beside it kneels Meng Hai, battered and breathing heavily. His right arm hanging limply, blood seeping from numerous wounds. With a violent cough, he expels a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling drastically to in stark contrast. Yi Yun stands resolutely, though his attire bears signs of battle. He emanates an aura akin to that of an indomitable war god, a figure of invincibility that a wave of elation surges through Rob and his companions, their expressions reflecting profound joy as they exchange glances. Rob inadvertently catches sight of his lady, who gazes intently at Yi Yun, her eyes wide with admiration. That he smiles softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a harsh cough jolts everyone back to the reality of the battle. Meng Hai, forcing himself upright, rasps with venomous fury, "Attack! All of you, charge and kill this brat." Rob's sprays as if defying the very force of gravity. Countless fragments of stone plummeted down violently. The tempestuous storm and swirling dust gradually began to subside. Rob and his companions gazed in awe at the astonishing spectacle, unable to stifle a gasp of astonishment. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Centered around Yi Yun, an area of several meters had been flattened to a depth of at least an inch. The massive pit was a sight that left one utterly stunned, strewn with innumerable shattered stones. Above, the two streams of energy slowly dissipated, fading away. Yet Yi Yun's assault was far from over. With a flick of his finger, a brilliant crimson light erupted once more, and a searing flame emerged from the formation, coalescing into a fiery vermilion bird in an instant. The majestic vermilion bird hovered in midair, distorting the surrounding space. After executing this formidable strike, Yi Yun's complexion had turned quite pale. With a chilling smile directed at the fearsome Meng Hai, Yi Yun waved his sleeve, and with a piercing cry, the flaming vermilion bird trailed a resplendent tail of fire. Swiftly engulfing Meng Hai and his companions entirely, a series of harrowing screams erupted from within the flames, sending shivers down spines. After a brief interval, the cries faded into silence, leaving behind only charred earth as evidence of the recent cataclysm. Rob and his companions stood momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer might and ruthlessness displayed by Yi Yun. After a prolonged silence, they gradually regained their senses that a glance at the ashen remnants stirred a sense of melancholy within them. The third commander of the Poison Dragon Hunter Brigade had met his demise here, felled by the hand of a mere youth. Chapter 30. The curtain falls. A sudden sound broke the stillness, startling everyone. Yi Yun, who had been standing, suddenly collapsed to his knees, appearing weak and pallid, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Yi Yun had sustained considerable injuries during the battle. Conjuring the fiery vermilion bird had taken a toll on him. However, this did not dampen the exhilaration within him. He had not anticipated the formidable power of this spirit formation. This was merely a first-tier formation. What about the Rain God formation, or even more potent formations? The thought alone sent ripples of excitement through Yi Yun's being. "Little brother, are you all right?" Rob asked anxiously upon seeing Yun. He was about to step forward to assist when he noticed that his young mistress had already rushed to support Yi Yun, her beautiful face betraying genuine concern. Rob chuckled softly, choosing to say nothing further, for the sentiments of youth are often poetic. "I'm fine. Just let me catch my breath." Yi Yun waved his hand with a smile. "Very well, little brother. Please take your time to recuperate. We shall guard you." Rob patted his chest reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and settled into a meditative pose. He began to cultivate in silence. Yet a sliver of his consciousness remained alert, ever wary of potential threats. After all, one must always be cautious of others. These individuals were rather commendable, observing Rob and his companions willingly forming a protective circle around him. Refraining from any acts of betrayal, Yi Yun finally felt at ease enough to commence his recuperation. As he entered a state of cultivation, his body became akin to a colossal magnet, drawing in spirals of elemental energy from the surroundings. This scene elicited another wave of astonishment from Rob. The capacity to absorb such a vast expanse of elemental energy indicated Yi Yun's exceptional talent. Most individuals could only draw energy from a radius of about a meter. Yet Yi Yun effortlessly pulled from a 5-meter circumference. However, as time progressed, Rob began to sense something amiss, for Yi Yun's aura was intensifying. Could it be that he is about to break through? Rob thought, astonished. As if affirming Rob's suspicion, Yi Yun, previously at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, was on the verge of a breakthrough following this battle. The elemental energy surged toward him in droves, coalescing above him as torrents of power rushed into his body. Gradually, Yi Yun's previously pale visage began to flush with vitality. With the influx of energy accelerating, after an extended period, Yi Yun's body trembled violently. He had succeeded in breaking through. Rob realized that Yi Yun had completed his ascension, and indeed, as Rob's words fell, Yi Yun slowly rose to his feet, exuding a fierce aura that pierced the heavens like a sharpened blade. The overwhelming presence made Rob shudder. He could sense that this young man had grown even more formidable. "Are you all right?" A delicate voice accompanied by a fragrant breeze reached his ears. Yi Yun turned his gaze toward the woman before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a stunning beauty. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly tied into a high ponytail. Her exquisite oval face was a masterpiece of nature, devoid of any flaw, with long lashes casting shadows upon her large, sparkling eyes and rosy lips. Everything about her constituted a breathtaking sight. With a graceful figure, her slender waist and long, delicate legs rendered her a captivating presence, standing as a striking tableau. Feeling elated after his recent breakthrough to the 5th tier, Yi Yun's mood was unexpectedly buoyant, and his tone softened. "Thank you. I'm quite all right now." Rob, who stood nearby, was about to speak when a cacophony of noise interrupted them. "It seems the sound of the earlier explosion has drawn attention here." I heard it. It must be from this direction. Clearly, the commotion from Yi Yun's battle had attracted nearby hunters. To avert any unnecessary trouble, Yi Yun urged in a hushed tone, "Let us go." Quickly. Exchanging glances, Yi Yun and his companions swiftly departed. Not long after their departure, groups of people began to arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation left in Yi Yun's wake, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Who could have fought here? Suddenly, a hunter's startled shout drew everyone's attention. "Look, that's Meng Hai," hearing the hunter's words. The crowd surged forward, and upon seeing Meng Hai's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, everyone was left dumbfounded. Who could possibly have the audacity to slay the third commander of the Poison Wolf Brigade? This was akin to plucking hair from a lioness' mane, a death wish that, in Utopia Town, the Poison Wolf Brigade held dominion. Now, someone had dared to challenge them by slaying Meng Hai's thoughts of the perpetrator crossed their minds. A sense of foreboding loomed, hinting at an impending storm. That night, Yi Yun and his companions gathered around a campfire. Through Rob's recounting, Yi Yun learned that they were members of one of the two major hunting brigades in the mountain range, the Dragon Hunting Brigade. The girl seated beside Yi Yun was none other than Yun Ling, the daughter of the brigade's leader. From their conversation, Yi Yun grasped the entire unfolding of events. The narrative was simple and rather cliché. Rob and his companions had inadvertently discovered a holy spirit fruit, which was then spotted by Meng Hai and his cohort. Given the long-standing animosity between the Dragon Hunting Brigade and the Poison Wolf Brigade, the former had been consistently suppressed by the latter. However, the acquisition of the Holy Spirit fruit had the potential to elevate the Dragon Hunting Brigade's strength by an entire tier, enabling them to contend with the Poison Wolf Brigade. It was common knowledge that the Holy Spirit fruit granted individuals at the peak of the barrier stage the ability to transcend tier differences and directly ascend a level. This was the reason Old Tong had requested Yi Yun's assistance. With that, Rob retrieved a luminescent blue fruit from his pack and handed it to Yi Yun. "Little brother, as a token of gratitude for your help, here is the promised Holy Spirit fruit." As Yi Yun accepted the fruit, its icy coolness sent a thrill through him. Was this truly the Holy Spirit fruit? A spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. With this fruit, he could ascend to the 6th tier of the elemental stage. Licking his lips, Yi Yun stifled his inner excitement, storing the fruit within his spatial bracelet. The sight of the bracelet further solidified Rob and the others' belief that Yi Yun hailed from a prominent family. Chapter 31. The Dragon Hunting Brigade indeed. Yi Yun had emerged from a notable family, though it had undergone a transformation. However, he chose not to elaborate on this, opting for silence as he stowed away the Holy Spirit fruit. Given their limited familiarity, Yi Yun found no common topics to discuss, settling into a quietude beside them. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, becoming eerily silent, save for the crackling of burning wood. Yun Ling broke the silence. Propping her chin in her hand as she addressed Yi Yun, "I don't believe we've yet exchanged names. I am Yun Ling, and this here is Rob. I am Shui Yun," he replied with a smile, deliberately withholding his true name to avoid complications. Sometimes, it is best to keep matters uncomplicated. "Where are you headed next? How about visiting our Dragon Hunting Brigade?" Yun Ling suggested, her eyes shining with anticipation as Rob and the others regarded Yi Yun expectantly. Yi Yun is indeed an extraordinary force on the battlefield. If he could be retained within the Dragon Hunting Squad, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength significantly. Yi Yun, fully aware of Rob and the others' intentions, was on the verge of declining their offer when suddenly the voice of Gu Tong resonated in his mind. "Little Yunzi, agree to them and do a favor. Besides, considering the time, it is indeed suitable for us to set off in search of the Lei Xian artifact." "Really? Well then," Gu Tong's words brought a smile of joy to Yi Yun's face. Were they finally about to begin? Yi Yun feigned contemplation for a moment before addressing Yun Ling, saying, "Then I shall trouble you all." Upon hearing Yi Yun acquiesce to his request, Yun Ling erupted with joy, bursting into laughter. When she turned around, she found everyone staring intently at her, causing her fair complexion to flush a deep crimson. Akin to a ripe apple, the enchanting blush extending to her neck, making her appear even more alluring. "Yun Ling," she exclaimed, hastily taking a seat and behaving like an ostrich, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Even Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Observing Yin Ling's antics, Yin couldn't help but think of Yi Shui back at home. With this opening, the previously awkward atmosphere became lively, and Yin Ling took the initiative to engage Yi Yun in conversation. Throughout the forest, the melodious sounds of laughter and boisterous guffaws echoed. Meanwhile, within the Poison Wolf Squad's expansive hall, it was filled with members of the organization. "What? The third squad leader is dead." The leader roared in disbelief, nearly tearing the roof off in his fury. This man was none other than the leader of the Poison Wolf Squad, known as Blood Battle, nicknamed Blood Wolf. His demeanor resembled that of a ferocious wild wolf, striking with ruthless precision, earning him the moniker of Blood Wolf. He was a formidable figure, having ventured alone into these mountains and, through sheer grit and determination, established the Poison Wolf Squad, becoming a legendary figure in his own right. Upon hearing of Meng Hai's demise, Blood Wolf was taken aback. He had been fined just the other day. It was crucial to note that every soldier in the Blood Wolf Hunter Squad had been painstakingly nurtured under his guidance. And the loss of such a powerful ally filled him with both anguish and rage. A trembling guard knelt before Blood Wolf, his face pale with terror, swallowing hard as he stammered, "Truly, leader, today the brothers reported hearing a tremendous commotion on the mountainous outskirts of the forest." Everyone rushed over, but there were no remains of the third squad leader or any of his brothers, only the jade pendant once worn by the third squad leader. "I have inquired, but no one knows who killed him." "What? What were you doing? You couldn't even find the murderer of the third squad leader." Blood Wolf, already seething with rage, roared even louder upon learning that they had failed to identify the culprit. The oppressive aura emanating from his ninth-tier Yuan Qi cultivation filled the room, rendering everyone breathless. In that moment, no one dared speak, fearing further inciting Blood Wolf's wrath. With a resounding crack, Blood Wolf's chair shattered into splinters. Witnessing his fury, the messenger guard felt an icy chill run down his spine. After a prolonged silence, Blood Wolf seemed to regain his composure, clasping his hands behind his back, his voice low and menacing as he said, "Investigate. You must uncover the truth. Strictly monitor every exit of the mountains. I want to see who dares to challenge me. If I find out who it is, I will make them wish for death." His words dripped with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down the spine of the guard, who bowed and retreated at Blood Wolf's command. The following morning, Yi Yun and his party set off early. After crossing a small hill, they arrived at the encampment of the Dragon Hunting Squad. Gazing across the uneven rooftops at the foot of the mountain, Yi Yun could vaguely make out the silhouettes of people in the streets. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he realized he had been secluded in the depths of the mountains for nearly 3 months. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Yin Ling inquired with concern upon noticing Yi Yun lost in thought. Shaking his head, Yi Yun replied, "It's nothing. Let us proceed." As Yi Yun and his companions exited the mountain range, they discovered that the various exits were crowded with people. Observing the surroundings, it appeared they were all from the same faction. "They must have heard about Meng Hai's death," Rob whispered in Yi Yun's ear. "But it's fine. They're unaware that we are behind it. Why?" Yi Yun merely smiled faintly. Even if they knew, what difference would it make? He dismissed the matter from his mind. With that, Yi Yun and his companions continued on their path, feigning nonchalance. The members of the Poison Wolf Squad were also aware of Rob's identity. And despite the long-standing animosity between the Poison Wolf Squad and the Dragon Hunting Squad, they had yet to reach the point of outright hostility, so no one gave it much thought. Upon arriving at the Poison Wolf Squad's encampment, Yi noticed a middle-aged man pacing anxiously in front of the base. Soon as she spotted the man, Yun Ling could no longer contain herself and rushed over. "Father!" Seeing Yun Ling, the middle-aged man embraced her tightly, his voice brimming with emotion. "That it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Tears glistened in his eyes, revealing his deep affection for his daughter. In truth, Yun Ling's mother had passed away during childbirth, leaving her to grow up without maternal love. Her father, living a perilous life, had little time to nurture her feelings. Thus he cherished her greatly. Fearing for her safety, ruffling Yun Ling's hair, Yin Shan feigned anger as he scolded, "In the future, do not run off without a word. You have no idea how worried you made me." "Understood." Yunling replied playfully, sticking out her tongue and smiling sweetly. Seeing her demeanor, Yunshan could only shake his head in resignation. As they entered the house, Yunshan finally noticed Yun and looked at Rob with curiosity. Before Rob could speak, Yunling eagerly introduced Yun, recounting the events that had transpired the previous day. Upon hearing that Meng Hai had dared to harm Yunling, Yunshan erupted with fury, his anger fueled by past grievances. With Yunling's soothing words, he finally calmed down. He then turned his attention to Yun, surprise evident in his gaze, which sparked a desire to ally with him. Yunshan clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young friend, for saving my daughter. I am deeply appreciative." "Not at all. It was merely a coincidence," Yun replied modestly, not daring to take undue credit, especially considering Yunshan's status as a leader. After sipping some tea, Yunshan cheerfully said, "Young brother, why not stay here for a few days? I shall have Linger show you around, and it would be my way of repaying your kindness." Yun did not decline, smiling as he replied, "Very well, I shall impose upon you." Under Yunling's guidance, Yun stepped outside. Once Yun had departed, Rob produced the Holy Spirit fruit he had acquired. Gazing at the ethereal blue glow emanating from the fruit, a look of uncontainable joy spread across Yunshan's face. Apart from the one Yun had taken, 3 Holy Spirit fruits remained, which were sufficient to significantly bolster the strength of the dragon hunting squad. Summoned the second squad leader, Yun followed Yunling into a clean room, evidently well-maintained, adorned simply with a few paintings on the walls. However, Yun was not one to be spoiled, and overall, he felt quite pleased with the environment. "Brother Yi, I hope you can bear with me for the next few days," Yunling said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "It's no trouble. I quite enjoy this atmosphere." Yun reassured her with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Really? Then may I come find you tomorrow?" Yunling asked eagerly, faced with such a charming beauty. Yun internally sighed, yet maintained a smile, nodding in agreement. Chapter 32. The Leaf Auction House. As night fell, within the quiet confines of his room, Yun's hand glimmered as he retrieved the Holy Spirit fruit from the mustard seed bracelet. Gazing at the fruit pulsating with an ethereal blue light, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Licking his lips, Yun bit into the Holy Spirit fruit. The flesh was refreshingly tender and smooth, a wave of coolness enveloping him as it melted in his mouth, igniting his appetite. In no time, the entire fruit had vanished down his throat. Once inside, the fruit transformed into powerful energy waves, prompting Yun to quickly sit cross-legged on the bed and assume a meditative posture. Gradually, he sank into a focused state, guiding the surge of energy into the Yuan Qi seed within him. The immense power flooded into his Yuan Qi seed like a raging torrent, filling it to the brim. This Holy Spirit fruit truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial treasure. Yun had just broken through to the 5th tier of Yuan Qi yesterday, and now he was poised to challenge the 6th tier. If one could discover sufficient treasures of heaven and earth, it is entirely possible that Yun could reach the heights of Yihan Tian within 2 years. However, such precious and rare wonders of nature are exceedingly scarce between heaven and earth. Finding even 1 or 2 would be remarkable. Only the great families might possess such treasures, but even they would have them in limited quantities. Thus, this delineates a significant distinction between the progeny of noble families and ordinary individuals. With a sigh, Yun took a deep breath and directed the surge of energy to break through the bottleneck of the 6th level of vital energy. Waves of energy crashed repeatedly against the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably sturdy membrane, producing resounding thuds akin to the sound of thunder. After a considerable duration, it seemed as if a great explosion occurred. Yun's body trembled before gradually settling down. His lower abdomen contracted slightly, and as Yun's eyes abruptly opened, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within his jet-black pupils. He slightly parted his lips, exhaling a cloud of somewhat murky air. After a moment of daze upon opening his eyes, Yun twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. As he flexed his hands, a sense of robust power surged through him, prompting a smile of delight to grace Yun's lips. "Haha, I've reached the 6th level." With his eyes half closed, Yun immersed himself in the sensation of the abundant vital energy within his body, chuckling softly. The following morning, it seemed that shopping was an innate trait of women. Early on, Yunling roused Yi Yun with enthusiasm, eagerly dragging him out to the streets. Today, Yunling appeared to have adorned herself with great care. Clad in a flowing, pale yellow long robe, she accentuated her graceful figure. Her curves elegantly displayed, with a waist as slender as a willow and a form that was both curvaceous and well-proportioned, devoid of any excess. Her long arms were exposed to the air, her skin resembling white jade, smooth and tender, as if one could extract moisture from it with a mere pinch. Her cascading hair flowed naturally down her back, her brows elegantly arched, lips as red as cherries. And her eyes sparkled like stars, captivatingly set upon her flawless visage, reminiscent of a flower on the verge of blooming, fresh and vibrant. This moment momentarily stunned Yi Yun. Even someone as composed as he was could not help but be taken aback. One could only imagine the reactions of the passers-by on the street, each one gazing at Yunling with admiration and longing. Yet, Yunling paid no heed to those around her. Her eyes were solely fixed on Yi Yun. Unbeknownst to her, the astonishment reflected in Yi Yun's gaze filled her heart with a small sense of pride, affirming that her efforts in dressing up early in the morning were not in vain. Humming joyfully, she skipped along the street, peering and touching everything in her path. Yunling's mood was exceptionally buoyant, even transforming the once dreary street scenery into something enchanting that Yi Yun chuckled and shook his head. After strolling around, he realized that there was a significant difference between Luyun Town and Qingyang County. Just the wares sold by the street vendors were markedly distinct. Here, the focus was predominantly on items derived from demon beasts. Given its proximity to the forested mountains, after their excursion, Yi Yun turned to Yunling and inquired, "Miss Yun, do you know if there's an auction house nearby?" "Indeed," Yunling promptly replied, "there's an auction house right in the center of this small town. Could you guide me there? I wish to auction off a few items." Yi Yun responded with a smile. During his months of cultivation in the depths of the demon beast abyss and the dense forest, he had slain numerous demon beasts, acquiring a considerable amount of demon crystals, which were of no use to him. Thus he decided to sell them. "Of course, Brother Yun," Yunling replied. Under Yunling's guidance, Yi Yun discovered that not only did the town possess an auction house, but it was also quite substantial in scale. The largest auction house was named Falling Leaves Auction House. Yi Yun was already aware of this establishment, for there was a branch in Qingyang County. The Falling Leaves Auction House was the largest in the Yanlong Empire, with branches scattered throughout the entire empire, situated in the heart of Luyun Town. When Yi Yun stood before the Falling Leaves Auction House, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. It truly deserved its title as the foremost auction house in the Yanlong Empire. The facade of the building alone spoke volumes. People streamed in and out at the entrance, creating a lively atmosphere. Following Yunling inside, the guards, recognizing her as the precious daughter of the dragon hunting team's leader, respectfully ushered both Yunling and Yi Yun inside. Observing that the two guards were both cultivators at the 9th level of body refinement, Yi Yun was once again struck by the formidable strength of the Falling Leaves Auction House. Proceeding along the red-carpeted corridor, they were led by a young and beautiful maid to the appraisal hall. "Brother Yun, you can go in. I will wait here," Yunling said to Yi Yun. Nodding, Yi Yun pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, he found only a plump middle-aged man soundly asleep at the table, utterly unaware of Yi Yun's arrival. Reluctantly, Yi Yun had to awaken him. The portly man slowly lifted his head, his eyes still bleary, with a glimmer of drool at the corner of his mouth. Wiping his lips, the middle-aged man scrutinized Yi Yun, and upon noticing his plain attire, he seemed somewhat displeased, saying, "Speak. What do you wish to auction?" His tone dripped with impatience, as though he resented being disturbed from his slumber. Yi Yun retrieved a demon crystal from his storage ring, casually stating, "I wish to sell this demon crystal." Seeing that Yi Yun only held a single demon crystal, the middle-aged man, with evident disdain, remarked, "A first-level demon beast crystal. I'll give you 50 gold coins." "Oh, how many can you acquire?" Yi Yun inquired once more. "Whatever you have, we can take that." "Oh, very well then. Please assess how much this will be worth." Yi Yun's lips curved into a playful smile, and with a flash of brilliance, the previously bare counter was suddenly covered with a mountain of demon crystals. Chapter 33. The auction startled by this sudden display. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the mound of demon crystals before him, his jaw dropping as if dislocated, with a hint of drool threatening to escape. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure, his gaze towards Yiyun now filled with awe and trepidation. The middle-aged man hurriedly plastered a fawning grin on his face, saying, "I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please forgive my rudeness." Bowing deeply, he lowered his head, but Yiyun waved his hand dismissively, saying coolly, "Enough, expedite the appraisal." Seeing that Yiyun bore no ill will, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and rang a bell. Shortly after, an elderly man entered. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached the elder. Whispering hastily in his ear, the elder glanced at the crystals on the table, then at Yiyun, and approached him, clasping his hands and greeting, "Please wait a moment. I will assess these." Yiyun nodded and took a seat. Closing his eyes to rest, the elder and the middle-aged man began their assessment with urgency, taking approximately a quarter of an hour to complete their task. After wiping the sweat from his brow, the elder carefully addressed Yiyun, saying, "After our calculations, these demon crystals are valued at approximately 190,000 gold coins." Slowly opening his eyes, Yiyun listened to the elder's words and found them to be fair. He nodded in agreement. Seeing that Yiyun showed no signs of dissent, the elder let out a sigh of relief, taking the items from the middle-aged man and handing them to Yiyun, saying, "This is your gold. It is all included. Additionally, here is a VIP card for our Falling Leaves auction house. With this card, you can enjoy complimentary services at any of our venues that we hope you will accept it." Yiyun took the items from the elder, examined the VIP card in his hand for a moment before storing it in his ring. Noticing that Yiyun accepted the items, the elder felt a sense of relief and cheerfully added, "If you wish, you can also take a moment to view the auction. We have one scheduled for today, and there may be items that pique your interest." Hearing the elder's words, Yiyun felt a flicker of curiosity. He too wished to see what the auction was like. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in assent. Upon exiting, he met up with Yunling, and under the guidance of the maid, they headed towards the auction hall. Once Yiyun departed, the plump middle-aged man approached the elder, whispering, "Old Wang, should I send someone to investigate this individual? I have never heard of him. He does not seem to be from Luoyuan Town." "Absolutely not," the elder retorted firmly. "Have you forgotten the rules of our Falling Leaves auction house? Moreover, should we inadvertently attract his attention, we would be offending an adversary of unknown depth, a thought that should not be entertained further." The old man's stern words caused the middle-aged man to retreat slightly, his neck withdrawing in discontent, after which he fell silent, while Yiyun and Yunling followed the maid to the auction hall. Upon entering, the cacophony of voices surged forth like a wave, filling the space with a myriad of sounds, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. Yiyun, a person who cherished tranquility, found the raucous atmosphere unsettling, prompting a frown to crease his brow. Noticing his discomfort, the maid offered a gentle smile and remarked, "This is merely the first floor. Please follow me to the second." Whether intentional or not, the maid slightly lowered her body while addressing Yiyun, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Women tend to possess a keen sense of observation, and seeing the maid's demeanor, Yunling could not help but chastise her inwardly for her lack of modesty. However, one cannot entirely blame the maid. Individuals in her profession often fantasize about encountering wealthy and influential patrons. Today, having stumbled upon a young and affluent figure like Yiyun, it was only natural for her to seize the opportunity. Yet, despite her expectations, Yiyun merely smiled without any inappropriate actions, which brought a wave of satisfaction to Yunling, the beautiful maid. Suppressing her disappointment, escorted Yiyun and Yunling to the upper floor, where the environment was markedly superior. The upper level boasted private booths designed for the esteemed figures of Luoyuan Town. The maid led Yiyun into a booth on the right side of the second floor, casting a flirtatious glance back at him before departing. This elicited a wry smile from Yiyun, who mused that wealth indeed commands respect everywhere. With the auction yet to commence, Yiyun and Yunling engaged in casual conversation. For Yunling, such auctions were not new, and she was eager to converse with Yiyun. After a brief interlude, the din below suddenly intensified, Why Ian focused his attention, observing an elderly man in a gray robe emerging from behind the stage, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. This was the unique aura of a spirit array master. Why Ian pondered silently about the old man's rank as he made his way to the upper left corner of the stage. With a slight gesture, the old man quieted the crowd before clearing his throat to announce, "Thank you all for your presence. I shall preside over this auction. Without further ado, let us commence." The first item up for bid was presented by a lovely maid who gracefully approached the stage. Bearing a tray, the old man slowly unveiled the silk covering, revealing an ancient scroll. With a gentle smile, he announced, "This is a fourth-grade martial art known as Earth-Piercing Thrust. For those in search of a suitable martial skill, I encourage you to take a look. The starting bid is 20,000 gold coins, with increments no less than 1,000. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the room erupted with fervent bids. For many, acquiring martial skills was a matter of life and death. 25,000, 30,000, 33,000. Yian, however, observed the commotion below with a calm demeanor. While for the hunters below, a new martial skill represented an additional means of survival. Ian already possessed several such skills and felt little need for more. His discerning, "I have been captured by the ancient scroll itself." Ordinary martial arts failed to pique his interest. In the blink of an eye, the bid for the martial art soared to an astounding 40,000, ultimately claimed by a burly hunter who hurriedly exited the auction hall, seemingly to settle his payment. Several others followed the middle-aged man out, a reminder that winning an auction does not guarantee possession. It merely grants temporary custodianship of the item until one proves capable of safeguarding it from others. Within the auction house, in an effort to preserve its dignity, the Liyue auction house would intervene in such matters. However, such occurrences of theft and violence often transpired outside its walls. Yet, none of this concerned Yian, who remained a mere observer as the auction progressed. Though several items were indeed commendable, none ignited Yian's desire to bid, leaving him somewhat disillusioned with the event. Just as he contemplated his departure, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, filled with excitement. "Xiao Yunzi, wait a moment." Chapter 34. Bloodsong. As Yian was about to leave, he heard Gu Tong's eager voice in his mind. "Xiao Yunzi, wait a moment." Taken aback momentarily, Yian settled into patience and resumed watching. The old man gestured, and soon a figure approached. This time, not a young maid, but a robust young man, who appeared to struggle under the weight of a heavy object he was carrying. The burly man set the item down with a thud, drawing gasps of curiosity from the crowd. What could this object be? Yian was equally intrigued. Seeing the crowd's attention captured, the old man wore a self-satisfied smile and cleared his throat before declaring, "This item is a sword, but unlike any ordinary sword, it is blunt and exceptionally heavy, weighing 50 kilograms. That it is not a weapon for the faint of heart. Please take a look." With a flourish, the old man unveiled the giant sword, revealing its entirely dark surface. The blade exceeded 3 feet in length and was half a foot wide, setting it apart from conventional swords. Yet, just as the old man, the sword bore no sharp edge. Upon closer inspection, murmurs of disapproval rippled through the audience, followed by a chorus of boos to TO them. The sword seemed worthless, its weight rendering it nearly unmanageable, and its lack of a blade left them questioning its utility. Could one truly fight with such a weapon? Hearing the discontented clamor, the old man felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had researched the sword beforehand, but found no remarkable features to justify its auction, which had led them to prepare for a possible failure. Shaking his head, the old man persisted. "The starting bid for this sword is 20,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000. His announcement only intensified the jeering, as the crowd deemed it absurd to ask for such a price for what they perceived as a useless item. The atmosphere grew cold, and the old man, with a wry smile, was about to declare the item unsold when a youthful voice rang out. "This looks rather impressive. Should I bring it back for my guards, it would certainly make a statement. Don't you think, Xiaoyan?" "Yes, young master," came a delicate voice in response. "Very well. I bid 25,000 gold coins." The voice belonged to Yiyan, who, to avoid drawing attention, deliberately adopted the guise of a wealthy, carefree young master as he called out his in truth. Yi Yun was as oblivious as to the sword's purpose as anyone else. However, upon witnessing the weapon, Gu Tong became immediately animated, insisting that Yi Yun must acquire the sword at all costs, even if it meant resorting to theft. This marked the first time Yi Yun had seen Gu Tong so fervently excited, prompting him to collaborate with Yun Ling to call out bids. The crowd, initially intrigued by the possibility of hidden secrets surrounding the sword, abandoned those notions upon hearing Yi Yun's declaration, but inwardly cursed, labeling him a spendthrift. The elderly auctioneer, upon hearing Yi Yun's words, wore a grin as wide as a chrysanthemum, eager to see the sword sold, especially with a willing buyer in sight. Appearing anxious that Yi Yun might change his mind, he hurriedly brought down his gavel. This brought a sigh of relief from Yi Yun. Had the situation been otherwise, he could have found himself spending an exorbitant amount of gold to reclaim the sword. Subsequent auction items failed to pique Yi Yun's interest. Nonetheless, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, he patiently continued to observe, grateful for Yun Ling's presence to converse with. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to boredom at long last. As the auction concluded, Yi Yun proceeded backstage, exchanged gold coins, and followed Yun Ling outside. He gently touched the mustard seed bracelet in his hand, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. However, just a few steps out, they were confronted by a group of individuals. The leader's eyes lit up upon seeing them, specifically upon recognizing Yun Ling, and he approached with enthusiasm. Yun Ling, visibly repulsed, hurriedly grasped Yi Yun's hand, attempting to leave, but the young man pursued them. He cheerfully sidled up to Yun Ling, exclaiming, "Miss Yun Ling, it has been too long." Although the young man feigned politeness, Yi Yun keenly detected a glimmer of lewdness in his gaze, causing him to ponder the nature of his own character. Why did such encounters seem to follow him? This was not due to any flaw in Yi Yun's character, but rather the absurdity of the situation. Being constantly accompanied by beautiful women led to unwanted attention. The young man before them was none other than Xuet Song, the son of the notorious leader of the Poison Wolf Gang, who often leveraged the gang's power to bully others, given that the Poison Wolf Gang and the Dragon Hunter Guild were adversaries. Yun Ling had no affection for Xuet Song whatsoever, yet he clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. "Forgive me, Xuet Song, but we are not that familiar. Please step aside. I must take my leave," Yun Ling said coldly, attempting to pull Yi Yun away. Xuet Song exchanged glances with several burly men nearby, who quickly surrounded Yun Ling and Yi Yun, trapping them. Yi Yun frowned at this development, but was curious to see what tricks Xuet Song might employ. Xuet Song, undeterred by Yun Ling's icy demeanor, smiled amiably. "Oh, Miss Yun Ling, while our families may not see eye to eye, I have always held you in high regard. If we were to unite, our families would no longer be enemies, and we could claim all of Liyun Town as our own, don't you think?" The surrounding thugs erupted into laughter at Xuet Song's words, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, our young master will treat you well. Who would ever consider such an alliance with you? Shameless, Yun Ling retorted, her face flushed with anger as she raised her arm to slap Xuet Song. However, he caught her wrist with ease. How delightful. Xuet Song grinned lecherously, attempting to caress Yun Ling's cheek, but just then, a powerful hand seized him firmly. "Xuet Song, your behavior is an affront to humanity," Yi Yun interjected, stepping protectively in front of Yun Ling, his gaze fixed on Xuet Song with utter disdain. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs?" Xuet Song replied darkly, shaking off Yi Yun's grip. Yi Yun paid him no mind. Merely turning to Yun Ling, "Miss Yun, let us depart." Thinking of leaving without my permission, Xuet Song scoffed, raising his hands, which prompted his henchmen to tighten their circle around Yi Yun. "You insolent brat, you have offended me today. Bow and apologize, or you shall not leave," Xuet Song bellowed. Yi Yun's calm gaze swept over the hulking figures encircling him, each merely at the 9th level of body refinement, and a smirk played on his lips. Do you think these worthless thugs can stop me if I wish to leave?" "What did you say?" One of the brutes growled, enraged by Yi Yun's derision. "Bring the fire." "Break this kid," Xuet Song commanded. Incensed by Yi Yun's words in response, the gang members, ignited with fury, lunged at Yi Yun, fists flying. Xuet Song, watching from the sidelines, wore a cruel smile, relishing the prospect of Yi Yun being put in his place. Yet, just as he reveled in his anticipation, the scene shifted dramatically. With a series of resounding thuds, the thugs surrounding Yi Yun were sent sprawling backward like puppets with severed strings, crashing to the ground in a daze. Xuezong, stunned by the unfolding chaos, struggled to comprehend the abrupt turn of events. That it was only as Yi Yun approached him that realization dawned. Leaping backward, Xuezong quickly distanced himself from Yi Yun. His posture tense with trepidation, that a flicker of fear crossed his features. He had not comprehended how Yi Yun had dispatched his followers so swiftly. Why Yi Yun, undeterred, remained poised, studying Xuezong with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. The sight of Yi Yun's calm demeanor incited a surge of fury within Xuezong. Overcome with rage, he momentarily forgot the fate of his defeated underlings. With a swift motion, he gathered his inner strength. Launching himself at Yi Yun like a released arrow, aiming a strike at his head. Yi Yun, surprised to sense the surge of energy emanating from Xuezong, noted the latter had reached the second stage of energy refinement. Yet before Yi Yun, who stood at the sixth stage, Xuezong was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yi Yun raised a single hand, scoffing at Xuezong's audacity. "How dare you underestimate me, you scoundrel!" Seeing Yi Yun's stance, Xuezong's eyes blazed with fury, compelling him to intensify his output of energy, causing the pale blue glow surrounding his fist to intensify. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind toward Yi Yun. However, merely smiled mockingly as Xuezong's fist approached. Yi Yun swiftly intercepted it, seizing Xuezong's wrist with lightning speed, with a grin that revealed a hint of malice. He spun Xuezong around effortlessly, sending him careening through the air. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Yi Yun could so easily manipulate Xuezong's form. Xuezong landed on one foot, dissipating the force exerted by Yi Yun, and retaliated with a flurry of punches, a relentless barrage reminiscent of crashing waves, an advanced martial art known as the wave fist, facing the oncoming threat. Yi Yun stood resolute, meeting the strikes head-on. Their fists collided, generating a powerful gust that stirred up dust around them. With a thunderous impact, their fists met once more, and Xuezong found himself forced to retreat several steps, finally dissipating the force of Yi Yun's strike. In stark contrast, Yi Yun remained steadfast, a clear delineation of strength evident to all present. As Xuezong's confidence waned, his expression darkened, inwardly cursing the unknown adversary before him. Who is this person, and why have I never encountered him before? Though his mind raced, Xuezong's face hardened, his gaze sharpening with malevolence. With a slight bend of his fingers, he channeled his energy, allowing a fierce aura to envelop his fists. Licking his lips, Xuezong's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he lunged forward, fingers extended, aiming for Yi Yun's chest. Sure, a palm. Such an attack might have caused others to fret. But for Yi Yun, it was hardly an obstacle. With a dismissive chuckle, he remained still, planting his foot firmly on the ground. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered, a testament to the force he summoned. Using that power as a springboard, Yi Yun propelled himself forward, his fist meeting Xuezong's energy-infused palm in a clash that reverberated throughout the vicinity. Boom! A low, muffled sound reverberated through the air. And soon the onlookers witnessed a formidable force erupting from Yi Yun's fist. In an instant, Xuezong's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood gushing forth as he crashed heavily onto the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Lying there, Xuezong gazed at Yi Yun with disbelief, unable to fathom how he had lost despite employing his martial arts. Why Yi Yun walked forward with measured steps, his eyes reflecting a cold indifference. At that moment, Xuezong felt a surge of fear, for he recognized the murderous intent lurking beneath Yi Yun's calm facade. He staggered backward, struggling to retreat step by step. As Yi Yun approached Xuezong, his gaze remained icy. He had always nipped danger in the bud, and amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, his hand shot towards Xuezong's throat. Xuezong's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the enlarging hand before him. He could hardly believe that someone dared to take such lethal action against him in the town of Luyun. His throat constricted as he tried to utter something, but words failed him, leaving him utterly speechless. In that moment, death loomed ominously over Xuezong's heart. The crowd stared in shock at the seemingly gentle Yi Yun, astonished by the ruthlessness he displayed that a chill ran down their spines, prompting them to retreat several paces, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Just as Yi Yun's hand was about to reach Xue Tsang's throat, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the streets. The voice belonged to Xue Zhan, the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang. His subordinates, sensing something amiss, rushed to inform him, prompting his hurried arrival, only to witness Yi Yun preparing to strike Xue Tsang. With rage coursing through him, he bellowed furiously. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Yun's hand momentarily stalled, but a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he accelerated his assault towards Xue Tsang's throat. And no one, including Xue Tsang, anticipated that Yi Yun would dare to act with lethal intent even in the presence of Xue Zhan. Xue Zhan's pupils contracted at Yi Yun's audacity, and with a furious curse, he brandished a dagger that had appeared in his hand, hurling it swiftly toward Yi Yun's head. Noticing the approaching dagger, Yi Yun could only smirk in resignation, retracting his movement just in time to evade Xue Zhan's strike. Xue Zhan swiftly reached Xue Tsang's side, helping him up and feeding him a medicinal pill from his storage bracelet, while instructing his subordinates to protect him. Straightening up, he glared coldly at Yi Yun, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he spoke icily. "You dare to strike? Very well. It seems I've been too quiet for too long, and everyone has forgotten me. This time, I shall break all your limbs and cripple your cultivation, then hand you over to my son to vent my anger." As Xue Zhan's words fell, the overwhelming power of a peak 9th-level Qi Realm warrior surged forth, causing the surroundings to tremble violently, the pressure rendering those nearby breathless, while Yi Yun's expression grew solemn. Although a 9th-level Qi Realm expert might pose a challenge, he viewed this as the very training he required. His eyes gleamed with fervor, his blood boiling with excitement that Wei Yun unleashed the full force of his 6th-level Qi Realm prowess. While it paled in comparison to Xue Zhan's strength, it was not to be underestimated. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they realized Yi Yun had reached the 6th level of the Qi Realm. Even Xue Zhan could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. He had not expected such strength from Yi Yun, intensifying his desire to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. A radiance emanated from Xue Zhan's hands as he summoned his energy. Lifting himself off the ground, like a cannonball, he charged toward Yi Yun, the fierce wind billowing around him, causing Yi Yun's clothes to flutter wildly. Witnessing Xue Zhan, a 9th-level Qi Realm warrior, targeting a mere 6th-level opponent with such ferocity, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of gasps. Yet, Xue Zhan paid them no mind, his palm aimed directly at Yi Yun's head, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow that Wei Yun dodged with remarkable speed. Evading Xue Zhan's assault and maneuvering behind him, launching a powerful punch aimed at his back. The swiftness of Yi Yun's movement caught Xue Zhan off guard, but as a seasoned hunter, he quickly turned, countering with a punch of his own. The sound of impact echoed as Yi Yun was forced back several steps, absorbing the force of Xue Zhan's blow. In contrast, Xue Zhan remained steadfast, unyielding even under pressure. Yi Yun marveled inwardly at the stark difference between a 9th-level and a 6th-level warrior. The gap between the Qi Realm and the next stage, the Gongli Realm, was vast, even though Xue Zhan was merely at the peak of the Qi Realm. He had already begun to grasp the threshold of the Gongli Realm, a level far beyond Yi Yun's current capability. Yet, Xue Zhan was equally astounded, having thought that subduing a 6th-level Yi Yun would be a trivial task. He had not anticipated that Yi Yun would emerge unscathed from his full-force attack. "And oh wonder you're so arrogant. You possess some true skill," Xue Zhan scoffed, his energy coalescing as he shaped his hand into a claw. Lunging toward Yi Yun's face, Wei Yun evaded continuously, while Xue Zhan taunted, "Let's see how long you can keep this up." In a moment of carelessness, Xue Zhan's claw struck hard against Yi Yun's shoulder. Yi Yun felt a jolt, his shoulders trembling slightly as he shook off the attack, though blood began to flow from the wound. Seeing Yi Yun injured, Yunling panicked but felt powerless to intervene. Yi Yun glanced at his wound, his eyes igniting with fervor. The bloodlust within him surged as he shouted, forcefully stamping his foot on the ground and launching forward. With a whip-like kick, Yi Yun struck Xue Zhan's arm with tremendous force. Unleashing the energy from his legs, he shouted crushing force. A powerful surge erupted from his leg, causing Xue Zhan's hands to falter, his body forced backward by the sheer might of Yi Yun's assault. Having spent 3 months in the abyss of beasts and the dense forest, Yi Yun had fully tapped into the potential of this 8th-grade martial art. Now he could unleash the crushing force from every part of his body. Ready to exert his utmost strength at any moment, in a split second, Yi Yun's eyes glinted as he propelled a full-powered punch toward Xue Zhan's chest. Xue Zhan, sensing the impending danger, roared as a surge of energy erupted from him. With a resounding crash, Yi Yun's fist collided with Xue Zhan's defense as if striking solid steel. That Yi Yun stumbled back several steps, finally realizing what had intercepted his attack, a shimmering layer of armor enveloping Xue Zhan. "Kid, I admit you're quite impressive, but you still lack the strength to break through my defenses," Xue Zhan sneered coldly. With a flash of brilliance, he produced a broadsword, its tip radiating a chilling aura. With a single step, Xue Zhan's sword glowed fiercely, and he stomped down heavily, leaving a deep imprint in the floor as he bellowed. Flame slash! The broadsword began to swing rapidly, creating arcs of light that left deep marks on the solid ground as it passed. Yi Yun felt a surge of dread as the looming threat raised every hair on his body, and his energy surged to life, crackling with lightning, just as he prepared to unleash the Desolation Seal. A piercing howl rang out, and a figure appeared before him, fists flying, clashing with the arcs of Xue Zhan's sword. The thunderous sound echoed through the streets as both combatants were forced to retreat several paces. Though Xue Zhan staggered back further, the crowd gasped in astonishment, curious to know who could suppress Xue Zhan. They looked up to find that it was Yun Shan. Yun Ling, the first to see Yun Shan, joyfully dashed into his embrace. Yun Shan smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned to glance at Yi Yun, his heart brimming with astonishment. Although he had known Yi Yun could defeat a 6th-level beast, he had not anticipated his ability to counterattack against Xue Zhan. Having regained his composure, Xue Zhan stared incredulously at Yun Shan, exclaiming, "You have actually broken through to the Gongli realm." Xue Zhan's exclamation drew the attention of the crowd, and gasps of shock echoed as they realized Yun Shan had achieved the Gongli realm. Yun Shan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Xue Zhan, do you still wish to continue this fight? Blood battle. Do not presume that just because you have entered the realm of formidable power, you can dominate me. Our struggle is far from over." The words of Yun Shan caused Blood Battle's expression to falter, his face shifting through a myriad of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he finally let out a resentful cold snort and assisted Blood Song in departing from his place. As they watched Blood Battle leave, everyone understood what this signified. It meant that in the future, Luoyuan Town would no longer be monopolized by the Poison Wolf Gang, and the landscape ahead might very well be divided into 2 factions. Chapter 37. Spiritual treasure under the vast expanse of stars on a night filled with merriment. The Dragon Hunt Corps resonated with laughter and joy, and Night Cloud was among them, sitting at the head of the table. Yun Shan smiled as he gazed down at the revelers, raising his wine cup to Night Cloud, saying, "Brother Xue, allow me once again to express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to enter the realm of formidable power. I drink this cup in your honor." With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. Seeing the sincerity in Yun Shan's eyes, Night Cloud smiled and raised his cup in kind, tilting his head back to drink. The strong liquor surged down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation in his stomach, and the potent alcohol began to flush his handsome face with color. Observing Night Cloud's forthrightness, Yun Shan's eyes glimmered with appreciation, prompting him to exclaim, "Well done." He too raised his cup and drank deeply, ate tea this moment. Yun Shan was basking in the glow of triumph. The oppressive feelings he had long endured under the Poison Wolf Gang dissipated the instant he reached the realm of formidable power. The situation had essentially settled, and now it was merely a matter of how Yun Shan would conclude matters. The flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze as he thought of the Poison Wolf Gang. The tides had turned, and he awaited his final victory. Henceforth, Luoyuan Town would belong solely to the Dragon Hunt Corps. All of this was brought about by the young man before him. Gazing at Night Cloud's youthful visage, Yun Shan sensed that this young man would undoubtedly rise to greatness. He cast a glance at Yun Ling sitting beside him, who appeared to be enraptured by Night Cloud, her expression one of dreamy admiration. As if sensing someone's gaze upon her, Yun Ling turned and realized it was Yun Shan, who was smiling at her. Feeling as though her thoughts had been laid bare, Yun Ling blushed and uttered a soft ah. This elicited a sigh from Yinshan, who reflected on how his daughter had grown up, filling his heart with a mix of pride and reluctance. The gathering continued with drinks flowing freely, creating a lively atmosphere. Night Cloud relished this moment, free from the intrigues and scheming that often plagued such gatherings, and he allowed himself to indulge in the festivities. He refrained from using his energy to expel the alcohol, letting it run its course within him, savoring the slight burn it brought. As the night wore on, Night Cloud's tongue began to trip over itself. The one who most fervently encouraged Night Cloud to drink was Meng Chong, the burly second-in-command of the Dragon Hunt Corps, but a straightforward man. Meng Chong was overjoyed that Night Cloud had brought back the holy spirit fruit, which had enabled him to break through the long-standing barrier of the 7th level of the Qi realm. In his excitement, he and Rob inundated Night Cloud with drinks. The cheers and laughter persisted until the early hours of the morning, at which point the hall was filled with the sounds of snoring as everyone succumbed to intoxication. Night Cloud, in a haze, was oblivious to how he returned home, only aware of a lingering fragrance. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he murmured a few words before collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, Night Cloud slowly opened his bleary eyes and patted his somewhat heavy head. With a rueful smile, he muttered to himself, "I really overindulged last night." Rising from his bed, he noticed a bowl of ginger tea placed before him, causing him to pause momentarily, warmth flooding through him. "What happened? You slept like a log last night, and that girl worked hard to help you in and even prepared a hangover remedy for you. You truly are fortunate," the teasing voice of Gu Tong echoed his mind. Rolling his eyes at Gu Tong's remarks, Night Cloud retorted, "Master, spare me the schadenfreude. You know my situation. I have no time to dwell on such matters." Gu Tong chuckled softly, and a gentle breeze swept through as he materialized before Night Cloud, his expression turning serious. "Little Cloud, take out that black, heavy sword for me to examine." Obeying, Night Cloud retrieved the sword he had acquired at the auction from his spatial bracelet. Upon grasping it, he felt its immense weight, and with a thud, the stone floor cracked beneath it. Struggling, he handed the heavy sword to Gu Tong. Gu Tong cradled the sword effortlessly in midair, his eyes narrowing as he inspected it closely. Gently caressing the blade, his voice grew animated as he murmured, "It is indeed the one." He repeated this phrase, his gaze becoming distant, suspended in contemplation. Night Cloud, curious about this sword that had so captivated Gu Tong, wondered about its origins. After a considerable time, Gu Tong seemed to regain his composure. Handing the sword back to Night Cloud, he instructed, "Little Cloud, from now on, you shall carry this sword. Its name is Dark Night. I hope you will not bring disgrace to it." "Oh, Master, what rank of spiritual treasure is this sword?" Night Cloud gently stroked the blade, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In this realm, weapons were classified as spiritual treasures, ranked from low to high levels. Low level, mid-level, high level, earth level, sky level, and above that, treasures with spirit were referred to as primordial, while those above that were spirit communing. However, treasures beyond primordial were exceedingly rare. Given Gu Tong's evident esteem for the sword, Night Cloud surmised its rank must be significant. I cannot specify its exact rank, but it will certainly not be inferior to an average high-level spiritual treasure," Gu Tong casually remarked, tapping his ear. Night Cloud was at a loss for words. However, since Gu Tong claimed it could rival high-level treasures, he believed it to be true that high-level spiritual treasures were coveted by many. Night Cloud found himself fondling the sword, which, despite its somewhat unrefined appearance, was still a high-level spiritual treasure. Surely it had its own unique charm. "Now, you must train with this sword. It will benefit the energy within you." "Understood," Night Cloud replied instinctively. "Wait, what did you just say? You want me to carry it with me?" Night Cloud suddenly realized the implications, exclaiming, this was no jest. The sword weighed as much as his own limbs, and wielding it was no small feat. "Are you serious, Master?" Night Cloud lamented, tears welling his eyes as he looked towards Gu Tong. "What do you think? Carrying this sword is essential for the martial arts I will impart to you. Whether you wish to learn or not depends on you," Gu Tong replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "What level is it, Master?" Night Cloud asked, his face filled with longing, seeing Night Cloud's eagerness. Gu Tong felt an urge to smack him upside the head, questioning his decision to take on such a disciple. With a huff, he replied, "I forgot, but it is at least of the essence martial arts level." "Fine, I'll carry ITS just a sword. After all that, I'm not afraid of you." Nightcloud boasted I forgot to mention, you will also need to wear the weighted clothing to T. Gu Tong's words. Nightcloud's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. All that remained in his mind was the thought, it would be better to die than endure this. Chapter 38. Surround and kill after a brief wash in his room. Nightcloud packed all his belongings into his spatial ring. He glanced around the now empty room, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face as he acknowledged that he would continue to lead a wandering life, unable to fully enjoy the present. Gently closing the door, Nightcloud decided to bid farewell to Yunzhan. As he walked down the corridor, he discovered Yunshan, Meng Chong, and Rob engaged in a discussion about something. Upon noticing Nightcloud's arrival, Yunshan greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Shui." The boisterous Meng Chong clapped a hand on Nightcloud's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Meng Chong's strength was indeed formidable. Had Nightcloud not had a sturdy physique, he might have been crushed by that slap. "Brother Shui, is there something on your mind?" Rob, ever perceptive, seemed to sense Nightcloud's intentions and inquired. Nightcloud clasped his hands together in greeting and addressed the three. "Uncle Yun, Brother Rob, and Uncle Meng, I apologize, but I must take my leave. This is my farewell." His words rendered Yunshan and the others momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure, sharing a bittersweet smile. Having weathered many storms, Yunshan soon adjusted, patting Nightcloud's shoulder with a smile. "I knew you would eventually depart, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Don't you wish to say something to Linga?" Hearing Yunshan's words, Nightcloud felt a pang of regret. If he were to bid farewell to Yunling, he might not be able to leave today. Seemingly sensing Nightcloud's inner turmoil, Yunshan chuckled heartily. Waving his hand, a maid soon approached with 4 cups of wine, and Yunshan raised 1 cup, saying, "Brother, I have no more words to say. Let us toast to your safe journey to end farewells among men." Excessive words are often unnecessary. A few heartfelt phrases are usually sufficient. Once finished, Yunshan tilted his head and downed his drink in one go. Seeing this, Yin also laughed heartily and drank up. "Farewell, everyone," he exclaimed, accompanied by the rising sun, before striding away with a hearty laugh. Observing Yun's departing figure, Yunshan inexplicably let out a soft sigh. Turning back, he was met with the sight of Yunling, whose face was stained with tears. Ah, what is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? At that moment, as Yun exited the Dragon Hunter Mercenary Corps, a shadow slipped silently into the darkness. Yun did not head towards the main road after leaving Luyun Town. Instead, he followed a secluded path. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned into the embrace of a large tree, concealing himself. Shortly thereafter, several figures rushed in from behind. The leader was a formidable 8th-level Chi Master, while the others were all 3rd and 4th-level Chi Masters. "Looks like they truly regard me with high esteem," Yun sneered. Bloodwolf had dispatched someone 2 days prior to closely monitor Yun. The moment Yun left Luyun Town, they were prepared to strike him down on the spot. Although Bloodwolf could not contend with Yunshan, he believed capturing Yun was well within his reach. To be cautious, Bloodwolf had sent his second-in-command of the Poison Wolf Corps, an 8th-level powerhouse named Yuan Jun, specifically to ensure Yun's demise. "Today, you shall have no return." Yun's lips curled into a cruel smile. With his palm open, 8 faintly glowing array seals appeared in his hand. Yun shook his arms, and the seals vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, searching for Yun, suddenly felt a flash of light, followed by a wave of scorching heat rushing towards them. As they adjusted their vision, their pupils constricted in unison as towering pillars of fire erupted before them. Boom! 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 Emerging from the shadows, Yun stepped forward, a cold grin directed at the leading Yuan Jun. Not good. Yuan Jun's heart raced as he shouted in alarm. Too late. Yun scoffed softly, pointing his finger forward. Instantly, pillars of fire erupted from the spirit array. Hurtling towards the warriors, caught unprepared, the warriors had no means to counter the onslaught of fire. The chorus of anguished screams filled the air. Damn it! Yuan Jun cursed as he found himself overwhelmed by the Phoenix spirit array. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Yun. Yuan Zhen, a seasoned 8th level Qi master, understood that the key to breaking a spirit array lay with the practitioner. He rushed towards Yun. Yun's expression tightened, and he altered his hand seals, conjuring another pillar of fire aimed straight at Yuan Zhen. Break for me. Facing the oncoming inferno, Yuan Zhen did not flinch. With a surge of qi, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the fire pillar. The moment his formidable fist collided, Yun's fire pillar burst apart, while simultaneously, Yun's phoenix spirit array began to crack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yun wiped his lips and grinned at Yuan Zhen. I've broken even. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen's face turned an ashen shade of fury. He glanced back at his remaining companions, realizing they were now less than half. You brat, I will make you pay, Yuan Zhen roared, charging at Yun. Losing several brothers in an instant filled him with regret. This was the foundation of the Poison Wolf Hunters, a boundless killing intent surge within this 8th level powerhouse. And his only path now was to eliminate Yan. As he faced the oncoming fist, he also clenched his own fist to meet it. Now at the 6th level of Qi Mastery, he had the qualifications to engage in fierce combat with such strong adversaries. Their fists collided, creating a gust of wind that forced both back a few steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Observing Yun, who had retreated just a step further than him, Yuan Zhen's expression grew grave. Initially dismissive of Bloodwolf's warnings, he now believed their words. However, he had no time for further thoughts. He only aimed to kill Yun. With a powerful push, Yuan Zhen launched himself off the ground, leaving a half-inch deep imprint as he shot forth like a cannonball, his qi glowing fiercely. Every strike aimed at Yun's vital points. Yun's fists swung continuously, the sound of impacts echoing through the dense forest. Bang! Once again, they clashed, both warriors' breaths becoming labored, their garments torn. After wiping blood from his lips, Yun's aura surged, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Suddenly, Yun's figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage as he appeared abruptly before Yuan Zhen. Delivering a heavy punch, Yuan Zhen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly raised his arm to block Yun's strike. The immense force caused him to skid back, carving a deep trench in the earth. His eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe Yun's strength. Yun grinned, not allowing Yuan Zhen a moment's respite. He followed with a series of relentless kicks. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be astounded to see a 6th level warrior suppressing an 8th level master. Word of this would surely shock countless onlookers that Yun's mountain-like assaults rained down on Yuan Zhen, igniting a fiery rage within him. How could he be dominated by a mere 6th level warrior? Realizing this, he erupted in fury, seizing an opening to deliver a heavy punch that forced Yun back. Simultaneously, Yuan Zhen's qi surged to its peak. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yun. Matching his speed, Yun's eyelids flickered as he hurriedly retreated, attempting to create distance. A mocking smirk curled Yuan Zhen's lips as he accelerated, launching a powerful punch. Yun could only brace himself with both arms, but the overwhelming force sent him flying back, crashing against a tree. Before Yun could react, Yuan Zhen charged again, his hands glowing red-hot. Explosive flame strike. Yuan Zhen roared, his fists moving rapidly like a machine, producing hissing sound that a torrential barrage of attacks enveloped Yun. After a brief panic, he steadied himself, employing his formidable spiritual power to track Yuan Zhen's movements. Transforming his palm into a fist, he engaged in close combat. The two figures weaved through the forest, their immense strength causing shockwaves to ripple through the air. Bang! Another fierce clash sent both warriors staggering back several steps. As they regained their footing, Yuan Zhen's gaze fixed intently on Yun, his hands unleashing a powerful wave of qi. The crimson glow in his hands intensified until it condensed into a sizzling sphere of energy. With a swift motion, Yuan Zhen propelled himself forward, foot striking down heavily as he aimed for Yun's face, his expression twisted with malice. Die brat. Yun inhaled deeply, his expression calm as he witnessed Yuan Zhen's advancing figure. His hand seals rapidly formed, a torrent of qi surging like a raging river into his palm. The silver-white glow intensified, culminating in a brilliant hand seal that Yun abruptly raised, colliding with the descending Yuan Zhen. Boom! A fierce explosion of chi erupted, unleashing a violent gust of wind that swept through the area. The figure was sent hurtling back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Lying on the ground, Yuan Jun was filled with incredulity. He never imagined he would be defeated. From the dissipating smoke, Yi Yun emerged slowly, a trace of blood staining his lips. Approaching Yuan Jun's side, he grinned ominously. "I have won, so now you must die." A flash of crimson light streaked across as Yi Yun, fingers poised like a spear, struck fiercely at Yuan Jun's chest. Yuan Jun's chest suddenly caved in, his eyes wide open in shock. Yi Yun removed Yuan Jun's spatial ring before departing. After Yi Yun's departure, a few figures hastily approached. They were none other than Meng Chong and Luo Bu. The reason for their urgency was that they had received reports from their subordinates indicating that Yuan Jun had taken a group of people out of town. They suspected that the Blood Wolf would pose a threat to Yi Yun, prompting their swift arrival. Upon witnessing Yuan Jun's lifeless body in the arena, the two exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Although they were aware of Yi Yun's formidable strength, they had not anticipated his ability to defeat Yuan Jun. It seemed they had indeed underestimated Yi Yun. Chapter 39. The dark devours the world at this moment. Deep within the dense forest, beneath the waterfall, a gentle breeze swept through, and Gu Tong's ethereal figure floated in mid-air. He turned his head slowly, surveying the surroundings, and could not help but nod in approval. This location was a natural, small valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a white ribbon of water cascading from the heavens. The tumultuous current surged downward like an enraged dragon, crashing forcefully against the rocky outcrops below, creating a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the valley. Noticing the satisfaction in Gu Tong's eyes, Yi Yun, feeling somewhat proud, remarked, "What do you think, master? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Seeing Yi Yun's demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Gu Tong's eyes as he replied, Indeed, a fine choice." Observing Gu Tong's expression, Yi Yun involuntarily shivered, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Though he could not articulate Gu Tong slowly descended and seated himself upon a stone mound, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Yi Yun. "The next destination we shall venture to is the West Wilderness Desert. I recall that there exists a type of thunder essence there, which, when I last visited, was merely in nascent form. Given the passage of time, it should have fully developed by now, although I am uncertain if it has been claimed by others. We must still investigate." Thunder essence. Yi Yun clenched his fists, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. It was the most ferocious force in the world, yet also the most potent power. This was precisely why Yi Yun had embarked on his journey away from home in search of it. He recalled his youthful self, clad in a blue robe, embarking on a solitary path of cultivation, all for the sake of that 2-year promise. Now, the path to enhancing his power lay before him. And how could Yi Yun not feel exhilarated? As he tightened his fists only to release them again, Yi Yun took a deep breath, attentively listening to Gu Tong's words, witnessing Yi Yun's swift adjustment of his mindset. Gu Tong's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. He then solemnly stated, "The journey to the West Wilderness is fraught with peril. Initially, I intended for you to reach the realm of strength before embarking on this journey. However, it is clear that time is not on our side, and it is unlikely you will attain the realm of strength in such a short period. Therefore, the only means to enhance your prowess now is through martial arts and spiritual formations." Hearing Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun nodded earnestly. After several days of practice, he had already mastered the formation of 15 array seals, just 3 short of the requirements for the Rain God formation. Seemingly sensing Yi Yun's frustration, Gu Tong chuckled reassuringly. "There is no need to rush. Such matters cannot be hurried. One day, you may find yourself breaking through unexpectedly to this." Yi Yun could only nod in resignation and then inquired, "Master, why did you ask me to seek out such places?" "This is precisely what I meant when I spoke of enhancing your martial arts," Gu Tong replied. "Over the past few days, I want you to wield the Dark Knight, so you can grow accustomed to it. The martial art I am about to teach you is intimately connected to this sword. Only with the Dark Knight can its full power be unleashed." Upon hearing that Gu Tong was going to teach him martial arts, Yi Yun's eyes instantly brightened as he asked, "Master, what is this martial art, and is it of a high level?" With an exasperated tap on Yi Yun's head, Gutong huffed, "What kind of person do you think your master is? Would I bestow upon you a lowly martial art? This technique is called Dark Devours the World. It falls within the realm of semi-advanced martial arts, capable of rivaling complete advanced techniques when mastered." Taking the Dark Knight from Yi Yun's hands, Gutong waited thoughtfully before slowly floating to a position directly in front of the waterfall, where he came to a halt. Gazing down at the surface of the lake, which was several meters below, Gutong raised his head to behold the magnificent waterfall resembling a silver dragon cascading before him. Letting out a slow breath, Gutong's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, they suddenly opened wide, and an overwhelming aura, unlike anything Yi Yun had ever witnessed, erupted from Gutong's being, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from slumber. In the presence of this mighty aura, the tranquil lake beneath Gutong began to churn violently, white bubbles frothing as if boiling. The tumultuous bubbles spread outward from beneath Gutong's feet, ultimately engulfing the entire lake's surface before ceasing their expansion. Staring in awe at the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding in the lake, Yi Yun was taken aback. The current Gutong was a stark contrast to the previously languid elder he had known. At this moment, he resembled a blade partially drawn from its sheath, exuding a chilling aura so sharp that it was almost unbearable to gaze upon directly. This must be the true essence of a strong practitioner, Yi Yun murmured softly. Moments later, his eyes ignited with fervor. He believed that one day, he too would reach such heights. Gutong held the Dark Knight aloft with one hand, gently brushing across its wide blade. With each stroke, the previously pitch-black surface of the sword revealed intricate, ancient patterns, which spread across its entirety. The sword tip quivered, slicing through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to warp, gripping the heavy sword. Gutong bellowed, and in an instant his form surged forward, as his feet glided through the air. A subtle yet profound sword technique emerged seamlessly, tracing an extraordinary trajectory. The sword tip abruptly halted, and Gutong's foot struck the void with great force, causing his figure to vanish, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the next moment, he materialized ahead, while the phantoms lingered behind. Yi Yun gazed at Gutong in shock, astonished by the sheer speed he displayed. Once the afterimages dissipated, Gutong's presence appeared as if he had teleported to the base of the waterfall. At that moment, he seemed insignificant beneath the cascading water, yet radiated an aura more terrifying than the waterfall itself. With a sudden movement, Gutong raised the heavy sword high above his head beneath the sunlight, causing the Dark Knight to emit a dazzling brilliance. As the Dark Knight was unleashed, the sword devoured the heavens. With a powerful downward strike from Gutong's hands, an immense sound erupted from the void, resonating into the sky. Bang! 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 On the placid lake's surface, 3 colossal pillars of water surged abruptly into the air, crashing down with a force akin to a thunderous roar, sending waves soaring 10 meters high before crashing violently against the thundering waterfall. Boom! 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 The resounding thunder echoed through the valley, causing countless stones to tumble from the cliffs above. Covering his ears, Yi Yun gaped at the overwhelming force of this attack. After a moment, he struggled to swallow, his gaze darting toward the waterfall. However, at that moment, the mist obscured his view entirely. A gust of wind swept across the lake's surface, rapidly dissipating the mist. As the water vapor cleared, the magnificent waterfall gradually revealed its true form. With widened eyes, Yi Yun stared at the unveiled waterfall, momentarily stunned before slowly closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. A wave of dizziness washed over him. This moment, the massive torrent of water had been severed, and a gaping chasm, over 10 meters long and several meters wide, appeared on the colossal rock behind the waterfall. Glistening menacingly, along the edges of the chasm, countless tiny fissures spread across the entire stone face, resembling a climbing vine. The waterfall's flow, having paused for over 20 seconds, finally resumed its slow descent, while the significant scar on the rock gradually faded from view. Chapter 40. Grueling training within the valley. The echoes of the explosion gradually subsided, and the water flow that Gutong had severed began to flow once more. Gutong returned the Dark Knight to Yi Yun, shaking his head with a sigh. I am growing old and losing my strength. Such meager power. Witnessing Gu Tong's demeanor, Yi couldn't help but scorn internally. This is hardly ineffectual. Please spare me the pretense. Master, however, Yi could only harbor these thoughts internally, wearing a smile as he eagerly implored, Master, please, teach me quickly. With closed eyes, Gu Tong uttered a soft command. He extended a finger and touched Yi forehead, instantly imparting profound insights into his mind. Dark devours the world. When mastered to perfection, can cleave mountains and part seas. These few words ignited a surge of excitement within Yi as he absorbed the essence of this martial art. He opened his eyes and asked Gu Tong, Master, how should I cultivate this technique? The allure of semi-advanced martial arts had made Yi impatient to begin his training, and he understood that mastering it would enhance his chances of survival in the West Wilderness Desert. It seemed as though Gu Tong had been anticipating this very question. He gestured with his chin, and Yi followed his gaze, casually remarking, Oh, Master, you mean that pond. This is simple. This semi-advanced martial art isn't as difficult as it seems. Hee, who said it was that water pool? I was referring to beneath the waterfall. Upon hearing Gu Tong's words, Yi smile stiffened, and he mechanically turned to gaze at the majestic cascade before him. With great difficulty, Yi swallowed hard, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He rubbed his hands together, an expression of eager submission on his face, and said, Master, you're not joking. Are you? If we go down there, your disciple might very well meet his end. Master, how about we reconsider this? Joking aside, there's simply no place to leverage oneself beneath that pool. Standing down there, one would likely be knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the waterfall. Xiao Yun, you can't blame me for this. After all, it was you who chose this place. You can only fault yourself for selecting such a perfect spot. Even I must admire your discernment, Gu Tong replied, shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head. I could see that moment. Yi smile faltered, finally understanding the source of the unease he had felt earlier. However, who could he blame? This was all his own doing. Now, Yi wished he could slap himself for inviting such torment. There was no choice. For the sake of this half-step Yuan martial arts, he could only resign himself to fate. With his head hung low, Yi asked, Master, what am I supposed to do? Currently, you are not permitted to use Yuan power, and you must also bear a burden. You must rely solely on your physical strength to complete the chop beneath the torrent. The day you can freely wield the night blade beneath the waterfall, you will master this technique, Gu Tong said with a smile. All right, you may begin now. I am eagerly anticipating your performance, he added. Turning to face the mighty waterfall, Yi felt a chill run down his spine that he forced a smile, as if to bolster his own courage, and muttered, It's just a waterfall. What is so impressive about it? I've seen far worse. This waterfall won't intimidate me, not in the slightest. Despite his bravado, Yi legs trembled uncontrollably. In frustration, he pounded his thigh and gritted his teeth, shedding his garments to reveal a lean, albeit not particularly muscular, torso. Taking a deep breath, he let out a scream and lunged toward the waterfall, claws outstretched. With a resounding crash, before he could steady himself, the immense force of the water sent him crashing down. Dazed, Yi shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, he charged again, only to be swept down into the pool once more. Damn it! Yi emerged from the water, cursing furiously, before launching himself at the waterfall again. With another thunderous roar, he was thrown back once more. What the hell? Sitting on a boulder by the lake, Gu Tong watched the stubborn youth relentlessly battling the waterfall, a gentle smile gracing his face, his old eyes reflecting a mix of pride and satisfaction. That night, enduring the soreness of his muscles, Yi quietly settled down, forming a meditative posture. After a full day of intense training, he felt every muscle protesting, his back marked with bruises that, as the surrounding Yuan power surged in, Yi's muscles greedily absorbed it, gradually dissipating the bruises on his back. After what felt like a brief moment, Yi's eyes suddenly snapped open. Releasing a heavy breath of stale air, he twisted his neck and stretched, the sound of cracking joints echoing like popcorn popping. Despite training all day, Yi still struggled to maintain his footing beneath the waterfall, let alone wield the night blade. This was indeed a torturous training regimen. Yi Yun thought with a bitter smile as he settled back down, flipping his palm to reveal an ancient scroll that materialized in his grasp. One he had seized from Yuan Jun. Unrolling it, he was met with 3 crimson characters. Explosive flame strike. The Yi Yun immersed himself in its teachings, diligently practicing. Time slipped away quietly, a ray of dawn dispelling the darkness. Slowly, Yi Yun opened his eyes, inhaling deeply before springing into action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters away, his body suddenly aglow with a crimson light. A swirling red energy sphere formed in his hand, and with a powerful stride, he slammed it into the tree before him. Explosive flame strike, with a resounding boom, wood splintered and flew. Satisfied with the gaping hole it left, Yi Yun nodded in approval. After retrieving provisions from his spatial ring to quell his hunger, he clenched his fists, glaring at the waterfall below as if it were a sworn enemy. With a shout, he charged down once more. Before long, the valley echoed with the boy's furious exclamations once again. Chapter 41. The essence of thick earth, the heart of ice spirit time flowed like sand slipping through fingers and in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. The thunderous roar of the waterfall resonated through the valley day after day, year after year, the humid mist almost entirely shielding the small valley from the heat of the outside world. On the rocky cliff, Gu Tong floated, observing the young man beneath the waterfall with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Originally, Gu Tong had given Yi Yun a deadline of 20 days. Yet Yi Yun accomplished it 5 days early. While his talent certainly played a part, it was ultimately his stubbornness and spirit that made the difference. Beneath the waterfall, Yi Yun braced himself against the torrential downpour, the immense force bending his back. Yet he held firm, gradually lifting himself up. Spitting out a mouthful of water, a glimmer of light flashed in his hand as a black heavy sword appeared. This was the Night Blade. Gripping the hilt tightly, Yi Yun swung it against the rushing water. The combined weight of the sword and the force of the water caused the veins in his arms to bulge with effort. Each swing required every ounce of strength he possessed. 9, 8, 7. Yi Yun counted softly, his voice intermittent with exertion, setting a daily target for himself. All right, that will be all for today, Gu Tong called, beckoning to Yi Yun. From barely being able to stand beneath the waterfall a mere 10 days ago, Yi Yun had progressed to wielding the Night Blade daily beneath its deluge that Jiu Tong had witnessed the effort he had put forth. Following orders, Yi Yun sheathed the Night Blade, spat out some water, and cursed, "One day, I will conquer you." Seemingly incited by Yi Yun's words, an even more ferocious torrent crashed down, and Yi Yun lost his footing, falling into the water with a splash. Damn it! Yi Yun emerged irate, as if the waterfall bore a personal vendetta against him. After rinsing off in the water, he walked ashore, glancing at his skin with a rueful smile. Once Yi Yun's complexion, while not quite sun-kissed, had begun to emanate a rugged masculinity after months of training. However, after just over 10 days of rigorous practice, his skin had become softer than that of many young women, leaving him self-conscious about facing others. Accepting the roasted beast meat from Gu Tong, Yi Yun devoured it ravenously. To your current pace, I estimate you'll be able to begin utilizing this half-step Yuan martial art within 10 days. Gu Tong remarked with a smile. Once you master it, we can leave this place, but before we set off, we will need 2 items. With these 2 items, your chances of reclaiming the Lei Xian object will greatly increase. Oh, what are these items? Yi Yun asked, swallowing his food with curiosity. As I mentioned earlier, the Lei Xian object is a creation of heaven and earth, each one being incredibly volatile. The process of reclaiming it is fraught with danger. First, you must be able to approach the Lei Xian object. If you can't even get close, what is the point of reclaiming it? Secondly, if you can approach it, you will need to protect your heart veins from its power. With these 2 items, you can strengthen your immortal thunder decision, raising your chances of reclaiming the Lei Xian object to 50%. You might think that achieving only 50% after preparing these items seems rather low. However, without them and the immortal thunder decision, the average person only has about a 10% chance of success, and that is for those with considerable skill. For someone at your level, it's a near-death experience. Nodding at Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun felt a sense of dread regarding the items he needed to find. Master, what exactly are these 2 items? I have nothing on me. Jiu Tong chuckled, saying, there is no need to rush. The two items are the essence of thick earth from the land of extreme earth and the heart of ice spirit from the land of extreme cold. I still have some essence of thick earth from years ago. Now, you just need to find the heart of ice spirit. Hearing this, Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heart of ice spirit. It appears that the only option left is to visit the auction house in the nearby town. However, the pressing matter at hand is to diligently cultivate my martial arts before anything else. Casually wiping the remnants of grease from his lips, Yi Yun flipped his palm, and the dark blade, and Yi, reappeared in his grasp. Upon witnessing Yi Yun's demeanor, Gu Tong paused momentarily before expressing his concern. "Are you all right? Please do not overexert yourself. Leaving behind hidden dangers would be counterproductive." Clenching the dark blade, Yi Yun's petite face broke into a radiant smile. "Master, haven't we run out of time? I refuse to endure such humiliation again." Slowly lifting his head, Yi Yun gazed toward the horizon, where lay the figures he yearned for, those he cared for, and those he despised, the ones he was determined to defeat at all costs. A faint yet resolute voice emerged from Yi Yun's lips, imbued with an unwavering will. Contemplating the suffering Yi Yun had endured, Gu Tong felt a sense of relief and chose to remain silent, opting to believe in the youth and offer his silent support. Beneath the sun, the young man's steps were light as he departed, leaving behind the proud silhouette of his figure. Chapter 42. Exiting the valley beneath the waterfall. The young man stood bare-chested, wielding a black iron sword, relentlessly striking downward into the cascade. With a mighty roar, he thrust his body upright, raising the black sword high above his head. The seemingly unremarkable black sword suddenly radiated a brilliant red glow. Intricate patterns adorning its blade, as the sword descended with great force. A streak of red light sliced through the air, and in the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, causing a mist to rise from the waterfall. As the fog dissipated, the once plummeting waterfall appeared as if torn apart by unseen hands, splitting into two halves, revealing a chasm approximately half a yard deep and 3 yards long. Seemingly satisfied with the result of his efforts, the young man grinned, sheathing the black sword and leaping onto the shore. Moments later, the water flow from the waterfall resumed its course. This young man was none other than Yi Yun. After a month of arduous training, he had finally begun to grasp the fundamentals of his half-step Yuan martial art. Moreover, he could now effortlessly wield in Yi, having acclimated to its weight, making its use second nature. If he were to attempt handling another weapon, he would indeed find it quite unfamiliar. Currently, with an Yi factored in, Yi Yun bore a weight of 150 pounds, an astonishing feat, as it was hard to imagine that he could endure such a burden. For others, it would likely be enough to bring them to their knees. Yi Yun estimated that if he were to shed all his weight, defeating a 7th-tier opponent would be a trivial task, while facing an 8th-tier contender would present a challenge. Albeit not insurmountable as for a 9th-tier adversary, it would undoubtedly result in a fierce struggle on the rocky precipice. Gu Tong observed Yi Yun with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, nodding with a smile. Although Yi Yun was not yet able to fully unleash the power of the half-step Yuan martial art, given time, he would undoubtedly master the formidable strength of this dark force that could consume the world. "All right, we can leave now," Gu Tong declared as he vanished into the ring. Yi Yun nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to take one last look at the valley he had called home for nearly a month. With no lingering attachments, he stepped forward. This city, nestled in the western part of the Yamlong Empire, was known as Luoshi City, a significant component of the empire's vast territory. As Yun journeyed onward, he practiced his skills, taking 3 days to arrive at this bustling city. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pressed on, captivated by the lively scene before him. The vibrant atmosphere brought a smile to Yi Yun's face. The feeling of being among people was delightful, especially after nearly a month of solitude spent in the valley, where most of his time was consumed by training, strolling leisurely along the bustling streets. Yi Yun sought the purpose of his visit, the Liao auction house. As expected, being the largest auction house in the nation, Luoyao Auction House had branches spread throughout the entire empire, easily recognizable. Spotting a 2-story building, Yi Yun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before slipping into an alley and donning a black cloak. After paying 5 gold coins, he entered the auction hall. which was already teeming with people. On stage, a young and beautiful woman held an object in her hands, introducing it with a charming smile, indicating that the auction had already commenced. Yi Yun found an unoccupied spot to sit and began observing the various items on display. However, after one round of bidding, he did not see any trace of the ice spirit heart he sought, which left him feeling deeply disappointed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yi Yun tightened his cloak and approached a serving girl, saying, "Please summon your manager. I have a matter to discuss." Seeing Yi Yun shrouded in the black cloak, the serving girl felt a tremor of fear and stammered, "May I ask who you are?" Yi Yun remained silent, retrieving a purple gold card from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the card, the serving girl's demeanor shifted to one of respect, and she hurriedly replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch him right away." Yi Yun nodded slightly and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, a middle-aged man approached. Upon noticing the figure hidden beneath the cloak, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, and he inquired, "May I ask what business you have?" "Esteemed guest, I came to inquire if you possess the ice spirit heart," came the aged voice from beneath the cloak. "The ice spirit heart?" The middle-aged man paused momentarily before responding, "Please wait a moment." He turned to rummage through what appeared to be a storeroom. After a brief search, he returned, cradling a ledger in his hands and perusing it diligently. After some time, he raised his head and said, "I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that we do not have the ice spirit heart in our possession." Hearing this, Yi Yun struggled to conceal his disappointment beneath the cloak. Just as he began to turn away, the middle-aged man called out to him. However, the man's expression seemed hesitant, and after a moment, he remarked, "There may be someone who possesses it, but this person is notoriously miserly and treasures their possessions dearly. Unless you can offer something of equal value for exchange, they will never part with it. Oh, and why is that?" Yi Yun asked, his face lighting up, though hidden beneath the cloak. "Because this individual is named Li Wanjin, a cousin of the head of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Yamlong Empire. It is said he has come to this place due to a conflict with the family head over succession. Nonetheless, the Li family has treated him well, and he himself is a formidable practitioner at the Gongli level. So, he is currently in Luoshi City." Indeed, good at Yi Yun's heart finally settled. The ice spirit heart was within reach. Chapter 43. The Treasure Keeper. After exiting the Li auction house, Yi Yun carefully scanned his surroundings once more, ensuring no one was watching before slipping into an alley and changing back into his regular attire. Following the information provided by the middle-aged man, Yi Yun inquired of several individuals before finally locating the residence of the person known as the Treasure Keeper. Before him stood a 2-story building, and Yi Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips, as he truly could not fathom how anyone could live in such a place. The sight of the house left him utterly astounded. While the building appeared to have 2 stories and a somewhat respectable façade, it was entwined with a profusion of vines. If that were all, it might be excusable, perhaps stemming from fondness for plants. However, the exterior was also overrun with weeds towering to a person's height. Yes, if that weren't enough, Yi Yun wondered aloud, who could possibly tell me that this house is situated next to a mortuary? Shaking his head, he struggled to push through the dense undergrowth, making his way to the door and straightening his clothes slightly. Just as he was about to knock, the door unexpectedly collapsed before him. Yi Yun's lips twitched once more. He had finally grasped the essence of what it meant to be miserly. Well, without a door, he thought it futile to knock. As he stepped closer, a musty odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Yi Yun slowly ventured inside. "Is anyone here?" Yi Yun called several times, but seemed no one responded, gazing upon the room before him. Thickly coated in dust, Yi Yun's heart sank, sensing an absence that weighed heavily upon him. As he pondered, a sudden thud echoed through the air, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing to the ground, coming from upstairs. Cautiously, Yi Yun ascended the staircase, which groaned underfoot, protesting the burden it bore. Fearing its potential collapse, he quickened his pace. Upon surveying the area, he discovered an iron door nestled in the corner, presumably where the commotion had originated. He approached it slowly, pushing the door open with a creak. Inside, a figure seemed startled, exclaiming, "Who's there?" Yi Yun entered, scanning the room, and found an elderly man, disheveled and unkempt, seated on the floor amidst a scatter of fallen books. It appeared that the earlier noise had been caused by these books tumbling down. This old man was indeed the miserly treasure-seeker, Li Wanjin, a striking resemblance confirmed in Yi Yun's mind. With a respectful gesture, Yi Yun addressed him. I am called Shui Yun, and you must be the treasure-seeker, Mr. Li Wanjin, that I have heard that you possess the Ice Spirit Heart, and I have come to pay you a visit. Upon hearing Yi Yun's intention concerning the Ice Spirit Heart, Li Wanjin shook his head vehemently, his expression shifting to one of alarm. No. Who told you that? Go back at once. He regarded Yi Yun with a wary gaze. Despite his denial, Yi Yun perceived a fleeting flicker of panic in Li Wanjin's eyes, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Senior, I am willing to offer something in exchange, Yi Yun urged. Exchange? Very well. But let me be clear. I have no interest in martial arts or techniques, Li Wanjin retorted, leaving Yi Yun momentarily speechless. It was astonishing to encounter someone indifferent to the allure of martial prowess, a desire that countless individuals pursued fervently. Then, what else do you seek? Yi Yun inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wanjin replied earnestly, if you can procure for me the blood of a fifth-tier demon beast, the Icefield demon wolf, along with a 10,000-year-old spirit ginseng and the essence of a 7-leaf blood lotus, I would gladly oblige. The list of items left Yi Yun's jaw agape. The blood of a fifth-tier demon, akin to a powerful practitioner in the Nirvana realm, would likely obliterate him with a mere swipe. As for the ancient ginseng and the essence of the lotus, the quest for them promised no less hardship. Noticing Yi Yun's astonishment, Li Wanjin shrugged dismissively. If you cannot fulfill this, then spare me your presence. Yi Yun stood dumbfounded, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Xiao Yunzi, if we unite our strengths, we might have a 50% chance of defeating him, echoed Gu Tong's voice in Yi Yun's thoughts, laced with a chilling resolve. 50%. Yi Yun murmured, shaking his head. His current capabilities were insufficient to confront a formidable adversary in the Gongli realm. Although Gu Tong's support was a factor, the potential cost could be steep. Moreover, if he were to succeed in obtaining the Ice Spirit Heart, he would still have to contend with the Li family's wrath, a confrontation he was ill-prepared to navigate. In a moment of turmoil, Yi Yun's expression shifted between hope and despair before he let out a resigned sigh, clasping his fists in farewell as he turned to depart in search of the Ice Spirit Heart elsewhere. Just as he was about to leave, Li Wanjin called out to him, Young man, if you can retrieve a certain item for me, I will hand over the Ice Spirit Heart. Oh, what is it that you require? Yi Yun asked, hesitating to agree, wary that Li Wanjin might demand another fifth-tier beast. Seeming to sense Yi Yun's apprehension, Li Wanjin's gaunt face broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, with remnants of food caught between them. You need only bring me the blood of the Azure Ruby. The blood of the Azure Ruby? Yi Yun was taken aback, unfamiliar with such a substance. Li Wanjin explained, it is a rare herb, with a green root and crimson leaves, exceedingly precious. But where am I to find this blood of the Azure Ruby? Yi Yun questioned, perplexed. Fear not. A tomb belonging to a Nirvana realm strongman is set to emerge in the Thunderstorm Mountain range. If you procure the blood of the Azure Ruby for me, I assure you the Ice Spirit Heart will be yours, Li Wanjin replied, but a tomb of a Nirvana realm strongman. Yi Yun's brows furrowed with intrigue. After careful consideration, he steeled himself and agreed. The tomb would likely be fraught with peril, yet fortune favors the bold. The prospect of the blood of the Azure Ruby was worth the risk. Furthermore, the tomb might harbor treasures that could enhance his strength, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Chapter 44. Lightning extraction for body refinement. The Thunderstorm Mountain Range serves as a natural boundary between the Yanlong Empire and the Western Desert. Beyond its heights lies the vast expanse of the desert, which, due to the warm air currents it generates, frequently experiences rain, hence its name. Recently, the once quiet Thunderstorm Mountain Range has become a cacophony of activity, with a diverse array of individuals flocking to its slopes, drawn by the news of the tomb of a Nirvana realm strongman, soon to be unearthed. The mere mention of the Nirvana realm has compelled countless souls to converge upon the area. It is a realm that many aspire to reach, while the leaders of the 4 great families of the Yanlong Empire remain mere mortals in comparison. the S-word of the tomb, S-emergence spread. The townsfolk of Luoshire were inundated with visitors, leading to overflowing inns and bustling streets. 3 days later, the number of seekers reached a peak, with anticipation mounting as they awaited the tomb's unveiling. Amidst the mountains, rain began to fall once more, and bolts of silver lightning illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. Atop a mountain peak, a solitary figure sat in meditation, as the storm raged around him. Ian's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of determination shining within. He was poised to undertake a reckless decision, the extraction of lightning for body refinement. This notion was undoubtedly audacious, yet Ian felt a glimmer of hope for success. If he could withstand this natural lightning, he could aspire to absorb the more elusive Xianlei. This idea had been proposed by Gu Tong, who recognized the potential of the Thunderstorm mountain range. Yi Yun's current cultivation of the indestructible thunder technique was merely at the ordinary level, and harnessing the power of the storm could elevate it further. Additionally, this presented a unique opportunity for body refinement. Upon hearing Gu Tong's suggestion, Yi Yun was initially seized by trepidation. This was no jest, it was a matter of life and death. The phrase lightning extraction for body refinement could be bluntly interpreted as being struck by lightning. In Yi Yun's worldview, no one could emerge unscathed from such an encounter. Thus, shaken by Gu Tong's words, Yi Yun vehemently shook his head, yet under Gu Tong's persuasion, he ultimately acquiesced. On a mountaintop, he hesitantly inquired, "Master, will this truly be safe?" "Rest assured, you will be fine," came Gu Tong's somewhat unconvincing reassurance from within the ring. "Have you ever tried this method yourself?" Yi Yun pressed, seeking further clarification. No. But theoretically, it is feasible, Gu Tong weakly remarked. "Damn it, did you really call me here to listen to Gu Tong's responsible words?" Yi Yun rolled his eyes and burst into a tirade, questioning whether he had chosen the wrong mentor. Well, at this point, there is nothing to be done. Yi Yun took a deep breath, steeling his heart, thinking that if he failed, he would at least die honorably. With a flick of his wrist, the dark knight appeared in Yi Yun's hand. He plunged the dark knight into the ground, and suddenly, the heavenly thunder descended like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey. Rushing towards Yi Yun, sensing the immense power looming above him, Yi Yun's expression grew somber. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, and the indomitable thunder decision surged within him. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly lightning struck Yi Yun directly. He inhaled sharply. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body emitted the scent of roasted meat. "Quickly, operate the indomitable thunder decision with all your might." Gu Tong's voice boomed like thunder. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and began to fervently channel the indomitable thunder decision. Instantly, he felt the agony lessen significantly, and his expression softened. Surrounded by flickering strands of lightning, Yi Yun became enveloped in thunder. And as the thunder decision circulated, waves of lightning energy continuously infused into his limbs, refining his physique. Seeing Yi Yun persevere, Gu Tong, who resided within the ring, let out a sigh of relief and projected his spiritual energy outward. Vigilantly watching over Yi Yun this moment, Yi Yun could not afford any distractions. Atop the mountain, lightning flashed, and enveloped by heavenly thunder, Yi Yun found himself in a perfect cycle. He could feel his body growing stronger with each passing moment. Yi Yun's mind began to fully operate the indomitable thunder decision, savoring the benefits brought by the heavenly thunder. This continued for 3 days. As the thunderstorm gradually subsided, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes. Arcs of electricity flickering within them, he clenched his fist and stood up, feeling the currents still coursing through him. "Kid, how do you feel?" Gu Tong's voice resounded. "Good. I've never felt this strong." Yi Yun grinned, exclaiming he felt his physical prowess had surpassed even twice its former strength, and if he were to face Yuan Jin now, he was confident he could easily defeat him. Moreover, thanks to this lightning-induced body tempering, Yi Yun had successfully ascended to the 7th rank. "What about the technique?" Gu Tong inquired, his form shifting with concern. Yi Yun smiled, extending his slender palm, where a wisp of yellow essence danced at his fingertips. Far more stable than its previously flickering state, Yi Yun's consciousness delved into his body, gradually channeling the indomitable Thunder Decision. As he did so, the meridians on his body began to outline like red threads. 1, 2, 23, 24. When the 24th meridian was simulated, both Yi Yun and Gu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. They fixated on the golden line that began to slow, and under Yi Yun's unwavering gaze, that slowing golden line gradually advanced, finally slipping into an unfamiliar meridian trajectory that had never before appeared one after another, a total of 30 lines. Yi Yun clenched his fist, pleasantly surprised by the multitude of benefits from this body tempering. Not only had his physical strength been enhanced, but the indomitable Thunder Decision had also expanded from 24 to 30 meridians. The gains from this endeavor were undoubtedly immense in the following days. Yi Yun utilized the lightning to gradually expand the 6 newly emerged meridians. 3 days later, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of white turbid air. He clenched his fists, feeling the influx of elemental energy into his body was now swifter than before. To be honest, Yi Yun even wished to be struck by lightning a few more times, but the effects would undoubtedly be diminished. Yi Yun cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound. Calculating the time. The tomb is about to emerge, a Nirvana realm powerhouse. I am quite looking forward to it. Yi Yun smiled, his figure darting away like a fleeting shadow. Chapter 45. Various forces. When Yi Yun arrived at the location of the tomb's emergence, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The foot of the mountain was teeming with people. While he had anticipated a considerable number, he never imagined it would reach 1,000. Clicking his tongue, Yi Yun, like everyone else, sought a corner to sit down, his gaze continuously surveying the crowd. Once the tomb opened, these individuals would become his competitors, thus requiring careful observation in advance. After scanning the area, Yi Yun's brows furrowed. Not far from him stood an individual whose strength vastly surpassed his own, likely at the 9th rank of the elemental realm. The surrounding crowd clearly feared this young man, who commanded a 3-meter radius of empty space around him. Yi Yun's spiritual energy swept across the area. The young man seemed to sense it and looked in Yi Yun's direction, prompting Yi Yun to hurriedly retract his spiritual energy, silently exclaiming how perilous it was. Upon further inspection, Yi Yun noticed at least 4 or 5 other individuals exuding similar prowess, undoubtedly the cream of the crop among this gathering. They were his most formidable rivals. Yi Yun's brows knitted together, pondering that this murky water was indeed treacherous, yet he had no choice but to wade through it. Haha, I've heard that members of the 4 great families will all be present. Is that true? Then this tomb conflict will certainly be entertaining. Just as Yi Yun was deep in thought, a conversation nearby caught his attention. After listening intently to their dialogue, Yi Yun's frown deepened. Yi Han Tian? Yi Yun murmured, clenching his fist tightly. Would he finally encounter that person again? The genius of the Yi family, Yi Han Tian, the man who had inflicted an indelible humiliation upon Yi Yun, the man whom Yi Yun swore to defeat. Suppressing the turmoil within him, Yi Yun sat in silence, striving to attain his optimal state. As the sun gradually set, a series of sounds signaling the arrival of individuals echoed from a distance. Yi Yun turned to look and saw a figure striding through the air, clad in flowing garments, exuding an effortless elegance. This young man appeared only a few years older than Yi Yun, yet he had already stepped into the realm of formidable power. The hallmark of entering this level was the ability to initially condense one's energy into a tangible force, and the young man had demonstrated this by creating a cushion of energy beneath his feet, allowing him to traverse the skies. Yes, soon as the young man halted, a hawk's cry echoed from behind. A massive eagle suddenly emerged from the forest, its wings casting shadows over the ground. Haha, kid, that's a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Golden Eagle King, equivalent to a powerhouse of formidable strength. Gu Tong's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Haha, Brother Songlang, it's been a while. Your speed remains unmatched. Even my Golden Eagle King cannot keep up with you. A figure standing atop the Golden Eagle King clasped his hands in greeting to the young man. Not at all, Brother Ranfeng. You are equally impressive. The two conversed in mid-air, seemingly oblivious to the throngs around them. Though who could blame them, given their strength? These 2 figures were none other than the prodigies of the 4 great families, Xiao Songlang and Li Ranfeng. Haha, Kid, your opponents this time are no ordinary foes. Not to mention the few ninth-rank elemental Rel fighter from earlier, these two are also formidable beings of considerable strength. Albeit in the mid-stage of their realm, that Akati won't be easy to seize anything from them. Gutong's voice echoed in Yi Yun's mind a mid-stage of formidable power. Upon entering this realm, the stages are divided into early, mid, late, and peak levels. Hearing Gutong's words, Yi Yun's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of what this meant. It indicated that the genius of the Yi family, Yi Han Tian, would undoubtedly possess comparable, if not superior, cultivation. Contemplating this, Yi Yun's hands involuntarily clenched tighter. Taking a deep breath, he strove to suppress the fluctuations within, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, another sound sliced through the air. Is that Brother Han Tian or Miss Qiu Shui? Li Ranfeng turned to shout Song Lang with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious voice rang out. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. That a flash of white light revealed a figure clad in a flowing white dress. The young woman, draped in a pristine gown, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as white as snow, possessed a captivating grace that resonated deeply with everyone present. Such a woman, with such an exquisite demeanor, was truly a rare sight in the world. At the foot of the mountain, all eyes were drawn to the enchanting figure floating mid-air. At the foot of the mountain, which had been somewhat noisy, a profound silence descended at this moment. A stunning beauty, so enchanting that even the seasoned night cloud could not help but marvel, stood before them. This captivating woman was none other than Bai Qiushu, a prodigy from the Bai family, one of the four great clans of the Yanlong Empire, and a formidable warrior at the peak of the Gongli realm. Bai Qiushu's gaze swept over the crowd, and as if losing interest, she turned away from the throng at the mountain's base and addressed Xiao, Songlong, and Li Ranfeng, saying, Brother Han Tian, has he not yet arrived? Her words seemed to evoke discontent in the two men. Li Ranfeng scoffed. It seems that Knight Han Tian is always late. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura surged forth, prompting Night Cloud to stir with anticipation. Everyone felt the might of his presence and instinctively looked up, only to witness a powerful crimson light sweeping through the air, sending leaves swirling about. Gradually, a figure emerged from the radiant glow. This was him, a man whose aura Night Cloud would never forget. The one who had brought him such humiliation. Knight Han Tian, with his icy visage and indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly, exuded an air of supreme authority, as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm. The crowd at the foot of the mountain could not help but feel their expressions tighten as they were intimidated by Knight Han Tian's formidable presence. He slowly scanned the crowd. A flicker of disdain flashed in Knight Han Tian's eyes. His overwhelming aura abruptly silenced the previously boisterous gathering. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension as Li Ranfeng exclaimed, You've broken through to the later stage. Li Ranfeng's exclamation drew the attention of the crowd, and as they processed this revelation, gasps of astonishment echoed from the assembly, including from Night Cloud himself. He had thought Knight Han Tian would only reach the initial stage of the Gongli realm. Yet he had surpassed expectations and attained the later stage. It was well known that the gap between each level in the Gongli realm was immense. Chapter 46. The Tomb Opens. Later stage of the Gongli realm? Why am I still unable to catch up to him despite my relentless efforts? What has this past year of toil amounted to? Night Cloud's heart sank at the sight of Knight Han Tian. Consumed by despair, he had endured countless hardships over the past year. Yet victory remained elusive. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, Gutong's booming voice resonated within Night Cloud's mind, akin to thunder. Once Night Cloud regained his composure, Gutong earnestly remarked, Look at yourself. A mere setback has brought you to this state. But Master, a year has passed, and I'm still only at the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm. While Knight Han Tian has already reached the mid-stage of the Gongli realm, I had hoped to defeat him in 2 years, training day and night for that purpose. Yet here I stand, back at square one. What will I have in a year to overcome him? Night Cloud's frustration echoed in his heart. Upon hearing Night Cloud's lament, Gutong fell into a thoughtful silence before solemnly declaring, Since I promised to help you defeat Knight Han Tian in 2 years, I will leave no stone unturned to ensure you reach that goal. Though Knight Han Tian is now a powerful warrior at the later stage of the Gongli realm, he possesses the resources of the entire Knight family, while you're training alone. However, in the coming year, it is unlikely he will continue to progress at this pace, for advancing through each stage of the Gongli realm is no easy feat. There is still a year left. If we can find Xianlei, defeating Knight Han Tian will not be out of reach, he added silently. Even if it means burning my soul's energy, I will assist you in overcoming him. After absorbing Gu Tong's words, Night Cloud began to recover. His gaze fixated fiercely on Knight Han Tian, brimming with a passionate hatred. Were he powerful enough, he would undoubtedly charge forward, but he knew better. Even with Gu Tong's strength added to his own, it would not suffice. Now was not the time to confront Knight Han Tian. Night Cloud's fists clenched and released repeatedly, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. After a lengthy contemplation, he seemed to come to a resolution. Taking a deep breath before retrieving a mask from his storage bracelet and donning it. Understanding the significance of this decision, Gu Tong felt a sense of relief. He recognized how difficult this choice had been for Night Cloud. As Night Cloud's gaze shifted away from Knight Han Tian, the latter seemed to sense something and cast a glance back, detecting a familiar presence he could not quite place. After scanning the area, he found nothing amiss and furrowed his brows, dismissing the matter from his mind, for the paramount concern was still the tomb of the Nirvana realm's powerful warrior. Securing whatever treasures lay within would ensure Knight Han Tian's position as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Yanlong Empire. A flicker of fervor crossed his otherwise indifferent gaze. Everyone, it is time to commence. Knight Han Tian addressed the others. Although this is a seal left by a Nirvana realm expert, I believe that together we can break through it. All right, let each rely on their own strength, Shout Songlong replied, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. With a flash of light, a crimson spear appeared in his hand, and with a shake of its tip, a wave of red energy surged forth, cutting through the air. Seeing this, the three others sprang into action. Iranfone, atop the Golden Eagle King, swept his sleeve, summoning a powerful gust of elemental force that spiraled forth as he pointed his finger, unleashing a barrage of energy that sliced through the air. Behind them, Bai Qiushua let out a delicate snort, forming a unique white lotus that blossomed before her, transforming into a comet of white light that sped away, warping the surrounding space. Finally, Knight Han Tian too began to move. Night Cloud narrowed his eyes, watching attentively as Knight Han Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly making no overt motion. Suddenly, the elemental forces around him surged violently, coalescing into a black pillar of light that spiraled towards the seal point forward. Dazzling beams of light pierced the heavens, causing a ripple in the surrounding elemental energy that left the crowd below in awe. Their astonishment was palpable. These truly were the four prodigies of the Yanlong Empire. Night Cloud's expression grew serious as he beheld the immense might in the sky. He knew that he could only contend with such power through martial techniques. Compared to Knight Han Tian and the others, Night Cloud's strength felt woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, he held on to the confidence that one day he too would reach such heights. As Night Cloud's eyes flickered, the four fierce attacks crashed against the energy barrier atop the mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The four assaults struck simultaneously at the corners of the barrier, creating a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the mountaintop, followed by massive mushroom clouds rising into the sky. With each attack, the once resplendent energy barrier began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks appearing and expanding with a cacophony of snapping sounds at the foot of the mountain. The spectators erupted in joy, their elemental energy swirling into vibrant ribbons that surged towards the barrier. With a resounding thud, the barrier finally shattered like broken glass, releasing a tempestuous storm that swept through the air, reminiscent of a hurricane. Go. The tempest did not disturb the figures of the four in the sky. As the barrier broke, their eyes locked onto the fissures, and in unison, they transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the mountaintop in the blink of an eye. The seal has been broken. Rush in. As the four raced towards the ancient tomb, the crowd below erupted in elation, their elemental energies roaring to life as they surged upwards, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the summit. In that moment, the mountain echoed with the sound of rushing winds. Night Cloud beheld this scene, a smile creeping onto his face as he licked his lips, his form shooting forward. He was determined to seize the treasures of the Bai Yanzhu Shui for himself. The contest for the ancient tomb had officially begun. Chapter 47. Sudden wealth. I could see this moment. Atop the Thunderstorm Mountains, as Night Han Tian and his companions made their entrance, the throng at the mountain's base surged forth like a swarm of locusts. Eager to ascend to the summit, in an instant, elemental energies surged, creating a kaleidoscope of colors as they raced towards the peak. Night Cloud deliberately delayed for a moment before shooting forth like a silver streak. The throng transformed into a formidable tide, and along the way, Night Cloud witnessed the remains of various demonic beasts, even spotting a peak initial stage third-tier beast being overwhelmed by the relentless flow of humanity. With eyes ablaze, the crowd pressed forward, driven by an insatiable hunger for the treasures of the tomb. Observing this spectacle, Night Cloud could only click his tongue in astonishment. The allure of a Nirvana realm expert's tomb was indeed monumental. Without further hesitation, Night Cloud quickened his pace, racing towards the mountaintop. As he dashed forward, Night Cloud transformed into a beam of light, appearing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Yun shed the burdens weighing upon him, encapsulating the dark night within the confines of his mustard seed bracelet. His speed surged exponentially, and after discarding the weight, he felt as light as a feather. With a powerful push of his legs, his entire body shot forth like a cannonball. Experiencing the rapid retreat of the scenery beside him, a wave of exhilaration surged within Yi Yun, propelling him skyward like a gust of wind. Those at the foot of the mountain sensed a refreshing breeze sweep past, only to witness a figure vanish without a trace. Goodness, yet another formidable expert at the Gongli realm has arrived. One exclaimed, "Who on earth is that? I've never seen such a face before." Yi Yun's speed had now reached a level where he could rival the typical Gongli realm practitioners who did not specialize in speed. In mere breaths, he had already ascended to the mountain's peak, where a colossal palace materialized before him. It was hard to fathom how such an immense structure could remain hidden. The prowess of a Nirvana realm expert was indeed unfathomable. The once mighty bronze gates of the palace lay shattered before him. With a swift motion, Yi Yun darted inside, only to find that the flow of his primordial energy had suddenly slowed, as if a powerful force was suppressing him. He recognized this as the residual pressure left by a Nirvana realm expert. As he raced onward, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. He realized that this palace was truly vast. At his current speed, he could have traversed half the mountain in the outside world. Yet within the palace, he remained confined to the entrance's pathway. The spacious corridors were flanked by numerous chambers, and as Yi Yun sped past, he noticed several individuals already embroiled in fierce disputes over the treasures within. Since entering, the ancient soul energy had begun to explore the surroundings. Yi Yun understood that the items near the entrance were unlikely to be of great value. So he pressed deeper without hesitation. Gradually, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the passage, eliciting joy from Yi Yun as he hastened toward it. Before him lay a multitude of intersecting corridors, where he observed many individuals lingering at the junction, evidently uncertain of which path to take. The voice of the eighth ancient passage resonated in Yi Yun's mind just then. Without pausing, he lightly tapped his toes and surged into the eighth passage. Yi Yun transformed into a streak of radiant light, delving deeper into the corridor. After several minutes of swift movement, he halted before a stone chamber, his instincts telling him that something valuable lay within. Surrounded by an array of formations, without any hesitation, Yi Yun resolved to dismantle the protective light shield using brute force, the simplest and most effective method. Had it been in the past, he would have been unable to breach the defensive barrier left by a Nirvana realm expert. But after years of erosion, the energy sustaining the shield had diminished. Drawing in a deep breath, Yi Yun unleashed a surge of primordial energy toward the barrier. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered like fragile glass, and Yi Yun swiftly slipped inside. Suddenly, a blinding golden light caused Yi Yun to squint. Once his eyes adjusted, he opened them to behold a sight that left him in awe. Piles of gold coins scattered haphazardly across the floor. Alongside necklaces, jewels, and luminous pearls, all carelessly strewn about as if they were refuse to my heavens. The sheer volume of gold. Yi Yun was momentarily stupefied. Could this amount possibly exceed several million coins? After a brief period of shock, a wave of euphoria washed over him. With a mere thought, he summoned his primordial energy, creating a serpentine flow of gold that streamed into his spatial ring. "That I've struck it rich, truly rich," Yi Yun exclaimed. Laughter bubbling forth as his eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. Just as he was feverishly collecting the coins, another figure flashed into the chamber. Gazing hungrily at the heaps of gold, the newcomer spoke with a sinister grin. "Drop it! I will spare your life if you relinquish the coins here." The commotion had drawn the attention of others, who hastily approached. Upon witnessing the gold within the stone chamber, their eyes gleamed with greed. However, upon seeing the figure inside, they could not help but exclaim, "The Reaper!" Everyone present shook their heads in unison, retreating from the chamber. Clearly, the strength of the individual known as the Reaper instilled fear, reminding them that treasures were of little worth if one did not live to enjoy them. Rather than waste time here, they opted to continue their search deeper within, hoping to uncover even greater treasures. Observing the retreat of the other individuals, the one called Busha regarded Yi Yun with a malicious grin, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Indeed, by conventional standards, Busha was a formidable figure at the 8th stage of the Qi realm, and he had every reason to look down upon Yi Yun, who was merely at the 7th stage. Why Yi Yun's soul energy swept over Busha. While the latter was indeed stronger, he was still lacking in comparison. A smirk curled at the corners of Yi Yun's mouth. He had no time to waste here, that a surge of crimson light enveloped his fist as he struck out at Busha without any flourish. Seeing Yi Yun daring to attack him, a glint of malice flickered in Busha's eyes. He too summoned his primordial energy, meeting Yi Yun's strike with his own, believing that subduing a mere 6th-stage Qi practitioner would be a trivial task. The two fists collided in the empty space, and Yi Yun's lips slowly moved as he uttered 3 words: "Explosive flame strike." In the next instant, Busha's eyes widened in horror as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, sending him crashing into the stone chamber wall. He could scarcely comprehend the ferocity of Yi Yun's strength. Why Yi Yun chose not to linger, swiftly darting deeper into the tomb. Time was of the essence, and the benefits he had acquired thus far were beyond his expectations. As he pondered this, excitement surged within him, and his speed increased once more, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Chapter 48. The Black Water Mysterious Snake Within the Tomb. A labyrinth of intertwining paths awaited. While others hesitated at the crossroads, Yi Yun faced no such dilemma. Under the powerful soul energy of the ancient passage, he sped through at an unparalleled pace. A flash of light signaled yet another intersection of routes. The voice of the 3rd ancient passage echoed in Yi Yun's mind once more. Observing the others lingering outside the passage, Yi Yun felt elated. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the 3rd passage. With a light tap of his toes, Yi Yun maximized his speed, leaving behind a blur of afterimages in the corridor. After several minutes of relentless pursuit, a sudden chill ran down his spine, triggering an instinctual sense of danger. Years of training had honed his crisis awareness, prompting him to halt. His primordial energy surged. Enveloping him as a myriad of hidden arrows suddenly shot forth from both sides of the passage. These arrows were laced with a potent corrosive venom, capable of eroding primordial energy as the night enveloped the heavens. A surge of determination coursed through Yi Yun's veins. With a fierce motion of his fists, he deftly deflected the onslaught of arrows aimed at him. Yet, as the arrows fell behind him, a series of stone slabs, adorned with menacing spikes, plummeted from above without warning, narrowly grazing his back. Having evaded these treacherous assaults, a flicker of elation crossed Yi Yun's features. The master of the tomb evidently held great regard for this place, going so far as to set traps to deter intruders. The treasures that lay ahead must be of considerable value. With thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Yun propelled himself forward, navigating through the passage that was riddled with an array of traps. Were it not for his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he might have met his demise at long last. He arrived at the end of the corridor, where a stone chamber awaited him. He halted before a radiant protective barrier, which appeared far more formidable than the previous stone room. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yun summoned the full extent of his internal energy, which surged within him like a roaring tide. His arms glimmered with an intense silver light as a formidable power emanated from them. With a resolute shout, he launched himself at the shimmering barrier. A powerful shockwave reverberated through the air, causing him to stagger back a few steps before regaining his footing, shaking his somewhat numbed arms. Yi Yun glared at the intact barrier before him, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot overcome you," just as he prepared to channel his energy for another assault. Gutong's voice abruptly interrupted him. "Wait, this approach is far too time-consuming, and it may attract unwanted attention. Instead, try infiltrating it with your soul energy. That should yield better results." Nodding in agreement, Yi Yun released a torrent of his formidable soul energy, penetrating the intricate formation. After a period of exploration, he finally discerned the core of the array. Joy surged within him as he took a deep breath and unleashed a concentrated burst of soul energy upon that pivotal point. In an instant, the protective barrier flickered and began to dissipate. Filled with excitement, Yi Yun pushed open the stone door and stepped inside, whereupon he was greeted by a fragrant aroma permeating the air. "What is this? A medicinal garden?" His astonishment was palpable as he gazed upon the vast chamber, which resembled an expansive open space rather than a mere room. A river flowed gracefully within, and the area was abundant with various herbs, filling the air with their rich scent. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, Yi Yun noted the presence of many herbs believed to be extinct in the outside world. Suddenly, his gaze fixated upon a peculiar herb in the river. Its leaves were a striking blood red, adorned with 7 petals that radiated an eerie crimson glow, while its stem shimmered in a translucent emerald hue, resembling a piece of exquisite jade. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Yun's face broke into a grin of pure joy. This was none other than the Baiyan Zhu Shui that Li Wanjin had tasked him to find. With it, he could exchange for the ice spirit heart. Swiftly, he advanced, leaping gracefully to the center of the river, his hands reaching out towards the coveted herb. Yet an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting Yi Yun to instinctively leap back, in the very spot where he had stood. A massive black water snake emerged, its forked tongue flickering as it coldly regarded him. Its colossal tail thrashed about, churning the waters and sending waves crashing around. Yi Yun's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the presence of a beast here. Clearly, this creature had a remarkably long life, having survived until now. Little Yunzi, that is the black water mysterious snake, a second-tier advanced beast. That you're on your own with this one. Gutong's voice echoed in Yi Yun's mind, brimming with mischief. Rolling his eyes at Gutong's words, Yi Yun understood that once again he would have to rely solely on himself during this critical moment. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, his internal energy surged, bubbling forth like boiling water. Resolutely, Yi Yun decided to eliminate the black water mysterious snake with utmost swiftness. This beast was no trifling opponent. It was equivalent to a peak practitioner of the Yuanqi realm, demanding his complete focus. There was no room for hesitation. A swift resolution was the only viable strategy. With his hands glowing with potent energy, Yi Yun struck at the snake's vulnerable neck. The black water snake seemed to sense his intentions, its massive tail whipping around, creating a gust of water vapor aimed directly at him. Yi Yun's eyelids twitched as he prepared to retaliate. Boom! Though he managed to deflect the snake's tail, he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Before he could regain his footing, the black water mysterious snake opened its enormous maw, spewing forth streams of toxic liquid. "Damn it!" Yi Yun cursed, his body darting to evade the corrosive spray, which swiftly ate away at the ground it touched. He could not allow himself to be struck by that venom. The consequences would be dire. Utilizing his utmost agility, he transformed into a mere blur, evading the onslaught of toxic projectiles. The snake, seemingly incensed by Yi Yun's evasiveness, let out a hissing roar, its massive tail crashing down into the water. A colossal wave surged forth, looming over Yi Yun like an impending doom, threatening to cut off his escape. "What ferocity!" Yi Yun muttered under his breath, a flash of light illuminating his hand as he gripped the dark night. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and torrents of energy flowed into the weapon. Since the immortal thunder technique had evolved to encompass 30 meridians, The potency of his internal energy had significantly increased, and its flow accelerated exponentially in an instant. The previously dark and ancient dark night glowed a vibrant crimson, and Yi Yun's power peaked. "Drink deep, dark night," he bellowed as he swung the weapon downward, unleashing a powerful crimson beam that surged toward the approaching wave. Boom! The deafening sound resonated throughout the chamber as the massive wave evaporated in a mist, enveloping the air in a haze. With a powerful push, Yi Yun leapt over the mist, soaring high into the as he descended. He brought the dark night down with a fierce strike aimed at the neck of the Blackwater mysterious snake. A chilling scream erupted from the creature as it writhed in agony, thrashing its colossal body in the water and letting out a series of anguished roars, at long last, after a prolonged struggle. The undulating motions of the Blackwater serpent diminished to a halt, its colossal form plummeting with a resounding splash into the river. Chapter 49. The puppet, gazing upon the motionless figure of the Blackwater serpent. Yi Yun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Damn it, this second-tier advanced beast is truly difficult to slay. After a brief respite, he drew forth the night blade and cautiously made his way to the center of the river, carefully stowing the azure blood and verdant roots into his spatial ring. Observing the massive body of the Blackwater serpent, Yi Yun chuckled with glee. Such a prize must not go to waste. The entirety of second-tier advanced beast is a treasure trove. After eviscerating the serpent, he extracted the beast core from its brain and stored the corpse within his mustard seed bracelet. Upon exiting the medicinal chamber, the joy on Yi Yun's face remained unabated. His primary objective for visiting the tomb had been accomplished. With this, he could set forth to seek the Xian Lei. Moreover, even before the true exploration of the tomb had commenced, he had already amassed a bountiful harvest. Mind you, this was merely the periphery of the tomb. Contemplating this, Yi Yun's heart began to swell with excitement. If such an abundance of treasures lay at the outskirts, what might be found within? Perhaps even greater wonders awaited. Noticing Yi Yun's miserly demeanor, Gu Tong remarked with annoyance, "Look at you. If others were to learn that you are my disciple, it would be utterly humiliating. Is it really necessary?" Yi Yun chose to disregard Gu Tong's words. In his eyes, nothing seemed worthy of consideration, yet Yi Yun was driven by a fear of poverty. As the two conversed, the pathway ahead unexpectedly widened, and their field of vision expanded. Upon this realization, Yi Yun's face lit up with delight as he quickened his pace in the blink of an eye. He exited the passage, revealing 4 distinct pathways before him. From the previous labyrinth of corridors, only these 4 remained, indicating that Yi Yun was now quite close to the heart of the tomb. In this grand hall, Yi Yun spotted a figure, Xiao Tsunglong of the Xiao clan, who appeared to be deliberating at the junction. Seemingly having made his choice, he swiftly entered the second passage, witnessing Xiao Tsunglong's decision. Those who had initially intended to follow suit hesitated, none daring to choose the second pathway, for they all understood that competing with Xiao Tsunglong would ultimately lead to their own demise. "Perhaps Yi Hantian and the others have already reached the core of the tomb," Yi Yun murmured, watching Xiao Tsunglong's retreating silhouette. Chapter 50. The Treasure Hunt. Hearing Gu Tong's voice, Yi Yun did not linger, entering the 4th passage instead. Any delay might cost him the opportunity to partake in the spoils. As he rushed along the corridor, Yi Yun sensed a difference in this passage compared to the previous one. There were no stone chambers lining the walls, only emptiness, with what appeared to be illumination fixtures having long been stripped away. After several minutes of hurried travel, the light ahead gradually brightened, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds and the resonating vibrations of elemental energy. With a sudden surge of speed, Yi Yun burst forth from the passage. The sight that greeted him left Yi Yun momentarily stunned. An expansive space had devolved into chaos, with all present engaged in fierce combat. Not against each other, but against humanoid constructs seemingly forged from bronze. These were puppets, likely created by the tomb's master to deter intruders and prevent disturbances. Rest assured, these are merely bronze-tier puppets, no more formidable than those at the 1st or 2nd stage of the Vitality Realm. Gu Tong reassured Yi Yun in his mind. "Oh, puppets. I hadn't anticipated such a phenomenon," Yi Yun remarked, his brow arching with intrigue. Indeed, these entities possess neither flesh nor blood, They function akin to machines, tirelessly engaging in combat. I wonder how long these individuals will last. Gu Tong chuckled maliciously. Are these puppets then invincible? Yi Yun inquired, perplexed by conventional standards. Yes. However, each puppet bears the sole imprint of its creator, and once destroyed, they cease to function. Gu Tong explained, pausing before continuing. These puppets are merely bronze tier. Above them lie silver, gold, and beyond. There was once a sect renowned for crafting puppets, and some of their golden tier creations could rival a master of the fusion realm. Rival a master of the fusion realm? Yi Yun gasped in astonishment. The strength of these golden puppets was astonishing, capable of contending with such formidable beings. In the Yamlong Empire, a master of the fusion realm could easily assume leadership of a sect or clan. If one could produce several of these, they would dominate the Yamlong Empire effortlessly. You think golden tier puppets can be fashioned with ease? If that were the case, this continent would be overrun with masters of the fusion realm. Gu Tong retorted, sensing Yi Yun's thoughts. Quite right. Yi Yun sighed, realizing he had overestimated the situation. After all, masters of the fusion realm were exceedingly rare, and creating puppets capable of contending with them would undoubtedly be a monumental challenge. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Yi Yun's keen interest in the puppets. Observing one charging towards him, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Yun's fist connected squarely with the puppet, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Instantly, the puppet was sent reeling, only to spring back to its feet moments later, brandishing weapons and charging at Yi Yun once more. Indeed, conventional attacks proved ineffective against these puppets, aside from their inability to wield martial techniques. They operated much like humans in terms of combat capability. These puppets might even surpass their human counterparts of the same tier, as their energy was inexhaustible and they felt no pain, allowing them to endure indefinitely, something humans could not. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun's heart stirred that if these puppets could be claimed for his own, they would serve as a valuable asset, a source of relentless power. Following Gu Tong's earlier advice, Yi Yun directed his immense soul energy towards the puppet's head. As anticipated, he discovered a soul force controlling the puppet, likely a remnant of the tomb's master. With a surge of his formidable soul energy, Yi Yun swiftly overwhelmed the imprint after a brief struggle. Had the tomb's master still been alive, it would not have been so simple to erase these marks, but this powerful figure was long gone. And Yi Yun's soul strength was so remarkable that even Gu Tong was astonished. Thus, erasing the imprint proved to be a trivial task. Once the imprint was removed, Yi Yun felt a unique connection establish itself between him and the puppet. With a mere thought, he commanded the puppet, and it obediently followed his will. Heart elated, he began surreptitiously collecting puppets amid the chaos. After securing 10 of the more formidable puppets, Yi Yun departed from the fray. Not out of a desire to cease his collection, but due to the fact that the remaining puppets had been thoroughly battered by the other combatants. Even if he reclaimed them, they would hold little practical value. Furthermore, it would be unwise to attract undue attention. Shortly after Yi Yun's exit, a massive stone hall materialized before him, teeming with a multitude of individuals. They were assaulting a luminous barrier suspended in midair, within which floated 6 radiant orbs, seemingly intent on breaching the protective shield. This is intermediate spiritual treasures, Yi Yun remarked, his eyes narrowing as he inhaled sharply. All 6 orbs were indeed spiritual treasures. What a grand display! Yi Yun muttered to himself, astonished that such rare treasures, usually seldom seen, had manifested together in this place. Among the 6 gleaming orbs, one shaped like a blade stood out, dazzling in its brilliance. This was undoubtedly a mid-tier spiritual treasure. The value of such an item was immeasurable. Currently, Yi Yun's sole weapon was the Night Blade, and its exact tier remained unknown. While it could rival high-tier spiritual treasures, who would ever complain about possessing too many spiritual treasures? Yi Yun yearned to adorn himself in them. How could this not be the sanctuary of a Nirvana master? Yi Yun suppressed his racing heart, scanning the scene to find that nearly all present wore expressions of frenzied greed. Fixated on the 6 treasures within the barrier, they were banding together, striving to shatter the glowing shield and seize the treasures. It was inevitable that a brutal conflict would erupt over these coveted items. Although the night clouds have now enveloped the darkness, who wouldn't desire to possess more weapons at their disposal? With glimmering eyes, one effortlessly unleashed a surge of elemental force, striking towards the luminous barrier in midair. Simultaneously, he subtly inched closer to the lower section of the barrier. Night Cloud's actions did not attract much attention, for he was not the only one harboring such intentions. Many others, while assaulting the light shield, were also keeping a hand in reserve, ready to strike the moment the barrier shattered. Under the relentless barrage from the crowd, the light shield in the air began to dim, appearing precariously close to breaking apart. Upon witnessing this scene, the atmosphere within the grand hall suddenly grew peculiar, as those who had been closely gathered began to disperse, each pair of eyes filled with a sense of vigilance. Night Cloud also sensed the strange ambience, but was not surprised. Under the allure of the spiritual treasure, such behavior was quite normal. Xiao Yunzi, when the time comes to seize the treasure, avoid targeting the offensive spiritual treasures. I have told you that possessing the darkness is already sufficient. You see that item on the far right? Go for it. Just as Night Cloud's gaze was fixated on the impending collapse of the light barrier, the voice of Gu Tong rang in his mind. But master, that item is clearly damaged, Night Cloud replied, glancing at the rightmost object, which resembled a piece of armor and emitted a faint glow. Questioning in confusion, you young rascal, now that you have the darkness, you no longer require those offensive weapons. Moreover, as you are heading towards the western wilderness desert, danger lurks at every turn, and what you truly need is a defensive weapon. Furthermore, would I instruct you to seize something useless? You believe that armor is at least a mid-level spiritual treasure, albeit damaged, that if you can repair it, it will be at least a high-level spiritual treasure, capable of helping you withstand a strike from a fusion realm expert. At that point, you will have an extra layer of protection for your life, Gu Tong stated somewhat exasperatedly. Additionally, everyone in the hall was targeting those formidable spiritual treasures. With so few treasures available, there would surely be a chaotic scramble, and this damaged spiritual treasure would attract far less attention, allowing you to seize it with ease. Realizing this, Night Cloud understood that anyone with a modicum of strength in the hall would undoubtedly vie for the more robust treasures. In the ensuing chaos, whether he could secure anything was uncertain, and he could end up with nothing for his efforts. Nodding in agreement, Night Cloud's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the defensive spiritual treasure, which was undeniably tempting. As his gaze intensified, Night Cloud's elemental force surged within him, his eyes cautiously surveying the surrounding individuals. In the midst of his contemplation, the light shield above continued to fade, and the tension in the hearts of everyone escalated. Some had even discreetly drawn their weapons. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound of shattering echoed, and in an instant, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the slowly cracking fissure in the light shield. Crack! Crack! The fissure expanded rapidly in the eyes of the crowd, ultimately spreading across nearly every corner of the lie. The remaining two warriors emitted a cold snort as they deftly maneuvered to surround Yi Yun from either side, displaying an uncanny synchronization. In response, Yi Yun also let out a dismissive snort, planting his foot firmly on the ground. A flash of inky radiance erupted as he gripped the night blade tightly, forming an impenetrable black sword net around him with a wide arc of his weapon. This formidable defense caused the expressions of the two combatants to shift, prompting them to halt their advance. With a flicker of light in their hands, they produced two low-grade spiritual treasures. Wielding their spiritual artifacts, the duo charged forward once more, one in front and the other behind, unfazed by their assault. Yi Yun remained stoic, halting his movement as he swung the night blade to meet their attack. In his grasp, the hefty night blade felt as light as a feather. However, to the two warriors opposing him, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each collision sent tremors through their arms, nearly causing them to lose grip on their weapons, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They could hardly fathom the sheer power concealed within Yi Yun's slender frame. And in that moment, a flicker of regret surfaced for having crossed him. With a resounding crash, the force of Yi Yun's strike sent both warriors and their spiritual treasures hurtling backward. The ground beneath them cracked under the weight of his powerful blows, showcasing the immense strength behind each of his attacks. Watching the two figures tumble away, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with determination as he drove the knight blade firmly into the ground. With a powerful push from his foot, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, his inner energy surging forth like a torrential river. With a swift motion, his arm bent slightly before delivering a devastating blow to the two warriors. In an instant, two low grunts echoed through the air, as the warriors were propelled faster than they could land, crashing heavily to the ground and spewing forth blood in the blink of an eye. 3 8th-tier warriors had been vanquished by Yi Yun. Shaking his arm, Yi Yun, expressionless, withdrew the knight blade and surveyed his surroundings. The fighters who had previously sought to gain favor by attacking were now averting their gazes from him, clearly intimidated by his overwhelming display of strength. With no one daring to challenge him, Yi Yun turned and began to depart. As he left, those present exhaled a collective sigh of relief, for the pressure he exerted rivaled that of a formidable 9th-tier warrior. Once outside the Grand Hall, Yi Yun surged forward with fervor. The path ahead became singular, devoid of the myriad routes he had encountered earlier, leading him to what he surmised to be the core of the tomb. Surely, this must be the heart of the tomb. Are you still willing to proceed? Gu Tong's voice resonated in Yi Yun's mind, his tone serious and devoid of the previous levity that, of course, why wouldn't I go? Now that I have arrived here, I must continue, Yi Yun replied with a grin, his eyes ablaze with determination. He was aware that following this path could lead to confrontations with the 4 top prodigies of the Yanlong Empire, and the outcome would likely be disastrous. Yet if he lacked the courage to face them, how could he ever hope to defeat Yi Han? After a moment of silence, Gu Tong erupted in a hearty laughter. Good. This is the spirit of my disciple. Yi Yun smiled faintly, tightened the mask on his face, and transformed into a fleeting shadow as he darted ahead. Before long, Yi Yun found himself before a grandiose door, towering at least 10 zhang high. Unable to suppress a gulp, he gazed upward, the heights seemingly limitless. Standing before this massive portal, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, making him feel like a mere insignificant creature. Shaking his head to dispel the shock, Yi Yun realized the door was merely ajar, suggesting Yi Han and the others had already entered. Pushing the door open, he was met with a wave of searing heat. What lay before him was an endless sea of flames, with roaring fire engulfing the entire space. Enormous fire dragons writhed joyously within the inferno, distorting the air with their scorching heat, scanning the fiery expanse. Yi Yun spotted several figures amidst the flames. Indeed, those were Yi Han and his companions, along with a few others he recognized from earlier at the foot of the mountain, who were also 9th-tier warriors. Master, what should we do? Yi Yun inquired of Gu Tong, feeling uncertain about how to navigate the flames that ensnared Yi Han and the others. A gentle breeze stirred, and Gu Tong's figure materialized. Now that Yi Han group was ensnared in the fire, they were safe from detection. That Ji Yutong scrutinized the inferno intently, and after a lengthy pause, exhaled deeply. This formation is both tangible and illusory. You must follow my instructions precisely. A misstep could result in dire consequences. Even for me, Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. His life depended on it, and he was determined to heed Gu Tong's guidance. Channeling his inner energy, he enveloped himself in a protective aura and cautiously stepped forward. Taking 20 steps ahead, Yi Yun followed Gu Tong's directions meticulously, entering the sea of flames, to his surprise. The heat was not as unbearable as he had imagined, and the fire parted to create a path for him. Relief washed over him as he recognized he was on the right track, and he couldn't help but feel admiration for Gu Tong's wisdom. Now, move 5 steps to the right, take 8 steps forward, then 3 steps to the right. Thus, Yi Yun painstakingly followed Gu Tong's instructions, moving slowly akin to a tortoise, yet ultimately emerged from the sea of flames. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced back at Yi Han and his companions, trapped in the inferno, and a sense of satisfaction surged within him, feeling he had gained a slight advantage over them. Beyond the fire lay a vast hall, entirely barren save for 5 colossal pillars. Yi Yun surveyed the room. An inexplicable sense of discord washed over him. Though he could not pinpoint the source, his gaze eventually settled upon a stone coffin at the center of the space, its surface glimmering as if crafted from flawless jade. Above it, a vibrant green orb pulsed with rippling waves of energy. This is the heart of nirvana. A surge of ecstasy flooded Yi Yun's features, a fervor igniting in his eyes. The heart of nirvana, the essence formed from the blood and flesh of a nirvana-level warrior, was a treasure of unparalleled value. Any martial artist fortunate enough to obtain it could bypass the tribulations of reaching the nirvana realm, allowing them to ascend without concern for bottlenecks. This meant that anyone who possessed the heart of nirvana, with dedicated practice and solitude, could ultimately leap to the ranks of a nirvana-level warrior. Such warriors represented the pinnacle of strength in this realm, free to roam the land and command the elements at will. Therefore, the heart of nirvana before him was an irresistible temptation, capable of inciting a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Faced with such alluring temptation, Yi Yun's breath quickened. Yet he refrained from advancing directly towards it. Ever since he had entered this space, an unsettling sensation had lingered within him, as if a pair of eyes were perpetually watching. It was an inexplicable feeling, enigmatic and elusive, which Yi Yun could not articulate. But he trusted it implicitly, for it had saved him from peril on several occasions. He confided this unease to Gu Tong, who, after a cursory glance around, could not discern anything amiss, although the source of this disquiet remained unknown. Yi Yun's vigilance remained unwavering. Caution was paramount. His vital energy surged, and he moved meticulously, step by step, until he finally stood beside the stone coffin, observing the nirvana heart emanating green ripples before him. Yi Yun exhaled in relief. Could it truly be an illusion? He mused, shaking his head, a fervent determination ignited in his eyes as he slowly reached out. "Ha! This nirvana heart shall be mine," just as his palm was about to graze the nirvana heart. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. A chilling wind swept through the stone chamber, and a brilliant light erupted around him. Damn, I knew something sinister lurked here. In the next instant, Yi Yun attempted to retract his hand, only to be horrified to find himself utterly immobilized. His eyes widened in alarm as he was ensnared in place. Suddenly, a cacophony of ecstatic laughter echoed within the chamber, filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. In the next heartbeat, a more bizarre occurrence transpired. The stone coffin before Yi Yun creaked open of its own accord, revealing a weathered corpse within. From the decaying remains, a shadowy figure gradually emerged, hovering in midair. "Who are you?" Yi Yun inquired warily, eyeing the apparition before him. "Who am I? I am the master of this tomb," the figure replied with a smile, its features slowly becoming discernible, a middle-aged man. "Predecessor, I inadvertently disturbed your tranquility. I apologize for my intrusion and shall take my leave. I beseech your forgiveness." Yi Yun spoke with utmost respect. In response, the middle-aged man merely chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light as he regarded Yi Yun. "I cannot let you go. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. What business do you have? If it is within my means, I shall fulfill your request." Yi Yun offered earnestly that I desire your body. The man stated matter-of-factly, causing Yi Yun's expression to shift dramatically. With a forced smile, he replied, "Predecessor, what do you mean by that?" The middle-aged man regarded Yi Yun, his hands clasped behind him, and replied coolly, "Consider this. If you surrender your body to me, I can grant you any wish you desire. Predecessor, I implore you to seek another." Yi Yun's heart raced with urgency as he realized the tomb's master sought to usurp his form. "Master! Master!" Yi Yun called out repeatedly, yet Gu Tong remained unresponsive. Damn it, he cursed inwardly and began to struggle against his restraint. There's no need to resist. This is an array I meticulously crafted before my demise, expending all my power to preserve my soul. How could a mere Qi realm cultivator escape my carefully laid traps? The middle-aged man observed Yi Yun's futile struggles, shaking his head with a nonchalant demeanor. "You should really contemplate this. Should you agree to my terms, I might even assist you in finding a new body. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. Complete annihilation awaits." As the atmosphere turned frigid, Yi Yun retorted vehemently, "I refuse your proposition." His body surged with vital energy, attempting to break free from the array. Hearing Yi Yun's defiance, the middle-aged man's gaze turned icy. In an instant, his previously benign expression morphed into one of ferocity. He lunged at Yi Yun, penetrating his mind. "Submit your body, boy." Yi Yun watched helplessly as the man invaded his consciousness, Yet none noticed the sly smirk at the corner of his mouth. Within Yi Yun's mental realm, the middle-aged man beheld the flickering essence of Yi Yun's soul, grinning wickedly as he lunged toward him like a ravenous beast. To him, Yi Yun appeared as nothing more than a vulnerable lamb, easily overpowered by the soul of a Nirvana realm expert. But in the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from the man as Yi Yun's soul surged forth, transforming from a meek lamb into a formidable lion. Turning the hunter into the hunted, Yi Yun's soul energy ensnared the middle-aged man completely. How is this possible? A mere Qi realm cultivator cannot possess such formidable soul power, the middle-aged man shrieked, his eyes wide with terror. You realize too late, Yi Yun declared as he commanded his burgeoning soul energy to devour the man's essence. In truth, Yi Yun had sensed something amiss upon entering and had shared his concerns with Gutong. As an ancient master of arrays, Gutong had recognized the 5 stone pillars that constituted the array and had orchestrated this entire charade, by consuming the soul energy of this Nirvana realm expert. Yi Yun would significantly augment his own power. Time elapsed as Yi Yun relentlessly absorbed the middle-aged man's soul energy, his own growing ever more robust, while the Nirvana expert's essence began to wane. At last, the man, gripped by fear, cried out, "No, please don't kill me. If you spare my life, I possess the techniques you seek and the map to my treasures." Upon hearing the word treasure, Yi Yun paused his consumption, his demeanor icy. "Treasure? What treasure? You must promise to spare me, and I shall reveal it." "Humph, I shall see if your treasure holds any value," Yi Yun scoffed. The middle-aged man, realizing he was at Yi Yun's mercy, divulged, "Within the skeletal remains of my arm lies a treasure map that I have diligently gathered information, and this map leads to the great golden thunder of the thunder Xian item." The golden thunder. Yi Yun mused, unable to suppress his excitement. "If I could obtain it, my strength would undoubtedly soar." Sensing Yi Yun's contemplation, the middle-aged man's head lowered, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged upward, his spirit swelling with malevolence. "Die!" he screamed, attempting to self-destruct alongside Yi Yun. Unfazed, Yi Yun responded with a scoff. He had long been prepared. Before the man could detonate, Yi Yun's soul energy surged forth, consuming him whole. With a harrowing cry, a once mighty Nirvana realm expert was obliterated from the annals of history. Chapter 53. The initial battle with Yi Han after devouring the middle-aged man's soul. Yi Yun felt an exhilarating surge within his own spirit. Realizing his essence was steadily expanding, he could not ascertain the extent of his newfound power, but it was undeniably growing at a remarkable pace. Eventually, it stabilized, feeling the abundant energy within his mind. A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Yun's face. This was a significant fortuitous encounter. Though he had not acquired the Nirvana heart, his soul power had increased substantially. Perhaps upon returning, he would be able to establish the Rain God array. After meticulously adjusting his state, Yi Yun approached the stone coffin, pushing it open. The middle-aged man's corpse remained remarkably preserved, the bones resembling exquisite white jade, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. Yi Yun's gaze settled on the man's right arm, where something was concealed. Gently, he shattered the arm, retrieving what lay within. The Nirvana realm expert had not deceived him. It was indeed a treasure map. The ancient parchment felt icy to the touch, and as Yi Yun examined it, he discovered it was not a complete map, but rather a fragment of several pieces. Instantly, Yi Yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A single incomplete map would require an immense amount of effort to piece together, and the likelihood of these fragments surviving to the present was uncertain. With a sigh, he decided to store this fragment away, hopeful that one day he might have the opportunity to gather the remaining pieces. Just as Yi Yun placed the map into his storage bracelet, a loud crack echoed as the heavy bronze door swung open once more. To his expectation, it was none other than Yi Han, who had just emerged from the sea of flames. Yi Han gaze fell upon Yi Yun, momentarily taken aback. However, his expression soon hardened and his eyes narrowed as they flicked to the now empty stone coffin. Realizing it had been opened, he turned his attention back to Yi Yun, coolly remarking, "You possess quite the skill, my friend, that I never expected to be the first to enter this tomb. A stroke of luck and sheer happenstance." I found myself within these confines. Yi Yun shrugged lightly and remarked, "My dear friend, I trust you have obtained a nirvana heart that lies within." Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yi Han Tian furrowed his brow, then shifted his tone, fixing his gaze intently on Yi Yun as he slowly replied, "I apologize, but I have not acquired the nirvana heart either." Yi Yun retorted, "Do not mistake me for a fool. My friend, it is only the two of us here. If the nirvana heart is not with you, do you presume it is in my possession?" He continued, "You appear to be merely a wandering cultivator. I kindly ask you to relinquish the nirvana heart. Surely you are aware of my identity, that if you comply, I can arrange for you to become an elder of the Yi family. Once you join us, you will have access to countless resources for your cultivation. What do you say?" Yi Han Tian regarded the masked figure before him, seemingly polite, yet with an unmistakable undertone of command. Yi Han Tian's words elicited a sardonic smile from Yi Yun, who inwardly scoffed. "Yi Han Tian, oh, how arrogant you remain. I have no interest in the Yi family, and as far as I know, you are merely the acting patriarch, are you not?" Yi Yun mocked, his tone dripping with derision. Yi Han Tian's brows knitted together, discomfort creeping into his heart, reminiscent of Yi Yun from a year prior. For reasons unknown, he felt an eerie familiarity with the masked individual before him, unaware that it was indeed Yi Yun standing there. In pursuit of the nirvana heart, Yi Han Tian, unusually amiable, spoke with an icy edge. "Rest assured, if you hand over the nirvana heart, I shall ensure your ascendance to an elder of the Yi family. I am sorry, but I have not obtained the nirvana heart, and whether you believe it or not is inconsequential." Yi Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, Yi Yun had not acquired the nirvana heart. However, Yi Han Tian held a different conviction, believing Yi Yun was simply unwilling to part with it. His previously cold demeanor grew even more frigid. "My friend, I advise you to be sensible, lest you compel me to act without courtesy." His voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Humph, is this how all members of the Yi family behave?" Yi Yun retorted with scorn. "You have brought this upon yourself. You have exhausted my already limited patience." Yi Han Tian's anger ignited, a flicker of rage appearing on his otherwise icy countenance as he coldly declared to Yi Yun, "I shall reclaim the nirvana heart directly from you." With that, he took a step forward, unleashing a torrent of oppressive force akin to a raging flood, bearing down on Yi Yun with tremendous weight. 1 year later, in a different location, history seemed to repeat itself. But would the outcome remain unchanged? The mountain-like pressure from Yi Han Tian bore down upon Yi Yun, yet he was no longer the same Yi Yun from a year ago, although still significantly outmatched. The trials of life and death he had endured had fortified him beyond the reach of mere intimidation. With a contemptuous snort, Yi Yun took the initiative, his toes striking the ground as he vanished from sight, only to reappear abruptly before Yi Han Tian, launching a powerful punch aimed at his adversary's face. Quite swift, Yi Han Tian sneered, stepping forward to meet the blow with a punch of his own. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided, and the overwhelming force emanating from Yi Han Tian sent Yi Yun hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth. "How amusing! You, at merely the 7th level of the vital energy realm, dare to challenge me. Relinquish the nirvana heart, and I may yet spare your life," Yi Han Tian observed with disdain, his gaze tinged with surprise. He knew well the might of his full-powered strike, capable of incapacitating even an early-stage formidable opponent, yet Yi Yun had only suffered minor injuries. Indeed, the chasm between Yi Han Tian and myself remains vast. Yi Yun mused, wiping the blood from his lips as he clenched his fists. However, he maintained a cold demeanor as he replied, "Enough with the idle chatter." With those words, a glimmer of light flashed in his hand as the dark night appeared. And with a fierce grip, Yi Yun surged forward, swinging the weapon toward Yi Han Tian with ferocity. Seeking death, Yi Han Tian's gaze turned icy, his palm clenching as a torrent of vital energy erupted like flames. Enveloping his fists as he met Yi Yun's onslaught head-on, a series of deep, resonant sounds reverberated through the vast expanse as the two figures clashed, waves of energy spiraling outward from the point of contact. With a crash, they separated once more, Yin propping himself up with one hand on the dark knight, panting heavily as his clothing became tattered and blood dripped from his wounds, in stark contrast. Yihan Tian stood in scathe, his attire remaining intact, while Yin raised his gaze to meet Yihan Tian's, his eyes locked onto the latter's form. Taking a deep breath, Yin summoned his vital energy, causing the dark knight in his grasp to glow a fierce crimson. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing his garments to flutter dramatically. A chilling power radiated from Yin. Impressive martial prowess. Yihan Tian noted, his expression growing grave. While Yihan Tian unleashed an even more astonishing might, exerting pressure upon Yin as a crimson vortex emerged from the void, exuding an unsettling force. While a massive fiery sword gradually took shape, in that moment, Yin's power surged to its zenith, the dark knight in his hand glowing with a fierce red light as he swung it toward Yihan Tian. Dark devouring the world. Crimson Lotus Slash. The two formidable forces collided with tremendous force, creating a violent whirlwind at the point of impact, sending shards of stone flooring flying into the air. However, after a brief moment, Yin's dark devouring the world shattered, for with his current strength, he was no match for Yihan Tian. Even employing a half-step martial technique proved futile. With a splutter, the remnants of dark devouring the world dissipated, and Yihan Tian's strike landed squarely on Yin's chest, causing his complexion to pale as blood erupted from his mouth. Struggling against the turmoil and agony within, Yin inhaled deeply and propelled himself toward the exit. Having always aimed for this escape, that he understood that with his current strength, he was far from being Yihan Tian's equal. Trying to flee, Yihan Tian's eyes narrowed, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a powerful wave of energy surged toward Yin's back. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Yin's expression changed, and gritting his teeth, he desperately attempted to turn and defend himself. Suddenly, a commanding voice halted him. "Do not concern yourself. Flee at once." At that moment, an ethereal figure appeared behind Yin, unleashing a surge of vital energy that collided with Yihan Tian's attack. The two formidable forces clashed, yet remarkably began to dissipate and distort. "Flee." The spectral form of Gu Tong grew faint, his voice weak. Seeing Gu Tong's condition, Yin's eyes turned crimson with rage. Gritting his teeth, he bolted forward. Yihan Tian. For old grudges and new grievances, I, Yin, vow to never coexist with you. Simultaneously, Yin's heart echoed with fervent cries. Chapter 54. The heart of Ice Spirit secured at this moment, deep within a dense forest in the Thunderstorm Mountains. Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating from his recent injuries. That moment, he became a magnet, drawing in the surrounding vital energy to mend his wounds. Beside him, Gu Tong's figure remained vigilant, a formidable soul force ever watchful of their surroundings. After approximately 15 minutes, Yin gradually opened his eyes, feeling the residual pain in his chest. A flicker of hatred crossed his gaze. Had it not been for the fortification of his body from the heavenly lightning baptism, he might have sustained severe injuries today. "Master, are you well?" "This is all my fault," Yin said upon noticing Gu Tong's ethereal form, which had become even more insubstantial. Clenching his fists tightly, he spoke with remorse. I'm fine. This old bone of mine is quite resilient, and it takes more than that to faze me." Gu Tong chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. Yet Yin could clearly see the pallor hidden behind Gu Tong's smile. With tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, Yin's eyes turned red as he bit down on his lip until it bled, his fingertips digging painfully into his flesh while Yin dropped to his knees before Gu Tong. His voice hoarse as he declared, "Once a disciple, forever ASONTO have caused harm to my father is a testament to my inadequacy. I, Yin, vow that in this life and the next, I shall traverse the heavens and the earth to reclaim what is rightfully mine." The voice of Yin was not loud, yet resonated with a rhythmic echo, as if lingering in the heavens, soaring into the clouds. Each word struck like heavy stones into Gu Tong's heart, and before he realized it, his eyes began to glisten with tears, wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. He gazed at the resolute youth on the ground. That moment, Gu Tong silently vowed, "I, Gu Tong, shall traverse the heights of the azure sky to assist you in shattering the heavens and the earth. The following day, the dilapidated shack still stood, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a day's rest following his emergence from the Thunderstorm Mountains, Yi Yan arrived with Bai Yin Zhu Shui to exchange with Li Wanjin. Looking at the already battered shack before him, which he had seen once before, Yi Yan could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The impact of this decrepit structure remained as potent as ever. Even the door that Yi Yan had previously damaged with a kick was left unrepaired by the miserly old man, merely propped up, and tragically, it faced the fate of collapsing once more. Yi Yan stepped inside, slowly surveying the surroundings, only to discover that the musty odor inside had intensified. Covering his nose with his hand, he ascended to the second floor, just as he prepared to push open the iron door. It swung open automatically before he could even extend his hand. Before Yi Yan could comprehend the situation, a figure burst forth, leaving behind a pungent scent in its wake that it was none other than Li Wanjin. "Ah, it's you! Run!" In his panic, Li Wanjin cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yan, uttering only those words before hastily fleeing. What on earth is happening? Yi Yan was utterly bewildered, but then he caught sight of a cauldron within the iron door, bubbling incessantly, and it seemed to be expanding rapidly. Yi Yan's eyes twitched. Cursing under his breath, he hurriedly left at inhuman speed. Boom! Just as Yi Yan reached a safe distance, a deafening explosion erupted. The entire roof was lifted by the force of the blast, and the house shook violently. Yet, to his surprise, it managed to remain standing. This house truly was remarkably resilient, standing in a secure spot. Yi Yan was still shaken. Had he not run quickly, he might have met his end at the hands of Yihan Tian, or perhaps perished here instead. With a fierce glare, he regarded the architect of this chaos, only to find Li Wanjin unrepentant, instead resting his chin on his hand and murmuring, "Could it be that I added too much lime? What a pity for my blue spirit grass." Alas! Yi Yan's mouth twitched once more, his face trembling with exasperation. "Damn it, how much longer must I endure this?" Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, he addressed Li Wanjin. "Senior, I have acquired the Bai Yin Zhu Shui you requested. May I have the ice spirit heart now?" Upon seeing the Bai Yin Zhu Shui in Yi Yan's hand, Li Wanjin's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected Yi Yan to truly retrieve it. With a smirk, he replied, "Rest assured, I keep my promises." With a flash of light, a white jade vial appeared in Li Wanjin's hand, which he clutched tightly, reluctant to part with it. "Senior, you may release it now." Yi Yan urged his grip firmly on the jade vial, feigning a smile while inwardly vexed by the old man's stubbornness. After lingering for a moment, Li Wanjin finally relinquished his tight grip. Yi Yan uncorked the vial, a wave of frigid air enveloping him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Indeed, it is the ice spirit heart," Gu Tong affirmed. Hearing this, Yi Yan exhaled in relief and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Senior, I shall take my leave now." Li Wanjin, clutching the Bai Yin Zhu Shui, waved his hand impatiently, eager for Yi Yan to depart. Before darting back into the house, Yi Yan chuckled ruefully, shaking his head as he exited. That night, Yi Yan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind delving into the sea of consciousness. Within his mind, the essence of his soul surged like a vast ocean, churning restlessly. Gradually, his hands began to move. Intricate array seals shimmering with energy, floating in the air. 10, 13, 18. Upon reaching 20, his speed in condensing the array seals slowed. Before he knew it, Gu Tong's figure materialized, eyes wide with focus, intently observing Yi Yan. Though Yi Yan's pace had decelerated, he did not halt. 21, 22, 23. Upon reaching the 23rd seal, the array he cultivated flickered uncertainly while Yi Yan strained to extract every ounce of soul power from his mind to form the 24th. Yet he found himself unable to do so. With a sudden crack, the seal in Yi Yan's hand shattered. Slowly, he opened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow, only to meet Gu Tong's gleeful gaze. Having devoured the soul power of a Nirvana realm powerhouse, Yi Yan was now capable of forming seals that surpassed even Gu Tong's earlier abilities, drawing closer to the level of a second-tier spirit array master. It is worth noting that a typical second-tier Spirit Array Master could condense a maximum of only 24 seals in the Silent Chamber, as he beheld the array seals floating around Yi Yun. Gutong's typically taut face broke into a gentle smile that Yi Yun's current achievements had far surpassed his own at that stage. Gutong had not reached Yi Yun's level at this time. As a mentor, there was no greater joy than witnessing one's disciple surpassing and excelling beyond their own capabilities. Ji Yutong regarded Yi Yun with a slight smile, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Since you have managed to condense 23 array seals, I possess a technique that has certain limitations and somewhat stringent requirements. Yet it serves as a supportive array. It can significantly enhance your cultivation for a short duration. Oh, Yi Yun was taken aback by Gutong's words. Without further ado, Gutong pointed a finger, and a torrent of information flooded into Yi Yun's mind. Slowly, Yi Yun closed his eyes, savoring the intricacies of this array. This array was known as the Demon Spirit Blood Slaughter Array. Upon completing the reading, Yi Yun felt a surge of excitement. The advantages of this array thrilled him deeply. It bore no offensive capabilities. True to Gutong's description, but its supportive effects would incite envy in countless individuals. The array's effect was to temporarily amplify a cultivator's powers by harnessing the blood essence of magical beasts. Were this array to be made public, it could undoubtedly incite a bloodbath rivaling that of the Yuan martial arts. Yi Yun was captivated, his breath quickening with anticipation. After considerable time, Yi Yun finally inhaled deeply. At present, he lacked the means to wield this array. To be precise, the conditions were not met. The array required the blood essence of a beast, specifically 3rd tier or higher. Naturally, blood from excessively high-tier beasts would not suffice either, for the array could not support it. Furthermore, to benefit from the enhancement, one must be capable of refining the beast's blood essence. Failure to do so would result in a backlash from the essence. There is no free lunch in this world. Every opportunity comes with its risks. To gain power, one must possess the ability to refine that essence. Risk accompanies opportunity. It seemed that a visit to the auction house was in order to seek out suitable magical beast blood. Yi Yun mused to himself. A night passed in silence. In the blink of an eye, time slipped away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a youth clad in black attire sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Slowly, he opened them, revealing pupils as dark as ink, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The next moment, he rose to his feet, his hands moving rhythmically, white luminescence swirling around him, with a flick of his arms. These white lights dispersed into the air, seemingly merging with it, vanishing from sight. Moments later, the surrounding energy began to surge violently. A radiant beam of light abruptly surged forth from the void, intertwining fiery red rays that connected within the emptiness. With the final ray's union, an enigmatic and profound formation suddenly emerged, stirring the surrounding air and rendering the space hazy. Amidst the mist, a subtle smile graced the corners of the youth's lips. With a swift motion of his fingers, the surrounding elemental energy began to surge violently. Suddenly, a gentle drizzle descended from the sky, and within the haze, the youth raised his slender, yet powerful arm, the ethereal raindrops entwining around it. With a flourish, he propelled his arm, causing the rainwater to coalesce into several floating water arrows suspended in midair. With a sharp command, the water arrows zipped forth, striking the stones ahead with a resounding impact, piercing through the massive boulders effortlessly. Observing this, the youth altered his hand gestures once more, causing the scattered droplets to gather anew, forming a vivid water dragon approximately 3 meters long. Brimming with life, the dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of water that crashed forcefully against the colossal rocks. With a thunderous boom, water splashed, sending a refreshing mist into the air, while the stones crumbled into pieces. The youth surveyed the scene before him, a grin spreading across his face, clearly satisfied with the outcome. This young man was Yi Yun, who had departed from Luoshi City 7 days prior. During this week, he had been tirelessly honing his skills within the Rain God Array, and the formidable power of this formation had not disappointed him. Yi Yun was confident that even a novice in the realm of strength would emerge battered if they dared to enter. Stretching his neck and brushing off the dust from his attire, Yi Yun rose to his feet. Just then, A roar filled with fury pierced the air, startling him momentarily, as he feared a beast might be preparing to attack. Instinctively, Yi Yun tensed, his formidable elemental energy surging within him. However, after a prolonged wait, no beast materialized. Was it merely a false alarm? He murmured to himself. Yet, in the next moment, the sound resounded once more. This time, Yi Yun was certain he had not misheard. The noise was not far from him, and it bore the unmistakable timbre of Tiger's roar, albeit tinged with a hint of weakness. Xiao Yunzi. Go take a look. Perhaps you'll find the blood of a beast waiting for you. Gu Tong's voice echoed in his mind. From the tone, it seemed the beast was injured. You should investigate. You might even stumble upon an unexpected opportunity. Gu Tong's words stirred something within Yi Yun, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded, hastening toward the source of the sound. Chapter 56. The Duel of Two Beasts. Yi Yun approached the source of the sound cautiously, mindful not to create too much commotion. Moving at a pace just faster than a walk, as he advanced, the sound grew clearer, and he could distinctly sense the underlying weakness. However, as he drew near, he suddenly heard a sound resembling a wolf's howl. Indeed, it was the unmistakable cry of a wolf. As he closed the distance, it became evident that two beasts were locked in a ferocious battle in the valley. Yet, these were no ordinary creatures. One was a high-tier third-grade beast known as the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger, and the other, a mid-tier third-grade beast called the Nether Lion Demon Wolf. Both were formidable adversaries, capable of easily dispatching Yi Yun with a mere swipe. Fortunately, the two beasts were so engrossed in their struggle that they had yet to notice Yi Yun, or he would have fled at once. Not daring to make a sound, Yi Yun lay low in the underbrush, peering through the foliage with only his eyes visible as he observed the unfolding scene. The Nether Lion Demon Wolf relentlessly attacked the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger, its sharp claws glinting with a chilling silver sheen as it aimed for the tiger's vital points with primal ferocity, each strike seemingly capable of rending space itself. In contrast, the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger evaded with agility, occasionally emitting a furious roar. Yi Yun furrowed his brow at the scene. The Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger was a high-tier third-grade beast, clearly an adult. It was well known that an adult Nether Lion was nearly on par with a fourth-grade beast. While the Nether Lion Demon Wolf was indeed powerful, there seemed to be no reason for it to maintain such dominance over the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger, which was merely a mid-tier beast. The disparity in their levels was akin to that between a monarch and a commoner, a chasm that should not be crossed. Yet here was an unsettling contradiction in the battlefield. The situation unfolded with the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger persistently dodging the Nether Lion Demon Wolf strikes, its massive wings flapping, unleashing storm-like energy orbs towards its opponent. The Nether Lion, in turn, countered with bursts of emerald energy, filling the valley with a cacophony of thunderous clashes, watching the chaos and the havoc wrought upon the ground. Yi Yun could not help but swallow hard at, is this truly the clash of titans, the battle of high-tier beasts? He pondered, as swirling energy storms swept through the valley, the intense force stirring dust and debris into the air. The battle raged on, and though the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger could still counterattack, it became increasingly apparent to Yi Yun that it was on the verge of defeat, its evasive maneuvers slowing, and its wounds multiplying. In a moment of carelessness, a powerful energy ore from the Nether Lion Demon Wolf struck the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger squarely, eliciting a piercing roar of agony. Sensing the tiger's injury, the malevolent glint in the Nether Lion's eyes intensified as it bared its fangs and escalated its assault. The wounded Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger's movements grew sluggish, its blood pouring forth like a gushing spring, staining the earth a haunting crimson. Gradually, the tiger's speed diminished to a crawl, its labored breaths betraying its exhaustion. The Nether Lion Demon Wolf, sensing its adversary's imminent demise, did not rush its attack, but instead paced alongside the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger, searching for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger lifted its head and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, exuding the regality of the forest's king. In that instant, Yi Yun glimpsed a flicker of contempt in its gaze directed at the Nether Lion Demon Wolf. With a mighty roar, the Heavenly Winged Thunder Tiger charged forward, fully aware of its dire situation. Prepared to make a final stand, the Nether Lion Demon Wolf responded with its own howl, and the two beasts clashed in a frenzied melee, blood splattering like raindrops. Ultimately, the Nether Lion Demon Wolf's jaws clamped down viciously on the neck of the heavenly winged Thunder Tiger. Blood seeping forth in a steady stream, the tiger struggled desperately, unleashing thunderous energy orbs upon its foe. Yet the Nether Lion refused to relent, maintaining its grip firmly. Why? Yi Yin understood that should the Nether Lion succeed in slaying the heavenly winged Thunder Tiger and devouring its flesh, it might ascend to become a fourth-grade beast, equivalent to a formidable human warrior in the realm of transformation. Gradually, the movements of the heavenly winged Thunder Tiger grew feeble, its last vestiges of resistance fading away. Yet, Yi Yin perceived the tiger's final gaze lingering upon a nearby cave, its eyes filled with a sense of longing and reluctance. Slowly, the heavenly winged Thunder Tiger's eyes closed for the last time. Yi Yin felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and let out a soft sigh. However, his gaze sharpened with resolve to end the struggle of the river clam and the fisherman. It was now time for the fisherman to take action. Chapter 57. Confronting the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, Yi Yun's entire being surged with energy, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixated on the Nether Lion Demon Wolf. The moment it let its guard down, Yi Yun would unleash a thunderous assault. His breathing became steady, resembling a statue, motionless as he lay in wait, his eyes locked onto the Nether Lion. At last, the Nether Lion Demon Wolf released its grip on the heavenly winged Thunder Tiger. Seeing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. With a powerful push of his legs, he sprang forward like a swift leopard, the nightshade materializing in his hand, slicing through the air with a fierce wind as he aimed a devastating blow at the lion's head. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, caught off guard. However, it quickly regained its composure, unleashing a massive energy orb toward Yi Yun while howling in an attempt to evade the impending strike. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Yi Yun scoffed, deftly sidestepping the energy orb and closing the distance, unleashing his concentrated elemental force towards the wolf's head. Night Cloud believed he was about to succeed. A faint glow emanated from beneath the forelegs of the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, causing its speed to suddenly accelerate, narrowly evading Night Cloud's attack. Though Night Cloud's fist did not land on the body of the Nether Lion Demon Wolf. The weapon in his hand, the knight, was swung backhandedly, leaving a gash on the wolf's thigh. Night Cloud furrowed his brow. Indeed, the speed of the Nether Lion Demon Wolf was remarkable, confirming that a third-tier beast was not to be trifled with. Having avoided Night Cloud's strike, the Nether Lion Demon Wolf halted, crouching with its forepaws, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it emitted low growls. Night Cloud tightened his grip on the knight, his expression growing serious. Although the Nether Lion Demon Wolf was injured and its strength diminished, it was still a third-tier beast, while Night Cloud was merely at the 7th stage of the Vitality Realm. Taking the initiative, Night Cloud brandished the knight and propelled himself towards the Nether Lion Demon Wolf like a cannonball. The wolf, sensing the threat, let out a long howl, unleashing a continuous barrage of emerald energy orbs towards Night Cloud. The dense array of energy orbs obstructed his path. With a cold snort, Night Cloud executed a sharp turn, maximizing his speed to deftly evade the wolf's onslaught. The energy orbs struck the ground, creating deep craters, and in an instant, the valley floor was transformed into a pockmarked landscape. As Night Cloud approached the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, he raised the knight and struck down fiercely, but the wolf evaded the blow. Undeterred, Night Cloud lunged forward, gathering a surge of potent vitality, unleashing a fiery strike that shot through the air. Colliding with the wolf's emerald energy orb, a powerful shockwave erupted, causing Night Cloud to stagger back several steps. Regaining his balance before the wolf could react, Night Cloud surged forward once more, stowing the knight within the mustard seed bracelet. With a swift change of hand seals, a silver square seal materialized between Night Cloud's hands. The seal, imprinted with powerful energy, flashed silver and instantly reached the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, crashing into its body. The immense force propelled the wolf backward, leaving a deep scratch in the ground. Yet, the Nether Lion Demon Wolf, now drenched in blood, still refused to fall. glaring fiercely at Night Cloud with its emerald eyes. The wolf opened its mouth, revealing its menacing teeth, and just as Night Cloud pondered its intentions, the voice of Gutong echoed. "Little Cloud, be cautious. This nether lion demon wolf is about to fight for its life." Heeding Gutong's warning, Night Cloud understood the wolf's intentions. The surrounding vitality began to fluctuate violently, converging towards the wolf. And within moments, a large green energy sphere, roughly half the size of a person, began to form, radiating a heart-stopping aura. The sphere continued to compress, shrinking to the size of a fist. Night Cloud felt a jolt in his eyelids. If struck by that, he would surely meet his end. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and the knight reappeared in his grasp as his vitality surged, elevating his momentum. With a mighty shout, Night Cloud swung the knight downwards, while simultaneously, the energy sphere from the wolf erupted into a colossal green beam, hurtling directly towards him. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempestuous storm that raged on. "Break for me." Night Cloud bellowed, a fierce red light exploding forth, pushing back the green beam. Another deafening crash resonated, followed by a cloud of smoke enveloping the valley, which transformed the landscape entirely. The once pockmarked ground was smoothed out, revealing a deep chasm about 10 feet wide. The valley stone walls bore a massive indentation, with fissures extending like spider silk as debris continued to fall. Rubble buried the nether lion demon wolf, leaving only a single paw exposed. Having subdued the nether lion demon wolf, Night Cloud finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 58. The Purple Thunder Crystal. After collecting the essence of the Skywing Thunder Tiger, Night Cloud sat cross-legged to recuperate his depleted vitality. After about a cup of tea's time, he felt his vitality had recovered to about 50 or 60% before standing up. While regaining his strength, Night Cloud suddenly recalled the last gaze of the Skywing Thunder Tiger before its demise, seemingly directed towards the cave within the valley. Deciding to investigate, he thought there might be some treasures hidden inside. Night Cloud retrieved a luminous pearl from his mustard seed bracelet for illumination and cautiously ventured into the cave. Contrary to his expectations, the interior was not damp and dark. Rather, it exuded a warm ambience. The entrance was narrow, but as Night Cloud progressed deeper, the cave gradually widened. After approximately half a minute, he noticed that his vision expanded unexpectedly. Was he nearing the end? Night Cloud's vitality surged, enveloping him for safety. Despite the death of the Skywing Thunder Tiger, he could not rule out the presence of other dangers within. Removing the luminous pearl from his hand, he cautiously advanced, when suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from within the cave. "By the heavens!" Night Cloud exclaimed, instinctively turning to flee, only to be halted by Gutong. "What are you afraid of? It's just a cub. If this frightens you, I truly question how I took you on as my disciple." "A cub?" Night Cloud listened intently and realized that, although it was indeed a tiger's roar, it sounded soft and tender, akin to that of a young child. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Night Cloud sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, my mistake." Now aware that the cave housed only a cub, Night Cloud's confidence surged, and he strode boldly into the cave. Indeed, within the cave lay a pile of hay, atop which a Skywing Thunder Tiger cub was clumsily crawling about, likely hungry and yearning for milk. Understanding why the Skywing Thunder Tiger had succumbed to the nether lion demon wolf, Night Cloud realized that the mother had recently given birth and was still in a weakened state. Her energy depleted during labor, leaving her vulnerable. Recalling the mother tiger's lingering gaze before her death, Night Cloud sighed softly. All mothers in the world are alike, even magical beasts, willing to sacrifice everything for their offspring. Watching the cub scuttle about, Night Cloud felt a rare softness in his heart and gently picked up the Skywing Thunder Tiger cub. The cub gazed up at him with large eyes, its tiny, rosy paws kicking about while it emitted soft, juvenile roars. Just as Night Cloud contemplated leaving, Gutong's figure appeared, and with a sweep of his sleeve, he struck Night Cloud on the head. "Ow, Master, why are you hitting me?" Night Cloud exclaimed in pain. "Honestly, how did I end up with you as my disciple?" "What? Good stuff." Where, upon hearing Gutong's words, Night Cloud's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Humph." Gutong waved his sleeve again, revealing a deep pit in the ground. Within the pit lay two purple crystal-like objects. "Master, what are these?" Nightcloud asked, excavating the purple crystals in confusion. "These are formed from the Skywing Thunder Tiger during childbirth, meant to aid the cubs in their cultivation. They are the essence of the Thunder Tiger's power. If released, even a formidable being of the transformation realm would be tempted. These thunder crystals contain the essence of thunder. Should you refine them, not only will your cultivation soar, but you'll also gain a preliminary grasp of lightning power. This lightning power is 2 to 3 times more potent than ordinary vitality when used in combat. And yet you nearly let them slip away. Wow, really?" Nightcloud's gaze fixated on the crystalline essence, his eyes ablaze with desire, thankful that Gutong had been present. "Refine these crystals here. The lingering aura of the Skywing Thunder Tiger will deter other beasts from approaching. It's the perfect location. The process may be somewhat painful, so bear with it," Gutong instructed Nightcloud. Nodding, Nightcloud sat cross-legged once more, the purple crystals floating in mid-air. He extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of vitality to scorch the crystals. Gradually, the purple crystals began to dissolve, coalescing into a liquid form suspended in the air. Nightcloud inhaled sharply, drawing the liquid into his lungs. As the substance entered his body, he felt a searing flame igniting within his organs, accompanied by waves of thunderous energy tugging at his veins. Within the body of Yi Yun, the force of lightning surged like a multitude of needles, an overwhelming sensation of pain engulfing him entirely. Damn it, this is merely a hint of suffering. The excruciating agony contorted Yi Yun's handsome visage, his entire face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down relentlessly. Blood continuously oozed from his body, swiftly staining his garments a deep red. "Xiao Yunzi, hold on. Absorb this energy along with the essence of the lightning." Yi Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the torment as he fervently channeled the immortal thunder technique. As he did so, the cells in his body began to stir to life, absorbing the potent energy that Yi Yun's vital force surged, enveloping the erratic essence of lightning. Sensing the shift in momentum, the lightning essence became increasingly frenzied, akin to a maddened wild bull rampaging within Yi Yun. Hiss! The immense pain forced him to draw in sharp breaths, as if someone were mercilessly tugging at his internal organs and slicing them with a knife. "Endure it. You must endure," Gutong observed Yi Yun's plight, his eyes filled with sympathy. However, now was not the time to falter. Chapter 59. A surge in power. Yi Yun took a deep breath, gathering his vital force once more as he pulled the lightning essence towards his energy set. This moment, Yi Yun's body transformed into a battlefield of vital force and lightning essence. A relentless tug-of-war ensued. Under Yi Yun's persistent efforts, the lightning essence gradually appeared to weaken, its struggles diminishing in intensity. Slowly, Yi Yun guided the essence towards the energy sea for convergence, whereupon his immense vital force surged forth, ravenously consuming the lightning essence. Realizing its impending fate of being devoured, the lightning essence erupted into chaos. "Damn it!" Yi Yun cursed inwardly, summoning the vital force from his energy sea like a tidal wave to envelop it, gradually devouring the essence piece by piece. As time passed, the commotion of the lightning essence grew quieter. Seeing this, Yi Yun's heart swelled with joy, and he accelerated the absorption process. The lightning essence was consumed. The milky white vortex of vital force within Yi Yun's energy sea intertwined perfectly with the purple lightning essence, forming a harmonious cycle. This moment, Yi Yun's power began to soar. 7th tier intermediate. 7th tier advanced. In the blink of an eye, his strength skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, and this momentum did not wane even upon reaching the 8th tier. 8th tier low. 8th tier intermediate. 8th tier advanced. Upon reaching the 8th tier intermediate, the surge of power began to dwindle, yet still elevated Yi Yun to the 8th tier advanced. After a considerable time, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a heavy breath of stale he released a breath. His complexion improved, and the wounds on his body began to scab over. Yi Yun twisted his neck, and a series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of popping beans. Clenching his fist, the torrent of power surging within him made him smile broadly. With a sudden stride, he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a formidable fist imprint that struck the wall with intense purple light, instantly forming a deep crater and causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the surface. Wei Yun gazed in astonishment at the crater before him, touching his fist in disbelief. Was this truly his power? He had not anticipated that merging a fragment of lightning essence would yield such strength. With this newfound confidence, Yi Yun felt assured that even a peak 9th-tier powerhouse would not be his match. As he delved into introspection, he discovered that his vital force now contained a hint of lightning power. With a mere thought, a flicker of vital flame appeared in his palm, swaying like a candle in the wind. Yet this time, it was infused with purple lightning, crackling audibly that Wei Yun sensed that the intensity of his current vital force would likely rival that of any formidable force at the Yuan-Chi realm. Being 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary vital force, this meant that during battles, he would only need to expend half the vital force others did to achieve the same effects. Yi Yun grinned, realizing the immense gains from this ordeal. The suffering had not been in vain. "How's it going, kid?" Gu Tong's figure materialized, observing Yi Yun with a grin. "Humph, though I understand the benefits, I still won't give you a pleasant expression." "Damn, this is merely a fraction of the pain." Gu Tong chuckled knowingly, suppressing further comments that Wei Yun picked up the young lightning tiger from the ground, which eagerly burrowed into his embrace, perhaps due to Yi Yun's refinement of the purple crystal lightning essence. The little creature had grown increasingly affectionate, playfully nuzzling against him. Yi Yun felt a delightful tickling sensation. He suddenly froze, realizing that the young lightning tiger had mistaken his nipple for milk and began suckling. "Ha! Gu Tong burst into laughter at the sight, unable to contain himself. "I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore." Yi Yun's mouth twitched, his face darkening as he yanked the little creature away, which protested with a plaintive mewl. Gazing at his reddened nipple, Yi Yun felt a wave of despair. How could his illustrious reputation be tarnished like this? Thankfully, no one was around. Otherwise, he might resort to silencing witnesses. "Looks like I have to play the role of a caretaker now," Yi Yun lamented with a wry smile. Reluctantly, he sought out a nearby female beast to subdue, allowing the little one to feed. As night fell, Yi Yun sat quietly by the campfire, poking at the flames while the young lightning tiger played joyfully nearby. Wei Yun contemplated how to arrange for this little creature, for he had considered bringing it along, given the immense potential of a 3rd-tier advanced lightning tiger. However, it was still just a cub, and it would be a long time before it matured. After much deliberation, Yi Yun decided it would be best to entrust it to someone fated to care for it. After all, with his current circumstances, he couldn't guarantee his own safety, let alone protect it. Reluctantly, he couldn't bear to return it to the forest, where it might quickly become prey for other beasts. "Well, I suppose I'll take it one step at a time." Yi Yun sighed, then immersed himself in cultivation. Chapter 60. The Misty Forest. What in the world is this place? Yi Yun found himself in an ancient forest, shrouded in a peculiar milky white mist. This mist was so strange that even the power of the soul struggled to penetrate it. Moreover, a chilling aura permeated the air, one that even Yi Yun, with his formidable strength, found unbearable. Thus, during the 2 days spent wandering through this forest, he felt increasingly agitated, as if trapped within its confines. "This terrain is utterly bizarre. Even my soul power can barely extend." Gu Tong's figure materialized, expressing his frustration. Wei Yun sighed in agreement, feeling helpless. The young lightning tiger seemed to sense Yi Yun's distress and playfully licked his face. "Thank you, little one," Yi Yun said, gently poking the tiger's nose with a smile. "Xiao Yunzi, there's a disturbance from people not far ahead," Gu Tong pointed out. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's spirit lifted. "Let's go, little one. We needn't remain here any longer." The young lightning tiger responded with a joyful, kitten-like roar. Boom! In a clearing enveloped by thick mist, dozens of individuals huddled closely together. Surrounding them were fierce beasts, their rancid stench filling the air. But they were swiftly obliterated by the combined might of the gathered warriors. "Miss, this situation is becoming endless." The speaker is a middle-aged man, whose prowess is at the 8th stage of the Vitality realm. With a mere flourish of his power, he extinguishes the life of a demonic beast. The woman referred to as the young lady captivates Yi Yun, her hair cascading like a waterfall down her back to her well-rounded hips. Enveloped in a flowing white gown that accentuates her curvaceous figure, her delicate waist, cinched by a matching white belt, complements a visage exuding an icy elegance that Yi Yun cannot help but silently commend the beauty of this snow-like maiden. The young lady appears incensed by the presence of the demonic beasts, and with a sharp command, unleashes a surge of white vitality. The temperature around her plummets as the white energy transforms the surroundings into a realm of ice sculptures in an instant. Clearly, this young woman possesses formidable strength. Yi Yun discerns that her power has reached the 9th stage of the vitality realm, surpassing his own, albeit not reflective of his true capabilities. Go, sister, eliminate these monsters. A little girl in the crowd, with 2 playful pigtails, shouts, her cherubic face framed by large, sparkling eyes. Her innocent voice resonates with childlike enthusiasm, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Upon hearing the girl's encouragement, the white-clad maiden smiles softly, akin to a garden in full bloom, and gracefully approaches the child, affectionately tousling her hair. As she moves, the sound of cracking fills the air, and the icebound demonic beasts shatter like fragile glass, disintegrating into dust. Yi Yun silently praises her. This girl is far from a mere ornament. It seems the young lady's cultivation has advanced, someone remarks. Indeed, at this rate, she will soon rival the young master. With the threat of the demonic beasts neutralized, the surrounding individuals visibly relax, engaging in casual conversation. Who is it? Who goes there? The white-clad maiden's voice abruptly tightens the atmosphere once more as everyone grips their weapons. Eyes fixed on Yi Yun's direction. Under their tense scrutiny, a figure gradually emerges from the mist. Observing the crowd, he shakes his head and reassures, "No need for alarm. Everyone that I mean no harm. I merely stumbled into this place and lost my way." Upon seeing the young man before them, the tension eases slightly, but the white-clad maiden remains vigilant, her gaze unwavering as she perceives a hint of danger emanating from him. Oh, what a cute puppy! The little girl exclaims, her eyes alight as she spots the thunder tiger cub perched on Yi Yun's shoulder, eager to approach. Be careful, Chi-Chi. The white-clad woman swiftly pulls the girl behind her in protection. Yi Yun understands that the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar person in this forest would raise suspicion. He places his hands together in a respectful gesture and speaks earnestly. "Miss, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I am merely lost and seek your guidance to find my way out. That I humbly ask for your assistance." "Yes, sister, then let's help him." The little girl tugs at the hem of the maiden's garment. The white-clad maiden glances back, giving the girl a playful scowl before turning her unwavering gaze back to Yi Yun. Sensing no malice in his eyes, she concedes, "Very well, we can lead you out. But we have our own matters to attend to. We cannot guarantee your safety. So if you still wish to accompany us, then come along." At her words, Yi Yun's heart swells with joy as he bows slightly and replies, "Thank you, kind lady." With the tension alleviated, the atmosphere brightens, especially with the innocent remarks from the little girl named Chi-Chi, which elicit hearty laughter from the burly men. Yi Yun revels in this lively ambience, feeling a sense of comfort after 2 days in this desolate wilderness. Chapter 61. The Ironback Giant Lizard Big Brother. "May I hold that little puppy?" A voice interrupts Yi Yun's contemplation, belonging to the cherubic girl who tugs at his sleeve. Her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Yi Yun replies with a smile, gently ruffling her hair as he hands her the thunder tiger cub. The girl beams with joy, clutching the cub and bouncing toward her sister. "Look, sister, this puppy is so adorable," she exclaims with innocent delight. Yes, the white-clad maiden smiles, affectionately stroking the girl's hair. Yet for some reason, she feels a sense of familiarity with this seemingly puppy-like creature, though she cannot quite place it. Yi Yun's gentle interaction with the girl diminishes the wariness in the maiden's eyes. She steps lightly toward him, her lips parting to express her gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Yun waves his hand dismissively. Chuckling, "No, I should be the one thanking you." The white-clad maiden nods, pausing in thought before revealing, "Since you have joined our party, I shall not withhold the truth. Our objective is to seize the heavenly gang vitality fruit. The Heavenly Gang Vitality Fruit? Yi Yun's interest peaks, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Is it not the rare fruit that aids in breaking through to the Gang Force realm? Indeed, you seem to know it well. I've been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Vitality realm for quite some time, and this fruit is my means to break through, she explains. The maiden pauses, her gaze softening as she watches the playful little girl nearby. That is my younger sister, Su Qiqi, and my name is Su Shui. The competition for the Heavenly Gang Vitality Fruit will undoubtedly be fierce. And I know your strength is formidable, at least on par with mine, that I hope you can protect Qiqi, allowing me to focus on securing the fruit. After contemplating Su Shui's request, Yi Yun smiles and nods. Rest assured, my name is Yi Yun, as long as I am here. I will ensure no harm comes to Qiqi. Yi Yun's declaration eases the weight on Su Shui's heart, her expression softening as she beams. Thank you. As night falls, Yi Yun gathers around the campfire with the members of the Su family, while the Su sisters remain within their carriage. Nights in the forest are notoriously treacherous, as demonic beasts roam freely, and fatigue can easily lead to complacency. Thus, the watch during the night naturally falls upon Su Shui's attendants. The group engages in light-hearted conversation, dispelling the oppressive silence. Here, Brother Yi, have a drink to refresh yourself. A voice breaks through Yi Yun's musings. Laughter follows as a hand tosses a wine pouch in his direction. He catches it, grinning at the generous individual before taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquid ignites warmth within him, bringing a rosy hue to his cheeks. Seeing Yi Yun's boldness, the man, named Wang Dong, laughs heartily and gulps down from his own pouch. A seasoned member of the Su family, he is a 7th-stage Vitality Realm cultivator. Respected among his peers, Yi Yun finds himself fond of Wang Dong, reminiscent of his companions Rob and Yun Ling from the abyss of demonic beasts, just as they revel in their merriment. The forest fog thickens and the temperature drops ominously. Yi Yun's instincts sharpen. Something approaches. Crackling sounds pierce the air as 2 scarlet eyes emerge from the dense mist. The Su family members rise, their weapons at the ready, as the tension escalates. Even Su Shui steps from the carriage, her expression grave as she acknowledges Yi Yun with a N-O-D. As the sounds draw nearer, the ground trembles slightly beneath their feet, and Yi Yun's countenance grows serious. The number of demonic beasts is substantial. One by one, the creatures emerge from the mist, encircling Yi Yun and his companions with an air of discipline. Most alarming are the 2 powerful beasts that follow, the ironback giant lizards. Yi Yun's gaze sweeps over the imposing ironback giant lizards, and a sense of foreboding washes over him as Su Shui's heart sinks, her beautiful eyes betraying her concern. These creatures are formidable opponents, equivalent to the pinnacle of the Vitality realm in human terms. While they anticipated the presence of demonic beasts at night, the appearance of ironback giant lizards is unexpected. Drawing in a deep breath, Su Shui's expression hardens as she produces a slender sword. Standing resolutely before her companions, form a defensive formation and protect Qiqi. Miss, this is far too perilous. Upon seeing Su Shui facing off against 2 ironback giant lizards alone, the members of the Su family exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry, I have my own plans, Su Shui declared confidently, swinging her sword, which emitted a chilling aura. However, before Wang Dong could voice his concerns, the nearby beasts roared and charged towards him, leaving no room for his words. Damn it, Wang Dong cursed under his breath, raising his large blade fiercely to meet the oncoming threat. In that instant, various elemental forces intertwined in the clearing. Big brother, will we be all right? Su Qiqi, her eyes wide with fear, asked. Night Cloud smiled gently, stroking her hair, and replied soothingly, We will be fine. They are merely beasts. Seeing the situation stabilize slightly, Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression soon turned serious. With a flick of her slender sword, she leapt into action, sending her blade slicing through the air, a streak of cold light aimed directly at the ironback giant lizard. The lizard let out a low growl, disdainfully tucking its head beneath its body, seemingly unimpressed by Su Shui's attack. With a resounding clang, Su Shui's sword struck the lizard's back, producing a metallic sound. Good heavens, that shell! Night Cloud exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the ironback giant lizard's defense was incredibly formidable. Realizing her attack had been ineffective, Su Shui huffed coldly. The aura of her sword brightened unexpectedly, tracing an intricate arc in the air, and suddenly, delicate white snowflakes began to swirl around her. With a slight tremble of her sword tip, the snowflakes transformed into a flurry of white tails, racing swiftly towards the ironback giant lizard. Boom, boom, boom! The snowflakes detonated like miniature bombs upon impact, unleashing tremendous force that struck the ironback giant lizard, which let out a pained cry as droplets of blood fell from its body. Seeing Su Shui gain the upper hand, Wang Dong and the others rejoiced, their attacks growing more vigorous, creating arcs of light. Even Night Cloud could not help but marvel at Su Shui's offensive power. This young lady was certainly no pushover. However, Night Cloud's expression remained tense. A second-tier advanced beast was not easily vanquished. As expected, the wounded ironback giant lizard let out a furious roar, its large eyes turning crimson. Incited by Su Shui's assault point, two overwhelming forces surged forth, and the lizard's rough back suddenly sprouted massive spikes. Appearing exceedingly fierce, with a thunderous stomp, it charged towards Su Shui with incredible speed, catching her off guard. Night Cloud felt his heart race at the sight of such a massive creature moving so swiftly. Su Shui was startled by the sudden attack. She swiftly circulated her elemental energy. The colossal tail of the lizard swung menacingly towards her, the force sending her hurtling backwards before she could react. Another ironback giant lizard had already positioned itself behind her, ready to unleash its massive tail, targeting her back. If she were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. Watch out, Su Shui shouted, thrusting her sword into the ground. The immense recoil bent the sword into an odd arc, propelling her upwards and allowing her to evade the lizard's attack. In midair, Su Shui's body erupted with potent elemental energy, and her sword hummed with power. As she reached the pinnacle of her ascent, her aura surged to its zenith. "Freeze for 1,000 miles!" Su Shui exclaimed, swinging her sword down with force, a wave of icy coldness radiating outward. Layers of frost began to climb from beneath the ironback giant lizard's feet, enveloping it entirely. The lizard roared in defiance, struggling against the icy shackles, but could not escape their grip. Su Shui descended like a celestial being. Her sword moved with precision, unleashing two powerful arcs of energy that struck the ironback giant lizard directly. It let out a chilling scream, finally breaking free from the frost, and charged towards Su Shui with renewed fury. The two beasts roared as they rushed towards her, evidently intent on flanking her. Su Shui swung her sword, summoning a surge of elemental energy. The two towering ironback giant lizards barreled towards her, their immense force causing the air to tremble and her white garments to flutter wildly. Unexpectedly, one of them halted, pivoting to charge directly at Wang Dong and Night Cloud. What a cunning beast! Su Shui's expression shifted in alarm. Chi-Chi, be careful, she shouted to Su Chi-Chi. The other ironback giant lizard barreled towards Wang Dong and the others, its thunderous footsteps reverberating like a drumbeat in their hearts. Wang Dong clenched his weapon, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes as he charged towards the approaching giant. "Beast, I fear you not," he roared, swinging his blade, infused with elemental energy, at the ironback giant lizard. A spark flew as their weapons collided with a clang, sending Wang Dong reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he was thrown aside. The ironback giant lizard continued its relentless advance towards Night Cloud. While Su Chi-Chi's face turned pale with fright, Chi-Chi, Su Shui cried out, wanted to rush to her aid, but was blocked by the other ironback giant lizard. Chapter 62. Action. Night Brother, quickly dodge. Wang Dong shouted urgently from the ground. Observing the charging ironback giant lizard, Night Cloud sighed softly, his gaze turning icy. Clenching his fist, the weapon known as Night materialized in his hand. With a mighty stride, Night Cloud unleashed a torrent of elemental energy, a powerful gust of wind swirling around him as he swung Night towards the ironback giant lizard. A fierce crimson arc sliced through the air, leaving a deep trench in the ground. And in the next moment, the massive ironback giant lizard was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. The onlookers gasped at the sight. Astonished that the seemingly unassuming Night Cloud possessed such formidable strength, Su Shui felt a sense of relief seeing Night Cloud's incredible capability. With him by her side, her burden had lightened considerably. Although she knew Night Cloud's strength was formidable, she had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Yet from the moment Night Cloud had unleashed his power, Su Shui clearly saw that he was only at the 8th tier of the elemental realm, a rank lower than herself. Yet his prowess was such that she had no confidence in defeating him. With a fierce shout, Su Shui swung her sword, advancing towards the ironback giant lizard once more. Night Cloud, witnessing the lizard rise again, smirked. "You truly are like an unkillable cockroach." If responding to his taunt, the lizard let out a furious roar and charged again, intent on avenging its injury. Night Cloud's lips curled into a cold smile, his foot pounding down as he shot forward, swinging Night with great force. With a shower of sparks, a metallic clang echoed as Night Cloud's arm tingled from the impact. "Good heavens, how tough!" he muttered under his breath, preparing to engage once more. The spectators watched in awe, realizing that Su Shui's battle was a clash of beauty against beast, while Night Cloud's confrontation was a raw contest of brute strength between two beasts. Wielding the enormous Night Cloud fought like a madman, eschewing elaborate techniques in favor of brute force against the ironback giant lizard. The consensus on this continent was that the strength of beasts far surpassed that of humans. Thus, no martial artist would foolishly choose to confront a beast head-on. Yet Night Cloud defied this logic, his slender frame wielding a disproportionately large sword, pushing the ironback giant lizard back step by step. The crowd was left bewildered, questioning the source of Night Cloud's strength. Even Su Shui was taken aback by his astonishing display. With a resounding crash, the two combatants separated, the ironback giant lizard's claws drenched in blood. While Night Cloud stood there, unperturbed, without a hint of fatigue, the pain in its claws ignited a furious red in the lizard's eyes, and it let out a deafening roar as it charged at Night Cloud once more. Night Cloud scoffed, evading the attack with remarkable speed, realizing that while the ironback giant lizard was quick, it could not match his agility. The spectators could only catch fleeting glimpses of Night Cloud's blurred figure amidst the chaos. As the shadow of Yi Yun was poised to strike, it had already emerged atop the head of the ironback giant lizard. The rich, silvery essence of energy surged forth from Yi Yun's hand, gradually taking shape and coalescing into a formidable square seal, radiating an aura of palpable power. The Wilderness Seal. With a thunderous shout, Yi Yun unleashed this potent force upon the head of the ironback giant lizard. Causing its massive limbs to sink deeply into the ground, a piercing cry erupted as the creature's skull caved in, its eye sockets bulging as torrents of crimson blood gushed forth from its eyes and mouth. Its entire body convulsing violently. The colossal tail of the lizard swung towards Yi Yun once more, but he swiftly transformed the form of the seal in his hands, wrapping his fists in a dense crimson energy. He struck again at the lizard's skull with unrelenting force. The impact was so immense that it penetrated the creature's head, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that showered the ground with a deluge of blood. A fiery red core of the beast floated in mid-air, which Yi Yun swiftly grasped. The onlookers gazed at him with a burgeoning sense of respect, their expressions shifting subtly. This world is indeed one where strength commands reverence. And Yi Yun had long anticipated such a reaction. It was a foregone conclusion. Turning to observe Su Shui amidst the chaos, he noted that with one less ironback giant lizard, her burden had lightened considerably, allowing her peak strength at the 9th level of the Essence Realm to fully manifest. With a delicate flick of her sword, a chilling aura emanated from the blade's P. As Su Shui called out. And from the tip of her sword, an ice pillar formed abruptly, exuding an astonishing coldness as it plunged into the belly of the ironback giant lizard. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating the air in an instant. The lizard let out a mournful wail, struggled for a moment, and ultimately collapsed into a pool of its own blood. With the two largest beasts dispatched by Su Shui and Yi Yun, the remaining foes posed no challenge as Wang Dong and his companions swiftly dispatched them in pairs. Chapter 63. The Thousand-Zhang Mountain. That night, after an intense battle, the members of the Su family sat quietly together, recuperating their strength. "Thank you, Brother Yi, Wang Dong said, casting a respectful gaze towards Yi Yun. This left Wang Dong feeling rather conflicted, as he had never expected this seemingly fragile figure to possess such formidable power. The admiration in Wang Dong's eyes elicited a sigh from Yi Yun, who shrugged and smiled. It's nothing. In that situation, anyone would have intervened. Indeed, intervention was one thing, but one must also possess the strength to do so. If an ordinary person lacked power, they might have fled the scene, Su Shui reflected inwardly, gently stroking Su Qiqi, who had already fallen into a sweet slumber, murmuring, I still owe you my thanks. At Yi Yun rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile, but choosing not to speak further. Seated quietly beside them, Su Shui's graceful figure remained elegantly poised. Despite her stillness, Yi Yun inadvertently caught sight of her voluptuous form, his cheeks flushing slightly as he hurriedly turned away. Noticing Yi Yun's sudden blush, Wang Dong, concerned, asked, Are you all right, Brother Yi? Yi Yun managed a weak chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. I'm fine, really. Young Master Yi, Su Shui suddenly interjected, startling the somewhat guilty Yi Yun, who had momentarily feared he had been discovered. Su Shui's exquisite features momentarily contemplated before she spoke. Young Master Yi, I have an unassuming request. I hope you will forgive my boldness. Oh, what is it, Miss Su? If it is within my means to assist, I will certainly do my utmost, Yi Yun replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Su Shui slowly articulated, Young Master Yi, I previously mentioned that our objective is the Tiangang Yuan fruit. However, we are not the only faction interested in it. Our strength may not suffice, and should chaos ensue, I hope you can aid me in securing the Tiangang Yuan fruit. It is of paramount importance to the Su family. And should we acquire it, you may also take one for yourself. Su Shui's words stirred something within Yi Yun. Now at the 8th level of the Essence Realm, he was not far from reaching the Qi Realm. Possessing the Tiangang Yuan fruit would significantly enhance his chances of breaking through. Contemplating for a moment, he nodded in response to the expectant gazes of the Su family members upon seeing Yi Yun's agreement. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Shui's face, reminiscent of a plum blossom quietly blooming in the depth of winter. This moment of beauty left Yi Yun momentarily entranced. Yi Yun's reaction did not escape Su Shui's notice. And for reasons unknown, her heart swelled with joy, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Qiqi needs to sleep. I'll carry her inside, Su Shui said hurriedly, her slender waist swaying as she swiftly entered the carriage. The next morning, within the illusionary forest, a convoy of carts meandered through the woods, the wheels crunching and rumbling, leaving deep tracks in the earth. Yi Yun sat cross-legged within the cart, his face twitching slightly. Due to his impressive display of power the night before, he had been treated as an esteemed guest, seated comfortably in the luxurious carriage. However, he now regretted this decision, for at that moment, a small koala clung to him, none other than Su Qiqi. After witnessing Yi Yun's prowess, she had spent the entire night clinging to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Even Lei Hu, the young tiger cub who usually occupied Yi Yun's shoulder, was now nestled in Su Qiqi's embrace, being playfully tussled. Had he known this cub was a third-tier advanced beast, he would have been astounded. Yet the outcome would likely remain unchanged, as in her eyes, the tiger was merely an adorable little puppy. Brother Yi, you're so amazing. Can I be your disciple? Su Qiqi chirped, her big eyes blinking innocently. Yi Yun replied weakly, having heard this very phrase over 20 times throughout the night, observing Yi Yun's exhausted demeanor. Su Shui covered her mouth with her delicate hand, giggling softly, eliciting a sharp glare from Yi Yun, who found her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual icy fad. Yi Yun and the others conversed. The carriage gradually slowed. Miss, Brother Yi, we have arrived, Wang Dong's voice called from outside the carriage. Yi Yun lifted the curtain, still bearing Su Qiqi on his shoulders, and disembarked at the foot of the Thousand-Jiang Mountain, the tallest and most majestic peak within the illusionary forest. The mountain soared to great heights, piercing the clouds, with mist swirling around its base, obscuring all attempts to ascend. That moment, numerous figures emerged from the forest, converging at the mountain's base, their eyes alight with fervor as they gazed towards the summit, where it was said the Tiangang Yuan fruit would appear. as more powerful beings gathered at the foot of the mountain. A series of ominous roars emanated from above, each growl laced with a warning, signaling that the formidable beasts inhabiting the Thousand Zhang Mountain were aware of these uninvited guests. These beasts, possessing considerable intelligence, understood the intentions of the approaching individuals. However, the onlookers paid little heed to the warnings. Despite acknowledging the danger posed by the creatures atop the mountain, the allure of the Tiangang Yuan fruit rendered such threats negligible. Yi Yun's presence drew many curious gazes, and as the crowd recognized the unfamiliar face, whispers began to circulate. Isn't that a member of the Su family? Indeed, that woman is Su Shui. I hear she's been a bottleneck in the 9th level of the Essence Realm for quite some time. She must be here to obtain the Tiangang Yuan fruit to break through. Heh, that's no easy task. Everyone here has their eyes on the Tiangang Yuan fruit. While Su Shui is formidable, she still lacks a bit of firepower. It would be another story if Su Jin were here. True, but wait. Who is that next to Su Shui? They look unfamiliar. Perhaps a hired help from the Su family? This should be quite the spectacle. I wonder how the Sheng family will react. Hearing the murmurs around her, Su Shui's composed expression remained unchanged, though her gaze swept across the crowd, her brows knitting slightly. It appeared that many powerful individuals had indeed gathered for the Tiangang Yuan fruit. Even Yi Yun couldn't help but be taken aback. The scene resembled the chaos that ensued when the tomb was opened, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Clearly, acquiring the Tiangang Yuan fruit would not be an easy feat. Chapter 64. A complex situation. Yi Yun's gaze subtly traversed the throng at the mountain's base, and his brow furrowed further. The scale of this gathering was indeed considerable. However, it soon dawned on him that, when faced with the extraordinary treasure known as the Tiangang Yuanhua, anyone with even a modicum of strength would be inclined to try their luck. Acquiring a single Tiangang Yuanhua could significantly alleviate countless years of arduous cultivation, and moreover, the opportunity to enter the realm of Gongli would be greatly enhanced. Why Yi Yun's gaze swept discreetly through the crowd, ultimately fixing on two individuals atop the hillside. One of them was astonishingly a peak existence at the 9th stage of the Yuanqi realm. Yet, what truly captivated Yi Yun's attention was the figure clad in black beside him. He realized that he could not discern the strength of this enigmatic individual, likely due to some method of shielding his prowess from others' detection. After prolonged silence, Gu Tong finally spoke, indicating that even he could not gauge this person's strength. "Who is that?" Yi Yun inquired softly, glancing towards Su Shui. Following his gaze, Su Shui's expression became grave as she replied, "That person could very well be our most formidable adversary on this journey. The sworn enemy of our Su family, the Sheng family." Sheng Quan as for the individual beside him. "I am uncertain that if he's indeed a hired aide, we might be in serious trouble." Hired aide? Yi Yun withdrew his spiritual energy with a calm demeanor, and the man in black atop the hill seemed to sense it, casting a glance in Yi Yun's direction. "What is it, Su Xiong?" Sheng Quan asked the black-clad man beside him. "Nothing, just felt a surge of spiritual energy probing." The man referred to as Su Xiong responded, "Oh, it seems there are indeed quite a few capable individuals here." Sheng Quan remarked nonchalantly, "But I trust that with Su Xiong around, no one will pose a challenge to you." The black-clad figure merely smiled faintly, evidently confident in his own abilities. That the Su family over there. Indeed, Su Shui's strength is comparable to mine, also at the 9th stage of the Yuanqi realm. Without Su Jin here, only Su Shui remains. If I can hold her back, Su Xiong will surely seize the Tiangang Yuanhua. Sheng Quan mused, a smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the Su family members below. The black-clad man smiled indifferently before shifting his gaze to Yi Yun. "Who is that person?" Following Su Xiong's line of sight, Sheng Quan was momentarily taken aback by Yi Yun's presence. Upon realizing Yi Yun's cultivation level, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Surely, this must be the aide the Su family has hired. I never imagined they had fallen to such depths as to enlist someone at the 8th stage of the Yuanqi realm. Yet this lad appears to be anything but ordinary. His cultivation seems restrained. Though he ostensibly possesses only the strength of the 8th stage, I suspect there is more beneath the surface." The black-clad man examined Yi Yun with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, Sheng Quan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yi Yun closely, clearly noticing something unusual about him. Yet he quickly chuckled. Even if he is exceptional, he is still merely at the 8th stage of the Yuanqi realm. Not nearly as formidable as you, Su Xiong. The black-clad man merely smiled knowingly, evidently assured of his own prowess, and closed his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, as Yi Yun conversed with Su Shui below, an incongruous voice suddenly intruded. Xiao Yin, what a coincidence! A young man clad in blue, sword slung across his back, approached. He was tall and handsome, a sight to behold. Yet Yi Yun could perceive the lascivious glint lurking in his eyes as they roamed over Su Shui's figure. Su Shui merely cast a dismissive glance at the newcomer, showing no interest whatsoever. She held a particular disdain for this individual, Zheng Kaoyang, the young master of the Zheng family, a clan in Yang City. Though not as powerful as the Su or Sheng families, they were not to be underestimated. Zheng Kaoyang pursued Su Shui fervently, yet she remained indifferent, which had bred resentment, causing the previously neutral Zheng family to ally with the Sheng family. Su Shui's aloofness left Zheng Kaoyang feeling somewhat awkward. The glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and he turned his attention to Yi Yun, arrogantly inquiring, "And who might this friend be? You seem rather unfamiliar." Before Yi Yun could respond, Su Shui interjected coldly, "This is none of your business, Zheng Kaoyang." Yes, she attempted to pull Yi Yun away. Zheng Kaoyang's jealousy flared at the sight of their closeness. "You shameless woman! So, that's why you rejected me. You found a lover outside. I thought you were so high and mighty, yet you're just another promiscuous harlot." Though he thought this, he maintained a facade of disdain, saying, "This friend must be the aide the Su family has hired, correct? I advise you not to meddle in this matter. The depths of this situation are beyond what an insignificant nobody like you can fathom. With your meager strength, it would be wise to leave. This is not a place for you to provoke the Sheng family. Is that so?" Yi Yun smirked defiantly. "With my strength, I am more than capable of intervening." His voice, though not loud, rang clear, effectively challenging the Sheng family. The crowd at the foot of the hill reacted with varied expressions. Some relished the drama, while others felt elated. Sheng Quan's countenance darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips. "This brat truly has some gall, daring to confront my Sheng family. Yet he lacks the strength to back it up." He muttered something to Zheng Kaoyang, who turned to Yi Yun with a menacing grin. "Very well. Let me test you on behalf of young Master Sheng." His words barely left his lips when a powerful aura erupted from him, his eyes flashing with fierce intent as he unleashed a torrent of Yuan force towards Yi Yun. Chapter 65. Dread upon witnessing this, Yi Yun's expression turned icy. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. He believed in reciprocating respect. If others treated him without courtesy, he saw no reason to hold back. Yi Yun took a decisive step forward, a surge of robust Yuan force erupting from him like a volcanic explosion as he clenched his fist and struck back with ferocity. When their fists collided, a deep, muffled grunt echoed through the air. Contrary to everyone's expectations of Yi Yun's defeat, it was Zheng Kaoyang, at the peak of the 8th stage of the Yuanqi realm, who staggered back several steps in disbelief. Regaining his footing, Zheng Kaoyang stared incredulously at Yi Yun, his expression shifting dramatically. This scene sent ripples of astonishment through the martial artists at the foot of the hill. They were taken aback by Yi Yun's formidable strength. As the murmurs of disbelief spread, Zheng Kaoyang's face turned ashen, his earlier surprise morphing into a deep-seated fury. With a contorted expression, he summoned an immense wave of Yuan force, his sword singing a sharp tune as it leapt into his hand. With swift movements, he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy toward Yi Yun, the air slicing with a fierce whistle. The powerful sword energy struck the ground where Yi Yun stood, sending plumes of dirt and debris flying into the air. As the dust settled, Zheng Kaoyang smirked, believing his attack would easily dispatch Yi Yun, a mere 8th stage practitioner. However, just as his grin began to spread, a sudden alarm surged within him. In a panic, he abandoned all pretense of composure and fled from his previous position. Moments later, a tremendous force crashed into the spot he had just vacated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Emerging slowly from the depths of the crater, Yi Yun surveyed the unscathed Zheng Kaoyang and smirked disdainfully. Those watching from below were left in shock, unable to comprehend how Yi Yun had evaded Zheng Kaoyang's lethal strike. His speed was simply astounding down the hillside, Shang Quan was equally the fierce, sword energy shattered almost instantaneously upon contact with the Crimson Light Fist, rendering Zhang Keliang's assault seemingly feeble in that moment. The sword energy he unleashed afforded him a fleeting moment, as he gripped his sword with both hands, conjuring a colossal wave of sword energy that tore through the air. Descending upon Yi Yun with furious intent, be careful. Su Shui, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim softly. Although she was aware of Yi Yun's prowess, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. Zhang Keliang's strike was an exclusive technique of the Zheng family, the Fury Cloud Slash, an 8th-grade martial art. With this move, Zhang Keliang could even contend with a low-level 9th-stage practitioner of the Vitality Realm. He was resolute in his belief that Yi Yun would be unable to withstand this onslaught. To him, Yi Yun was merely a rogue cultivator, evidently invited by Su Shui, and he scoffed at the notion that such an individual could possess any formidable martial skills. That a glimmer of cruel delight flickered in Zhang Keliang's eyes, as he envisioned Yi Yun collapsing in a pool of blood in the next instant. However, in the face of this overwhelming sword energy, Yi Yun remained unfazed, charging forward with unwavering speed. The red radiance in his hand dissipated as he shifted the seal in his hand, bringing forth a square seal radiating a silvery glow. In an instant, Yi Yun's figure closed the distance. The square seal fully formed and pulsating with potent energy, tearing through the air as it met the sword energy head-on. With a resounding crash, a tremendous gust of wind erupted, sending visible waves of energy radiating from their clash, rustling the surrounding leaves in a cacophony. The ferocious energy emanated in rippling waves, severing trees in its wake as if they were mere twigs. The two opponents' strikes reshaped the very terrain around them. Who had emerged victorious? This scene persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding, and the onlookers' gazes were firmly fixed on the cloud of dust enveloping the battleground. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, was hurled backward. Thud! The figure crashed heavily to the ground, turning pale as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. The crowd at the foot of the mountain beheld the pitiful sight of Zhang Keliang, their astonishment lingering in a state of disbelief as they struggled to swallow hard. They then glanced at Yi Yun, standing nearby, their expressions shifting to one of horror, silently categorizing him as someone not to be trifled with. Yi Yun cast a dispassionate glance at the fallen Zhang Keliang, choosing to disregard him, and instead turned his attention to the dark-faced Shang Quan atop the slope, a mocking smile slowly gracing his lips. Your dog, much like its master, truly lacks discernment, biting indiscriminately. Next time, keep your dog leashed. Though Yi Yun's voice was soft, it resonated like thunder in the hearts of the onlookers, causing an eerie silence to envelop the foot of the mountain, thick with a palpable tension. Chapter 66. A convergence of forces with Yi Yun's words hanging in the air. Everyone felt the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain tense considerably, a flicker of menace crossing Shang Quan's face as his piercing gaze fixated on Yi Yun. Beside him, Su Shui gripped her sword, standing resolutely next to Yi Yun, while the members of the Su family remained vigilant, their eyes unwaveringly locked on the Shang family, indicating that a confrontation was imminent. Observing this scene, Shang Quan's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. But after a brief moment, he broke into a smile, clapping his hands lightly, his gaze settling on Yi Yun. Such audacity. However, you may find yourself lacking the qualification and capability to meddle in certain matters. I do not know you, and I believe my Shang family has no significant grievances with you. We are typically lenient towards friends, but perhaps our enemies may taste the bitterness of unrest. Yi Yun regarded the smiling Shang Quan, then returned the smile, replying, Such words hold little weight for me. While others may fear the might of the Shang family, I stand alone and can leave at any moment if the battle turns against me. I have little faith that your power can overshadow the entire Yanlong Empire. I do not fear even Yihan Tian. Why should I fear you? Oh, I sincerely hope that is the case, Shang Quan chuckled, though his smile was laced with a hint of sinister intent. That moment, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain was fraught with tension, an undercurrent of hostility palpable in the air. Suddenly, a sound of something piercing the air shattered the standoff. allowing the onlookers to exhale as their gazes converged on the approaching figures. Leading the group was a figure clad in black, wielding a long red-tasseled spear. Their form was graceful, long hair flowing behind them, and a confident smile gracing their lips, exuding an aura of dominance. Didn't he expect the Fire Python gang to show up? Is that Huashan? Goodness, his strength must be at the pinnacle of the Vitality Realm. The three most powerful factions in Yang City, the Su family, the Sheng family, and the Fire Python gang, had all gathered, signaling that a fierce contest was imminent. Wai Yiyun scrutinized the newcomer, raising an eyebrow, recognizing yet another pinnacle ninth-stage existence. Huashan, why aren't you remaining within your Fire Python gang and have instead come here to stir trouble? Shang Quan sneered at the newcomer. In response, Huashan laughed heartily. Why should I not come to a place where you, Shang Quan, are present? Shang Quan scoffed, unwilling to engage further in words. The foot of the mountain. The Su family, Sheng family, and Fire Python gang subtly formed a tripod of power, their might looming large. Wai Yiyun's gaze swept across the assemblage, and he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable strength of the Sheng family and the Fire Python gang. Indeed, the factions in Yang City were impressively powerful. Although the four great families held the highest authority in the Yanlong Empire, the seeds cultivated by these Yang City families were not to be underestimated. The disparity lay merely in their foundational strength. The southwest. Another presence piqued Yiyun's interest. His gaze circled the area and landed on a solitary figure seated quietly atop a massive boulder. Dressed in gray, this individual lacked any accompanying entourage, clearly a lone wolf. Yet, one who dared to venture here was far from ordinary. As Xue followed his gaze, and upon spotting the gray-clad figure, her expression grew grave. That person is the bounty hunter, Hua Chun, a ninth-stage practitioner of the Vitality Realm. With a reasonable price, anyone can hire him. I've heard tales of him having slain a severely injured practitioner of the Ganging Realm. Oh, Yiyun's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he scrutinized the figure a moment longer. It seemed this individual possessed considerable skills. Wai Yiyun mused, understanding that defeating a practitioner of the Ganging Realm was an entirely different feat from merely killing one. The gray-clad figure's ability to accomplish such a feat indicated hidden prowess. Although the target had been gravely wounded, they were still not to be underestimated. Yiyun's gaze lingered on the distant gray figure. It appeared the latter sensed his scrutiny. Instantly, their gaze shifted, sharp eyes gleaming with intensity, piercing through the air towards Yiyun. Wai Yiyun met the gray figure's gaze, his countenance betraying no hint of fear. The gray-clad individual maintained their piercing gaze on Yiyun, and after a prolonged moment, their intensity gradually softened. They assessed Yiyun deeply before finally averting their gaze. Just as Yiyun withdrew his attention, he felt another gaze upon him. Turning his head, he noticed a young man in a blood-red robe observing him intently. The crimson garment was reminiscent of blood, exuding a strong scent of iron. And the man's serpent-like pupils were fixed upon Yiyun. Who is that? Yiyun inquired of Su Xue, sensing that the blood-robed man posed a threat comparable to that of the previous figure in black. This is Su Xue gazed at the man clad in a blood-red robe, her expression shifting into one of seriousness as she spoke. This man, known as Xue Pao, is not one to be trifled with. Should you encounter him, it is best to evade if possible. Unlike others, he is exceptionally ruthless and merciless, a veritable harbinger of death. It is said that his blood-soaked robe is a testament to the lives he has taken. Once he sets his sights on a target, he never fails to claim it, and the fates of his victims are invariably tragic. Even the most vicious criminals dare not provoke him. Upon hearing Su Xue's warning, Yiyun couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he wished to avoid confrontation, fate had other plans, and it was clear that he had caught Xue Pao's attention. Wai Yiyun averted his gaze and raised his head towards the mountain peak. A flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes as he inquired, "When can we seize the Tian Gang Yuangua?" Su Xue gently brushed her hair aside and replied, "The Thousand-Zhong Mountain is shrouded in poisonous miasma. Thus we must wait until noon to enter. Once we step inside the Thousand-Zhong Mountain." Yiyun nodded slightly, refraining from further comment as he prepared to wait for the appointed time. The base of the mountain, though teeming with people, had fallen into an eerie silence, with countless gazes fixed on the Thousand Zhang Mountain, growing increasingly fervent as time passed. As the crowd awaited in silence, the sun reached its zenith, its scorching rays pouring into the Thousand Zhang Mountain, causing the pervasive miasma to dissipate rapidly. Boom! The moment the poison completely vanished from the mountain, the once quiet base erupted into chaos, the sound of rushing winds echoing as figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts into the vast expanse of the Thousand Zhang Mountain. The contest for the Tiangang Yuangua had officially commenced. Chapter 67. Scheme Swish. Amidst the lingering traces of thin miasma in the forest, the sound of wind slicing through the air suddenly pierced the silence. And figures darted forward like arrows, swiftly making their way up the colossal peak. Indeed, there were quite a number of them, while Yi Yun perched on a thick tree branch, observing the swarm of locust-like figures entering the Thousand Zhang Mountain, his brow furrowing slightly. Such a large-scale entry would undoubtedly attract the attention of the mountain's ferocious beasts. There was no choice. The allure of the Tiangang Yuangua was too great. Particularly for those at the 9th level of the Qi realm. If they could obtain it, it would save them countless hours of arduous cultivation. Su Shui lamented. The Su clan had sent a considerable number of individuals to the mountain's base. Yet not all ventured into the Thousand Zhang Mountain this time. Given the dangers here, those without sufficient strength would only be a liability rather than an asset. Thus, only a handful of the more capable Su clan members accompanied Su Shui and Yi Yun. Although Wang Dong, who followed Su Shui, was quite powerful, someone had to remain behind to safeguard Su Qiqi. Within the Thousand Zhang Mountain, the number of ferocious beasts was vast, according to the intelligence we obtained. There were at least 4 beasts at the 9th level of the Qi realm, and, at the summit, a formidable creature at the peak of the initial stage of the Gongli realm. The silver-crowned king serpent was said to be guarding the area. It seemed this serpent awaited the maturation of the Tiangang Yuangua to advance to a 4th-tier beast, Su Shui remarked, her gaze turning serious as she peered into the depths of the mountain point. 4 Qi realm 9th level beasts, and one at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Gongli realm. Upon hearing this, even Yi Yun's expression grew solemn. The strength of the beasts in the Thousand Zhang Mountain was indeed formidable, had it not been for the influx of so many powerful individuals. Their small group would likely stand little chance of successfully obtaining the Tiangang Yuangua. The 4 9th-level beasts were stationed in various directions throughout the Thousand Zhang Mountain. Let us hope we do not encounter them, as that would surely complicate matters, Su Shui added. Just as her words fell, the distant forest erupted with the sounds of beastly roars and anguished cries, signaling that the ferocious beasts of the Thousand Zhang Mountain had begun their assault. Let us move, Su Shui commanded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly upon hearing those sounds. Without further ado, she waved her hand and swiftly took flight, with Yi Yun and the others following closely behind. As the main force barreled into the Thousand Zhang Mountain, the tranquility of the mountain was shattered, echoing with the wrathful roars of beasts, followed by the thunderous sounds of energy colliding that a faint scent of blood began to pervade the entire mountain. Yi Yun and his companions encountered numerous assaults from various beasts along their path. However, given their formidable strength, they managed to fend off these attacks with minimal casualties, albeit their pace was somewhat hindered. Bursting forth from the forest, the scorching sunlight immediately cascaded down from above, causing the lingering miasma clinging to their bodies to dissipate rapidly as the warm sunlight bathed them. The Su clan members, having endured a fierce struggle, let out a collective sigh of relief. Yet, just as their spirits began to lift, Yi Yun's stern voice rang out like thunder in their ears. Be cautious. Bang! Just as Yi Yun's warning echoed, a colossal, sharp stone pillar suddenly materialized from the sky, its pointed tip descending rapidly to Yi Yun's fists ignited with a crimson glow as he struck the stone pillar with a powerful blow. A deep, resonant sound reverberated as spider-like cracks spread across the surface of the pillar, gradually engulfing it. With a sharp crack, the entire stone pillar crumbled into fragments, raining down around them as Yu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Given her strength, she could have easily evaded the prior ambush, but she lacked the time to aid the other Su clan members. Yi Yun shook his head, his gaze shifting forward, brow furrowed. It appears our luck is running low. Gu Yan's eyes followed Yi Yun's gaze, and soon they beheld a massive stone beast, approximately several dozen zhang in size, its body covered in jagged rocks, glaring at them with an air of malevolence. "It is the stone demon beast, one of the 4 ninth-level beasts of the Thousand Zhang Mountain," Su Shui said, her hand tightening into a fist as her expression grew grave. "Shall we strike together and dispatch it as swiftly as possible?" Su Shui proposed, recognizing the preciousness of time in this critical moment, that if they were delayed, they could not predict whether others would reach the depths of the Thousand Zhang Mountain first and claim the Tiangang Yuangua. Agreed that Wei Yun understood the urgency of the situation. He was about to nod in agreement when suddenly his expression darkened and his gaze shot towards the northwest, where a low, savage roar resonated through the air. "Be on guard." Su Shui sensed the danger as well and promptly cautioned. Boom! Just as her warning fell, the distant forest erupted in chaos as massive trees toppled, followed by the emergence of a colossal, ferocious beast, reappearing within Lin Dong and the others' line of sight. All the Su clan members turned pale upon sighting the massive beast, recognizing it as yet another 9th-level beast of the Qi realm. "Damn it, it's Shui Pao. He deliberately lured the beast here," a sharp-eyed Su clan member exclaimed, noticing a crimson figure darting ahead of the beast, heading straight towards Yi Yun and the others. Wei Yun's expression darkened in an instant, realizing that Shui Pao had set his sights on them so swiftly. "Haha, your Su clan is prosperous and powerful. Such minor challenges are hardly a concern for you. I shall take my leave now." Shui Pao's figure abruptly darted above the Su clan. In the fleeting moment of his disappearance, his serpent-like gaze fixed on Yi Yun, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I hope you can survive. For you are of particular interest to me. Otherwise, things might become quite dull." As his words faded, he flicked his wrist, sending a jade vial tumbling from his sleeve, crashing down upon the unsuspecting Su clan members. As the noxious fumes wafted forth, the eyes of the 2 ninth-level beasts, which were already a deep crimson, blazed with an even more ferocious hue. "You bastard!" Su Shui gritted her silver teeth, seething with anger. While Yi Yun and Su Shui could escape, they could not abandon the Su clan members to their fate. "What should we do if these 2 beasts entangle us?" Su Shui's brows knitted in concern. Though she and Yi Yun possessed the strength to slay the beasts, it would undoubtedly consume precious time. "You lead the others to the mountaintop. I shall hold them off here." "Yes," Su Shui pondered. Yi Yun beside her exhaled softly and spoke slowly. Chapter 68. The Power of Purple Thunder. "But tell me, can you truly manage this?" Su Shui gazed at Yi Yun with concern, although she was aware of Yi Yun's prowess. She couldn't help but feel anxious, for they were 2 ninth-tier spirit beasts, and the strength of beasts at the same level surpassed that of humans by a considerable margin. Noticing the worry in Su Shui's eyes, Yi Yun smiled faintly before solemnly urging, "Hurry, or the Tiangang Yuan fruit will fall into another's hands." Su Shui bit her lip, yet quickly resolved to act decisively. Without further delay, after reminding Yi Yun once more, she waved her delicate hand and darted into the depths of the mountain, followed closely by the hesitant members of the Su family. As she turned, Su Shui's lips moved, and a gentle voice floated forth. "Yi Yun, thank you." The corners of Yi Yun's mouth lifted slightly. After seeing Su Shui and the others depart, his expression turned cold. "It is time to have some fun with you," he thought. In truth, Yi Yun had instructed Su Shui and her companions to leave for his own reasons. With them present, he was unable to unleash some of his capabilities, which would inevitably restrict his actions. Although he trusted that Su Shui meant him no harm, caution was paramount in the martial world. Preserving a hidden card would increase his chances of survival. The Su family members retreated. The 2 ninth-tier spirit beasts did not obstruct them. Their beastly eyes were fixed on Yi Yun, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from him. The crimson gaze of the beasts locked onto Yi Yun, and in the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. With a thunderous stomp, they transformed into 2 streaks of scarlet light, charging toward Yi Yun. These 2 beasts had begun to exhibit nascent intelligence and understood the importance of cooperation, amplifying their combat capabilities to the maximum. Faced with their seamless teamwork, Yi Yun's expression became somewhat grave. He deftly avoided the 2 gusts of rancid wind, nimbly retreating. However, just as he backed away, a foul wind surged from behind. A beast resembling a leopard lunged at him, its claw aimed directly at his vital spot. This was one of the ninth-tier spirit beasts, the leopard beast. Suspended in midair, Yi Yun forcefully pivoted, gathering a crimson light in his clenched fist, which crackled ominously. He then met the beast's sharp claw head-on. A low, thunderous sound reverberated, and a powerful wave of force rippled outward, sending Yi Yun stumbling back several steps while the beast was knocked to the ground, leaving a long scar on the earth. Just as Yi Yun staggered, the original stone beast roared, its massive paw unleashing a formidable force that pierced through the air, rock-laden, and aimed at Yi Yun's back. The coordinated assault was executed with such perfection that even Yi Yun couldn't help but mentally commend them, remaining remarkably composed despite the peril he faced, planting his foot firmly on the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from beneath him as he steadied himself, unleashing his spirit energy once more to confront the oncoming attack. With a resounding thud, his fist and the beast's paw collided, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Yi Yun responded with a powerful whip kick, striking the stone beast's arms as if it were a weighty blow. The stone beast's eyes flashed with derision, and a layer of hard rock enveloped its arms as a protective shield. With a muffled grunt, Yi Yun utilized the rebound force to create distance between them, his gaze fixed on the stone beast, which remained unscathed. The latter let out a roar, seemingly mocking Yi Yun's impotence. The defensive capabilities of the stone beast far surpassed those of the ironback giant lizard. The two beasts, one in front and one behind, fixed their eyes on Yi Yun, as if recognizing his formidable strength, letting forth a series of alarming roars that stirred the surrounding beasts into a frenzy. "I can't afford to waste any more time here," Yi Yun murmured to himself, with numerous powerful figures rushing toward the depths of Qianzhong Mountain. He had no desire to be entangled here while others reaped the rewards. With a deep breath, a plume of white vapor escaped Yi Yun's lips, and as it dissipated, his eyes turned icy. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within him, reminiscent of a volcano in eruption, accompanied by crackling sounds. Yi Yun's form became enveloped in arcs of lightning, and within the depths of his pupils, a flicker of electricity coursed through. This was the first time Yi Yun employed the thunder crystal he had absorbed from the celestial winged tiger, which he had named Purple Thunder. Previously, during his battle with the ironback giant lizard, he had refrained from revealing it due to unfamiliarity. However, now he could wield it without reservation. The overwhelming power surged forth like a tempest, and feeling the strength within him akin to that of a mountain. A satisfied smile graced Yi Yun's lips. Clenching his fist, he suddenly stomped down, causing fissures to radiate like a spider's web beneath him, and his form transformed into a streak of light, dashing forth. The stimulation from the purple thunder enhanced his physical capabilities, and Yi Yun's speed surged, giving him the confidence to rival a mid-tier expert. With lightning flashing, Yi Yun's figure appeared before the stone beast, and as the thunder surged, he formed a hand and thrust it forward. The stone beast roared in response, its body becoming encased in a layer of hard rock, resembling armor. "Watch me shatter your shell." With a flash of lightning, Yi Yun's palm erupted with force, and a deep, resonant sound followed. In a swift motion, Yi Yun's hand pierced through the stone beast's armor, directly penetrating its heart. With a resounding crash, the stone beast's enormous eyes widened in shock before it collapsed, lifeless. Upon witnessing the stone beast fall, the remaining leopard beast's eyes filled with fear, and it let out a desperate roar, attempting to flee. Yi Yun smirked, his form flickering like a specter above the leopard beast, as arcs of lightning poured from his hand, crashing down onto its back. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the forest, accompanied by a piercing, beastly wail that resonated in the in the blink of an eye. Both ninth-tier spirit beasts lay defeated. With a casual shake of his arm, Yi Yun observed the fallen beasts on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 69. Maturity. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere atop the mountain was shattered by the sound of rushing air. The blazing sun cast its rays upon the crowd, washing away the previous haze, though the bloodstains remained, indicating a tumultuous journey as Yu Shui's beautiful eyes swept across the surroundings, finally resting coldly on a figure in a crimson robe not far away, who flashed her a chilling smile. Her heart burned with fury, Yet she couldn't help but worry for Yi Yun. The sounds of rushing air echoed again atop the mountain, and the absence of Yi Yun among the Su family members drew a hint of schadenfreude from some onlookers. Suddenly, a dense wave of spirit energy surged from the forest behind, drawing everyone's attention toward the source of the commotion. From the depths of a thicket, a figure sprang forth, gracefully leaping from tree to tree. Illuminated by the sun to reveal a youthful and handsome face, it was Yi Yun, landing lightly on the ground with an air of nonchalance. His appearance elicited astonishment from many, especially those clad in blood-red robes. Their eyes wide with disbelief, Yi Yun regarded them as if engaging in casual conversation, his tone calm as he declared, "I will settle this score." The look of shock faded from the face of the figure in the blood-red robe, replaced by wild laughter that echoed for some time before he finally ceased, his gaze fixated on Yi Yun. "How intriguing! I never expected that even two ninth-tier spirit beasts would fail to ensnare you, while you're merely an eighth-tier fellow. Fascinating. My curiosity about you only intensifies." As the blood-robed figure concluded his remarks, a collective gasp resonated atop the mountain. The gazes directed at Yi Yun shifted once more. Some among them had encountered eighth-tier spirit beasts during their ascent, which had already proven to be a considerable challenge. Yet here was Yi Yun, capable of contending with two ninth-tier spirit beasts without defeat. The prowess on display here is such that even the most ordinary individuals at the pinnacle of the ninth stage of the Vitality Realm would find it insurmountable. Not far away. Shang Quan's expression fluctuated with disbelief. It was evident that he was reluctant to accept the notion that Yi Yun could defeat two ninth-stage demonic beasts. Yet, should this be true, the upcoming contest might unfold in ways he had not anticipated. "Fear not. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot contend with the figure shrouded in the black robe," came a calm voice. Upon hearing these words, Shang Quan chuckled in realization, acknowledging that he had been overly cautious. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Yun was unaware of their thoughts. His gaze gradually swept across the scene, and the light cast down from the mountain peak caused him to squint slightly. In his line of sight lay a verdant expanse teeming with life, beyond which stretched a vast lake, its surface shimmering under the sun. The lake, approximately 1,000 zhang in size, rippled gently, stirred by the soft breeze. "This is the innermost sanctum of Qianzhong Mountain," Su Shui remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the tranquil waters, a flicker of fervor igniting within her gaze. Yi Yun nodded slightly. He could sense the overwhelming vitality contained within this region. The elemental energy here was several times more potent than in other areas. The Tiangang Yuan fruit only manifests during the convergence of the sun and moon, and the time is drawing near, Su Shui observed, glancing at the sun as it began to set. "And what of the silver-crowned king snake?" Yi Yun inquired, recalling that Su Shui had mentioned a serpent of initial pinnacle strength lurking deep within the heart of Qianzhong Mountain, that it is likely concealed within the depths of that lake. "This serpent is exceptionally cunning and will undoubtedly lie in wait at the lake's bottom, poised to strike," Su Shui replied, her expression grave and wary as she regarded the serene yet unfathomable waters. Yi Yun nodded once more, aware that they were merely experiencing the calm before the storm. Once the Tiangang Yuan fruit appeared, chaos would surely ensue, and it would be a test of skill and fortitude to see who could claim it amidst the turmoil. As various factions converged around the lake, a palpable tension filled the air, and mutual wariness and hostility flickered in their glances. Time passed swiftly in this charged atmosphere, and the sun continued its descent. While on the opposite side of the horizon, a crescent moon slowly emerged. Buzz! At the moment of the sun and moon's alignment, everyone felt a sudden surge in the elemental energy of Qianzhong Mountain, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The previously tranquil lake began to ripple, and radiant light emanated from a small island at its center. "The Tiangang Yuan fruit is about to appear," Su Shui exclaimed in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with urgency and excitement. Yi Yun's spirits surged as warmth ignited in his eyes. Boom! The tremors from the central island intensified, and the brilliance radiating from the earth grew ever stronger. Suddenly, cracks began to spread across the island, and a magnificent golden tree slowly emerged from the depths, breaking through the surface. This golden tree, akin to a newborn, sprouted from the ground, its branches unfurling while golden patterns emanated a scorching. masculine energy. These patterns coalesced at an astonishing rate, and among them, 6 points of light shone the brightest. Buzz. As the intensity of the light thickened, it gradually took on a tangible form, and those 6 luminous points coalesced into 6 golden fruits that hung beneath the branches, surrounded by swirling patterns of light, infusing the air with a vitality that seemed almost alive. 6 Tiangang Yuan fruits. Su Shui gazed at the 6 golden fruits taking shape on the tree, her beautiful eyes alight with joy. Around the lake, fiery gazes fixated intently on the swaying tree upon the island, drawn irresistibly to the 6 golden fruits, which radiated vitality like masterpieces of nature. The crowd's breaths quickened, yet curiously, no one made an immediate move. The atmosphere atop the mountain grew strangely tense. Observing this, Yi Yun remained unhurried, knowing that inevitably, some would succumb to impatience. After all, the allure of the Tiangang Yuan fruit was not to be underestimated. Swish! Yi Yun's speculation proved accurate. Although everyone recognized that obtaining the Tiangang Yuan fruit was no simple feat, when such a wondrous object appeared before them, even those with considerable prowess began to grow agitated. In less than a few minutes, some could no longer contain their eagerness, and a dozen figures surged forth, racing toward the island at the lake's center, while Yi Yun watched as the figures darted into the air above the lake. And his eyes narrowed sharply. Boom! The tranquil lake erupted with a tremendous column of water, from which sharp, dark spears of water shot forth, raining down upon the airborne figures. Sizzle! The piercing water projectiles clearly harbored formidable power, and several unfortunate souls found their bodies lacerated, followed by agonized screams as a dark poison swiftly spread from their wounds, causing their flesh to rot away. Plop! Amidst the shrieks of despair, figures plunged into the lake, only to be dragged beneath the surface, their cries vanishing into the depths. In mere moments, the once calm lake was stained crimson with blood. Boom! As the last of the figures sank below, the heart of the lake was once again engulfed by towering waves, and all present beheld a massive shadow rising swiftly from the water, followed by a resounding crash. Roar! The colossal creature broke the surface, casting a shadow over 100 zhang radius, and a palpable aura of ferocity enveloped the area. The onlookers stared at the unveiled behemoth, their expressions turning grave. Last, it has shown itself, Yi Yun murmured, his gaze fixed upon the 100 zhang long figure, now filled with solemnity. Chapter 70. The Silver-Crowned King Snake Swish. The overwhelming shadow loomed over the lake's center, and torrents of water cascaded down like a torrential rain, revealing 2 lantern-like crimson eyes piercing through the void. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and the atmosphere was thick with an aura of menace. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd narrowed their eyes, fixated on the colossal creature in the heart of the lake. As the shadow gradually dissipated, the creature's visage became clearer. Before them were 2 blood-red eyes, a crimson body, and atop its massive serpentine head rested a silver crown, signifying its status as the king of serpents, the silver-crowned king snake, its immense form submerged in the water. The powerful tail thrashed against the surface, sending waves crashing forth. The full force of a 3rd-tier demonic beast was unleashed, weighing heavily upon the onlookers at the mountain's base. So, this is the 3rd-tier silver-crowned king snake, Yi Yun observed, his voice a whisper. Compared to the black water serpent he had encountered, it was clear the two were not in the same league. That, if only one faction were present today, none would be able to claim the Tiangang Yuan fruit, given the overwhelming strength of a 3rd-tier demonic beast. However, the elite from various clans of Yang City had gathered here today, despite the silver-crowned king snake's formidable prowess. Sheer numbers could tip the scales, especially with so many 9th-stage Vitality Realm experts among them, many of whom were exceptional talents capable of challenging their limits, much like Yi Yun himself. Thus, while this battle would certainly be arduous, the greatest challenge lay in the hearts of the participants. This would ultimately determine the outcome of this fierce contest. As Yi Yun's gaze flickered, a powerful aura surged forth, hurtling toward the silver-crowned king snake. This mere beast dares to be arrogant. The bounty hunter Hua Chun scoffed, flipping his palm to reveal a large blade that appeared in his grasp. But he dashed forward, charging at the silver-crowned king snake. In response, the silver-crowned king snake let out a fierce roar, its massive tail striking the water's surface, forming a flurry of water arrows that shot toward Hua Chun with alarming speed. Hua Chun sneered once more, twisting his body and employing an intricate step. Easily evading the water arrows, in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself above the silver-crowned king snake, with the blade in hand, radiating a dazzling crimson light. He unleashed a powerful slash that detonated upon the serpent's body, leaving behind streaks of blood. The silver-crowned king snake let out a pained roar, its colossal tail swinging toward Hua Chun, who swiftly dodged the attack. However, amidst this turmoil, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Hua Chun turned his head to observe a flurry of black, poisoned arrows. His expression shifted dramatically as he wielded his blade, unleashing a radiant arc that clashed against the arrows, only for the brilliance of his strike to dissipate upon contact. Such potent venom. Yi Yun's gaze flickered, noting that the silver-crowned king snake, due to its formidable strength, possessed a toxicity far superior to that of the Blackwater mysterious snake. Having narrowly evaded the silver-crowned king snake's assault, Hua Chun's demeanor grew somber. This creature was indeed a formidable adversary. "Brother Hua, I shall assist you," exclaimed Sheng Quan of the Sheng clan, laughing heartily as he propelled himself from the treetops, a vivid crimson glow coalescing around his fist, hurtling towards the silver-crowned king snake. The onlookers at the foot of the mountain, witnessing this spectacle, fervently channeled their Yuan force, racing towards the center of the lake. "Let us go as well," Yi Yun urged Su Shui, acutely aware that remaining isolated in such circumstances would render them targets. Su Shui nodded slightly, refraining from further words, as she brandished her sword and surged forth. In an instant, an array of vibrant attacks surged through the air, striking the silver-crowned king snake. Despite its immense power, the creature could not withstand the overwhelming numbers, transforming its colossal form into a veritable target. In a brief moment, the silver-crowned king snake's vast body became riddled with countless wounds, writhing in agony. Its thick tail thrashing violently against the water's surface. Simultaneously, spheres of lightning erupted from its crown, hovering ominously in the air. Be cautious. Those are the silver-crowned king snake's water thunderballs, Su Shui warned Yi Yun as she unleashed her own strike. Without needing her reminder, Yi Yun was already acutely aware of the peril these spheres pose. As her warning echoed, the thunderballs scattered, hurtling towards the crowd. Yi Yun's mind sharpened, her movements quickening as she narrowly evaded the deadly projectiles. A chilling scream pierced the air. Yi Yun turned to see a seventh-tier martial artist obliterated by a thunderball, disintegrating into a shower of blood. A chill ran down Yi Yun's spine. This was no jest. Everyone, the silver-crowned king snake, cannot endure for long. The blood-soaked spectacle seemed to ignite a fierce determination within the crowd, their attacks growing ever more ferocious and relentless. The resounding echoes of battle filled the air. And suddenly, the water's surface exploded, revealing a crimson figure shooting forth, a blood-cloaked individual who had previously sought to ensnare Yi Yun. Clutching a fiery red scythe, the figure darted towards the silver-crowned king snake with blinding speed. Plunging the weapon deep into its flesh, a heart-wrenching shriek erupted from the center of the lake as the snake's massive body convulsed violently, its tail crashing against the surface in excruciating pain. Yi Yun's gaze fixed intently on the blood-cloaked figure, noting how the scythe grew increasingly crimson, while the silver-crowned king snake's aura began to wane. Xiao Yunzi, be wary. That individual likely practices a dark art to enhance their power through the absorption of blood, rendering them more beastly than human. It is no wonder they sought to attack you, likely coveting your blood. Gu Tong cautioned. Yi Yun's heart sank at this revelation. Such a method of cultivation was indeed monstrous. In a fleeting moment, the silver-crowned king snake's vitality drained, its essence seemingly siphoned away, prompting those near the blood-cloaked figure to instinctively distance themselves. The blood-cloaked figure grinned ominously, withdrawing the scythe and licking its blade with a chilling smile. "I can hardly wait to savor your blood. It must be exquisite." Observing the figure's intent focus on Yi Yun, many atop the mountain cast sympathetic glances in her direction. Yet, Yi Yun merely furrowed her brows, returning a cold smirk. The outcome remains uncertain. However, she understood that now was not the time to engage. The heavenly Gang Yuan fruit before her was of utmost importance. Chapter 71. The chaos of battle. The demise of the silver-crowned king snake drew the attention of all present on the mountaintop towards the heavenly Gang Yuan fruit in the lake center. Greedy eyes fixated on the fruit. Even Yi Yun felt a surge of fervor, her breath quickening. Despite the palpable tension, none dared to strike first. The atmosphere atop the mountain grew peculiar as everyone remained fixated on the fruit. Cautiously creating space between themselves, their eyes filled with wariness. Yet Yi Yun knew this tension could not endure for long. Inevitably, someone would succumb to the allure of the heavenly Gang Yuan fruit. As if on cue, several seventh-tier martial artists surged forth behind Yi Yun, breaking the eerie stillness as they raced towards the lake's heart. The sudden shift shattered the strange atmosphere, igniting a frenzied rush towards the prize. Thus, the melee officially commenced. Yi Yun exchanged a glance with Su Shui, urging her with a sharp command, as they both propelled themselves towards the lake center. In an instant, the mountaintop erupted into chaos. Filled with screams and the clashing of steel, with astonishing speed, Yi Yun outpaced many who sought to obstruct her, barreling towards the heavenly Gang Yuan fruit. As Yi Yun lightly tapped the water surface, reaching for the coveted fruit, a sense of elation washed over her. Just as she prepared to seize it, an acute sense of danger surged from behind. "Kid, do you think it will be so easy to claim the heavenly Gang Yuan fruit?" Shang Quan's voice echoed ominously. With just a step away from grasping the fruit, Yi Yun felt a pang of frustration, yet she recognized the imminent threat and knew she had to withdraw. Just as she turned, a sharp clang rang out, accompanied by a fierce shout as Su Shui arrived from afar. "I'll hold them off. You focus on obtaining it," Su Shui said softly, her back turned to Yi Yun. Brandishing her sword against Shang Quan, Yi Yun nodded, propelling herself forward, trying to flee without consulting me. Shang Quan fumed, ready to pursue, only to be met with a wave of white sword energy slicing through the air. "I've stated it clearly. Your opponent is me," Su Shui declared coldly, confronting Shang Quan with unwavering resolve. "Humph. If you wish to meet your end, then so be it," Shang Quan sneered, conjuring a massive black blade. Charging towards Su Xu Yi Yun observed as Su Shui, though not a match for Shang Quan, seemed to hold her ground for the moment, allowing Yi Yun to focus on her own priorities.